Blue Star, the year 6678 of the new era. A divine oracle descends. In an instant, the sky is filled with strange phenomena. Within 10 minutes, a thick rolling fog envelopes the globe. Whether it is day or night, at this moment, people can only see the eerie black smoke. No moon, no stars, let alone a blue sky or sun. As far as the eye can see, it is an impenetrable darkness. The earth trembles, skyscrapers sway within the swirling black mist, and terror surrounds everyone. The survival game of the human race on Blue Star will commence in one day, where you will face the trial of national survival. Among the 722 countries worldwide, a chosen beastmaster will randomly emerge, representing you in the survival battlefield, contracting pets to become a beastmaster for national survival. Please note, if the beastmaster fails on the battlefield, the entire nation will face dreadful punishment. Conversely, if the beastmaster performs brilliantly, your nation and civilization shall be rewarded, rising to prominence. As the last syllable echoed, the crowd remained ensnared in their terror. Only when the fog gradually dissipated did they realize that it was no dream. What does this mean? If our country lacks a beastmaster, will we be annihilated? Is this real, or am I dreaming? Fortunately, our nation is filled with strong individuals. None shall falter. If a strong one is chosen, that's good, but if a weak one is selected, are we doomed? Is the selection criteria truly random? Please don't choose me. With the oracle's arrival, some nations rejoiced while others despaired. In the beautiful nation, I have been chosen. As the fog lifted, Flynn Brady from the Eagle Nation cheered with elation, a black identity card appearing in his hand, emblazoned with crimson letters. Chosen Beastmaster, Flynn Brady. The emergence of the Beastmaster invigorated the entire beautiful nation. Quickly, prepare resources and equipment. Have you secured firearms, ammunition, food, and medical supplies? The newly chosen Flynn Brady surveyed the advanced weaponry before him, pride swelling within. Rest assured, I am exceedingly knowledgeable. I have not only worked in pharmaceuticals, but also served in the military during my youth. I even trained animals in a circus for money as a child. With my selection, the nation can be at ease. Besides me, no one else can bring glory to the country. The military commanders and even the president were exceptionally pleased with the young man before them. Their beautiful nation would surely emerge victorious. Beyond the beautiful nation, the Eagle Nation also witnessed the rise of a chosen one. The crimson name on the identity card mirrored that of the beautiful nation's chosen. I am a chosen Beastmaster. My strength has been selected by the divine to those who were not chosen. I shall lead you to greatness. Following the oracle's decree, countries scrambled to find their chosen ones. The Gallic Nation found theirs, the Cherry Blossom Nation found theirs, and even the Kimchi Nation discovered their Beastmaster merely 3 hours prior. Time ticked away. All nations readied the finest equipment to present to their chosen ones. Except for the Dragon Nation, their Beastmaster had yet to appear. Without a Beastmaster, the nation faced the dire fate of extinction. Quickly search. Announcements have been made across various platforms. Anyone who discovered the chosen one must bring them to the Ministry of Defense. Report, sir. Even the overseas Chinese have been notified, yet there are no signs of a chosen one. Xian, the director of the Dragon Nation Survival Center Lu Zhongquan, the deputy director and military strategist Li Yuanbing, all fell into despair. We have lost all hope for the Dragon Nation. Only 10 minutes remain until the battlefield transfer. Xian's eyes darkened, feeling a bone-chilling cold in the scorching summer. He sighed at Lu Zhongquan, who was still fervently searching for the Beastmaster. Old Lu, let it go, it's futile. At this moment, Su Bai slowly opened his eyes, hazily realizing that the room before him was not the one he had slept in the previous night. Have I traversed into a parallel world? Su Bai was well aware of his profession. He worked with code at a tech company. Upon waking, however, memories informed him that he was an engineer. The disparity between the two identities and the fragments of memory in his mind made him realize he had indeed crossed over. The surrounding decor and the scattered memories in his consciousness hinted that he had entered a parallel realm. As he surveyed the room, a mechanical voice shattered his contemplation. Su Bai, congratulations on being chosen by the divine. As a Beastmaster, you will represent the Dragon Nation in the national survival battlefield. On the battlefield, your fate is intertwined with that of your nation, please prepare yourself mentally. Teleportation will commence. Shortly cease the search. The countdown has ended. Xie Yin gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window at the bustling streets, his heart brimming with reluctance. The Dragon Nation had lost all hope. Prepare to execute the Ember Plan. All we can do now is to send the youth of the Dragon Nation out first. As long as they remain, the Dragon Nation shall never face annihilation. But Lu Zhongxuan remained unconvinced. No, let's wait a little longer. Not just them, but the entire Dragon Nation was permeated with dread. Why has our nation not seen a chosen one yet? It's over. Are we facing extinction? Well, now we don't even need a tombstone. No one will come to pay respects. All gazed hopelessly at the live broadcast section designated for the Dragon Nation. They were not waiting for the stream to ignite, but rather waiting in despair for the downfall of their nation. Yet at that moment, the live broadcast section for the Dragon Nation suddenly illuminated. The staff member about to shut down the broadcast hurriedly rushed to the Ministry of Defense's main office. He didn't even have time to knock, bursting through the door. His trembling voice could not conceal his excitement. The chosen one has appeared. The once black screen of a live broadcast now showcased a clear image of a small cabin. Inside the cabin lay a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Subai opened his eyes, surveying the modest surroundings. Had he traversed twice? No, he had crossed over once, and then a mechanical system voice had transported him to the house before him. Welcome to the National Survival Battlefield. You have been bound to the national fate of the Dragon Nation. Representing your country in the game, the initial level of all nations is level. Notice, 1. You have become a beast master. You can search for resources, contract pets, and build a home in this world. 2. The cabin provides 3 days' worth of food and water, capable of withstanding a certain degree of monster attacks. 3. Before your nation's demise, you will not truly die each time you perish. You will respawn in the cabin, but your pet's level will regress to the initial level, and its evolution potential will diminish. 4. Please act rationally as the chosen one. Your actions will determine your nation's fate. Each death will reduce the lifespan of all your citizens by 10 years, and failure in tasks will incur penalties. 5. Currently, all your actions are being broadcasted globally. In an instant, Subai comprehended. In this parallel world, there existed a national survival battlefield. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. He must summon a powerful beast. A golden orb materialized before Subai. This radiance must be the brilliance exclusive to high-tier beast tamers. The ranks of beast tamers are categorized as S, A, B, C, D, and E in descending order of strength. Subai rubbed his hands together. I am indeed the chosen one. While I do not aspire for an S rank, I shall at least settle for an A or B rank. As the golden light gradually faded, what appeared before Subai was an rank little wildcat. The wildcat received no further elaboration, save for a single line in the skills section. Skill. Switch to catgirl form. Where are the other descriptions? I truly am the chosen one. A chosen one plagued by misfortune. Chapter 2. In the final 35 seconds, he seemed possessed by the divine. Nash's face was a portrait of shock. With just 23 seconds remaining, they were merely a three-pointer away from a miraculous victory. Coach Mike Budenholzer's expression darkened. He could not bear to watch as this young player with yellow skin orchestrated a comeback. With only 25 seconds left, they had to delay the inevitable defeat at all costs. He decisively called a timeout to strategize. In the TNT broadcast room, Barkley gaped, as if he could fit half a donkey's behind in his mouth. Oh, my God. How did he do that? Is this Eastern player a magician? Sweat beaded on his bald head, overwhelmed by astonishment. Yet Shaquille O and Appos, Neil remained composed, sensing that tonight, Qin Chao is destined to rise. Barkley, it and Appos, as just 2 points away. Care to make a wager? The loser must lick a donkey and Appos. S behind, Barkley replied with a silent incredulity. In the 10-cent broadcast room, the host was incredulous. Our player, Qin Chao, has consecutively made 3 challenging three-pointers, including a 3-point play. They are only 2 points shy of overturning the nets. How is this possible? Could this match signify the dawn of Qin Chao's transformation? The barrage of comments remained skeptical. A blind cat may stumble upon 3 dead mice, but everyone knows his true abilities. No one is defending him. The final shot will surely be met with a strengthened defense, rendering him insignificant. After making 3 three-pointers, he has likely exhausted his good fortune. If he scores again, I will live stream myself standing on my head. In the arena, Budenholzer pounded the tactical board with fervor. Everyone spread beyond the three-point line, circulate the ball, and run down the clock. If we lose possession, Giannis, Holiday, Middleton, you three must apply full-court pressure. Double-team their number 0, and remember, do not allow him a chance to shoot a three-pointer. In the final timeout, Budenholzer devised 2 strategies, both capable of crushing the Nets. Conversely, Nash maintained a calm demeanor. Defend this possession and provide cover for Qin Chao. The last 25 seconds represent our final opportunity. Durant arose, patting Qin Chao on the shoulder, revealing a bright smile. Hey, brother, you did brilliantly. Now, let me set a screen for you. All eyes turned to Qin Chao. Durant was actually setting a screen for him? In the Nets, Durant typically only screened for Kyrie and Harden. The intense spotlight weighed heavily upon Qin Chao's shoulders. Yet his clear eyes sparkled with determination. He was resolved to give his all. Back on the court, Middleton received the ball from the backcourt, his expression serene. Renowned for his composure, he was often referred to as Big Heart. Giannis, Lopez, and Holiday spread out toward the midline to receive the ball. They aimed to drain the clock and exhaust the Nets. Having witnessed Qin Chao's formidable three-point shooting, they were unwilling to take risks. Defend, Qin Chao roared, sprinting towards Middleton. His teammates charged at their respective defensive assignments, entangling them with their bodies. As they crossed half-court, Middleton sneered, "You think you can steal the ball from me? Dream on." His body shifted, the basketball securely positioned behind him, denying Qin Chao any chance of interception. Time dwindled. If they allowed the full 24 seconds to elapse, even a divine intervention would be too late to alter the outcome. Qin Chao gritted his teeth, raising his right hand high. Harris and Bruce Brown swiftly closed in from both flanks. The three converged upon Middleton like fierce tigers, enclosing him tightly. Middleton hesitated, surprised that Qin Chao could assume the role of floor commander. In that fleeting moment, he missed the optimal passing opportunity. Harris and Brown continued to disrupt, while Qin Chao's focus remained fixed on the ball. In an instant, his raised hand descended like a specter, snatching the ball from Middleton's grasp. The motion was fluid and precise. "Retreat," Coach Budenholzer roared, a wild beast unleashed, his fury palpable on the sidelines. "Do not let Qin Chao shoot a three-pointer." "Absolutely not." Nash clenched his fists. With 2 seconds remaining, there was still time. Giannis and Lopez, like frenzied beasts, obstructed Qin Chao, leaving no room for a shot. They raised their arms, sealing off his shooting lane. Middleton circled behind Qin Chao, applying pressure. They had all been recognized as among the league's best defenders, their prowess undeniable. Qin Chao maintained control, relentlessly pulling and tugging. Time slipped away, with only 10 seconds remaining. 9 seconds. If he did not shoot soon, the opportunity would vanish. The crowd's collective breath hung in the air, wondering if this Eastern player could conjure a miracle. On the bench, all Nets players stood, fists clenched in anticipation. Qin Chao's expression darkened, teeth clenched. That signing system had granted him a super three-point skill package, and now he would see if it bore fruit. "Activate the super three-point skill package," Qin Chao silently commanded. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Super three-point skill package activated. Duration, 1 minute. In an instant, a surge of fervent energy coursed through Qin Chao. At that moment, the basketball and hoop felt tantalizingly close. With time running out, an urgent Durant charged forward, blocking Giannis and Lopez with sheer physicality. Finally, a sliver of space emerged for Qin Chao, as Durant bellowed. With just 1 second remaining, Qin Chao decisively launched his shot. Leaning back, nearly parallel to the floor, he unleashed a powerful force, propelling the basketball towards the hoop from the right side of the midline. A feat exponentially more difficult than a logo three-pointer. The distance was greater, the angle steeper. As the final buzzer sounded, the outcome hinged on this very moment. The basketball soared through the air, racing toward the hoop like a galloping steed. In that instant, the world seemed to hold its breath, suspended in time, as all eyes fixated on the spinning sphere. With a resounding thud, the basketball crashed into the hoop like a cannonball. The arena erupted in jubilation, akin to a massive stone plummeting into tranquil waters. Nash hammered the floor with his hands, his eyes alight with excitement. They had won. With a 12-point deficit and less than a minute on the clock, Qin Chao had truly performed a miracle. All players shouted in exhilaration, rushing onto the court, wildly waving their towels. "We won! We won!" Elation radiated from their faces. They desperately needed this hard-fought victory. Durant hoisted Qin Chao from the floor, tears glistening in his eyes as they celebrated with a powerful chest bump. "Brother, we did it." Chapter 3, the Eastern Conference Finals commences. Pre-game banter in pursuit of the championship. This season has demanded an extraordinary sacrifice from him. Initially believing that the title was out of reach, Qin Chao remarkably triumphed over the Bucks. He was exhilarated, roaring with fervor, eager to unleash the tempest of emotions that had long been pent up within him. In this moment, Qin Chao felt an intense surge of passion, striking his chest with fervent fists. The emotions that had been restrained for so long were now fully liberated. Brother, this feeling is simply magnificent. Griffin, Harris, Aldridge, and others rushed over, proclaiming, Qin, tonight belongs to you. It's exhilarating to fight alongside you. Let us revel in this night. In Brooklyn, at Irving's residence, the star was as ecstatic as a child, throwing punches into the air on the floor. This remarkable young man from the East has brought us hope. Meanwhile, the bearded figure sitting nearby sparkled with excitement. I must return for the Eastern Conference Finals. I cannot wait to battle alongside Qin. Far away in a luxurious villa in Los Angeles, McGrady toyed with a basketball. This kid has reignited the fervor that had lain dormant within me for so long. An almost impossible comeback had been orchestrated by Qin Chao. And how could they not be exhilarated? The entire arena erupted into a standing ovation, chanting, MVP, MVP, MVP. The atmosphere was electric as they celebrated witnessing such a miraculous game. The big screen replayed each of Qin Chao's baskets, each shot eliciting waves of jubilant cheers from the crowd. The DJ led the charge, urging everyone to chant the name. Qin, Qin, Qin. In the VIP box, owner Kai raised his glass of red wine, his keen gaze glimmering with brilliance. Qin Chao, you have brought me tremendous delight. Let us toast to victory. He lifted his glass towards the screen displaying Qin Chao, downing the drink in one gulp. 35 seconds, 13 points. This man from the East replicated a divine moment. In the TNT studio, Barkley repeatedly slapped his bald head. My God, Qin must be possessed by a deity. 35 seconds, 13 points. There cannot be a second person on this earth capable of such a feat. It's absolutely insane. I have a premonition that the Nets are destined to establish their dynasty. They have Durant, they have Irving, they have Harden, and now they have Qin. This feeling is simply splendid. The big shark chimed in, laughing. Barkley, don't forget to lick the donkey's backside. In Huaxia, the Tencent studio host was so ecstatic he could hardly contain himself, leaping from his seat to pay homage to Qin Chao. It has been years since we have seen a Huaxia player on the NBA stage. Since Yao's retirement, Huaxia fans have never been as thrilled as they are tonight. The comments flooded the screen. Brother Qin led the team to a miraculous comeback, forever a legend. Qin Chao is the hope for the resurgence of Huaxia basketball. Let us revere Brother Qin. I must repent for my previous ignorance. I failed to recognize Brother Qin's prowess. Accept my submission, Brother Qin. Your legendary performance promises a bright future for Huaxia basketball. This night was destined to be an unforgettable one. Only the Bucks remained, their expressions vacant, struggling to accept the harsh reality. As they witnessed Qin Chao being celebrated by his teammates, Giannis's eyes ignited with fierce determination. Middleton, Lopez, and others trudged back to the locker room in dejection. Beep, detecting host S victory in the first match, rewards issued. As Qin Chao rose from the floor, he heard the system's cold voice echo in his mind, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Not rushing to check the rewards, he simply wished to savor the sweet taste of victory at this moment. Back in the locker room, Durant generously offered his liquid nitrogen cryotherapy chamber to Qin Chao. Though he had only played for a minute, the exertion had been immense. The cryotherapy chamber was a luxury reserved for elite stars, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars, far beyond Qin Chao's current means. Thank you, brother. I feel significantly better. Qin Chao nodded in gratitude to Durant. Shortly thereafter, Nash convened the team for a meeting. Despite their victory, the Eastern Conference Finals and the Finals awaited them. Their ultimate goal was the O'Brien Trophy. Returning to his rental near the arena, Qin Chao lay on his bed, finally examining the divine sign-in system. The system required him to sign in daily and subsequently issued tasks. Upon completing these tasks, Qin Chao could receive corresponding rewards. Furthermore, after each game, the system provided him with a skill package. This system is utterly extraordinary. Qin Chao gasped in astonishment, recalling how he had personally experienced the ability to sink a game-winning three-pointer, a feat that could only be described as divine skill. Claim rewards, he thought as he sat up. Beep, reward successfully claimed. Hostess three-point shooting percentage raised to 40%. 40%? What does this imply? Qin Chao's eyes widened in shock. It was known that even in his prime, Kirishin only boasted a shooting percentage slightly above 40%. Did this mean he had become Qin Ritian? Soon, the Nets' opponent in the Eastern Conference Finals was confirmed to be the Atlanta Hawks. After a brief respite of merely one day, the finals were set to commence. As per tradition, both teams were scheduled for interviews prior to the game, commonly referred to as the pre-game banter. Qin, you performed exceptionally in the Eastern semifinals. Do you have anything to say to Qin? A blonde female reporter with voluminous waves inquired with a smile. Hawks head coach McMillan smiled slightly, remaining silent, while Cameron scoffed disdainfully. I watched that game. I can only say that kid got lucky. But if I meet him, I'll show him he doesn't deserve to stand on the NBA stage. I'll make him kneel and cry for his mother. The reporter's eyes sparkled with excitement. Cameron, we all know your defense is formidable. But Qin's three-point shooting is equally impressive. Do you have confidence? Cameron shook his finger dismissively. In front of me, he is just a child. I once let him score a single point. When it was time for the Nets to be interviewed, the reporter immediately targeted Qin Chao. Qin, Cameron has boldly declared he will send you back to the East in disgrace. What are your thoughts? Sensing the reporter's cunning, Qin Chao merely chuckled. In the heat of the game, who can truly predict the outcome? At 7:30 p.m., the Eastern Conference Finals finally commenced. The first two games were hosted by the Nets, and Barclays Center was filled with 64,000 spectators. As Qin Chao entered the arena, the fans rose in unison, chanting, Qin, MVP, Qin, MVP, Qin, MVP. Chapter 4, The Provocation of Ripa and the Retaliation of the Qin Dynasty with a wave of his hand towards the audience. Qin felt an overwhelming warmth from the enthusiastic welcome of the fans, his first experience of such fervor in his years with the NBA. The sensation was exhilarating. After a brief warm-up, sinking a few three-pointers, the Brooklyn Nets returned to the bench. Advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals, every player was in high spirits, even Harden, who played through injury today. The once selfish Kyrie Irving also returned to the court, and this match would see the Nets present their most formidable lineup. Qin, you're coming off the bench, stated Nash, cautious despite Qin's newfound fame. He placed greater trust in Harden. Qin nodded in understanding. All right, no problem. For a player holding a mere 10-day contract, entering the rotation was already remarkable. Yet, this was not Qin's aspiration. He yearned for stardom. To stand atop the pinnacle of the NBA. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the game. The Nets starting lineup included Kyrie Irving, Harden, Durant, sharpshooter Joe Harris, and Griffin. The Hawks countered with Young, Kennard, Ripa, Collins, and Capella. Griffin leaped for the tip-off but was easily outmaneuvered by the younger Capella, granting possession to the Hawks. Qin couldn't help but reflect on Griffin's decline. Years ago, Capella would have seemed a mere child in comparison. As Trae Young dribbled past half-court, Irving immediately closed in, igniting a fierce clash between the two guards. Young attempted to break through multiple times, but ultimately signaled Capella for a screen. Standing at 2.08 meters, Capella effectively blocked Irving. Seizing the moment, Young slipped into the paint and executed a flawless floater over Griffin's outstretched arm. The ball danced on the rim before finally settling in the net, a shot that was impossible to defend. Young cast a challenging glance at Qin, a clear provocation. Turning his attention to the offensive end, Harden brought the ball across half-court, only to find Ripa coiling around him like a venomous serpent, denying any opportunity for a shot. Harden rolled his eyes in frustration and, from the left three-point line, suddenly stepped forward. Ripa rushed to close in, leaning forward to apply pressure. Harden, having meticulously studied his signature step-back three-pointer, executed it flawlessly. Yet, just as he released the ball, it ricocheted off Ripa's fingertips, veering off course. Gasps filled the stands. Harden had been blocked. The crowd erupted in disbelief, and on the bench, Nash's expression soured. The first offensive play had been thwarted. A severe blow to their momentum. Even the mighty Harden appeared rattled. Other substitutes shared his concern. It seemed this game would be no easy feat. Qin observed closely. He noticed that Harden's left foot hadn't exerted much force during his jump, a clear sign of his ankle injury hindering his vertical leap. As the ball touched down, Young propelled forward, swiftly driving past the Nets bench. As he passed, Ripa extended his pinky towards Qin, taunting, "Hey, yellow pig. I'm going to make you cry and roll back home." Ripa's taunts ignited Nash's fury, prompting him to argue with the referee, who remained unfazed. Trash talking was a common occurrence on the court. Qin's eyes darkened. Was this a challenge aimed at him? There would be consequences. Young quickly countered, effortlessly laying the ball in for 2 points. Meanwhile, Irving lost possession again, allowing the Hawks to score a transition three-pointer. With 5.5 minutes gone, the Nets had yet to score, The Hawks, led by Young, had surged to an 11-0 lead. With each basket, Ripa unleashed another round of insults in Qin's direction, infuriating the Nets players. Yet, basketball demanded performance over words. Nash's face turned ashen. Having faced such humiliation as both a player and a coach was unprecedented. His gaze fell on Qin, who stood like a stone statue, emanating a cold aura. Yet, within his eyes burned a fierce fire, as if a volcanic eruption were imminent. An inexplicable sense told Nash that Qin was poised for action. "Qin, you're replacing Harden," Nash instructed, placing a hand on his shoulder. His icy blue eyes conveying a silent intensity. "Let him know we mean business." Qin understood perfectly, nodding indifferently before rising to the court. "Brother, give it your all." "I believe in you," Harden said, exchanging a high five with Qin, who wore a serious expression. The moment his feet touched the court, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. The host has received the opportunity to enter the game. Reward, God-tier dunk talent skill pack, limited to 10 minutes. Ding. The system detects that the host's God-tier 3-point skill pack has 52 seconds remaining, activating immediately. Ding. The system issues a task, dunk over 5 opponents. Host and oppos, as physical attributes will increase by 10. A faint smile finally grazed Qin's lips. He was determined to dazzle the arena this evening. As the Nets initiated their offense, Ripa was already stationed at mid-court, sporting a maniacal grin. "Yellow pig, come at me. Want me to clear a path for you? In my eyes, you're nothing but a cockroach, and I'm going to stomp you out." In response to Ripa's provocation, Qin firmly planted his feet. "All right. I'll take that bet." Ripa, momentarily taken aback by Qin's words, was left questioning his own understanding. But before he could process, Qin, standing at the logo, leaped into the air. With a flawless shooting form, the ball left his fingertips, spinning rapidly, like a river rushing to embrace the sea. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. A brief silence enveloped the arena before it erupted into a cacophony of cheers. DJs shouted enthusiastically, "Logo three-pointer, from Qin Qin." Qin. The fans echoed his name, their joy overwhelming. Nash pumped his fist. "Qin, well done. Show them what you're made of." Durant approached to high-five Qin, saying, "Brother, that was spectacular." Kyrie was even more direct. "Qin, dinner S on me after the game." Griffin and Harris joined the chorus of praise. Qin's incredible logo three-pointer silenced his doubters. Ripa. Guard him tightly. Don't give him a chance. Hawks coach McMillan bellowed. Damn. Ripa cursed, glaring at Qin before hastily returning to his position. Chapter 5. Turning opponents into backdrops. The Hawks initiated their offense, and Collins attempted a three-pointer to retaliate. But alas, the ball ricocheted off the rim. Griffin seized the rebound and passed it to Qin Chao. Qin Chao advanced swiftly, while Ripa positioned himself at the midcourt line, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Chao. "You little brat, I want to let you shoot again. You're nothing but trash. Get back to your garbage heap," he spat, maintaining a distance while hurling insults. With the ball in his right hand, Qin Chao propelled forward, on the verge of colliding with Ripa. Upon seeing this, Ripa's face lit up with excitement. His towering stature made the impending impact feel like an ant colliding with an elephant. He spread his arms wide, anticipating Qin Chao's fall. However, in an astonishing moment, Qin Chao leaped into the air. The basketball was released instantaneously, executing a long-range, horsebow-style three-pointer. "Oh my God, he must be insane," exclaimed Barkley in the ESPN studio, cradling his bald head in disbelief. With 22 seconds remaining, he could have organized a proper offensive play. Shooting from beyond half-court in such haste. Did he even understand the game? Before Barkley could finish his thought, the ball thundered through the hoop with a resounding bang. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, countless fans cheering in jubilation. With 2 consecutive three-pointers, the Nets' momentum surged dramatically. Ripa stood dumbfounded. How could this be? Never had anyone so effortlessly sunk 2 three-pointers in his presence. Was this Eastern boy even human? Qin Chao smirked, extending a finger towards Ripa and shaking it lightly. "Don't forget, you owe me $1,000. Ripa's eyes burned with fury, on the brink of madness. The yellow-skinned boy he looked down upon had just humiliated him with 2 long-range shots. Such blatant humiliation was intolerable. "I'll kill you." Ripa roared through clenched teeth. Ding. The super three-point skill package has expired. Just as Qin Chao retreated on defense, the system's voice echoed in his mind. He chuckled nonchalantly. The skill package had already demonstrated its utmost worth. Moreover, with a 40% three-point shooting rate, he felt confident enough. As the Hawks attacked, Trae Young landed a three-pointer, attempting to respond to Qin Chao. However, In light of Qin Chao's 2 shots, Trae Young's score appeared rather mediocre. In the ensuing rounds, both teams exchanged baskets, keeping the score difference within 5 points. Qin Chao refrained from shooting again, instead fulfilling his duties as a point guard. Seeing Qin Chao's reluctance to shoot, Ripa's confidence began to resurface. That yellow-skinned boy was merely lucky. Now that his luck has run out, he has nothing but a waste. In the final offensive play, Qin Chao advanced to the top of the three-point arc, where Ripa and Trae Young swiftly closed in to double-team him. Qin Chao stepped forward, faking a pass, then quickly retreated and leaped beyond the arc. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc before swishing through the net. The score gap shrank to a mere 2 points. Under Ripa and Oppo's venomous glare, Qin Chao elegantly turned and returned to the bench. Trae Young approached and patted Ripa on the shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. Let us show him some color later." As the team leader, Trae Young felt compelled to uplift his teammates' spirits to prevent any emotional downer. Ripa nodded heavily, his fists clenched. "I'll make him understand the cost of arrogance." In the first quarter, Qin Chao played for 6.5 minutes, making all 3 of his attempts and securing 9 points, 2 assists, and 1 rebound. An impressively comprehensive performance. Nash smiled with satisfaction. "Qin, you've truly surprised me." Initially, he feared Qin Chao might be a fleeting phenomenon. But tonight's display had utterly won over the coaching staff. Qin Chao smiled as he sat on the bench, where staff had already presented him with a towel and a sports drink. No one had expected him to become a secret weapon, achieving a perfect shooting percentage that revitalized the Nets' momentum. Turning to Harden, Nash approached him. "James, Qin has hit his stride. I'll keep him on the court in the second quarter. What do you think?" Although he was the coach, it was essential to communicate with a star player like Harden. Harden, ice on his ankle, flashed a wide grin. "I have no objections." He indeed desired to play, but the injury limited his performance. As a superstar, he knew he couldn't let personal desires hinder the team's progress. Nash nodded in approval, rising to grab the tactical board. "Qin, you'll continue to play. I'm sure the opponents will devise strategies against you, directing their defense your way, allowing you to create opportunities for your teammates." Qin Chao nodded in agreement, signaling his readiness. Nash then turned to Durant and Harris. "KD, Harris, tonight you shall become scoring machines. The floor is yours." Undoubtedly, this meant sacrificing Qin Chao's shooting opportunities. Yet, as long as victory was within reach, Qin Chao cared not. To evolve into a top-tier star, one must embody the spirit of a leader. As the second quarter commenced, the Hawks decisively altered their strategy. They utilized their lineup's flexibility, with all 5 players engaging in constant movement. By relentlessly running and stretching the floor, they inevitably found open shots. Finally, Ripa seized the moment, nailing a 3-pointer from the corner. The bench erupted in applause. After a fruitless first quarter, Ripa, who had lost his confidence, had finally returned. The score gap widened to 5 points once more. Qin Chao advanced with the ball. Just as Nash had predicted, Ripa and Collins rushed to double-team him. Their mission was clear: suffocate Qin Chao, denying him any opportunity to shoot. For a rookie like Qin Chao, if he were contained for a few possessions, his mentality could shatter entirely. Nevertheless, Qin Chao remained unfazed, continuously changing direction to break through. Upon spotting an opportunity for a teammate, he would swiftly deliver the pass. Each pass was impeccably timed. Unfortunately, the rim seemed to conspire against them, as they missed 3 or 4 consecutive open looks. These misses meant quick transitions for the Hawks. After several possessions, the gap widened to over 10 points. Nash's expression darkened. While Qin Chao's performance was flawless, the net shooting was dismal. If this continued, they risked being obliterated by the Hawks tonight. Decisively, he called for a timeout to reconfigure their strategy. "KD, Qin, when your teammates are struggling, you must leverage your abilities to score." Durant's sharp jump shots and Qin Chao's guiding 3-pointers were crucial for their success. The two nodded firmly. "Understood. Everyone else, focus on defense. When opportunities arise, shoot without fear of failure. I believe in you. Tonight, we shall triumph." Nash continuously motivated his players. Soon, the players returned to the court. A glimmer of determination flickered in Qin Chao and Oppo's eyes. Indeed, tonight, everyone's shooting was lackluster, including Durant, who had only managed 2 successful shots out of 7 attempts. Meanwhile, the Hawks seemed to score effortlessly. Under such circumstances, they could not afford any more mistakes. Activating the super dunk skill package, Qin Chao resolved decisively in his mind. Since his teammates were struggling, he would lead the charge. Tonight, let the hawk serve as the backdrop for his dunks. Chapter 6, The Dunk Challenge. Do you have a temper? Beep. Activating the Supreme Dunk Skill Package. Supreme Dunk Skill activated. Duration 10 minutes. As the system's voice resonated, Qin Chao felt an overwhelming surge of power rush through him, akin to an ocean's vastness. Yellow-skinned pig, let's see how we crush you tonight. Do you really think tossing in a few three-pointers makes you arrogant? I will show you that in the NBA, you are nothing but a waste. Ripa approached, mocking him with reckless abandon. However, Qin Chao merely scoffed. His gaze toward Ripa filled with disdain. Yes, disdain. This feeling of being disregarded ignited Ripa's fury once more. He swore to teach this brat a lesson. As the Nets initiated their offense, Qin Chao chose not to demand the ball, allowing Irving to advance. He swiftly retreated beyond the three-point line. This move left Ripa bewildered. What use was it for this little guy to linger within the arc? He couldn't help but chuckle. Yellow-skinned pig, are you frightened? Hurry back to the east. Just as he derided Qin Chao, the ball swiftly transitioned to Durant. With a simple change of direction, the Grim Reaper created space and took the shot. At the moment of release, Durant cursed, "Fuck." The ball veered off course, striking the rim and ricocheting left. Ripa had positioned himself to box out Qin Chao. Yellow-skinned pig, do you think you can compete with me for the rebound? He laughed, leaping to claim the board. But in that instant, he felt a presence behind him. A shadow soared into the air, and in his peripheral vision, he saw Qin Chao, like a fierce tiger, hands stretched above his head. As the basketball descended, Qin Chao seized it with both hands, forcefully slamming it through the hoop. Boom. The dunk was powerful, reminiscent of a cleaving strike. Oh my god, he actually dunked over Ripa. How did he do that? Are his legs equipped with springs? In the 10-cent live stream, the comment section erupted. Host Yang's voice trembled with excitement. Qin Chao has brought us so many surprises. I guarantee this dunk will make the top 10 plays. An ultra-long three-pointer. A violent dunk. Is this still the Qin Chao we know? Guest commentator Su was equally animated, bending his pen in his grip. Yet, critics were never far behind. I bet Qin Chao is on drugs. I strongly recommend an official drug test. How could someone with such talent be wandering in the NBA? There must be something wrong with him. Has the spirit of sportsmanship been devoured by dogs? Qin Chao should just disappear. He brings shame to our nation. Such a person does not deserve to stand on the court. ESPN's commentators were equally astonished. Barkley exclaimed, "Shaquille, come watch this marvel." Smith added, "I'm sure that Eastern kid has taken performance-enhancing drugs. I'm reporting him." Doris Burke questioned, "Is he a favorite of the gods? I want to interview him." O'Neal remarked, "That dunk had the flair of my prime." Qin Chao, looking at the stunned Ripa, couldn't help but smile. "I look forward to your more spectacular defense." There were no insults. Yet this statement felt more humiliating to Ripa than any curse. He had been dunked over by a yellow-skinned guard, a profound disgrace. Fury ignited within him as he charged forward, shoving Qin Chao with all his might. Qin Chao, already aware of Ripa and Oppo's approach, leaned forward as he made contact with Ripa's hands, falling to the ground with a thud. Ouch. Clutching his head, Qin Chao displayed an expression of extreme pain. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle blared incessantly. Griffin, Irving, and others rushed in to push Ripa away. Two assistant referees intervened, separating the teams to prevent further conflict. "Bro, how are you?" Durant quickly approached, crouching down to check on Qin Chao, who responded with a wink and a barely perceptible smile. This moment left Durant momentarily stunned before he understood. This kid was merely acting. Shortly thereafter, the referee announced the ruling. Ripa had committed a flagrant foul. Qin Chao was awarded 2 free throws and possession of the ball. Upon hearing this, Qin Chao sprang up from the floor, completely shedding any semblance of pain. In fact, he secretly gave Ripa a thumbs up. "Brother, well done." The 10-cent live stream was filled with jubilant comments. "Brother Qin's acting is on point. He deserves the Best Actor award. I believe the Oscars owe him a little golden statue. The game is like a performance. It's all about the acting skills. I admit, I've become a fan of Brother Qin." Qin Chao easily sank both free throws. Then, he orchestrated the play, assisting Durant for a jump shot, adding another 2 points. Back and forth, they had scored 4 points. The deficit was instantly erased, with both teams tied at 60-60. McMillan quickly called for a timeout. The once significant lead had been effortlessly erased, greatly impacting the players' morale. "Ripa, you're sitting out for a bit." The first sentence conveyed McMillan's displeasure toward Ripa. Ripa hung his head, silent, his crimson eyes betraying his simmering rage. "Young, you will be tasked with guarding their number 0. Luke will provide side support. We must extinguish his offensive fire. There was ample time left, and numerous opportunities awaited. This battle must be won. Trae Young nodded. Watch me. On the Nets and Oppo's side, Nash cast a worried glance at Qin Chao. Qin, are you all right? The recent display of Qin Chao's powerful dunk stirred concern within him. After all, Eastern players typically relied on technique. Such displays of brute force were rare among them. Yet, Qin Chao smiled slightly. I feel great. His words elicited laughter from those around him. The thrill of a powerful dunk must have felt exhilarating. Now that we've tied the score, let us stick to our original strategy. Seize opportunities to shoot and widen the gap, ensuring we crush them completely. Nash's succinct words matched his personality. Soon, back on the court, Qin Chao transformed into a dunking machine. With violent dunks, axe-like slams, and 360-degree reverse dunks, he shattered the Hawks' morale. How can we compete? This guy is like a beast. Who can stop him? Their spirit plummeted. At halftime, the Nets led 80-60, a 20-point advantage. However, only 2 minutes remained on Qin Chao's dunk skill package. In the locker room, Qin Chao checked the mission panel. He had completed 4 dunks. Just one more, and his physical prowess would increase by 10. Yet, the Hawks were now flattened, refusing to allow him another dunk. Qin Chao furrowed his brows in frustration. Suddenly, Repaw's figure appeared in his mind. It seemed he would need to negotiate with this big brother in the second half. After all, he was a good-hearted fellow. Chapter 7. The distant step back, 3. Gazing towards the Hawks and Oppo's bench, Lepa sat with his head bowed, engulfed in despondency. Meanwhile, the Nets returned to the locker room, filled with laughter and camaraderie, particularly surrounding the exploits of Qin. Qin, that dunk was absolutely electrifying. You should have seen that lumbering fool left in awe, one teammate exclaimed. Brother, your three-pointer was mesmerizing. Battling alongside you is exhilarating. Let us obliterate them. Victory is within reach. With Qin's explosive performance, he had been embraced by the team. Nash wore a smile, relishing the atmosphere. Yet, at the edge of the locker room, Shamet sat in solitude, his demeanor forlorn. With Qin's recent fiery displays, Shamet felt increasingly marginalized. In this game, he had yet to set foot on the court. The Nets' backcourt was already crowded, and with Qin's emergence, it had become even more congested. Shamet, known for his erratic performances, often oscillated between brilliance and complete ineptitude, frequently finishing games without a point. Naturally, he found himself sidelined in favor of Qin. Although Nash noticed Shamet and Oppo's emotional turmoil, he deemed it not the right moment for a lecture. Sighing, Nash clapped his hands. Addressing the team, Gentlemen, we performed admirably in the first half, especially you, Qin. In the second half, let us maintain our momentum. Shoot whenever you find an opening. This is our home court, and I have faith in you all to secure this victory. The first half had merely been a matter of rhythm. Tactically, they had executed well, and Nash had little to critique. The Nets thrived on offense, and as long as their shooting returned, they could dismantle any opponent. In contrast, the atmosphere in the Hawks and Oppo's locker room was subdued. Lepa, in particular, remained with his head down. His earlier exuberance vanished. All right, team, let us lift our spirits, Coach McMillan urged, clapping his hands. We started perfectly in the first half, which proves you are the best. His words prompted the players to gradually raise their heads. If it weren't for that yellow-skinned punk, we could have built a larger lead. Collins fumed, casting a glance at Lepa. Trae Young then moved to sit beside Lepa, patting his shoulder. Brother, the second half depends on you. You must lock down that yellow-skinned kid. I believe in you. As the team leader, he felt it was his duty to ignite his teammates' fighting spirit. Lepa looked up, his expression one of anguish. Lepa, we know your defensive prowess. You were merely provoked by that kid. If you can focus entirely, I am confident you will excel, Trae said earnestly. Lepa, you are our best defender. Do not let us down again. McMillan approached, nodding resolutely at him. Lepa and Oppo's once distracted gaze began to sharpen. Did the coach still trust him? A wave of heartfelt emotion surged within him, solidifying his resolve. Coach, I won't let him score again, he vowed, clenching his fist in determination. Good. I look forward to your performance in the second half. As the second half commenced, Qin remained in the starting lineup. Originally, Harden had not intended to play for long today, prioritizing recovery, for only a healthy Harden could be a nightmare for opponents. Qin, brimming with competitive spirit, smiled faintly upon seeing Lepa re-enter the game. The Hawks held possession. Trae Young, with his flamboyant style, brought the ball forward, and Capella swiftly set a screen, an integral part of Young S's strategy, facilitating his trademark step back and floaters. With a deft maneuver, he slipped past Harris. Finding himself unguarded just a meter from the basket, Qin charged forward, aiming to disrupt. However, Trey merely smiled at him before releasing the ball. Instead of shooting, he opted to pass, and Lepa had already maneuvered under the basket, effortlessly finishing with a layup off the backboard. After scoring, Lepa exchanged high fives with Trey and then gestured triumphantly towards Qin. After being suppressed in the first half, he felt the need to erupt. Qin chuckled, shaking his head, finding Lepa unexpectedly endearing. Transitioning to offense, Qin advanced cautiously, acutely aware of the Hawks and Oppo's momentum. He could not afford to falter and give them a chance for a counterattack. Lepa surged forward, pressing closely against Qin, his eyes gleaming with determination, his expression brimming with a fierce desire for the ball. Qin sensed Lepa and Oppo's transformation. Yet an ominous competitive spirit surged within him. Dribbling with his left hand, Qin lunged forward with his left foot. Did he intend to break through on the left? A futile dream. Lepa swiftly closed in, applying relentless pressure. Yet, in the instant Lepa shifted left, Qin executed a sudden step back. Standing just a meter behind the three-point line, he leaped high, facing the basket. At that moment, a shadow sprang up before him. It was over. Qin was about to face a formidable challenge. How could Lepa react so swiftly? It was as if he had transformed into a different player. The Nets watched in astonishment. Qin, too, was taken aback by Lepa's rapid response. He had seemingly lost his balance, yet in an instant, Lepa was upon him. With Lepa's enormous hand looming before him, Qin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Go!" Leaning back, he summoned all his strength, his hands surging forward. A step-back jumper from just a meter behind the arc was already a daunting task. Combined with the backward lean, it appeared nearly impossible. Even the most skilled players would struggle to make such a shot. Nash and Oppo's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated Lepa's terrifying resurgence in the second half after his earlier struggles. The basketball traced an arc through the air, seemingly destined to fall at any moment. Qin squinted. The moment he released the ball, he had a premonition it would find its mark. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, and all eyes were fixated on the basketball as it gracefully approached the hoop. Finally, as it hovered above the rim, the ball appeared to expend its final ounce of energy before plummeting. Thud. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the ball swished through the net. The fans erupted, rising in fervent applause. Qin, amazing. Harden leaped from the bench, arms raised high, exuberantly shouting. The step back was his signature move. He understood better than anyone the difficulty of the shot Qin had just made. Nash, too, cheered. Qin, splendid work. Durant and Irving rushed over to celebrate with Qin, chest bumping him. Brother, you truly delivered. That shot was a momentum changer. Qin, starting you was the best decision, the two stars affirmed, offering their unequivocal endorsement of Qin. Looking at the two team leaders, Qin shrugged nonchalantly. I concur. His standard Western-style humor elicited laughter from Durant and Irving, lightening the atmosphere. Chapter 8. Early clocking out in the third segment, the Nets finally regained their shooting rhythm. With a flourishing display both inside and out, they swiftly widened the point gap. As Durant and the others found their touch, Qin Chao played with increasing ease, and by the final 30 seconds, the Nets had extended their lead to 30 points. The score stood at 92-62, leaving the Hawks with no chance of resistance. Yet, Qin Chao grew increasingly anxious. With victory all but secured, Nash made several gestures to substitute Qin Chao, as Durant and Irving had already taken their leave. Qin Chao, however, shook his head. He still needed one more dunk to complete his task. Failing to achieve this would render all previous efforts futile. In the last 30 seconds, the Nets possessed the ball. Qin Chao proactively reached for it, leaving Shamet momentarily stunned. With the score so lopsided, did Qin Chao still harbor a desire to attack? Didn't he see that the stars had already gone to rest? There was no need for him to rush to prove himself. Cursing under his breath, Shamet passed the ball to Qin Chao. He could sense Shamet's displeasure, but completing the system's task took precedence. Receiving the ball, Qin Chao drove straight into the heart of the Hawks' defense, charging towards Lepa. Originally, McMillan had surrendered, preparing to bench all starters for the fourth quarter. With 7 games in the Eastern Conference Finals, having lost just one, he needed to strategize for the forthcoming matches. However, he did not anticipate Qin Chao's audacious approach towards Lepa, an act brimming with provocation. Even Nash furrowed his brow. Qin, what is he doing? Durant, Irving, and Harden could only shake their heads in disbelief. Oh my, Qin, has he lost his mind? The opponent has already thrown in the towel. And he chooses to attack recklessly, which can only be seen as an insult. Leipa's eyes blazed with fury. He was prepared to exit the game. Yet Qin Chao had the audacity to confront him. Did Qin Chao intend to strike him down? Confusion and rage ignited within him. You're seeking death, he bellowed. Charging forward like a colossal titan, Qin Chao's heart sank. He knew provoking Leipa would unleash his wrath, yet he had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself. Do it. Only cowards fear death. At the free throw line, he leapt into the air like an explosive bomb, radiating tremendous energy. Yet Leipa, in a fit of rage, also ascended at that moment, positioning himself like an impenetrable wall. Not on my watch, Leipa vowed, propelled by inertia as he surged forward. Bang! The two collided. Qin Chao felt an immense force strike his chest, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. The breath was knocked from his lungs, and darkness threatened to engulf him. Qin, brother, Nash shouted in alarm. Durant and Irving sprang to their feet, their greatest fear in the Eastern Conference Finals being Qin Chao's injury. The anxious crowd rose, their faces etched with concern. In the Eastern semifinals, Qin Chao had heroically carried the Nets into the finals. In this match, even after a significant early deficit, it was once again Qin Chao who had single-handedly dismantled the Hawks. He was like a celestial being descended to earth. He could not falter. Boom. The tremendous impact sent Qin Chao stumbling back, yet the fire of determination within him compelled him to swing his arm. The basketball soared from his grasp. No matter what, he had to take this shot, even if the chances were slim. Crash! His body slammed against the floor, and Qin Chao felt warmth in his throat as the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Nevertheless, his eyes, shimmering with determination, remained locked on the basketball. Thud! The basketball struck the backboard with force, then swished through the net. The whistle blew. The shot was good. The referee pointed at Leipa, calling a flagrant foul. At that moment, Qin Chao paid no mind to whether Leipa's foul was intentional. His focus was solely on the system. Ding! Host has completed the task of 5 dunks, physical attributes enhanced by 10, as the system and amp, Oppo's voice echoed in his mind. A faint smile appeared on Qin Chao and amp, Oppo's lips. Yet he remained motionless. This collision had nearly ended his athletic career. Fortunately, he had landed on his hands, cushioning the fall. Even so, he was mandated to undergo a full-body MRI. Upon returning to the locker room, everyone, including Coach Nash, remained. Despite the match having concluded victoriously, Qin Chao's injury weighed heavily on their hearts. When the team doctor announced that Qin Chao was fine, everyone rushed forward to embrace him. Brother, you nearly gave me a heart attack, Durant exclaimed, vigorously patting his back and pulling him into a tight hug. Cough, boss, if you keep that up, I might end up with internal injuries. Qin Chao feigned pain, eliciting laughter from Durant. Irving, more reserved, said, Qin, above all, ensure your health. Qin Chao nodded, rest assured. I haven't won a championship with the brothers yet. I can't go down now. Harden, ever direct, placed his leg in front of Qin Chao. I am your cautionary tale. Don't follow in my footsteps. This was classic Harden, leading by example. Qin Chao lightly patted Harden's ankle. I look forward to fighting alongside a healthy you. The other teammates expressed their concern as well. Finally, Nash approached with a serious demeanor. Qin, you are undeniably reckless. This is the last time. I do not wish to see my players fall on the court. His tone, though stern, was laced with care. There won't be a next time, Qin Chao earnestly assured him. Had it not been for the system and Oppo's task, he would never have taken such reckless risks. Reflecting on the moment Leipa collided with him, Qin Chao still felt a chill run down his spine. Now, he had fully integrated into this family. The NBA was a realm where only the strong prevailed. Qin Chao had proven himself in 2 matches and had completely won over his coach and teammates. The first match had ended in a triumphant victory, allowing the Nets to rest for a day before their next game, set to commence the following evening. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Qin Chao took a shower and collapsed into bed. He was utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the completion of his task and the subsequent boost to his physical attributes, he might have already collapsed on the court. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Qin Chao rose punctually. This had become a habit over the years. No matter how fatigued he felt, he woke at 6 o'clock without fail. After washing up and enjoying a simple breakfast, he headed straight to the training facility. The facility typically opened at 8. When the gatekeeper saw Qin Chao at the entrance, he excitedly swung the door open. Qin, you remain as diligent as ever. For several consecutive days, Qin Chao had arrived punctually at the training facility, a fact the gatekeeper had grown accustomed to. Only through training can one maintain their form, Qin Chao smiled. Chapter 9. Qin Dynasty is a madman with a thumbs up directed towards Qin. The gatekeeper nodded in admiration, exclaiming, Qin, you are the most diligent player I have ever encountered. I watched both matches, and you are the hero of the nets. Receiving such praise, Qin smiled. The Westerners lack the Easterners' humility. To them, excellence is simply acknowledged without the need for modesty. After changing into his training attire, he stepped onto the court. In his mind, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Please check in, host. Signing in. Ding. Check-in detected. System issuing tasks. Task 1. Make 1,000 mid-range shots within 5 hours. Upon completion, host's mid-range shooting percentage will increase by 5. Task 2. Perform 1,000 ball handling starts within 3 hours. Upon completion, host's starting speed will increase by 10. Qin was taken aback. Both tasks seemed formidable. However, after some contemplation, he chose the second task. Presently, his three-point shooting percentage had reached 40, which would be his greatest asset in games. His Achilles heel lay in his ball handling, as his physical limitations had drawn criticism regarding his ability to maneuver in the highly competitive environment of the NBA. Selecting the second task, Qin communicated in his mind. Ding. Task initiated. The host must complete 1,000 ball handling starts within 3 hours. The countdown begins. Damn, the system was indeed swift and ruthless. Qin cursed silently and quickly began his ball handling drills. Although it appeared simple, it demanded immense leg strength. After a mere 70 repetitions, he felt an intense soreness in his leg muscles. Without the support of his formidable willpower, he likely would have collapsed by now. 2 hours passed swiftly. At Antetokounmpo's clock, Durant, Irving, Harden, and others arrived at the training facility. The sight that greeted them was Qin, drenched in sweat. His training attire was soaked, and he operated like a machine, repeatedly performing ball handling starts. However, at that moment, his speed had dwindled to a crawl. Each exertion of his legs felt like a thunderous jolt, causing his body to tremble with agony. Brother, Antetokounmpo's, push yourself so hard. Durant approached, grabbing Qin and Antetokounmpo's arm. Training like this will inflict serious harm on your body. As the team's undeniable leader, Durant spoke sparingly, yet his concern was genuine. Qin managed a wry smile. Lack of innate talent means I must compensate through hard work. This damned system has set the task intensity too high. There's a game tomorrow. Irving shook his head. Qin, you are the most insane player I have ever seen. Clearly, he couldn't comprehend why Qin exerted himself so relentlessly. As a former #1 draft pick, he had always been a prodigy in the NBA and could not fathom the struggles Qin had faced. Meanwhile, the bearded Harden glanced at Durant. Boss, bring over the liquid nitrogen tank. From the looks of Qin, he might collapse. One must admit, Harden was refreshingly straightforward. Durant shot him an incredulous look. Third brother, if I recall correctly, you also have a liquid nitrogen tank at home, right? Harden rolled his eyes and chuckled. It and amp. Oppos. It's not that I and amp. Oppos. Am stingy. You know my money is all spent on nightclubs and ladies. Ultimately, Durant contacted the manager to procure the liquid nitrogen tank. As the final minute of the 3-hour mark approached, with Qin explosively taking his first step, the system and Oppos' voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Host and Oppos' starting speed increased by 10. Upon hearing the system and Oppos' voice, the last vestiges of strength supporting Qin dissipated completely. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Durant and Harden, having anticipated this moment, hurriedly brought a stretcher and placed Qin into the liquid nitrogen tank. During the midday break, Nash summoned Qin to his office. Qin had anticipated this. Given his performance in the 2 matches, the team would certainly wish to acknowledge it. As expected, upon entering the office, he found Sean Marks, the general manager of the Nets, seated behind the desk. Seeing Qin enter, Marks quickly stood up. Qin, I've been busy with work and haven't had the chance to meet you. Today, I am delighted to see you. He stepped forward and enveloped Qin in a hearty embrace. Qin had long grown accustomed to such gestures. Had he not performed exceptionally in the last 2 matches, he would likely have been dismissed after his 10-day contract expired. Marks would not have even considered meeting him. I am equally pleased, Qin nodded symbolically. Marks then took a seat. Qin, based on your performance in these 2 matches, we should have immediately pursued a long-term contract with you. Marks got straight to the point. However, the coaching staff, and I don't wish to rush this decision, I believe you have not yet showcased your full potential. We would like to ascertain your limits, so for now, We can only extend your short contract for another 10 days. Marks, undoubtedly a professional manager, articulated his points in a manner that left little room for rebuttal. Yet, Qin had foreseen this outcome. As a player who had navigated the NBA for years without securing a long-term contract, he understood that while his recent performances were commendable, they were insufficient to earn complete trust. Thus, the evaluation period would continue. However, this was precisely what Qin desired, for he aspired to secure a substantial contract. With a faint smile, Qin replied, "Mr. Marks, I have no objections to your decision. To be frank, I wouldn't and oppose feel right signing a long-term contract without defeating the Hawks first." His nonchalant attitude left Marks momentarily stunned. What professional athlete would not wish for a long-term deal? Even the top stars coveted such contracts. In an environment rife with physical confrontations, one could never predict when an injury could end their career. A long-term contract ensured greater financial security. Yet, Qin exhibited no sign of concern. Did he intend to seek a different opportunity? A myriad of thoughts swirled in Marks and Oppo's mind. Yet he could not grasp why Qin remained so indifferent. Upon exiting the office, Durant approached him eagerly. "Qin, what did Marks say? Did he offer you a long-term contract?" Having fought alongside Qin, Durant felt a profound sense of camaraderie. Though their partnership had spanned only 2 games, he had already grown fond of this connection. Thus, he eagerly hoped for the team to finalize a long-term contract with Qin. Qin shook his head with a smile. "Not yet. I believe they want to observe my performance further." His words caused Durant and Oppo's expression to darken. "Brother, I will speak with Marks and insist on a long-term contract for you." He began to head back to the office, but Qin quickly held him back. "Durant, this is not of utmost importance. Our goal is the championship. That is what truly matters." Chapter 10, the first step to uncontested dominance in the second game of the Eastern Conference Finals. The Nets once again found themselves on home turf. After the warm-up, Nash intentionally called Qin Chao aside. "Qin, you are the finest player I have ever encountered. I deeply regret what transpired earlier, yet I hope you remain unaffected by it." While Nash possessed a degree of influence, he lacked the authority to make decisions. Qin Chao merely smiled nonchalantly. "I believe their decision was not erroneous, and my objective is." His eyes narrowed slightly, focusing on the court. The championship. An overwhelming aura, reminiscent of a sovereign, erupted within him. In that moment, even Nash could feel the terrifying energy radiating from Qin Chao. At 7:30, the game commenced. Due to an ankle injury, Harden had traveled with the team but opted not to play, leaving Qin Chao to take the starting position. The Nets and Oppo's backcourt consisted of Qin Chao and Irving, while Durant and Joe Harris took on the forward roles, with Aldridge in the center. After a brief respite, Aldridge returned to the fray, granting the Nets interior a much-needed breather. In stark contrast to the Nets' ample roster, the Hawks faced a dire situation. The previous match saw Reddish suspended for 2 flagrant fouls, further straining an already shallow bench. Head coach Nate McMillan resorted to a bold strategy, promoting young players Russell and Edwards. Facing a shortage of manpower, they aimed to employ a fast-paced game. Trae Young, Russell, Edwards, Collins, and Capella formed a youthful lineup with an average age of 24. Their objective was clear: tire the Nets out. With Aldridge in place, the Nets secured possession and handed the ball to Qin Chao for the initial offensive play. His stellar performance had earned him the team's growing trust. Ding. Host detected on the court. System rewards with the ultimate dribbling skill package. The ultimate dribbling skill package includes signature moves of top-tier stars, which the host may activate at will. The system's user-friendly notification elicited a signature smile from Qin Chao. "Look, Qin is smiling," exclaimed Chris Kayatsa, brimming with excitement. As a player with a similar background to Qin Chao, Kayatsa and Oppo's admiration had reached heights of profound respect. Both were on short contracts, yet Qin Chao had become his idol. With Kayatsa and Oppo's reminder, others also noticed Qin Chao and Oppo's smile. Nash furrowed his brow, pondering whether the young man was poised to unleash his prowess once again. On the court, Qin Chao did not rush to activate his skill package. Instead, he maintained a steady advance. However, before he could reach half-court, Russell and Edwards swiftly closed in for defense. Qin Chao chuckled softly. He had not anticipated being double-teamed right from the outset. Russell was tightly guarding him, offering no opportunity to shoot. Yet, Qin Chao did not linger, quickly passing the ball. With attention focused on him, his teammates undoubtedly had open chances. Harris, positioned in the corner, had barely settled when the basketball zipped toward him. Without hesitation, he caught it and leaped for a jump shot. Swish, the ball went through the net flawlessly. "Brother, well done." Harris rushed over to high-five Qin Chao, his face alight with excitement. For a shooter, receiving the ball comfortably is crucial, and Qin Chao's pass had been of the highest quality. "Let's go, brother. Let us give them a thorough beating." Qin Chao grinned. The Hawks wore serious expressions, surprised at how quickly the Nets had heated up, sinking a three-pointer on their first attempt. Turning around, Trae Young led a fast break. Utilizing his nimble footwork, he easily maneuvered past Aldridge, scoring with a layup. As Qin Chao advanced once more, Russell seemed hesitant to double-team, opting instead to guard Harris. The threat posed by a shooter like Harris was too significant to ignore. Confronted by Edwards, Qin Chao steadily crossed half-court. Edwards, of similar height and build, was quick on his feet, a player of natural talent. "Don't think you can break through me," Edwards declared, focusing intently on Qin Chao. His mission was clear: neutralize Qin Chao, even if it meant committing fouls. As a bench player, if he could contain Qin Chao, the Hawks stood a good chance of winning. With this thought, Edwards' resolve intensified. No matter what, he could not allow Qin Chao to find his rhythm. "I eagerly await your performance," Qin Chao said with a smile before suddenly accelerating. In an instant, Edwards felt as though a fleeting shadow had zipped past him. By the time he reacted, Qin Chao had already created a step of separation, driving into the paint. Capella rushed over to help defend, but Qin Chao had already soared to the basket, executing a powerful dunk. The rim shook as if in defiance. The bench erupted, rising in enthusiastic cheers. Nash, standing on the sidelines, clapped fervently, marveling at the delight Qin Chao brought him. Meanwhile, the crowd was in a frenzy. Qin Chao and Oppos' dazzling display of skill had the Nets and Oppos' fans roaring in excitement. "Qin, Qin, Qin." The chants grew louder and more fervent. Qin Chao waved, acknowledging the star treatment. In the ESPN broadcast booth, the day's commentators were still the venerable Barkley and O'Neal. "Oh my God, Qin, how did he just get past Edwards? Is my vision deceiving me? I barely saw it," Barkley exclaimed in disbelief. "Director, let us have a slow-motion replay." "Oh," and Oppos, Neal, cradling his head in astonishment, remarked, "I am certain Qin has unlocked some hidden potential. That move was too swift. It reminds me of an old Eastern saying, in the realm of martial arts. Only speed is invincible." Simultaneously, in the Tencent broadcast room, a commentator expressed, "What a display." Qin Chao's acceleration was so rapid that Edwards barely had time to react. Teacher Yang spoke with enthusiasm. "Mr. Su, Qin Chao's performance over these 3 games has been nothing short of astonishing. In the first game, he replicated the T-Mac moment, turning the tide single-handedly with his incredible three-point shooting. In the second game, he delivered spectacular dunks that left us all in awe. And now, he has showcased his extraordinary speed. Do you think Qin Chao is merely a flash in the pan, or can he truly establish himself in the NBA?" Qin Chao and Oppos' recent performances had indeed amazed many. However, the NBA stage was littered with ephemeral talents. Without sufficient strength, one would inevitably be overshadowed by the multitude of formidable players. Teacher Su Kun smiled, offering a more cautious perspective. "To be honest, I remain skeptical about Qin Chao. He has traversed various teams in the NBA, and we are well aware of his physical attributes and skills. Although he has performed admirably in these 3 games, he will ultimately face the competition of a league teeming with elite players. If he encounters a game of heightened intensity, he may struggle to adapt." Teacher Su's analysis remained objective. "However, I believe it's possible that Qin Chao has been concealing his true capabilities." Chapter 11. The Tribulations of the Qin Dynasty. Teacher Yang presented his perspective, asserting that, as the saying goes, a sword is forged over 100 years. The reason the Qin Dynasty had not yet manifested its prowess was due to its period of refinement. Now, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, it is destined to bring us immense surprises. The 2 hosts shared their individual viewpoints, while the live chat overflowed with countless comments from netizens. "Qin Gu is my idol. Let us crush those self-righteous individuals." The hope for the resurgence of Chinese basketball lies with Qin Dynasty, v587. "Please don't let your supporters down again, Qin Dynasty. Unleash your potential." In contrast to the confident fans rallying behind Qin, many others resorted to insults. His physical condition is akin to garbage. Yet he aspires to play in the NBA. How utterly ludicrous. I assure you, when faced with skilled defenders, he will be reduced to tears. Such is the nature of people. Once they have felt disappointment, they will harbor animosity indefinitely. When Qin first entered the NBA, he was lauded by countless media outlets, as if he were destined to become a superstar overnight. However, as he gradually found himself sidelined, the vitriol followed suit. Enduring so much to reach this point, Qin had faced immense challenges. On the court, Durant, and Irving approached him to celebrate. "Qin, could you enlighten me about that last shot?" Irving gazed at Qin in astonishment. Being a guard himself, he understood the significance of a quick first step. If executed swiftly enough, one could easily bypass defenders. With hands outstretched, Qin replied, "It's all about practice, practice, and more practice." Indeed, it was through diligent training that his acceleration had improved. Had he not practiced ball handling and starting speed 1,000 times yesterday, the system would not have enhanced his launch speed. Both Irving and Durant rolled their eyes in unison, recognizing his newfound cunning. As the Hawks initiated their offensive, Young, the young knight, transitioned into a mode of relentless aggression, executing a high-arcing jump shot that proved difficult to defend. Turning back, Qin once again deftly maneuvered past Edwards for another successful jumper. In the face of Qin's rapid first step, Edwards appeared as a forlorn child, utterly incapable of mounting any defense. The first quarter saw an exchange of points, with the Nets quickly establishing a double-digit lead. Meanwhile, Young had already activated his aggressive mode, preventing a wider gap in the score. As the first quarter concluded, the Nets led the Hawks 43-32. "Qin, splendid work," Nash exclaimed, patting Qin on the shoulder with a smile. "Brother, you have truly astonished me." Although Harden remained on the bench, he had keenly observed Qin's performance. His elegant acceleration and stable layups seemed as though he was born for basketball. Qin simply smiled, not allowing himself to appear overly arrogant. Everything is for the championship. While he had won over his teammates and the coaching staff, this was far from Qin's ultimate goal. His ambition was to stand at the pinnacle of the NBA. Who says Chinese players cannot thrive in the NBA? He was determined to prove that not only could they compete but also become superstars within its ranks. In the first quarter, Qin amassed 12 points, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 2 rebounds, an impressive stat line. Thanks to Qin's outstanding performance and the collective shooting prowess of the team, the Hawks' fast-paced tactics had failed to yield the desired effect. Yet, as shooting percentages began to dwindle, they were bound to retaliate fiercely. Everyone needed to maintain utmost vigilance and not afford them any opportunities, Nash reminded. In contrast to the youthful Hawks, the Nets faced a challenge with stamina. If the Hawks dictated the pace, the Nets risked becoming exhausted. As the second quarter commenced, the Hawks indeed opted to double-team Qin. Although such tactics would leave other players open, it at least provided an opportunity for rebounding. In response to the double team, Qin chose not to rush his breakthrough but instead opted to pass. Nash's observation proved accurate. As the second quarter progressed, the Nets and Oppo's shooting began to falter. With Aldridge missing a hook shot and Durant hitting the rim on 2 jumpers, the Hawks swiftly transitioned into fast breaks. Trae Young, in particular, capitalized on the moment, sinking consecutive three-pointers. Before long, the 11-point deficit was erased, and the Hawks took the lead by 1. Nash paced anxiously along the sidelines. If this continued, everyone's stamina would be depleted, complicating matters for the second half. After some contemplation, he turned to Harden. "James, lead the bench players onto the court. We don't need to reclaim the lead. We must simply keep pace and allow the starters to catch their breath." Aware that this was a risky decision, he felt compelled to proceed. While Harden was not the kind of player to single-handedly turn the tide, maintaining the score was within reach. Ensuring the starters' stamina was essential for a chance at victory. Harden nodded emphatically, "No problem." Subsequently, the Nets replaced their 5 starters with 5 substitutes, a testament to their depth. Qin gasped for breath. Although he had not been particularly aggressive in the second quarter, the opposing double team had nevertheless drained much of his energy. Durant and Irving were equally fatigued, with the veteran players even collapsing onto the floor. The intensity of the Eastern Conference Finals was palpable. "Qin, you need to look for opportunities to shoot." Nash approached him, his blue eyes locking onto Qin. "You possess extraordinary skills. You must take your shots to attract the defense's attention, thereby creating opportunities for your teammates." As a former guard himself, Nash understood precisely what an exceptionally skilled scorer needed to do on the court. Qin nodded resolutely, understood. In truth, it was not that he was truly being contained. Rather, his performances in the prior games had been so dazzling that, as a newcomer, outshining the established stars might lead to exclusion. Thus, Qin had chosen to exercise restraint. However, now that Nash had spoken, he felt no further hesitation. Moreover, failing to perform in the second half could very well result in a loss to the Hawks. Harden, renowned for his ability to draw fouls, opted to attack the basket despite his poor shooting form. He knew that any contact would warrant a trip to the free-throw line. With a deft touch, he fell to the ground, ensuring the referees would take notice while minimizing his risk of injury. utilizing his exceptional skills. He managed to keep the score tight during the second quarter. As the half concluded, the Nets were tied with the Hawks at 76-76, with Harden contributing 13 points despite his injuries, a commendable performance. Returning to the locker room, Nash began to strategize. With superstars like Durant and Irving on the team, igniting the players' competitive spirit could lead to victory. This task was entrusted to Qin. Chapter 12. Dazzling dribbling. Seeing the anticipation in Nash's eyes, Qin Chao could only nod in agreement. Leave it to me, no problem. As the second half commenced, the Hawks were brimming with enthusiasm. Trae Young had already secured a double-double with 30 points and 10 assists halfway through the third quarter. With the score gap widening to 30 points, Nash's expression darkened. Qin, what are you doing? He shouted from the sidelines. He had entrusted Qin Chao with the responsibility of energizing the atmosphere, yet the morale of the Nets had plummeted. Along with the score, Qin Chao waved his hand, smiling, signaling Nash to remain calm. For 2.5 quarters, he had been playing purely based on his true abilities. Although the results weren't as expected, he was quite satisfied. Both his physical prowess and three-point shooting percentage required adaptation through competition. Only through honing his skills could he continue to improve. During these 2.5 quarters, Qin Chao finally acclimated to his new physique. Don't think that just because you performed well in 2 games, you're a star. There's still a long way to go, Edwards said, blocking Qin Chao's path, his voice dripping with frustration. Being bypassed by Qin Chao ignited both anger and humiliation within him, and he vowed to uncover Qin Chao's methods, determined to suppress him. Unexpectedly, after Qin Chao made his move, he ceased any further action. Whenever faced with defense, he simply passed the ball, effectively taking on the role of a point guard. This left Edwards feeling as though he had thrown a punch only to hit air, a sense of indescribable grievance gnawing at him. Hey, aren't you supposed to be good at dribbling? Show me what you've got. Edwards taunted, his words laced with derision. Did a girl teach you to dribble? Go home and practice with your girlfriend instead. Qin Chao frowned slightly, initially believing that ignoring him would prompt silence. To his surprise, the provocations only escalated. Qin Chao and Ampo's expression grew grave as he replied in a low tone, Fine, I and Ampo's, I'll indulge you. A fiery glimmer ignited in his icy gaze. With the ball in his right hand, Qin Chao suddenly yanked left. The basketball hit the floor, rebounding to his left side. Damn it, Edwards cursed, shifting his feet laterally to block Qin Chao's path to the left. You think you can get past me? Dream on. He leaned his body to the left, leaving no room for Qin Chao to maneuver. Yet, Qin Chao let out a cold chuckle. Instead of retracting his right hand, he gripped the ball tightly and swiftly pulled it back to the right. The sudden change of direction took Edwards completely by surprise. Impossible, he exclaimed in panic. But his body was already committed to the left, too late to recover. Thud. His left foot stepped on his right, and he fell to the ground with a crash. Oh my God, crossover, crossover. This was Iverson's classic crossover move. No one had anticipated that Qin Chao would master such a skill. Charging into the paint, Qin Chao executed a jump shot. Swish. The basketball found its mark. Good. Nice. Qin, you are my idol. Cheers erupted from both the court and the stands, applause reverberating throughout. The previously subdued fans leapt to their feet, celebrating Qin Chao and Ampo's brilliance. In the broadcast room, Barkley could hardly believe his eyes. Goodness. What did I just witness? That drastic change of direction. I could have sworn I saw Iverson. Who would have thought after Iverson's retirement I would witness such a dazzling move again? Heaven, Qin must be a man kissed by the divine. In the 10-cent broadcast room, Yang Yi laughed excitedly. Wow. Qin Chao has brought us so much joy. Honestly, that play was exquisite, Teacher Su Kun stated with solemnity. The comments exploded with excitement. OMG. I just saw Iverson and Ampo's classic move. Qin Chao, you are my idol. I never expected my brother Qin to possess such skills. I bow before you. Qin, please accept my respect. Qin, that move was stunning. I need to challenge you one-on-one sometime. Bro, you've left me in awe. Durant and Irving approached, their faces filled with amazement. Qin Chao smiled faintly and pointed to the scoreboard. We haven't won yet. Momentum often hinges on a single basket. This shot from Qin Chao seemed to dispel the clouds hovering over the Nets. With the haze lifted, the Hawks' offense was thwarted by Aldridge's block. Qin Chao seized the ball for a fast break. On the other side, Capella had already returned to the front court, blocking Qin Chao's path. One-on-one? The crowd held its breath. Qin Chao's recent dazzling moves had been spectacular, but now facing Capella, who stood firm within the three-point line, He pondered his next move. Unlike Edwards, Capella possessed both height and wingspan that Qin Chao could not rival. Should Qin Chao dare to shoot, he would surely be blocked. Yet, Qin Chao showed no signs of slowing down, charging towards Capella like a wild bull. "Who do you think you are? I'll send you flying with a massive rejection," Capella shouted, raising his hands, ready to swat the ball away. But Qin Chao remained undeterred, his expression resolute. "Oh no, Qin is going to get hurt." Colliding with Capella's bulk, he'll be sent flying. Didn't he learn from the last game against Reaper? "Qin, this isn't the time to be reckless." Everyone silently prayed for him. However, Qin Chao moved like a whirlwind, swiftly closing the distance to Capella. Just as some closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending clash. Qin Chao suddenly exerted force with his left foot, propelling his body sideways like a cannonball. The basketball grazed Capella's side, soaring past him. His speed didn't falter. Instead, he maintained a forward momentum. Boom. He leaped, delivering a thunderous dunk. "Is that a no-speed change of direction?" Nash murmured, incredulous. "Rose. This is Rose and Amp. Oppo's signature move. A no-speed change of direction. It demands exceptional physical prowess. How did Qin Chao achieve that?" Teacher Yang Yi had long forgotten how many times he had lost composure. In the ESPN broadcast room, O'Neal leaped to his feet, clapping his hands vigorously. "Qin's athleticism is explosive. I suggest he enter the dunk contest. Few can rival the physicality of peak Rose in the league, yet this previously unheralded yellow-skinned player has done it. His speed even surpasses that of Rose in his prime. Is this real?" The audience, after a brief moment of silence, erupted into thunderous applause. Chapter 13. Is there still anything that Qin Chao cannot accomplish? With 2 consecutive dazzling signature moves, Qin Chao ignited the Barclays Center completely. The cheers surged like tidal waves. "Qin, MVP! Qin, MVP!" The fervent sound waves enveloped Qin Chao, filling him with immense joy. From being a temporary worker with no chance to play and on the verge of leaving this stage, he had transformed into the favorite son of the arena, hailed as MVP by all the fans. Qin Chao thrived in this atmosphere, needing it to release his pin-up energy. Capella stood motionless, gazing at the basketball still bouncing beneath his feet. Moments ago, he had merely sensed a fleeting shadow dart past him. It was terrifying. The enthusiasm of the Nets players was instantly rekindled. As the Hawks launched their offense, the Nets players pounced like hungry wolves. Even Trae Young was left dumbfounded. Having the ball stripped away from him, almost immediately, Durant hit a trailing three-pointer. It could be said that Qin Chao had elevated the Nets' momentum in an instant. As the third quarter came to a close, the score had narrowed to just a 10-point deficit. Nets 100, Hawks 110. During the break, McMillan pounded the tactical board like a tempest. "Did you let them steal the ball from us? Are you all in elementary school? Be more aggressive in fighting for the ball. We must crush their arrogant spirit. This is our last chance. If anyone embarrasses us, you will sit on the bench for the next game." McMillan was renowned for his good temper, and his anger underscored the significance he placed on this match. Originally holding a nearly 30-point advantage, it was shocking that they had allowed it to dwindle within half a quarter. Anyone in his position would feel furious. Trae Young wore a solemn expression as sweat trickled down his cheeks. He had performed exceptionally well today, yet the lack of support around him was disheartening. Unlike the Nets, who had Durant, Irving, Qin Chao, and Harden, he was left to fend for himself. In the fourth quarter, the coach urged everyone to run, to seize opportunities without hesitation. "Even if you miss, I won't blame you, but if you hesitate to shoot, don't blame me for being ruthless." With the stakes laid bare, the Hawks exchanged worried glances. The coach and Oppo's message was clear. It was time to go all in. But could their shooting touch hold up? On the flip side, the Nets, although still trailing by 10 points, were unfazed. Nash remained calm. "Qin, in the fourth quarter, your role is to draw defenders. As long as others find open shots, they must ensure both man and ball arrive together. Now that our shooting touch has returned, let us push forward and secure this game. Let us head to the Hawks' home court with a 2-game advantage." Nash, once the team leader, inspired confidence with his words. The Eastern Conference Finals were a best-of-7 series. Holding 2 victories would significantly enhance their chances of clinching the series. The players placed their hands together and shouted in unison. The fourth quarter continued with back-and-forth exchanges. However, the Nets' shooting touch surged, hitting 4 consecutive three-pointers, instantly erasing the deficit. Meanwhile, the Hawks struggled offensively, with only Trae Young managing to score a couple of points through sheer grit. Even with McMillan calling timeouts, it was to no avail. Qin Chao assumed the role of the on-court commander, driving when possible and passing when opportunities were scarce. The objectives were clear: and the offense flowed like silk. As the final buzzer sounded, the Nets triumphed over the Hawks with a score of 131-120, successfully claiming victory in the second game. Qin Chao played for 34 minutes, racking up 30 points, 14 assists, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals, with an astounding 0 turnovers. Such splendid statistics rivaled those of top-tier superstars. Moreover, his plus-minus rating reached an astonishing 29, signifying that whenever Qin Chao was on the court, they outscored the Hawks by 29 points per 100 possessions. In the locker room, Durant, Irving, and Harden celebrated with Qin Chao, exchanging chest bumps and high fives. Their time together had been short, and although they formed a formidable trio, they had yet to unleash their full potential. Yet now, Qin Chao served as the perfect lubricant, uniting them and facilitating a seamless offense. Nash's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at Qin Chao, then at Durant, Irving, and finally Harden, who was still recovering from injury and training but not yet playing. Once Harden returned, with Durant, Harden, Irving, and Qin Chao as the core lineup, complemented by Joe Harris in a small ball configuration, they would undoubtedly dominate the league. Alternatively, substituting Harris for Aldridge would create a powerful combination of 1 big and 4 small players, equally capable of asserting their dominance. Qin Chao's presence had provided the Nets with an abundance of offensive strategies. Nash found himself eagerly anticipating the championship trophy, which seemed to beckon them. Upon returning home, Qin Chao indulged in a restful sleep, knowing that the next match would take place at the Hawks' home in Georgia's Phillips Arena. Early the next morning, he packed his bags and headed straight to the airport. "Hey, Qin, once we reach Georgia, I'll take you out to a nightclub for a good time," boomed Harden, draping an arm around Qin Chao and Appo's shoulder with a grin. Despite his ankle injury, Harden and Appo's enthusiasm for nightlife remained undiminished. As the prince of nightclubs, he was well acquainted with nearly every venue in the cities of all 30 teams. Qin Chao quickly shook his head. "Let's pass on that. I have an aversion to nightclubs." It wasn't that Qin Chao was unwilling. He simply felt out of place in such environments. Unlike the quaint taverns of China, with their small dishes and a pot of fine wine to savor life, nightclubs were awash with neon lights and an intoxicating atmosphere. For Qin Chao, who was on a short 10-day contract worth only $25,000, stepping into such a venue could result in sleeping on the streets. Seeing Qin Chao's bashful demeanor, Harden paused, then his eyes widened in shock. "Oh my God, Qin, please don't tell me you're still a virgin." He stared at Qin Chao, his eyes nearly bulging out. Qin Chao coughed awkwardly. "For heaven's sake, can we keep this down?" It was true. Qin Chao was indeed inexperienced. Over the years, he had dedicated all his time to honing his basketball skills. After entering the NBA, he led a nomadic life, barely scraping by. Even if he wanted to date, he had no time. Thus, he preserved his chastity until now. Harden took a step back as if he had seen a monster, then gave Qin Chao a thumbs up. "Qin, you are the most astonishing person I have ever met." The disparity between Eastern and Western cultures was profound. For many in the West, giving oneself away early was entirely normal, while Qin Chao's mindset remained conservative. In his view, love should be devoted, and one should give everything to their partner. Chapter 14. Offensive Tactics. Nets in Crisis. Phillips Arena was packed to capacity tonight. After many years, the Hawks had once again reached the Eastern Conference Finals. And although they had lost 2 away games, the home crowd would not let them down. Sensing the electric atmosphere, Trae Young clenched his fists tightly. This game must be won. The other Hawks players were equally determined. Losing away was acceptable, but at home, victory was imperative. In the pre-game interviews, neither coach nor players said much. Everything would be decided on the court through their performance. Nash remained composed. He had a plethora of strategies at his disposal. Any lineup he chose could pose a significant challenge for the Hawks. In contrast, McMillan, returning to his home court, wore a serious expression, scanning his players' faces. Reddish was back from a 1-game suspension, but he had been psychologically scarred by his previous encounters with Qin Chao, and it was doubtful he would make a significant impact. Edwards was still undergoing psychological counseling and might not even play. His gaze shifted to Collins, Capella, Russell, and Trae Young, who would be tasked with defending against Qin Chao. In previous encounters with the Nets, the strategy had been to limit Durant and disrupt his jump shots, which had given them a fighting chance. But Qin Chao displayed no apparent weaknesses. How could they defend against him? They had tried man-to-man, double-teaming, and even triple-teaming, yet the results had been negligible. "Coach, let's go on the offensive," Trae Young suggested, rising to speak. Offensive play? Such a choice would mean relinquishing defense, a gamble on shooting touch and luck. After a moment of contemplation, McMillan nodded. "Very well, we shall go on the offensive. Since we are back on home turf, we must seize this advantage and secure the win. If we cannot limit Qin Chao, then let us not attempt to. After all, offense is the best defense. As the players took to the court, Qin Chao heard the system and Oppo's voice in his mind. Host detected on the court, reward, divine defensive skill pack, limited to this match. A defensive skill pack? Qin Chao paused momentarily. The Nets were renowned for their offensive prowess, so he was surprised that the system rewarded him with a defensive skill pack. Was this to enable him to guard against the opposing five alone? Without hesitation, he activated the skill pack. Divine defensive skill pack activated. Host gains top-tier defensive abilities. As the system and Oppo's voice resonated, Qin Chao felt a transformation within himself. His vision sharpened, and his focus reached its zenith. Defense demanded unwavering concentration. Only by moving with the ball could one excel at it. Feeling invigorated, Qin Chao smiled. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Capella tipped the ball to Trae Young, who swiftly drove into the paint and scored with a bank shot within a mere 4 seconds. Qin Chao was taken aback. Was the Hawks intent on going all out? Qin, get moving, Nash shouted from the sidelines, having recognized the Hawks and Oppo's strategy. After several matches, Qin Chao had earned complete trust. Although his status did not yet rival that of Durant, Irving, or Harden, he was the ideal choice to energize the court. Nodding subtly, Qin Chao advanced towards the front court. While he complied with Nash's request, he felt a twinge of resistance. If the Hawks wished to engage in an offensive battle, he could simply shut them down and play a half-court game. Choosing to go on the offensive meant a 50-50 chance of victory. Why take such a risk when the Nets were in a favorable position? Yet despite his thoughts, Qin Chao kept his reservations to himself. After all, he was not the team leader. Openly contradicting Nash could not only embarrass him but also dampen the spirits of his teammates. At all times, Qin Chao maintained a keen sense of the bigger picture. Irving pushed the ball forward, noticing Durant already positioned in the corner, and attempted a long pass. Offense was predicated on one principle: speed. However, the pass was slightly too strong. Fortunately, Durant reacted swiftly, intercepting it. Yet, the reception was awkward, wasting precious time as defenders closed in. With 2 lateral movements, Durant took a jump shot. Thud. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, easily gathered by Capella. Meanwhile, Reddish had already surged to the basket, and with perfect timing, executed a powerful dunk. The Hawks scored again. Qin Chao frowned slightly as the drawbacks of their offensive strategy began to surface. Glancing at Nash, he saw that Nash remained unyielding in his commitment to offensive play. This realization made Qin Chao inwardly lament. No wonder many criticized Nash in his previous life for his lack of tactical acumen. Having come from a player background, he had not received systematic coaching training and was lacking in tactical sophistication. After a series of exchanges, the Hawks achieved an impressive shooting percentage of 80%, while the Nets managed to scrape together only 7 points, mostly thanks to Qin Chao's opportunistic scoring. With Capella's dunk, the Nets found themselves trailing by 15 points, 35-20. The first quarter concluded. Come on, everyone, keep your spirits up. The first quarter was just a matter of poor shooting. We must continue to shoot and regain our rhythm. They are not our match. Nash rallied the team's morale. Durant, Irving, and Harris were all panting heavily, exhausted. Veteran Aldridge leaned back in his chair, reluctant to even move. At his age, how could his stamina compete with the younger players? Coach, we must change our tactics. Everyone's stamina is waning against the opposing team. Qin Chao suddenly stood up and stated firmly. A change in tactics? Everyone, including Durant and Irving, was taken aback. As players, their foremost duty was to diligently execute the coach's game plan. While they sometimes questioned the strategy, disobedience could lead to being benched. Nash furrowed his brow, staring intently at Qin Chao. Qin, what in Oppo's the matter? Are you intimidated? Came his cold voice. Qin Chao shook his head. Old Nash, look at our lineup and bench depth. If we continue playing half-court, we will not stand a chance against the Hawks. They have exploited our weaknesses to engage us in an offensive battle. If we proceed like this, we will be overwhelmed. We can only change tactics and play a half-court game if we wish to win. Qin Chao, disregarding the reactions of those around him, looked at Nash with fervent intensity. A hard-fought victory could not be allowed to slip away so easily. The Nets had persevered through adversity to reach the Eastern Conference Finals. He could not let their efforts go to waste. Durant, Irving, and Harden fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 15. Seizing the match point. Aiming for the finals on the court, they were acutely aware of the current situation. In the first quarter, they had indeed been led by the Hawks, running all over the place, and their stamina was nearly depleted. If the second quarter continued at this pace, they might only manage to play half the game before needing a break. Coach, I believe what Qin said makes sense. We should adopt a more methodical approach, Durant remarked. Looking up at Nash, Kyrie and Harden nodded in agreement. With the leader voicing his opinion, the two were bound to support him. Nash furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, then turned to Qin. If we switch to a half-court offense, do you truly have the confidence to secure this victory? As a newly appointed coach, Nash lacked the authoritative demeanor of seasoned veterans. However, he harbored his own concerns. The Hawks thrived on fast-paced offense. If the net slowed down, they risked being exploited by the Hawks, making victory elusive. Yet, Qin patted his chest confidently, declaring, "We will win this game." His eyes sparkled with fervor. "All right. We will proceed with a half-court offense, and everyone will play man-to-man defense." "Coach, leave Trae Young to me," Qin said, narrowing his eyes with determination. "You want to guard Trae Young?" Nash frowned again. While Qin had displayed versatility in recent games, it had primarily been on the offensive end. In terms of defense, he had yet to prove himself. Trae Young's shooting and foul-drawing abilities were among the best in the league. Asking Qin to guard him seemed to invite trouble. Nash contemplated refusing, but the fierce determination in Qin's gaze stirred a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps Qin could indeed contain Trae Young. After a moment's consideration, Nash nodded solemnly. "Very well. Trae Young is yours to defend. Remember, you must keep him in check." As the second quarter commenced, Qin stepped onto the court with unwavering resolve, his face stern as he focused intently on Trae Young. "Qin, your offensive skills are impressive. Even I am humbled by them. But your defense?" Trae Young began, dribbling the ball. "Perhaps you should let someone else take the challenge. You can't guard me." This was not mere taunting, but a testament to his self-assuredness. Few in the league could single-handedly defend against him. Even defensive specialists often struggled against Trae, let alone a rookie like Qin. "I want to give it a try. I might just surprise you." Qin smiled, his eyes glinting with excitement. To become a superstar, one must possess a well-rounded skill set, excelling both offensively and defensively. Legends like Kobe and LeBron were recognized for their defensive prowess, illustrating that true greatness comes without weaknesses. "All right then, let's see what you've got," Trae Young smirked. He crossed over twice while dribbling, a maneuver that would typically leave defenders in his wake. However, Trae was astonished to find Qin steadfastly positioned before him, as if predicting his every move. "Trae, your speed seems a bit lacking," Qin chuckled. Frustrated, Trae Young performed a behind-the-back dribble, then shifted the ball to his left hand. As Qin moved left, Trae suddenly switched to his right, attempting to break through. This move had proven effective countless times before. Yet, in the next instant, as Trae stepped to the right, he found Qin inexplicably blocking his path once more. "This can end Oppos, TB happening." Trae gasped, staring at Qin in disbelief. "A man should never declare his limitations," Qin replied, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. In the blink of an eye, as Trae dribbled, Qin's hand shot out, snatching the ball away with finesse. From the sidelines, Nash couldn't help but shout in exhilaration. That steal was executed flawlessly, smooth as silk. "Dude, it and Oppos. S all yours," Qin called out to Durant, who had sped past him. He then flung the basketball forward. After several games together, Durant and Qin had developed a certain synergy. Having observed Qin thwart Trae Young's advances, Durant was already poised to surge ahead. In an instant, as Qin made the steal, Durant dashed to the front court like a gust of wind. He soared, body coiled like a drawn bow, and with a single-handed slam, he thundered the ball into the hoop. The arena erupted in cheers. "Death! Death! Death!" Durant turned to Qin, raising his hand in camaraderie. "Brother, that was simply sublime. You had me worried there for a moment. I thought you had a vendetta against the rim." Their laughter filled the air, the energy surging. Durant's powerful dunk seemed to sound the rallying cry for the Nets. In the ensuing plays, Qin kept Trae Young at bay, thwarting multiple attempts to break through. Meanwhile, whenever Qin shot, his teammates surged forward in a frenzy. Rapid fast breaks quickly erased the point deficit. As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 60-60. Observing Qin drenched in sweat, Nash and Oppos' satisfaction deepened. His initial worries about Qin and Oppos' ability to guard Trae Young had been unfounded. Qin and Oppos' potential was immense. There was nothing he couldn't achieve. "Great job this quarter, everyone. Let us keep pushing and crush them." In the second half, the Nets focused entirely on defense. Whenever they secured a steal, they swiftly launched counterattacks. The Hawks, facing such intense pressure, soon lost their fighting spirit. As the final whistle blew, the Nets triumphed over the Hawks with a score of 110-95, achieving match point. Throughout the game, Qin played for 30 minutes, scoring 32 points, providing 11 assists, achieving 10 steals, securing 6 rebounds, and blocking 2 shots, an impressive triple-double, with steals as a highlight. Such a comprehensive performance was worthy of a superstar. Qin, I must admit, I underestimated you. You are not just an exceptional player. You are a commander on the court, Nash said, patting Qin on the shoulder. If it weren't for your strategic adjustments, I doubt we would have secured this victory, Qin replied with an earnest smile. Come, let us head to the press conference. Nash regarded Qin with increasing admiration. Such a remarkable player. It and Oppos. S.A. wonder you and Oppos. V.E. wondered the league until now. Thankfully, our owner recognized your talent and brought you aboard. Chapter 16. The communication between coach and players in the post-match press conference. Qin Chao was not originally scheduled to attend. However, after a series of outstanding performances, particularly in away games, it was imperative for him to step up and invigorate the Nets' morale. Away games are all about momentum. Moreover, with Nash fervently advocating for him from the side, Qin Chao found himself unable to resist Nash's insistence and reluctantly took the stage. The reporters below were fervently snapping photos of Qin Chao. Coach Nash, the Nets began the game in a high-scoring battle against the Hawks. What prompted you to alter your strategy to a more structured approach? This question was not particularly challenging, yet Nash found himself in a bit of a quandary. The shift in strategy was entirely due to Qin Chao and Oppos' compelling arguments. But how could he articulate this? He was the head coach. Admitting that the idea originated from Qin Chao would undermine his authority. How could he continue to lead the team in the future? On the other hand, if he did not speak the truth, Qin Chao was right beside him. Angering him could complicate matters further. As Nash grappled with this dilemma, Qin Chao nudged him playfully and winked. Seeing Qin Chao's nonchalant demeanor, Nash suddenly understood. He then replied calmly as the head coach. One must continuously adapt strategies based on the dynamics of the game. Our players are younger than those of the Hawks, which poses a disadvantage in terms of stamina. Therefore, we cannot afford to compete with them on that front. Nash's response was flawless, devoid of any loopholes. It was measured and deftly alleviated the awkwardness. When reporters realized they could not extract anything useful from Nash, their attention shifted to Qin Chao. Nash was a seasoned veteran, having spent many years as a player, adept at handling the media. In the eyes of these reporters, however, Qin Chao was a newcomer. They anticipated that he would stumble over sharp questions. Qin, your recent performances have been exceptional. Against the Bucks, you single-handedly propelled the Nets closer to the Eastern Conference Finals. Additionally, your displays against the Hawks in the first 3 games have been equally impressive, rivaling those of top-tier superstars. I must ask, do you consider yourself the leader of the team? This question was rather insidious. First, they lauded him, then they posed a potentially damaging inquiry. No matter how he responded, he risked displeasing someone. Nash broke into a cold sweat, glancing at Qin Chao, who merely smiled. Your question is quite intriguing, Qin Chao began. But before I respond, may I inquire about your understanding of basketball? The reporter was taken aback, unable to respond before Qin Chao continued. Basketball is a team sport, relying on the synergy among teammates. As for your question about leadership, I must apologize, but I have never heard anyone referred to as the leader within the Nets. If there were to be one, it would be all of us players, for we understand deeply that this is a team endeavor. Only when our hearts are united can we achieve victory. Though Qin Chao and Oppos' voice was not loud, his words resonated profoundly. The statement that in a team sport, everyone is a leader momentarily stunned all the reporters present, prompting an eruption of applause. Indeed, no matter how exceptional one individual may be, can they truly contend against 5 opponents? Nash sighed in relief. Qin Chao and Oppos' response was impeccable, at least in his opinion. However, one reporter scoffed in disbelief. Once the post-match interviews concluded, everyone finally relished a 2-day respite. Qin Chao returned to the hotel, where it was already 11 o'clock at night. Although Harden had invited him to a nightclub for a night of revelry, Qin Chao declined, finding it difficult to adapt to the unrestrained lifestyle of an open society. For players with ample means, this was merely the onset of their nightlife. Having showered, and just as he was about to review some game footage, there was a knock at the door. Old Nash? Still awake? Upon seeing Nash at the entrance, holding a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses, Qin Chao was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, Nash had always embodied the image of a refined gentleman, devoid of any vices. What prompted him to seek out a drink tonight? Initially, after freshening up, Nash intended to retire for the evening. However, reflecting on the day and Oppo's events in bed. Sleep eluded him. For a head coach, having a player challenge him and even change tactics was the utmost affront. Yet, having come from a player's background, Nash understood that victory was paramount for the players. Thus, he felt compelled to have a candid conversation with Qin Chao. It was essential to prevent any lingering resentment from this incident. "Qin, thank you for today and Oppo's game," Nash said, raising his glass towards Qin Chao before downing it in one go. Uncertain of Nash and Oppo's sudden exuberance, Qin Chao, as an Eastern individual, was well versed in the etiquette of drinking. He could not allow himself to appear disrespectful, so he signaled and followed suit, sipping from his glass. In his past life, Qin Chao had never consumed alcohol due to its detrimental effects on health. However, perhaps buoyed by the prospect of clinching a series victory, he felt a bit more relaxed tonight. As a member of the Nets, winning was simply expected. There was no need for gratitude. Pouring Nash half a glass, Qin Chao smiled. Nash, however, shook his head and leaned back on the sofa. "As a player, I understand the fervent desire for victory on the court. For I too have walked that path. One can lay everything aside and give their all for triumph." He seemed lost in thought, murmuring, "However, as a coach, I face many more considerations, which diminishes that impulse for victory." Nash shrugged, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "To be honest, since I took the helm of the Nets, many of my tactics and ideas may not be fully developed. Thus, I genuinely hope to receive your support." His blue eyes fixed on Qin Chao, filled with sincerity. Qin Chao finally comprehended the reason behind Nash's visit regarding the tactical changes. He quickly spread his hands. "We won, did we not?" Qin Chao lifted his glass, taking a small sip before turning to Nash. "I have never questioned your tactics. However, as you mentioned, as a coach, you must consider numerous objective factors, which might lead to occasional missteps. Nevertheless, I believe you will undoubtedly become one of the greatest coaches in the league." Nash's amiable disposition indeed earned Qin Chao's respect. Upon hearing Qin Chao's words, Nash paused momentarily, then his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Because you have the finest players at your disposal." Before Nash could revel in his excitement, Qin Chao's next remark left him utterly speechless. Chapter 17. James's cordial invitation. A conversation with Nash dissipated the lingering tension between them. While Nash may not be the most exemplary coach, his character is undoubtedly commendable. As a coach, his willingness to set aside his authority to engage in open dialogue with a player is a testament to his integrity. It is essential to recognize that within this league, most coaches are verbose in their wisdom, and even when they err, they refuse to allow players to voice their opinions. In this regard, Nash surpasses many of his peers. After finally bidding farewell to the old coach, Qin sighed deeply and reclined on his bed. The phone rang once more. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw an unrecognized number. Who could it be at such a late hour? "Hello, Qin. I hope I'm not disturbing you at this late hour." A playful voice echoed from the other end, one that Qin found strikingly familiar. "Is that LeBron?" Qin's voice rose in surprise. LeBron James, his idol. The very reason Qin had aspired to enter the NBA was tied to the electrifying dunks of the king, which had left an indelible mark on his memory. He yearned to compete alongside LeBron. To his astonishment, LeBron had actually called him. "Hey, buddy, I can end Oppo's. Do you believe you recognized my voice?" "I seriously suspect you have an infatuation with me," LeBron joked, known for his affable demeanor and frequent humor among those close to him. "LeBron, I presume this late-night call isn't just for laughs. What is the matter?" Qin inquired, amused yet cognizant of the gravity of the moment. Though exhilarated by the call from his idol, his heart was no longer that of the past. This life destined him for the pinnacle of the NBA, a stature that even LeBron would one day look up to. "Hey man, you've done well. I've watched your games, and they're impressive. I know your contract with the Nets is just a short 10-day one, and they haven't and Oppo's renewed it yet. How about joining the Lakers? Together we could chase the championship." While LeBron and Oppo's prime may have passed, his prowess remained formidable, placing him firmly among the stars. Aligning with him would significantly enhance the chances of securing a championship. Yet, Qin could only smile, replying, "LeBron, I am truly flattered by your invitation, but I must respectfully decline for the time being. I cannot leave the Nets." Qin sighed inwardly. His reluctance to depart was not due to a profound attachment to the team or the city, but rather a matter of loyalty. It was Coach Kai who had offered him a contract during his direst moments. Though it was merely a 10-day agreement, it represented a glimmer of warmth during his darkest hours. He felt compelled to repay that kindness, and unless the Nets traded him, he would never betray them or Coach Kai. While financial gain was indeed significant and Qin found himself in dire need of it, loyalty held far greater importance in his heart. This league had become devoid of human warmth, yet Qin was determined to alter that reality. Oh, I and Oppos am quite disappointed by your response, Qin. I hope you reconsider. If you join the Lakers, I will certainly advocate for a maximum salary contract from the management, LeBron persisted. Undeterred, Qin chuckled at LeBron's persistence. However, this was not a reason for him to depart. I'm sorry, LeBron. I can only say that perhaps in the future, we may have an opportunity to collaborate. Perhaps you could join the Nets, and we could fight side by side, Wooden and Oppos. Would that be splendid? The Nets boasted stars like Durant, Kyrie, and Harden. Adding LeBron to the mix would undoubtedly elevate their competitiveness. Yet, it remained a mere fantasy, as the trio had already maxed out the team and Oppos' salary cap. And bringing in LeBron would likely incur exorbitant luxury tax penalties. The league and Oppos' luxury tax was exorbitant. On the other end of the line, LeBron was taken aback. His purpose and calling was to recruit Qin, yet it seemed the tables had turned. That night, Qin struggled to find restful sleep, his thoughts stirred by LeBron and Oppos' invitation. However, at 6 the next morning, he rose punctually. After jogging around the hotel vicinity for half an hour, he arrived at the arena. Daily training had become a steadfast routine for him. The air in Atlanta was refreshingly crisp. Unlike the bustling metropolis of New York, Atlanta lacked heavy industry, resulting in significantly reduced pollution. The arena was deserted, save for Qin, who had arrived early. Beep. System task issued. Task 1. Perform 1,000 shuttle runs. Stamina increased by 5, complete within 3 hours. Task 2. Execute 1,000 mid-range shots, shooting accuracy increased by 3. Complete within 4 hours. Upon reviewing the tasks displayed on the system panel, Qin sighed. Today's tasks were relatively standard. Presently, his three-point shooting had improved, and his physical condition had seen enhancements. However, when faced with intense defensive pressure, his three-point shooting percentage still fell short. Mastery of mid-range shots could provide him with an additional offensive weapon. Yet, stamina remained a significant weakness. The physical attributes of Asian players often lag behind those of their Western counterparts. In moments of intense physical confrontation on the court, stamina depletion became substantial. Enhancing his stamina would indeed be a prudent choice. Caught in a dilemma, Qin pondered extensively before ultimately opting for the mid-range shooting task. With the Nets and Oppos' bench depth sufficient, he Wooden and Oppos' need to play the entirety of each game unless everyone else was off their game. Thus, he could focus on being a scoring asset. He selected the second task. Beep. Task 2 selected. Commencing countdown. The system wasted no time, launching directly into the countdown. Qin chuckled ruefully before activating the shooting machine. Catch, jump, shoot. Catch, jump, shoot. The arena resonated with the rhythmic sound of basketballs swishing through the net. Sweat streamed down Qin's face as he engaged in mid-range shooting, a seemingly simple task that, when executed repetitively, proved physically taxing. An hour later, panting heavily, Qin sat on the floor. Checking the system panel, he noted the remaining time, 1 hour 58 minutes. With a completion count of 401 out of 1,000, still 600 shots to go. Gritting his teeth, he rose from the ground. As his stamina waned, both the speed and accuracy of his shots began to decline. Having completed 400 shots in the first hour, the subsequent 3 would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Repeating the actions of catching, jumping, and shooting, Qin felt as though he had transformed into a shooting machine. Chapter 18. The Deadly Shot. Damn it, Qin. Why are you here so early again? At 8 in the morning, as everyone arrived at the gym, they found Qin Chao practicing mid-range shots. Xiaoza chuckled, playfully scolding him. Meanwhile, Shamet wore a serious expression, his brows tightly knitted. With abilities surpassing others and such diligence in training, Qin Chao left no room for anyone else to thrive. Durant approached and patted Qin Chao on the shoulder. Brother, we and Oppos' VE already secured match point. There and Oppos' no need to push yourself so hard. As the leader of the team, Durant treated Qin Chao with utmost friendliness, genuinely regarding him as a brother. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Qin Chao smiled wryly. Our goal is the championship. How can we not strive for it? With that, he raised his hand once more, and the ball swished through the net. Durant was deeply touched by Qin Chao's indomitable spirit, which bordered on madness. While training was essential, it was equally important to protect one's body. As the NBA demands a great deal physically, overexertion could jeopardize a player's career. He whispered to Qin Chao. cautioning him about the fate of many talented players who saw their careers cut short due to physical issues. He did not wish for Qin Chao to follow the same path. "Don't worry, I understand my limits," Qin Chao nodded. However, there was something he needed Durant's assistance with. "As long as I can help, I will," Durant replied, intrigued by what Qin Chao required. Glancing at Nash, who had just walked in, Qin Chao lowered his voice. "Please let the coach know that I won't participate in the internal training this morning." Durant was momentarily taken aback, but quickly revealed a mischievous smile. "What a trivial matter. Leave it to me." As the team leader, he still held some influence. Moreover, given Qin Chao and Appo's current standing in the team, even if he approached Nash directly, it was unlikely that Nash would refuse him. Qin Chao understood that even without Durant's intercession, Nash would not deny him. However, he recognized that this gesture acknowledged Durant and Appo's leadership role. In recent matches, Qin Chao and Appo's outstanding performance had overshadowed Durant and Appo's. This was not beneficial for a mature team. So Qin Chao aimed to ensure that Durant felt no resentment. Indeed, Durant spoke with Nash and then gestured to Qin Chao, indicating that it was taken care of. Qin Chao responded with a smile before receiving the ball, jumping, and shooting. As the countdown reached the final 30 seconds, Qin Chao executed a fading jump shot, and the basketball seamlessly entered the hoop. Ding! The system detects the host has completed a task, increasing mid-range shooting accuracy by 3%. Previously, Qin Chao had practiced mid-range shots, achieving a 50% success rate. However, due to inferior physical attributes compared to other players, opportunities to shoot were rare. Now, with his physical condition improved significantly, he could finally test the effectiveness of his mid-range shots. 3 days later, at 7:30 in the evening, the fourth game of the Eastern Conference Finals finally commenced at the Phillips Arena. In pre-game interviews, the Hawks players expressed their determination to reclaim a win. The Nets, however, merely smiled faintly. Having already secured match point, they needed only one more victory to advance to the finals, ensuring ample rest time. Thus, both teams were determined to give their all in this match. Harden returned to the starting lineup. Initially, it seemed Qin Chao would play as a substitute, but Nash surprisingly benched center Aldridge. On the court, the lineup consisted of Durant, Irving, Harden, Qin Chao, and the sharpshooter Harris, a pure five-small lineup, with each player possessing remarkable scoring ability. Upon seeing their opponents, the Hawks felt a chill of trepidation. Once, the Warriors had dominated the league with their five-small lineup. Yet, compared to the Nets and Appo's quintet, theirs paled in comparison. Defense is paramount. We must guard against the three-pointer, especially that Qin Chao, McMillan bellowed. In the previous 3 games, it was Qin Chao and Appo's explosive performance that had swung the momentum in favor of the Nets. Hence, McMillan instructed his players to focus on defending Qin Chao, particularly against his three-point shots. Despite being the focal point of the defense, Qin Chao remained unfazed. The moment he stepped onto the court, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected in action. Reward: Super Mid-Range Shooting Skill Pack. Applicable for this game only. Please activate the skill pack at any time. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chao activated the skill pack. Although his mid-range shooting percentage had risen to over 50, shooting unguarded was a different affair from shooting in a game. With victory in sight, he could not afford any mistakes. As the game commenced, Capella tipped the ball to Trae Young, who, after 3 passes, scored with a powerful dunk. Turning back, Qin Chao dribbled past half court, but Trae Young, Reggie, and Collins converged on him, denying him any opportunity for a three-pointer. "We must win this game. You won't get to shoot from beyond the arc, Qin Chao." Trae Young glared at him, his intense gaze intimidating. Yet, Qin Chao showed no signs of intimidation. Dribbling with his left hand, he suddenly accelerated, slipping past Trae Young, who was caught off guard, while Reggie and Collins lagged behind. Approaching the three-point line, Capella rushed to help defend, but Qin Chao abruptly halted. With explosive force, he leaped high into the air. His wrist flicked, and the basketball traced a perfect arc before swishing through the net. "Let him shoot too. That was just luck." "As long as we contain his three-pointer, we have a chance," McMillan shouted. The Hawks players nodded in agreement. Throughout the preceding 3 games, Qin Chao had only showcased his three-point shooting and dunks, leading them to conclude he lacked mid-range capability. Hence, if they could restrict his three-point shots, they believed they could defeat him. "Do you think I lack mid-range skills?" Qin Chao grinned. "Then I'll show you how to shoot mid-range shots to your demise." Not only Qin Chao, but Durant, Irving, Harden, and others also laughed. Just yesterday, Qin Chao had tirelessly practiced mid-range shots for an entire morning. They had noted that his mid-range shooting percentage had reached an astonishing 90% during training. What does that signify? Out of 10 shots, he could make 9, an extraordinary feat. Although training and games differed, when had Qin Chao ever disappointed? Allow him to shoot mid-range? That was McMillan's grievous error. In the ensuing game, nearly everyone set up plays for Qin Chao. From the 45-degree angle, free throw line, or corner, as soon as he crossed the three-point line, Qin Chao would leap and shoot. The basketball seemed to possess an irresistible attraction to the hoop. Swish, swish, swish. The sound rang out repeatedly, delightful to the ears. By halftime, Qin Chao had scored 50 points, making 20 out of 25 mid-range shots. The Nets led 78-42, swiftly pushing the game into garbage time. Nash clenched his fist in excitement. Once the final buzzer sounded, they would secure a place in the finals, sweeping the Hawks 4-0 and finally leading the team into the championship series. His gaze turned to Qin Chao, filled with gratitude. Chapter 19. Old Kai. You're a bit stingy in the Eastern Conference semifinals. When the players of the Nets had seemingly given up, it was Qin Chao who emerged, showcasing his extraordinary three-point shooting to propel the Nets into the Eastern Conference Finals. Faced with the youthful and exuberant Hawks, once again, it was Qin Chao who stepped forward, leading the Nets in a series of counterattacks, ultimately sweeping the series 4-1. Tears welled up in Nash's eyes as he fully understood the implications of a failed season. Qin. Thank you, Nash said solemnly as he approached. They embraced warmly. Old Nash, you're a great coach. Let us bring home the O'Brien Trophy together. Qin Chao was not one to easily express his emotions, yet he would prove himself through his actions, step by step. With the final whistle, the Nets triumphed in Game 4, 109-98. Qin Chao played for 23 minutes, scoring 50 points with no assists, rebounds, or steals. In this match, he was purely a shooter, obliterating the Hawks with his mid-range shots. After the game, Qin Chao did not attend the post-match interview, as he was summoned by a phone call. In the luxury box at Phillips Arena, Musk and Boss Kai sat on the sofa, both wearing smiles. When the door knocked, Musk personally opened it. Qin. Congratulations on advancing to the finals. He embraced Qin Chao, patting him firmly on the back. Ahem, I would much prefer if you treated me to dinner, Qin Chao joked. Well done, Qin, Boss Kai said, giving him a thumbs up before personally pouring a glass of red wine and pushing it towards him. Qin Chao smiled and sat down. It's thanks to Boss Kai's Qin that I'm not packing my bags to go back home. Had it not been for Boss Kai offering him a 10-day contract, Qin Chao would indeed have been without a team. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, behind his glasses, his eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Qin Chao, I called you here tonight to discuss your contract renewal. Finally, Boss Kai got to the point. Last time, Musk had expressed his anticipation for Qin Chao's performance. Now, having swept the Hawks 4-1, Qin Chao provided ample evidence of his capabilities. He had proven that he could not only establish himself with the Nets, but also within the NBA. Musk exchanged glances with Qin Chao, moving to sit opposite him. You know, there are 3 max contracts on the team, and we've hit the salary cap. Therefore, we would like to offer you a mid-level contract for renewal. Musk wore an awkward smile. Given Qin Chao's performance, a mid-level contract felt utterly insufficient. After all, he had been in the league for a few years, well past his rookie phase. Even a 1-year max contract exceeding $40 million would not be excessive. Boss Kai remained silent, calmly observing Qin Chao, who appeared unfazed, as if the matter did not concern him. As Musk finished speaking, the room fell into silence, with only the sound of 3 breaths echoing. After a lengthy pause, Musk could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and turned to Qin Chao with a smile. Qin, what do you think? If you're dissatisfied, we can continue discussing this. Dissatisfied? Qin Chao was exceedingly dissatisfied. To offer him a mid-level contract based on his performance? Was this a joke? Turning to glance at Boss Kai, he found him watching intently. Unhurriedly, Qin Chao took out his phone and opened his call log. Boss Kai. Last night, I received a call from LeBron, who expressed interest in inviting me to join the Lakers. Do you know how I responded? Taken aback by Qin Chao's statement, Boss Kai paused. He understood that as Qin Chao's performance shone brighter, and with the Nets failing to renew his contract, many would be tempted to pursue him. However, he did not expect LeBron to personally reach out. This signified something significant. LeBron held considerable influence within the Lakers and could sway executive decisions at will. What did you say? Musk inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. I told him that during my most challenging times, it was Boss Kai who provided me with a contract, enabling me to establish myself in the NBA. I, Qin Chao, am not ungrateful, so unless the higher-ups wish to part with me, I will not leave the nets. His words resonated clearly. Boss Kai was sharp-witted. Upon hearing Qin Chao's statement, he understood. This was not a declaration of his unwillingness to leave. Rather, it was a stipulation that he would remain as long as the Nets offered a suitable contract. If the organization disregarded his value, it would indicate their desire to cast him aside. With a bitter smile, Boss Kai lifted his glass of red wine. Qin Chao, I understand your position. Although we are both of Chinese descent, I will not make things difficult for you. How about this? There is still the finals this season. Regardless of whether you lead the Nets to a championship, I will offer you a $5 million contract until the end of the season. We can discuss the renewal in detail during the off-season. What do you think? With only the finals remaining this season, it meant a maximum of 7 games left to play. $5 million for 7 games equated to over $70,000 per game. Even the superstars would likely not receive such a deal. Qin Chao was momentarily stunned, while Musk appeared equally astonished, questioning whether he had misheard. Although Boss Kai was wealthy in the league, this was still business. No one would engage in a losing venture. Are you serious? Qin Chao asked quietly. Looking at Boss Kai. Of course, I believe in your worth, Boss Kai replied, his smile shrewd, reminiscent of a cunning fox. It's a deal. Qin Chao stood and shook hands with Boss Kai. That very night, as the Nets triumphed over the Hawks and advanced to the finals, a lucrative contract was born, swiftly spreading throughout the league. $5 million for a maximum of 7 games. Upon hearing the news, James was left speechless for quite some time. Goodness. Has old Kai lost his mind? Should I consider joining the Nets? In contrast, the Nets were filled with excitement. Qin Chao's performance had won their admiration. Even Durant showed no signs of superiority, often referring to Qin Chao as a brother. Qin, congratulations on securing a lucrative renewal. Although it only lasts until the end of the season, it reflects your true value, Durant said, laughing as he embraced Qin Chao. Players like him, earning over $40 million annually, naturally did not regard a mere $5 million as significant. Moreover, players preferred longer contracts, as a career in sports was unpredictable, with injuries potentially leading to early retirement. A long-term contract would provide financial security. Chapter 20. 1,000 three-point shots upon returning from Atlanta to Brooklyn. The players were granted a day of respite. They had already secured the title of Eastern Conference champions, a distinction that validated their prowess before fans worldwide. Mid-season, the arrival of Harden had propelled the Nets from a mid-tier team to a formidable championship contender, shouldering the immense expectations of their supporters. Now, having reached the finals, they stood just a step away from hoisting the coveted O'Brien Trophy. Thus, the players required time to unwind, even to come to terms with their current reality. Qin Chao, rare for him, spent the day lounging in bed. The series of intense contests had left him severely fatigued, and the old injury to his right wrist was beginning to throb. It was commonplace for professional athletes to bear injuries, and resting to recuperate was entirely normal. Yet, having previously signed only short-term contracts, Qin Chao had hesitated to take time off. At 6 o'clock, he rose promptly, and although his wrist still ached, his spirits had revived considerably. He jogged from the dormitory to the arena, using it as a warm-up. The Nets training facility, known as the HSS Training Center, was an opulent 7-story building featuring an orthopedic hospital on the first floor, a basketball court, 2 weight rooms, and various showers. Upon entering the training center, the doorman, who had come to recognize Qin Chao, greeted him with a smile. Young man, you've become quite the asset to the Nets. Why are you here so early? The doorman appeared surprised by Qin Chao and Appo's early arrival, as one would expect stars to be surrounded by admirers, living a life of leisure. It was rare to see someone as disciplined as Qin Chao. With the finals approaching, how could he afford to be lax? Qin Chao smiled in response and walked directly into the gym. Ding, the system has issued a task. Task 1, make 1,000 three-point shots. Increase three-point shooting percentage to 50. Task 2, complete 1,000 shuttle runs. Increase stamina by 5. Upon viewing the task panel in his mind, Qin Chao furrowed his brow. Task 2 had appeared previously, but he had opted to enhance his mid-range shooting percentage instead. He hadn't and Appo's. He anticipated the system would present the task again, indicating that it would continue to resurface until completed. However, at this moment, scoring was of utmost importance to Qin Chao. Focusing on the first task, his heart raced at the thought of achieving a 53 three-point shooting percentage. Wasn't Appo's that rather daunting? Indeed, the system was formidable. Nothing was unattainable, only unimagined. Considering that Curry and Appo's three-point shooting percentage hovered around the 40s, marking him as one of the league and Oppo's elite sharpshooters. If Qin Chao were to attain a 50 rate, it would mean he could expect to make 1 out of every 2 attempts. Though percentages are merely statistical representations and do not reflect actual performance, this prospect was exhilarating for Qin Chao. He chose task 1 decisively. As previously emphasized, scoring was paramount for him at this juncture. With Kyrie, Harden, and Durant on the team, all exceptional scorers in their own right. The only missing element was a reliable three-point threat. Although Joe Harris was dubbed a sharpshooter, his inconsistent performances left much to be desired. Therefore, Qin Chao had to bear this standard. Activating the shooting machine, it whirred to life as a basketball was sent his way. Qin Chao caught it with ease, bending his knees, raising his arms, leaping, and releasing with a flick of his wrist. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. The task panel in his mind updated. Completion progress, 1/1000. Remaining time, 9:59. Making a basket every 10 seconds was already an impressive feat. Yet Qin Chao understood that as fatigue set in, his shooting percentage would inevitably decline, and the time required for each shot would increase. Moments later, the machine delivered another ball. He caught it, repeated the sequence, and with 10 shots taken, he successfully made 8. With a prior three-point shooting percentage of 45. Such proficiency was to be expected. After an hour, Qin Chao sat on the floor, panting heavily. Large beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, soaking his shirt. His right wrist trembled continuously, morphing from a dull ache into a sharp pain. Gritting his teeth, he realized that if he did not address his wrist injury promptly, it could jeopardize his performance in the upcoming finals. When Durant entered, he found Qin Chao quietly seated, gasping for breath, his wrist shaking violently. Concern etched across Durant and Oppo's face as he approached. "Qin, are you injured?" he inquired, his brow furrowed. "KD?" Qin Chao blinked, quickly rising. It was only 7:30 a.m. He had expected Durant to arrive so early. "I'm fine, just fatigued," Qin Chao replied with a smile, awkwardly hiding his right hand behind his back. Although he had recently signed a $5 million contract, it was still a short-term deal that did not cover injury treatment. Durant's gaze did not miss Qin Chao's subtle movements. "Brother, we are about to enter the finals, and I hope you can be in peak condition." His piercing eyes remained fixed on Qin Chao. Feeling the weight of Durant and Oppo's scrutiny, Qin Chao forced a smile, but eventually revealed his hand. "It's an old injury. The intensity of recent games has aggravated it. KD, I implore you not to inform the coach, Idon and Oppo's. T1 any regrets in the finals." Meeting Durant and Oppo's gaze earnestly, Qin Chao conveyed his determination. He had given everything for this moment, unwilling to let it slip away. Durant and Oppo's expression shifted, uncertainty clouding his eyes. After a moment and Oppo's hesitation, he nodded decisively. "All right, I will keep it under wraps, but you must take care of yourself. After practice today, come to my place. I'll have my personal physician take a look at you." He found it hard to refuse someone as passionate about basketball as Qin Chao. "Thank you. I'll heed your advice, KD," Qin Chao replied with a grin. He resumed his three-point shooting, but the pressure on his right hand was becoming unbearable. Reluctantly, he switched to his left hand. Although he had practiced left-handed shooting before, his form and power were not quite right, resulting in a lower shooting percentage. However, he had no other choice. He had to take a gamble. He received the ball, held it with his left hand, and used his right for support. Jumping and releasing. He shot. Bang. As anticipated, the ball clanged harshly against the rim and bounced away. Again, Qin Chao muttered under his breath. Bang. Bang. The series of missed shots drew a frown from Durant, who was warming up nearby. He had noticed Qin Chao and Oppo's shift to shooting with his left hand and couldn't help but express concern. Bang. Bang. Swish. Finally, after the 7th attempt, the ball found its way through the hoop. 1 out of 7, a dismal shooting percentage. Qin Chao could only chuckle ruefully, recognizing the stark contrast between real shooting and statistical averages. Chapter 21. Intra-team scrimmage. He boasted a three-point shooting accuracy of 45%, and logically, he should be able to achieve such a feat with either hand. However, reality proved otherwise. With a wry smile, he continued to shoot. Thud thud swish, although his left hand was gradually becoming accustomed to shooting, his accuracy was also beginning to improve. At 9 in the morning, when the other players arrived at the training facility, they found Durant and Qin Chao each immersed in their training, their practice gear already drenched with sweat. They had grown accustomed to the fervor of these two individuals. After changing clothes, they began their warm-ups. "Qin, I brought you breakfast, Qin Chao said, hurrying over with a smile, placing a breakfast meal beside Qin Chao. Thank you, Qin Chao replied with a smile before launching another three-pointer. Swish, the basketball swooshed through the net, yet again a perfect shot. Beside him, Qin Chao's gaze was filled with envy. His contract had just converted to a guaranteed one, but in comparison to Qin Chao, the disparity was vast. Both were rookies starting out, and even his physical prowess and skills surpassed Qin Chao and Appo's. Yet now, Qin Chao had already secured a spot as a starter while he remained at the end of the bench. Noticing Qin Chao's despondency, Qin Chao patted his shoulder. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, my brother. I believe in you. You can definitely make it. Qin Chao spoke sincerely. Ever since he led the team to sweep the Hawks and reach the finals, Qin Chao had become his little admirer, eagerly attending to his needs. Thus, Qin Chao endeavored to look after this younger brother as much as possible. Can I really do it, Qin? Qin Chao asked excitedly, gazing at Qin Chao's earnest face. Qin Chao nodded emphatically. Trust me, you absolutely can. Seeing Qin Chao reminded Qin Chao of his former self, driven by a passion for basketball. He arrived on this stage where there was no favoritism, only meritocracy. For newcomers, receiving care and support was the greatest solace for the soul. Having experienced these sentiments himself, it was why Qin Chao offered such encouragement to Qin Chao. Tears welled in Qin Chao's eyes as he nodded vigorously. Qin, I promise I will train hard and never let you down. Qin Chao genuinely liked this young lad with blonde hair and patted his shoulder, encouraging him to train. As Qin Chao had requested, he would not participate in team training that morning, instead spending his time alone in a corner diligently practicing three-point shots. At noon, when everyone went to eat, Durant approached him and asked, Qin, care to join us? But Qin Chao shook his head. It's all right, you all go ahead. Although Durant genuinely admired Qin Chao's dedication to training, he did not approve of it. Brother, training should be accumulated over time, not a single binge. This kind of training is too taxing on your body. If you injure yourself, your career will be significantly shortened. Come on, Durant, you're talking about Harden. He is the real heavy one. Qin Chao chuckled while pointing at Harden, who was walking towards the exit. Hearing someone poke fun at him, Harden turned around. What is going on? His voice thick with a drawl. Nothing, just complimenting your physique, Qin Chao replied with a wave of his hand. With a clear glint in his eyes, Harden shot a glance at Qin Chao before disappearing through the door. Don't worry, big guy. I know what I'm doing. This is the closest we've ever been to a championship, and we must seize this opportunity. Qin Chao's gaze grew resolute, a strong sense of determination emanating from him. Feeling this fierce spirit, Durant swallowed down the words of caution he had intended to share, instead offering a resigned smile. Brother, good luck. At 2 in the afternoon, as Qin Chao took another shot, the basketball struck the backboard before cascading toward the hoop, dancing gracefully as if a ballet dancer upon the rim. Thud, thud, thud. After bouncing 5 or 6 times, it reluctantly fell through the net. Meanwhile, in his mind, the task board displayed, task progress, 1000, remaining time, 2:30:28. Qin Chao felt as if his body had become a heap of clay, unwilling to move. Fortunately, possessing a 45% three-point accuracy meant he could accomplish this. Otherwise, even with 10 more hours, he might not have succeeded. The toll on his stamina was immense, especially when shooting with his left hand, which felt particularly torturous. At long last, everything had come to a close. Beep. Training task completed. Host's three-point shooting accuracy increased to 50. With the system's notification, Qin Chao felt as if a pure energy was gradually emerging from his nearly depleted body. Slowly, the fatigue began to dissipate, replaced by a surge of powerful strength. Aware that it was a mental phenomenon, Qin Chao remained seated on the floor. Durant hurried over. How is it going? Finished? Knowing that Qin Chao had set a plan for himself, he could tell by his appearance that it had likely been accomplished. Qin Chao nodded with a smile. Big Durant, you can completely trust me for the upcoming games. A look of excitement spread across his face. Durant, puzzled, gazed at Qin Chao, unsure why he had suddenly made such a statement. Internally, Durant mused, we've always believed in you. With your strength, who wouldn't he? However, he held his tongue, recognizing that Qin Chao must have his reasons for saying so. If he chose not to elaborate, Durant would not pry. Go soak in my liquid nitrogen tank. It'll help you recover quickly. We have an intra-team scrimmage in an hour. Qin Chao did not decline. The liquid nitrogen tank was quite effective for restoring stamina. An hour later, the players lined up in 2 rows. One side featured Durant, Qin Chao, Qin Chao, Griffin, and Jordan. while the other comprised Harden, Irving, Harris, Aldridge, and Shamet. The 5v5 intra-team scrimmage was about to commence. "Qin, take them down and make them treat us tonight," Durant said, exchanging a high five with Qin Chao. "As you wish," Qin Chao replied with a smile, then turned his gaze towards Harden and Irving. He noticed Harden shrink his neck. "Kyrie, why do I feel a chill running down my back?" Irving shivered in response. "Brother, I feel it too." The intra-squad game consisted of 4 quarters, each lasting 10 minutes. With no timeouts except for halftime, Jordan passed the ball to Qin Chao and quickly moved down the lane. As soon as he received the ball, Shamet was already closing in on him, his gaze fiercely fixed on Qin Chao. Since Qin Chao's rise, Shamet's position within the team had become increasingly precarious. He was on the verge of falling out of the rotation. Consequently, he harbored resentment towards Qin Chao. Observing Shamet glaring at him with hostility, Qin Chao remained unfazed. This was the NBA. Everything was determined by strength. There was little he could do. "I will definitely guard you," Shamet coldly declared. "I look forward to it," Qin Chao replied. And then, right before Shamet, he dribbled the ball twice, bent his knees, and leaped. Shamet's focus was entirely on Qin Chao. Seeing this, he leaned forward, spreading his arms wide to prepare for a block. Yet the Qin dynasty had already passed the ball to the left hand. With a flick of the wrist, the basketball was released from the grasp. Chapter 22. Qin Chao. "You were just ab'd a perfect arc slice through the air as the basketball descended into the net. 3 points. Qin Chao raised 3 fingers, gesturing triumphantly in front of Shamet. "Shit," Shamet cursed angrily. He had been closely guarding him, yet he was still taken aback by Qin Chao's ability to shoot 3-pointers with his left hand. What frustrated him even more was the fact that Qin Chao and Apos' shots were remarkably accurate. Durant chuckled and exchanged a high five with Qin Chao. "Brother, all that practice on 3-pointers has paid off." Qin Chao had indeed practiced hundreds, if not thousands, of 3-point shots. It would be strange if he were inaccurate. "Thanks," Qin Chao replied with a smile, playfully pouting at Shamet before turning to defend. Shamet dribbled the ball forward with speed, but after several unsuccessful attempts to break through, he had no choice but to pass it to Harden. The bearded player utilized his physical advantage, backing into Kyoza and executing a Euro step to score 2 points off the backboard. The bearded one's breakthroughs remained sharp. The score fluctuated back and forth, with both teams exchanging leads. By the end of the second quarter, the score was tied at 50-50. In the first half, Qin Chao had only attempted 4 3-pointers but boasted an impressive 100 shooting accuracy. Furthermore, all 4 3-pointers had been made while facing Shamet's defense, which left Shamet feeling humiliated and increasingly irate. "Qin, do you need to have a word with Shamet? The finals are coming up, and if there and Apos' any discord among teammates." Nash noticed the tension and pulled Qin Chao aside, inquiring softly. However, Qin Chao simply smiled and shook his head. "I will talk to him, but not now." As the second half commenced, Qin Chao and Apos' desire to attack was fervent. With no flashy dribbling or complicated maneuvers, he received the ball and took direct 3-point shots. From the top of the arc, at a 45-degree angle, and even 2 logo 3-pointers, he scored 7 consecutive 3-pointers in just 5 minutes, racking up 21 points. The lead quickly expanded to 15 points. Shamet's face turned a deep shade of anger, his body trembling. His defense was among the best in the league. Yet in front of Qin Chao, he seemed like a mere child. Once again facing Shamet, Qin Chao did not rush to attack. "I know you're unwilling to accept me, but on what grounds?" Dribbling one-handed while staring at Shamet, Qin Chao spoke calmly. This statement seemed to unleash Shamet's pent-up fury. "You're nothing but unwanted trash. Why do you get to start? How can you earn 500,000 in just 7 games? Why?" Shamet nearly roared, his voice echoing like a howl, silencing the entire training facility, leaving only the sound of Qin Chao and Apos' dribbling. Thud, thud, thud. Everyone fell silent, watching the two. They could feel Shamet and Apos' emotions, but they had no way to intervene. Today, the two finally stood face to face, and it was time to settle things. "On what grounds?" Qin Chao snorted coldly. "On the grounds that I wake up at 6 every morning to train. On the grounds that I waited for years in the NBA, still refusing to give up. On the grounds that I pursue my dreams, no matter the cost. On the grounds that I work hard without complaint." Qin Chao shouted back, the basketball in his hands becoming increasingly forceful. With his roar, he suddenly took off, slipping past Shamet. He raised both hands high, as if igniting a fire in the sky. Bang! A powerful dunk rattled the rim. Qin Chao's expression remained calm, his gaze somewhat indifferent as he walked slowly to Shamit's side. If you're a man, then train hard and reclaim what you have lost, rather than whining all day. I have said all that needs to be said. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. With that, Qin Chao turned toward Nash. I need a break. This was not an act of arrogance, but a necessity to give Shamet time to contemplate. If he remained on the court, Shamet would likely never come to terms with it. Nash nodded, a look of appreciation in his eyes. He firmly believed that Qin Chao's words would surely enlighten Shamet. After playing just over 20 minutes, Qin Chao had already scored 35 points, an astonishing efficiency that was unmatched. Shamet stood there, frozen in place, his mind filled with Qin Chao and Appos, as shouts. Slowly, he clenched his fists. Qin Chao, I will return, and I will reclaim what is rightfully mine. Like a hungry wolf awakening from slumber, Shamet's eyes turned red as he let out a furious roar. Ultimately, the outcome was that Qin Chao's team emerged victorious. In fact, during the fourth quarter, all the starters were benched, allowing the usual substitutes to play the entirety of the final period. In this intra-squad scrimmage, while Qin Chao excelled, Shamet also displayed remarkable performance, scoring 16 points in the fourth quarter and nearly turning the game around. Although the opponents were all bench players, it was evident to everyone that Shamet had awakened. While the intensity of a scrimmage could not compare to that of an official game, it still revealed many issues. Nash nodded in satisfaction. Guys, everyone performed well today. As per our previous agreement, the losing team will treat everyone tonight. Where shall we go for dinner? Having been a player himself, Nash understood how to lighten the mood among his players. Given that most of the Nets had never participated in a finals before, it was natural for many to feel psychological pressure as the championship approached. Nash's intention was to help them set aside their burdens. Qin Chao shrugged, expressing indifference. He was unfamiliar with such matters, and, in comparison to Harden, he was practically a good boy. I know a nightclub nearby that has excellent food. Why don't Appos, we go there? I happen to have a membership card, Harden said with a smile to the group. Durant nodded, grinning. When it came to dining and entertainment, Harden was indeed a master. Seeing that their leader had approved, the others naturally had no objections. A dozen luxury cars roared out of the garage, their engines booming as they sped toward the nightclub. Qin Chao had initially thought about purchasing a car for transportation, but due to his previous wandering lifestyle, he had never had the means. Now that he had $500,000 in hand, it was time to consider it. What do you think? I just got this a few days ago, Durant asked Qin Chao cheerfully while sitting in the driver's seat. This Lamborghini Urus was one of Durant's favorites, valued at over $2 million. To Qin Chao, this was an astronomical sum, but for Durant, whose salary was in the tens of millions, it was merely pocket change. Qin Chao smiled wryly and shook his head. It's too extravagant. However, Durant disagreed. Brother, a car is a symbol of a man's status. If you go to a nightclub without a luxury car, how will those beautiful women be drawn to you? Seeing Durant and Appos' smug smile, Qin Chao regretted getting into his car. Initially, he thought Durant was a gentleman, but it seemed he was also a rather lewd character. Chapter 23 Chris, you have aged. Joked a few words as the car roared to life. Qin, the remarks you made to Shamet today had quite a positive effect. Are you hoping to see him start in the finals 3 days from now? Originally, it was his responsibility to ease the team's morale. However, the estrangement between Shamet and Qin was beyond his ability to mend. Yet, the actions of Qin today were remarkably effective, a result that everyone in the Nets was eager to witness. It is essential to recognize that on the grand stage of the finals, a teammate who can unleash their full potential will provide tremendous support. Unexpectedly, Qin shook his head. Whether I play or not is the coach Nash and Appos' decision. It has nothing to do with me. Then why did you today? Durant questioned in confusion. I just Don and Appos. Do you want to look at his sour face all day? As if everyone owes him money. Qin replied dismissively, rolling his eyes at him. Observing Qin and Appos' nonchalant demeanor, Durant found himself both amused and exasperated. As they waited at a red light, he chuckled. Qin, you truly are something else. One could only wonder how Shamet would react upon discovering Qin and Appos' sentiments. Would he not go mad? After a night of revelry, Qin rose early the next morning. A habit cultivated over many years is not easily altered. Moreover, Qin relished this life of rigorous training. Although he now possesses a system that enhances his performance to that of a superstar, the assurance derived from personal effort outweighs what the system provides. Today there was no training, so they all gathered at the office to analyze game footage. The results of the Western Conference Finals had emerged. The Suns had triumphed. Thus, The Nets would face the Phoenix Suns, boasting the talents of Paul and Booker, in the finals. This news cast a shadow of pressure over the Nets. The Suns and Oppo's strength was unquestionable, with seasoned veteran Chris Paul, the player heralded as Kobe, and Oppo's as successor, Booker, and the emerging star Ayton dominating the paint. They possessed formidable depth. On paper, their prowess matched that of the Nets, promising a challenging battle ahead. The video analysis was conducted by professionals, and Qin found little interest in it. However, he was quite intrigued by several members of the Suns. As a veteran with years of experience in the league, Paul and Oppo's capabilities and game knowledge were beyond reproach. His role as the team's linchpin ensured the Suns' offense flowed smoothly. Likewise, Booker's talent was indisputable, being considered Kobe's heir. He was formidable both in isolation and from beyond the arc. Ayton, but technically raw, utilized his impressive physicality to dominate the paint. The Nets and Oppo's interior presence, whether it be Aldridge or others, was aging or inexperienced, rendering them vulnerable against Ayton. Perceiving Qin and Oppo's concerns, Durant placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Just give your all. Why overthink it? This was the demeanor expected of a leader within a team. Before the game, one should never burden oneself or teammates with excessive pressure. Qin shrugged. After all, having never participated in the finals, feeling pressure is normal. He would not allow himself to succumb to anxiety. Having wandered this stage for many years, Qin had witnessed the fickleness of human emotions. Everything must be earned through effort. Furthermore, for him, games only ignited his competitive spirit. What he yearned for was to secure victory and claim the championship. Finally, the day of the match arrived. The atmosphere among the Nets was somewhat subdued. Despite Nash's attempts to uplift their spirits, his efforts bore little fruit. Qin, you will start tonight, Nash stated firmly as he approached Qin, while tying his shoelaces. Qin did not look up, but replied with a solemn all right. The Nets retained their small ball, starting five. The decision to deploy this lineup from the outset underscored Nash's seriousness regarding the match. Playing in the Suns' home arena, Nash aspired to seize the first game, as winning it would be crucial for the Nets and Oppo's momentum. Qin, Durant, Irving, Harden, and Joe Harris were all agile and capable scorers. In contrast, the Suns' starting lineup had also been announced: Paul, Booker, Ayton, Bridges, and Johnson, a classic big and small lineup. Clearly, Suns coach Monty had conducted in-depth research on the Nets. This configuration aimed to match the Nets' agility. The Nets were a team that thrived on rhythm, unlike the Suns, whose offense was assured under Chris Paul's orchestration. Indeed, the seasoned coach exhibited commendable strategy. Durant snorted, his eyes ablaze with competitive fervor. Qin completed a brief warm-up and strode onto the court. Qin, Qin, Qin. As Qin took the floor, a portion of the Nets and Oppo's fans erupted in cheers for him. Currently, Qin enjoyed immense popularity within the Nets organization. In this league, where prowess reigns supreme, true talent garners the utmost adoration from fans. He waved to the audience, his face devoid of a smile. Ding. Detecting host starting the game. System rewards the skill Death Grip, valid for 10 minutes. Death Grip? Qin's eyes lit up. Wasn't that Leonard's signature defensive technique? It is well known that in this league, signature moves are reserved for the most formidable players, whether it be James' thunderous dunks, Kobe's picturesque fadeaways, Durant's lethal pull-ups, Rose's explosive crossovers, or Iverson's dazzling dribble. However, all these signatures belong to offensive plays, whereas Leonard's is rooted in defense, illustrating the terror of the Death Grip. Initially, Qin pondered how to contain Booker. Now, it appeared that this was the optimal approach. With this newfound understanding of the system, Qin realized that it dispensed skill packages whenever he participated in a game. Yet, these packages did not grant him the skills themselves. Once the time expired, he would revert to his original self. Should he not compete, the system would assign training tasks. Clearly, the system understood the importance of prioritization. All right, team, let us prepare to embrace the challenge of the finals. Nash bellowed, and all hands were stacked together. Fight. The rallying cry resonated throughout the venue, igniting the atmosphere even further. Beep. The referee and Oppo's whistle signaled the commencement of the match. Ayton, leveraging his height, passed the ball to Paul. Qin had already closed in for the defense. Paul chuckled. Young man, I know you. You've been making quite a name for yourself in the league lately, but against me, you're still too green. As a seasoned veteran, he would not miss any opportunity to engage in banter. Qin, however, simply smiled and spread his hands. The facts speak for themselves. You have aged. One succinct statement struck at Paul and Oppo's vulnerability. Chapter 24. A stalemate. whose fate will prevail. Indeed, Paul is a seasoned player. His dribbling flows as smoothly as a latte. Although Qin Chao is consistently positioned, Paul navigates with remarkable ease. After several failed attempts to break through, Aiden has moved up to block Qin Chao. Paul smirks, recognizing their well-honed strategy. In an instant, he accelerates, weaving around Qin Chao to drive into the paint. Observing this, Joe Harris rushes to provide support. In front of Paul, Harris appears almost like a child. With 2 swift changes of direction, Paul toys with him, then glides alongside, laying the ball up beneath the basket. Just as Aiden descends, he catches the ball and rises for a thunderous dunk. Durant and Harden attempt to interfere, but their height disadvantage leaves them helpless. Thud! The basketball crashes into the hoop. Damn it! Harris curses under his breath, his fist clenched. Against Paul, his defense seems utterly futile. Such a humiliating score, even with Harris's typically good temperament, ignites his fury. Brother, this ISN and amp. Oppos. To your fault, Qin Chao reassures him as he approaches. He plays with experience, something we cannot match, but we possess our own advantages. Harris blinks in surprise. What do you mean? We may be young, but he. Qin Chao snorts derisively. Is aging. As they transition to offense, the Nets quickly advance. After 3 swift passes, Qin Chao seizes an opportunity, leaping for a three-pointer. Swish. The basketball finds the net. Accelerating their pace is the Nets' strength. Both teams exchange blows. Although they may not be as methodical in offense as Paul, the Nets thrive on speed, keeping the score tightly contested. As the third quarter concludes, the score stands at a deadlock, 86-86. On the Suns' side, Paul is too old, and Aiton's sluggishness renders him incapable of keeping pace with the Nets. However, after 3 grueling quarters, the Nets players are equally exhausted, drenched in sweat, and gasping for breath in the bench area. Nash claps his hands, his expression serious. Gentlemen, you have performed admirably in the first 3 quarters. In this final quarter, we must double our efforts to create a crescendo and decisively defeat them. Momentum can be fleeting. We must seize it. Coach, Chris from their lineup is a veteran. He orchestrates their offense seamlessly, and with Booker, a versatile forward, if we cannot contain them, widening the score gap will be nearly impossible, Kyrie surprisingly interjects. Despite being a superstar, this game has seen him perform only moderately under the relentless defense of the opposition. In truth, the Nets and Oppos, trio, Durant, Harden, and Kyrie, though all superstars in the league, lack the qualities of a commanding leader capable of rallying the team from adversity. They possess the skill to score, but they are deficient in leadership charisma. Nash furrows his brow, fully aware of Kyrie's point. Yet, the Nets have always been more potent in offense than defense, ranking near the bottom in defensive efficiency among the league and amp. Oppos, S30 teams. Against a team as offensively sharp as the Suns, their ability to contain them is severely compromised. Coach, Qin Chao suddenly speaks up. Leave Paul to me. Nash is taken aback. The other players share his surprise. For the first 3 quarters, Qin Chao had been tasked with guarding Paul, but the results were rather lackluster. A few mismatches had left him unable to effectively restrict Paul and Oppos' movements. Why the sudden confidence now? Does he possess some hidden strategy? Nash hesitates. But recalling the surprises Qin Chao has previously delivered, he nods emphatically. All right, Qin will take Paul. Who will guard Booker? He glances at the others. Silence ensues. Booker and Amp, Oppos' skill set is too extensive for them to handle in a one-on-one matchup. At that moment, Qin Chao and Amp, Oppos' SK shifts to the bench, where a young player has been keeping his head down. Although his expression remains concealed, a faint smile creeps onto Qin Chao's lips. It seems the time has come for him to take the court. Qin, do you have any suggestions? Nash inquires, observing Qin Chao's movements. To contain Booker one-on-one, perhaps we might consider Shamet. In the fourth quarter, no one anticipated that the Nets, after expending so much energy in the first 3 quarters, would suddenly replace Harris with Shamet. This young man, who had scarcely seen the court in the Eastern Conference Finals, is now called upon in the critical final quarter of the championship. Do they think a sudden shift in strategy will be effective against us? Nash is still too inexperienced, Monty scoffs from the sidelines. In the ESPN broadcast booth, Barkley shakes his head in disbelief. I must say, Nash and Oppos' substitution was a colossal mistake. He should have brought in the more formidable Aldridge instead of the undersized Shamet. Shaquille O'Neal, however, counters, perhaps Shamet could be their secret weapon. He has been sitting on the bench throughout the Eastern Conference Finals, possibly saving himself for the finals. Barkley retorts, but how will they contain both Paul and Booker? As long as those two are not stifled, the Suns' offense will remain relentless. Can the Nets maintain their shooting accuracy? O'Neal adds, I am more eager to see Qin's performance. However, his previous attempts to limit Paul have been quite ineffective. If he cannot contain Paul, perhaps it is time to unleash an offensive barrage. The two legends commence their analyses. Meanwhile, in the Tencent livestream, the host is equally dissecting the situation at hand. Teacher Sue. Despite the Nets and Oppo's vigorous play in the first 3 quarters, they have exhausted their stamina. In your opinion, will they alter their strategy in the 4th quarter? Sukun's eyes glimmer with wisdom behind his glasses. It is well known that the Nets are not particularly defensive-minded. If they fail to restrain the Suns' offense, this game will be exceedingly difficult for them. Even though our player, Qin Chao, is giving his all defensively, Paul is a seasoned veteran. There are few in the league capable of containing him. It appears that no one holds high hopes for the Nets. The comments section is rife with criticism directed at Qin Chao. I've said it before, Qin Chao only thrives against weaker teams like the Hawks. Against the Suns, he's wilted. Hasn't Oppos? Teehee? I thought he could lead our national basketball to glory, but it turns out he is just another disappointment. He should step aside and let someone capable of defending take his place. Such are the trolls. Any minor grievance prompts an immediate outburst. On the court, the moment Qin Chao steps onto the floor, he resolutely activates the death grip skill set. Skill set activated. Host gains the god-level death grip skill, lasting 10 minutes. As the system's voice resonates, a cold smile plays upon Qin Chao's lips. Now, the true coaching begins. Once again, Paul is dribbling. And upon seeing Qin Chao blocking his path, he chuckles, his shoulders trembling playfully. What's this? After 3 quarters, you still haven't learned your lesson? I told you. You cannot guard me. While dribbling, Paul scoffs. Chapter 25, The Rise of the Unlikely Hero. After 3 quarters of play, the body had warmed up. And to not defend against you would be to show a lack of respect. I previously mentioned that you have grown old. The current league belongs to the youth. Qin Chao remained calm and composed, betraying no hint of emotion. However, Paul furrowed his brow and gestured to Aiton. Immediately, Aiton moved in, positioning himself beside Qin Chao. The pick-and-roll had proven effective countless times before. Yet this time, Paul's hopes were destined to be dashed. As he began to maneuver around the screen, he was taken aback to see Qin Chao forcefully squeeze past Aiton, standing firmly in front of him. How did you do that? Paul was momentarily stunned. He was all too aware of Aiton's physical prowess. How could someone of Qin Chao's stature possibly maneuver past? Aiton, too, was bewildered. He had only felt a tremendous force collide with him, and then, Qin Chao was simply gone. Had this young man been feigning weakness all along? Paul frowned and suddenly sprang into action. But just as his right foot stepped forward, a hand shot out from nowhere. The basketball that bounced off the floor was deftly snatched away by that large hand. It was astonishingly swift, having matched up against Qin Chao for 3 quarters. Paul knew his defensive range intimately, yet he was left bewildered by what had just transpired. Before he could process the moment, Shamet received a pass from Qin Chao. With an open lane, he soared for a thunderous dunk. Bang! The Nets led by 2 points. With a smirk, Qin Chao glanced at the still astonished Paul and remarked coolly, I told you, you're old. Paul clenched his teeth, his gaze sharp with intensity. Receiving the ball once more, he quickly advanced to the half-court. You were just lucky. Do you truly believe that 1 steal qualifies you for a defensive accolade? Paul retorted sarcastically. As he initiated his drive along the right side, a large hand suddenly obstructed his path. Qin Chao's hands wrapped around him like vines, ensnaring Paul completely. No matter how he attempted to break free, there was no escape. To execute the disappointment entanglement, one must possess long arms. Leonard's formidable defense stemmed from his exceptionally lengthy reach. Although Qin Chao lacked such physical attributes, the system's enhancement had allowed him to grasp the essence of the technique. Thus, even with shorter arms, he could effectively stifle Paul's advances. Bang! Once more thwarted in his attempt to break through, Paul pulled back. In an instant, another large hand snatched the ball from midair. Thank you, Qin Chao said with a smile as he passed by Paul, tossing the basketball ahead. Shamet had already sprinted to the front court. With yet another open lane, he held the ball with both hands, turning for a reverse dunk. The Nets now led by 4 points. With 2 steals and 2 thunderous dunks, the Nets' momentum surged dramatically. Monty swiftly called for a timeout. Nash clenched his fists tightly, wildly gesturing. Qin, splendid work. Those 2 steals have truly boosted our morale. Even Nash was taken aback by the delightful surprise Qin Chao had delivered. Durant, brother, you are truly our lucky star. Irving, it seems I underestimated you. You should be in the defensive lineup. Harden, wow. When did you hone your defensive skills to such a level? The teammates exchanged high-fives with Qin Chao, and Shamet rushed over to embrace him. "Qin, thank you." With Qin Chao and Appos, as 2 steals leading to his 2 dunks, all resentment Shamet had harbored vanished without a trace. He was utterly won over by Qin Chao. "We and Appos, we brothers. No need for thanks. However, after the game, you can treat me to some red wine." They exchanged smiles, their previous grievances dissolving in laughter. Upon returning to the court, Paul dared not attempt to drive with the ball any longer. As he saw Qin Chao approaching, he promptly passed to Booker. This is the advantage of the Suns. It's not only Paul who orchestrates plays. Booker can do so as well. However, what no one anticipated was that the previously unassailable Booker was now intercepted by Shamet, who managed 2 steals and even blocked one of his shots. A resounding slap to the face. In just 5 minutes, the Nets unleashed a 12-0 run, with the point differential soaring to 12. Despite Monty's repeated adjustments, the results were far from satisfactory. As the gap widened, with 3 minutes remaining, the deficit reached 18 points, and the game had lost all suspense. Nash substituted all his starters. After all, it was merely the first game, and he needed to conserve their energy. Moreover, as they had reached the finals, it was crucial for the bench players to gain experience as well. As the final whistle blew, the game concluded with the Nets triumphing 120-103, securing a victorious start. Post-game statistics revealed that Qin Chao played for 35 minutes, scoring 31 points, providing 15 assists, securing 3 steals, and grabbing 5 rebounds. Shamet's performance was equally commendable, with 17 points, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks in just 12 minutes of play. Shamet's exceptional defense on Booker filled the Nets with joy and confidence for the upcoming matches. Paul wore a stern expression, merely nodding at Nash before heading towards the locker room. However, as he passed by Qin Chao, he paused momentarily. "Qin, I will remember you." Qin Chao smiled slightly. "In the next game, I'll ensure I leave a lasting impression on you." The remark sounded akin to a flirtation between lovers. Paul blinked in surprise, then scoffed coldly before hastening into the player tunnel. "Brother, I will definitely outplay you in the next game." Booker embraced Shamet, whispering in his ear, "I will make it so you cannot fend for yourself." Shamet showed no signs of intimidation. Even facing a superstar, he remained undaunted. Qin Chao exchanged farewells with the Suns players as he donned a towel, preparing to return to the locker room. Although he had not gone all out offensively, his defensive efforts had still taken a toll on his stamina. "Qin, an ESPN reporter is coming over for an interview. Please prepare yourself." A staff member informed him in a hushed tone. Qin Chao frowned slightly. He was well aware of ESPN, the most popular sports network in the United States. However, had they not always interviewed the superstars? Why were they seeking him out today? Before Qin Chao could ponder further, the reporter approached. "Qin, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Alice, and I would like to interview you today. Are you ready?" Alice, a renowned sports journalist in America, possessed fair skin, captivating golden hair, and a figure that drove many athletes wild. Yet, Qin Chao remained unruffled. He held a slight aversion towards foreign women. "Whenever you're ready," Qin Chao replied, nonchalantly extending his hand. Chapter 26. The interest of the beautiful reporter Alice was momentarily taken aback by Qin Chao and Appos' reaction. In her perception, Easterners were typically reserved. How could Qin Chao be so forthright? Yet, as a seasoned journalist, she quickly regained her composure, a charming smile gracing her face. "Let us commence our interview." The camera lens immediately focused on Qin Chao. "Qin, you primarily defended Paul during the match. The first 3 quarters were less than effective, yet in the 4th quarter, you held him scoreless. Could you elaborate on how you achieved that?" This question piqued the curiosity of many. If Qin Chao indeed possessed such formidable defensive skills, why had he not showcased them earlier? Why wait until the 4th quarter? What secrets lay beneath this? Anticipating this inquiry, Qin Chao smiled and spread his hands. "We needed to win this game, so in the 4th quarter, I felt as if I had divine assistance." This response appeared rather evasive. If winning was the objective, he should have limited Paul from the very start, rather than waiting until the final quarter. However, observing Qin Chao's unfazed demeanor, Alice could only smile wryly. "Do you have any words for Paul?" This question followed naturally from the previous one and placed Qin Chao in a precarious position. Paul had been a veteran in the league for over 20 years. If Qin Chao spoke too harshly, it would surely incite discontent among many. Conversely, if he refrained from making bold statements, he would be deemed intimidated by Paul. Regardless of his answer, Qin Chao stood to gain nothing. Alice's lips curled into a smile as she gazed at Qin Chao. However, contrary to expectations, there was no sign of anxiety or distress on his face. Instead, he appeared increasingly composed. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, "I believe you should pose this question to Chris. I have no particular thoughts. I'm just here to play." But he likely has much to say. What kind of response is that? Everyone knows Paul has plenty of thoughts, but the question is directed at you. Are you not afraid your fans might be discontented with such a nebulous answer? Even Alice frowned. She had interviewed many stars, and they always responded candidly. Yet, this Eastern individual exhibited unexpected cunning. Alice's eyes glinted. "Do you believe you can lead the Nets to a championship?" This inquiry was even sharper. It did not merely ask whether the Nets could win. It questioned whether Qin Chao was capable of leading them to victory. No matter how he responded, contradictions would ensue. Nevertheless, Qin Chao merely smiled and cast a sidelong glance at Alice. "Ms. Alice, are you truly certain you are interviewing me? I think this question should be directed at Big D, as he holds the final say." With that, Qin Chao waved at the camera. "Thank you for the interview, Ms. Alice. Until we meet again." Typically, players only needed to answer 3 questions during interviews, a customary practice within the league. Watching Qin Chao depart, Alice was momentarily stunned. Yet, in an instant, a playful expression emerged on her face. This man had successfully sparked her interest. Returning to the locker room, Qin Chao first headed to Durant's cryotherapy chamber. With this treasure at his disposal, he could swiftly recover from any fatigue. "Qin, Alice is a sought-after beauty among many stars in the league. Why didn't you engage her in conversation for a bit longer?" Durant, just emerging from the shower, asked with a smile. Qin Chao shrugged. "We're not on the same wavelength. What is there to discuss?" He seemed entirely unconcerned, his tone laced with indifference. As ESPN and Oppo's leading reporter, Alice had captivated numerous league superstars with her sharp intellect, incisive questions, and stunning physique. Yet, rumors of any romantic involvement with these figures had never circulated. "You are truly stubborn," Durant remarked, shaking his head. "What are your plans for tomorrow? How about hitting the club with the beard?" After dressing, Durant inquired again. Qin Chao quickly shook his head. "I think not. I wish to train tomorrow." Following the victory, the Nets had no scheduled training, allowing the players a brief respite. With the next game set for the day after tomorrow, they were granted a rare day of relaxation. Observing Qin Chao's earnest expression, Durant felt utterly defeated. Did this guy have nothing in his mind apart from training? Speechless, Durant promptly called over others to arrange tomorrow's activities. That night, Qin Chao slept soundly, having secured victory in the first game of the finals, bringing him one step closer to the coveted trophy. Meanwhile, reports on the match flooded in that night. Whether in China or the United States, major sports platforms released photos of Qin Chao. Qin Chao rises. The future star of the Nets' Chris's nightmare. What did Qin Chao do? He is the hero saving the Nets. The most crucial piece for the championship. Domestic media dedicated extensive coverage, with platforms specifically launching a column on Qin Chao. The headline featured his remarkable statistics: 32 points, 15 assists. Qin Chao, the hope of Chinese basketball. At this moment, in the Southern Blue League office in China, Yao Ming was being interviewed. "Chairman Yao, as a former NBA superstar, what are your thoughts on Qin Chao and Oppo's sudden rise? Is it merely a fleeting phenomenon, or does the future hold promise?" Yao Ming displayed his signature smile. "Undoubtedly, the NBA is the pinnacle of basketball, a gathering of exceptional talent. Qin Chao's ability to establish himself in the NBA speaks volumes about his capabilities. I am eager to see how far he can go in the league." In truth, Yao Ming was also quite astonished. He had known of Qin Chao's popularity back home, yet the player had long been wandering in the NBA. He had previously leveraged his connections to inquire with the Rockets, but they had shown no interest in Qin Chao. Thus, Yao Ming found it challenging to articulate his assessment of Qin Chao. The reporter smiled and asked, "Chairman Yao, with the World Cup qualifiers commencing in half a month, will the league compel Qin Chao to return for national duty?" This question was particularly incisive. Such situations had occurred numerous times before, including with Yao Ming himself. After enduring the grueling NBA season, many players sought to rest during the off-season. However, when national obligations arose, they often had no choice but to comply. Consequently, even while burdened with fatigue, they had to grit their teeth and return, resulting in excessive physical strain and premature retirements, Yao Ming being a prime example. Chapter 27, The Young Lady and Oppo's visit. At this moment, Yao Ming smiled. "We will not impose on Qin Chao, but we will extend an invitation. After all, our nation's basketball standards are significantly below the world's elite level. Thus, I hope Qin Chao can return to lead our national team to greater heights. This was Yao's heartfelt sentiment, from his days as a player to his current role as the president of the Basketball Association. Yao had always been dedicated to the rapid development of domestic basketball. However, it was a gradual process, and he realized that he could not achieve this alone. The reporter nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Chairman Yao, for granting us this interview. The following morning, Qin Chao rose promptly at 6. As he stepped out of his room, he was greeted by a breathless Kyoza rushing towards him. Qin, you become a sensation. With a toothbrush in his mouth. Qin Chao looked at Kyoza in confusion. What do you mean? Just yesterday, Kyoza had mentioned going to a nightclub with Big Brother Do. So why was he here so early? Kyoza quickly pulled out his phone and displayed it to Qin Chao. Look, brother. Major platforms are clamoring to report about you, calling you the future star of the Nets, suggesting that you could lead them to victory. Kyoza's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why was there such a vast difference in circumstances among people? After a cursory glance, Qin Chao smiled and continued brushing his teeth. During the finals, he had kept his phone switched off, not wanting anything to distract him from his performance. After a simple breakfast, he headed to the training facility. Upon arrival, he heard the rhythmic sound of basketballs bouncing inside. He paused in surprise. Who could be here so early? He had always been the first to arrive. Upon opening the training facility door, he was taken aback to see Durant, Harden, Irving, Shamet, and others warming up. As Qin Chao entered, they greeted him. Qin, you're late today. We'll have to make you run 3 laps around the court, joked the bearded one. Qin Chao chuckled. These guys certainly knew how to have fun. Just yesterday, they were intensely discussing their nightclub escapades, and now they had gathered here. Bro, seeing you work so hard makes us feel the pressure too. As you said, the Nets are not just one person's team. We all share the responsibility of striving for the championship. From now on, we'll train alongside you, Durant said, patting Qin Chao on the shoulder. This statement touched Qin Chao and Dapo's heart. Indeed, basketball was not an individual sport but a collective endeavor. Only with a shared determination to win could they achieve ultimate victory. Beep. System issued task. Task 1. Complete 1,000 shuttle runs. Increase stamina by 5. To be completed within 3 hours. Task 2. Complete 1,000 lateral movements. Increase lateral speed by 5. To be completed within 3 hours. Wiping the sweat from his forehead. Qin Chao glanced at the 2 tasks presented by the system. It seemed he would need to push himself harder today. Previously, he had focused solely on shooting practice, as scoring was paramount in games. However, it appeared the system could not overlook the need for physical training, presenting him with these 2 tasks. Reluctantly, he chose task 2. Qin Chao was more eager to enhance his lateral speed than to simply improve his stamina, whether on defense or offense. Increased lateral speed would allow him to maneuver past opponents more easily. The thought of gliding past them before they even noticed filled him with excitement. Seeing the cold smile on Qin Chao's lips, Durant and the others exchanged glances. The ensuing training session left the entire Nets team astonished by Qin Chao's relentless lateral movements. Hey, man, did you have crabs for breakfast? Kyoza joked as he sat in the break area, turning to Durant with a frown. Durant shook his head. I suspect this guy has discovered some winning strategy. Otherwise, he wouldn't focus solely on this move. Just a while ago, Qin Chao had been shooting 3-pointers with astonishing accuracy during games. Now, with his focus on lateral movements, Durant felt a spark of anticipation. What kind of surprise would Qin Chao bring to the next match? As the training continued fervently, the system's voice finally echoed in Qin Chao's mind after his last lateral movement. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, lateral speed increased by 5. In an instant, a surge of energy coursed through Qin Chao's legs, invigorating him. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the floor. After completing 1,000 lateral movements, his legs felt as if they belonged to someone else. Kai water. Kyoza rushed over, handing Qin Chao a bottle. To be a good sidekick, one must at least ensure that Qin Chao felt comfortable. Seeing Kyoza's eager expression, Qin Chao smiled. Hey, buddy. Are you trying to wear yourself out? Durant approached, playfully patting Kyoza and Ampo's legs. Previously, he had taken Qin Chao to his home to have a personal doctor examine his wrist, who had advised him to rest. But how could Qin Chao possibly comply? With the finals underway, he was determined to take the court, even at the risk of injury. Shrugging, Qin Chao replied with a wry smile, If I don't train, it feels like something is missing in my life. I can't sit still. He spoke the truth. Habits formed over many years were not easily changed. Observing Qin Chao and Ampo's stubbornness, Durant sighed. I can't argue with you. By the way, I just received a call. It seems that the young lady is coming to see you. You better be mentally prepared. The young lady? Qin Chao paused, pondering who could be referred to as such by Durant. Could it be old Kai's daughter? But he had never heard of old Kai having a daughter. While he was lost in thought, all the players suddenly halted their training, turning their gazes toward the entrance. Qin Chao also turned to look. There, at the door, two figures were slowly approaching. One was Alice, whom he recognized from yesterday's interview. The girl beside her had golden hair, a strikingly beautiful face, and an aura of refreshing charm. Even though Qin Chao felt a sense of resistance towards foreign girls, his heart skipped a beat at the sight of her. The two scanned the faces of the dozen or so people on the court. Then, Alice whispered something to the girl, who smiled faintly and began walking towards Qin Chao, amidst the envious gazes of everyone present. Chapter 28. The return of the enigmatic O. As two women approached, an ominous premonition suddenly blossomed within Qin Chao and Appo's heart. It seemed as though these two ladies had come to indulge him. Qin, we meet again, Alice proclaimed with poise, standing before him. Her long gown accentuated her alluring figure, particularly captivating when viewed from below, evoking a flurry of thoughts. In contrast to Alice's flamboyant charm, Scarlett adopted a more reserved demeanor, clad in casual attire. She nonetheless radiated a certain grace. The two women represented distinct styles, Alice, the embodiment of bold Western femininity, and Scarlett, reminiscent of the delicate elegance often found in Eastern women, akin to a refined gem. Miss Alice, are you here for an interview? I was and Appo's. Aware the team had such an arrangement, Qin Chao remarked, seated on the ground, casting merely a fleeting glance at them before diverting his gaze. Still gasping for breath. With training scheduled for the afternoon, he needed to recuperate swiftly. Humph. Is it forbidden for me to come if I'm not interviewing you? Alice retorted, her frustration palpable. This man was utterly oblivious to the subtleties of allure. If it were anyone else, they would have long since asked her out. Yet, here stood Qin Chao, exuding indifference. Was there something amiss in his heart? Scarlett stifled a laugh, observing Alice's predicament. Initially, she had been reluctant to come, but Alice's persistent coaxing had compelled her to meet this intriguing man. Now, it was evident that he was indeed captivating. Distinctly different from the majority of stars in the league, far from the hedonistic types. Qin Chao shrugged nonchalantly, you may do as you wish. His apathetic response only fueled Alice and Appo's irritation further. Qin Chao, do you have absolutely no interest in me? The women of this country were refreshingly direct, devoid of any shyness or subtlety. If they liked someone, they expressed it openly, exhibiting a certain boldness. Scarlett regarded Qin Chao with curiosity. She had known Alice since childhood, and countless suitors had pursued her. Many, from the league and beyond, had succumbed to Alice and Appo's enchanting presence. Qin Chao furrowed his brow and slowly raised his gaze, his dark eyes reflecting a hint of coldness. Addressing Alice, he inquired, are you money or food? Both women frowned slightly at his words. Since you are neither, why should I be interested in you? Besides, our team is currently in training for tomorrow and Appo's match, and your presence here is disrupting our focus, he stated coldly. Noticing the curious glances and whispers from his teammates, Alice's frustration erupted. Qin Chao, just wait. I will surely win you over. With that, she stormed out of the training facility in a huff. Alice Scarlett exclaimed softly, but Alice had already exited the gym. With a wry smile, she extended her hand toward Qin Chao. Qin, it was a pleasure to meet you. Alice did not mean any offense. I apologize on her behalf. Qin Chao merely glanced at Scarlett. No need for apologies, as she is not worth my ire. His cold words would have likely irked anyone else. Yet Scarlett found no anger rising within her, captivated instead by his clear gaze. Very well, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again, she said, retracting her hand and departing the gym in measured steps. Once the two women had left, the Nets players gathered around Qin Chao. Brother, how did you manage that? Can you teach me? Is this the playing hard to get technique from your Eastern civilization? The bearded player, filled with envy, openly rejected the advances of the beautiful women. Yet rather than scaring them away, he was now determined to pursue them ardently, truly a womanish charmer. Rolling his eyes at the bearded player, Qin Chao chuckled. When it comes to women, do you really need to employ strategies? Isn't throwing money at them sufficient? The bearded player had indulged in the nightlife across America. Which nightclub waitress hadn't been showered with cash by him? With a sheepish grin, he unexpectedly revealed a hint of embarrassment. Perhaps, he mused, genuine affection was the foundation, with money merely a supplementary tool. The others chattered excitedly for a while, filled with admiration for Qin Chao. He simply smiled, unfazed by their admiration. As the crowd dispersed, Kyrie approached. "Qin, my admiration for you is as boundless as the stars in the sky, countless and immeasurable." Kyrie's flattery was no mere sycophancy. It was heartfelt. Had he been in Qin Chao's position, upon encountering such stunning women, he would have likely been ensnared by their allure. What are the identities of these two women? Qin Chao suddenly turned to Kyrie, recalling that Durant had mentioned the arrival of some ladies. What sort of ladies were they? Exactly. Kyrie's eyes widened in astonishment. "Qin, you do not know their identities?" After a full day of training, the Nets were primed and ready for the second game of the finals. Upon returning to his quarters, Qin Chao reviewed the game footage. Although the Nets had triumphed over the Suns in their previous encounter, he had witnessed the formidable capabilities of the Suns. Whether it was Paul or Booker, a moment's lapse could unleash their entire team's potential. Thus, to secure victory, they must be contained. Focusing on footage of Paul and Booker, Qin Chao meticulously analyzed their technical attributes, dissecting each movement in intricate detail. It was not until the dead of night that he finally succumbed to exhaustion and retired to bed. That night, however, sleep eluded him. He awoke several times, his mind restless. At 6 the following morning, he rose promptly. With no particularly arduous training scheduled, he opted for a light jog to warm up. By 7, he made his way to the gym. Currently, Qin Chao's life revolved around a simple routine: home and the gym. Although monotonous, it felt fulfilling. By 8 o'clock, the other players began to arrive. Where is Nash? Why has Tishi shown up yet? Typically, at this hour, Nash would arrive alongside the players, leading by example as the head coach. Moreover, she was supposed to discuss the tactical arrangements for the evening's game, a fundamental responsibility of a head coach. Yet, it was now 8:30, and still no sign of Nash. Durant shook his head, casting a glance around the room. Not only is Nash absent, but so is Irving. Even Irving is missing? Qin Chao paused, then frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. Surely, the Enigmatico was up to something once again. Chapter 29. The Remnant Formation. Limits of Stamina. It was not until 10 o'clock in the morning that Nash, with a stern expression, arrived at the training facility accompanied by several assistant coaches. Upon seeing Nash's demeanor, Qin Chao sensed that his suspicions were almost certainly correct. It seemed that Irving was once again causing disturbances. Ever since the Nets had acquired Irving, Durant, and Harden, their strength had been formidable, undoubtedly making them one of the championship contenders. Yet, in their first year, they suffered a direct defeat. The reason was simple: Irving and Apos' antics. Whether it was a day of fasting when he could not play, or personal matters that kept him from joining the team. Such incidents had occurred more than a dozen times. The team had consistently penalized him for these actions, yet the fines were mere trifles to Irving. Consequently, he had become the subject of much criticism. With a serious expression, Nash approached Durant and Qin Chao. This evening and Apos' game would see Irving absent. Qin Chao nodded indifferently, having anticipated this outcome. In contrast, Durant frowned. Although he shared a cordial relationship with Irving, the gravity of their championship aspirations made Irving's disruptions infuriating. No matter how close they were, Durant could not suppress his irritation. Noticing Durant's rising frustration, Nash quickly interjected. "Even though we are at a disadvantage tonight, we must give our all to secure a victory. What mindset do you think we should adopt when we return home with 2 wins? Just do our best." Durant replied coldly, turning away to commence his training. Observing Durant and Apos' gloomy expression, Nash could only exhale in resignation. As a superstar, particularly one of Durant and Apos' caliber, he had already achieved personal accolades. The only thing that could genuinely excite him now was the championship. Yet, with Irving, a key player, creating such turmoil during the finals, how could Durant not be upset? However, as the head coach, Nash felt powerless. He was not part of the management and lacked decision-making authority. Turning to Qin Chao, Nash sighed. "Qin, in this game, you will need to shoulder some of the burden for Kevin." His gaze even carried a hint of pleading. Understanding Nash's predicament, Qin Chao offered a resigned smile. "I will give it my all." A tempest had begun with Irving, but whether it would conclude was anyone's guess. At 7 in the evening, the game commenced. Despite the weakened roster, the Nets still boasted scoring power with Durant, Harden, and Qin Chao. However, the role players were comparatively lacking. Shamet had not made the starting lineup, as he was to lead the second unit against the Suns. In the previous game, Shamet's performance had impressed Nash, solidifying his position as the Nets' 6th man. The starting lineup consisted of Durant, Harden, and Qin Chao, accompanied by Harris and Aldridge. Beep. Host starting appearance detected. Reward: God-level Phantom Step Skill Pack. God-level phantom step skill limited to 10 minutes. The system's voice chimed in at the appointed time. Phantom step. Was that not the signature skill of the Flash, Dwayne Wade? Qin Chao could hardly contain his excitement. He had anticipated that without Irving, the Nets would lack a breakthrough option, yet the system had bestowed upon him such a remarkable skill, perfectly compensating for Irving's absence. However, such a precious skill would not be deployed just yet. With a 53-point shooting rate, Qin Chao aimed to fulfill the role of a stable perimeter shooter. As the ball was tossed, Ayton shoved Aldridge aside and directed the basketball to Paul. The Nets employed a 2-3 zone defense, focusing on preventing drives to the basket. Qin Chao moved forward, eyeing Paul with a smile. "Chris, how do you plan to break through me today?" Qin Chao provocatively inquired. Paul smiled and shook his head. In the previous encounter, he had been ruthlessly stripped of the ball by Qin Chao, leaving even the seasoned veteran with lingering apprehension. Seeing Qin Chao closing in, Paul quickly passed the ball. Booker received it, executed a smooth step-back jumper, and effortlessly sank the two-pointer. Qin Chao sighed in resignation. If no one could contain Booker, it meant their offensive flow could not be disrupted. Turning back, Harden initiated the offense. Qin Chao darted around, creating opportunities. Harden swung the ball to an open Qin Chao in the corner. With the ball in hand, Qin Chao bent his knees and leaped without hesitation, raising both arms. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball traced an elegant arc through the air. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. "Beautiful," Durant applauded. Qin Chao's early success from beyond the arc was the best news for the Nets. Once he entered his scoring frenzy, he could become unstoppable. Nash, narrowing his eyes, felt his anxiety begin to ease. As long as the offense flowed, the Nets still had a chance to win this game. The back-and-forth continued, but the Nets struggled to contain Paul and Booker, allowing the opposition to score frequently. Conversely, the Suns shifted from single coverage on Qin Chao to triple-teaming him, denying him any opportunity to shoot. Thus, it fell to Durant and Harden to carry the offensive load. Although they managed to score, their shooting was off, leading to a widening score gap. As the first half concluded, the Nets trailed by 12 points, 61-73. This deficit was not insurmountable. If they could regain their shooting touch in the second half, a comeback was entirely possible. Yet, their spirits were low, and the impediments to their offense had led to fluctuating emotions. In the locker room, Nash furrowed his brow. "Guys, are you really going to surrender and accept defeat?" His voice carried an edge of anger. "From the Eastern Conference semifinals to the finals, in every game, we have fought for our survival. After everything we and Oppos V been through, do you really want to give up now?" His voice rose to a shout. "If you are men, reclaim the points we have lost. We must prove that even with a depleted roster, we can deliver a spectacular performance." As he concluded, Nash nearly roared. Yet, observing the players panting heavily, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. They had already given their all on the court. Poor shooting was not their fault. The continuous running and relentless double-teaming had drained their stamina. In the absence of sufficient energy, their shooting would naturally be affected. Yet, they had no choice but to press on. "KD, in the second half, you need to awaken. Let us see the return of the Grim Reaper." Nash called out to Durant. With a composed expression and a resolute gaze, Durant nodded firmly. "Qin, you will be the focal point of the opposing defense. In the second half, you will organize the offense. If your teammates have open shots, pass the ball decisively." "Understood," Qin Chao replied softly. "Harris, be ready to shoot threes at any moment. Aldridge, focus on grabbing rebounds." Nash made arrangements for all the players. Now, all they could do was to do their best and leave the rest to fate. Chapter 30 lacked three-pointers, thus they aimed to penetrate the paint. In the third quarter, the Nets continued to struggle. The legendary skill set had only a 10-minute effectiveness. These 10 minutes must be reserved for the fourth quarter. Outside the three-point line, Qin Chao was still besieged by multiple defenders, leaving him with no opportunity to shoot. Durant desperately sought to shake off his defender and finally found an opening. Upon seeing this, Qin Chao swiftly passed the ball. Durant, who had also performed poorly in the first half, received the ball without hesitation and executed a pull-up three-pointer. Thud. The basketball headed towards the hoop, but ricocheted off the front rim. Ayton leaped up to secure the rebound. The Suns countered swiftly, in the blink of an eye. Booker was already at the basket, ready to slam it home. The decline in shooting accuracy had granted the Suns a chance to retaliate. A bitter expression lingered on Durant and Oppos' face. With his touch failing him, even this so-called Grim Reaper felt powerless. Qin Chao approached and patted Durant on the shoulder. Since the shooting was working, they should attack the interior. Qin Chao's face was equally stern. At this point, there was no alternative. Only by assaulting the Suns' interior could they keep the score close. Durant nodded heavily and gestured to the others. As the leader of the team, he held a certain authority on the court. In the ensuing offensive plays, the Nets surged into the paint, either driving to the basket or drawing fouls. Although they couldn't close the gap, they managed to maintain the deficit at 12 points by the end of the third quarter. This meant they had tied with the Suns in the third quarter. 12 points may seem insignificant, but by the fourth quarter, everyone's stamina would have reached its limit, making a comeback rather difficult. Moreover, relying solely on two-point shots to catch up was nearly impossible. Nash's face was grim. "Fellows, we tied the third quarter, and the fourth quarter is upon us. I hope you can continue to exert yourselves, leaving no regrets even if we lose." At this juncture, Nash felt powerless, only able to let the players express themselves fully. Qin Chao smiled and nodded. "In the fourth quarter, conserve your energy and focus on limiting Ayton and Paul. Let the offense be my responsibility." Qin Chao gasped for breath, sweat cascading down his forehead. It had come to this, a brutal melee, a close-quarters battle. Even Harden, typically not known for his defensive prowess, was now panting heavily. Nash frowned, puzzled as he looked at Qin Chao. "You've been closely guarded. How can you still score?" In the first three quarters, Qin Chao had been severely restricted, attempting only 4 shots. Although he scored on each, he had merely accumulated 10 points. Given such offensive efficiency, could it truly be feasible to hand over the responsibility to him in the final quarter? Nash had no doubt about Qin Chao and Antetokounmpo's scoring ability, but in this game, he had been heavily targeted. "I have my methods. I just need everyone to trust me," Qin Chao stated in a detached tone. Nash's expression reflected his inner conflict. While he had little hope for the game, delegating authority to Qin Chao raised concerns among the others. His gaze shifted to Durant, who solemnly declared, "I trust Qin. He is the leader of this team, and sometimes his words carry more weight than the coaches." "I believe too." The others, including Harden, echoed in unison. Nash nodded. "Very well, then, the offense in the fourth quarter will be entrusted to Qin. The rest of you focus on defense, particularly on limiting Paul and Booker." In the ESPN broadcast room, Neil frowned. He had always been intrigued by Qin Chao, the young talent from the East. Previous games had demonstrated Qin Chao and Antetokounmpo's potential to become a superstar. However, in this match, after being targeted, his performance was indeed hard to watch. "Shaquille, Qin is struggling against targeted defense. His physique is too frail, and his skills are lacking, making it impossible for him to break free," Barkley asserted. While both Qin Chao and Yao Ming hailed from the mysterious East, Qin lacked Yao's innate gifts. Without a miracle, the Suns were likely to secure victory. Barkley shook his shiny head. O'Neal chuckled. "Care for a wager?" Simultaneously, in the 10-cent broadcast room, Yang adjusted his glasses, with only 1 quarter left. Although the score gap isn't large, the Nets' offense has been severely restricted, particularly Qin Chao, who has been denied any shooting space. Sue sighed. The Nets are off their game today, and with Qin Chao, their offensive engine, sidelined, a comeback seems unlikely. The female host, Mamba, was fiddling with jerseys. Both teachers, during previous adversities, it was Qin Chao who stepped up to lead the team to victory. Perhaps he will deliver a miracle for us today. Hearing Mamba's words, Young smiled at her. "Mamba, Aaron and Antetokounmpo, to you a fan of LeBron? Why are you now supporting Qin Chao?" Mamba smiled. "I must support homegrown talent." The fourth quarter commenced. Activating the legendary shifty step skill set, Qin Chao decisively activated the skill set. A 12-point deficit must be swiftly erased, then expanded to deny the Suns any opportunity. "Pass me the ball." In the backcourt, Qin Chao reached out for the ball, his gaze icy with determination. Dribbling past half-court, 2 defenders from the Suns approached to double-team him. In the past, Qin Chao would have distributed the ball under such pressure. But now, he squinted his eyes and suddenly burst into action. With a lightning-fast first step, he easily evaded 1 defender. As Ayton and Booker rushed to assist, Qin Chao had studied their tendencies, and they too were aware of his explosive first step. Thus, Monty had devised a strategy to apply relentless double-teaming against him. Both Ayton and Booker had been part of the all-defensive team, making their combined efforts formidable. Yet, Qin Chao showed no intention of passing. He executed a deceptive dribble, then feigned left with his left foot. As Ayton shifted left, Qin swiftly pulled his left foot back and extended his right foot outward. Booker quickly shifted right. In an instant, Qin Chao propelled himself forward, slipping between the 2 defenders. The lane opened up, and he effortlessly laid the ball off the glass. The crowd erupted in applause as Qin Chao single-handedly broke through the defense of 4 opponents. Nash was rendered speechless. He recognized Qin Chao's footwork all too well. Was this the shifty step? The signature move of Dwayne Wade. Durant and Harden both wore smiles. They were familiar with the Lightning's shifty step, having been outmaneuvered by Wade on countless occasions. In essence, the shifty step was akin to the Euro step, only executed with greater speed and sharper footwork. Chapter 31. The Final Strike? Counterattack? Qin. Splendid work. Durant celebrated with a high five with Qin. Brother, can you teach me too? Harden asked with a smile. His Euro step was also quite sharp, but it paled in comparison to the elusive maneuver Qin had just executed. The reason Qin's elusive step was so effective, allowing him to evade 4 players, lay in his explosive acceleration. Only with such a quick start could the elusive step be executed with such precision. Brothers, we must seize this game. Qin and Appos, gaze burned with determination. The others nodded in agreement. In an instant, the momentum of the Nets soared to its peak. Subsequently, the Nets fought valiantly on defense, stifling the Suns and Appos' offense. However, the Suns swiftly retreated, with 4 players already back in the half-court. Qin dribbled and made another incisive breakthrough, followed by a jump shot that found its mark. With consecutive breakthroughs and layups, in the first 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, Qin single-handedly scored 17 points, equalizing the score at 101. Monty's face darkened as he called for a timeout. He had never witnessed Qin break through like this before. He was supposed to be merely a 3-point shooter. Furthermore, if he possessed such formidable breaking ability, why hadn't he utilized it in the first 3 quarters? Monty was drenched in sweat, his expression fluctuating between anxiety and frustration. Qin gasped for breath, gulping down a bottle of water. Although he had erased the deficit, the toll on his stamina was immense. Qin, are you all right? Nash approached, his expression serious as he inquired. In 5 minutes, scoring 17 points. Qin had once again entered his scoring mode. He lifted his head and smiled slightly. I feel fantastic. With that, he lowered his head to recover his energy as quickly as possible. Qin's stamina had already reached its limit, sustained solely by sheer will. Nash nodded. Remember, defend and counterattack. At this moment, the live broadcasts, both domestic and international, were in a frenzy. Qin had single-handedly turned the tide against the Suns, an exhilarating feat. Shaquille. Thank goodness I didn't bet with you, or I'd be spending my later years with a donkey. O'Neal grinned mischievously, noting how Qin always brought surprises. In the 10-cent live stream, Teacher Young excitedly clenched his fists. Qin, truly our nation's finest basketball player, 17 points in 5 minutes. It's nothing short of a miracle. Teacher Sue remarked. Look at Mena. She's so moved she's crying. One could not deny the overwhelming shock Qin had instilled in them. Mena protested, I'm not crying. The wind was strong, and sand got in my eyes. Is there sand in the live stream? The barrage of comments exploded. Well done, brother Qin, showcasing the spirit of our nation. Mighty Qin, the idol in my heart. Mena is right. I was also squinting from the sand. Returning to the court, Qin's gaze remained icy, though his legs trembled slightly. It was a remarkable feat for him to endure such intense competition until now. Upon resuming play, the Suns' offense became increasingly aggressive. Despite the Nets' relentless defense, the Suns still managed to score. On the other hand, Qin's breakthroughs remained sharp. He had abandoned defense entirely, focusing all his energy on offense. The score fluctuated until the final 23 seconds. Paul, with the ball, executed a swift breakthrough, and faced with Harden's help defense, decisively passed to Booker at his side. Shamet immediately lunged at him, but Booker faked him out, sending Shamet flying, then executed a fadeaway jumper. Thud. The basketball struck the backboard, bounced a few times, and fell into the hoop. 123-121. The Suns led by 2 points, with only 3 seconds remaining. A game winner, it was a near-certain victory. Booker truly embodied the successor to Kobe, making that shot beautifully. The Suns had finally reclaimed a victory. The Nets were on the brink of collapse. They had fought hard throughout the game, even pushing through physical exhaustion to defend vehemently. Yet, ultimately, their efforts fell short. Durant clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with frustration. Harden stared blankly at the hoop, his expression forlorn. Observing their dismay, Qin felt a surge of anger within himself. What? Are we giving up? He approached Durant and patted him on the shoulder. There are 3 seconds left. Perhaps we can create a miracle. Hearing Qin's words, Durant was taken aback, then looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Trust me, we will win, Qin spoke with conviction. On the sidelines, Nash had despaired, his hands clasped atop his head. He had done everything possible, both tactically and strategically. However, lacking Irving, they were unable to utilize many of their strategies. At that moment, Nash cursed Irving's ancestors with fervor. Damn it, during such a critical time, he chose to act recklessly. It's infuriating. Gazing into Qin and Appo's determined eyes, Durant felt an indescribable surge of emotion. All right, I believe in you. With no timeouts remaining, they could only inbound from the backcourt. Tight defense on Qin. He must not be allowed to shoot, Paul shouted to his teammates. Although only 3 seconds remained, he dared not take it lightly. After all, Qin was utterly formidable. The other Suns players, including Booker, nodded in agreement. In such a critical moment, Paul, as the core of the team, was commanding. This illustrated Paul's importance to the Suns. As long as he was on the court, the team would always have a commander. Shamet inbound the ball and swiftly charged forward. Qin received the pass and suddenly accelerated. Block him, Paul roared. Booker rushed forward, determined to prevent Qin from getting an easy shot. However, as he saw Booker charging, Qin thrust both hands forward. The basketball was released, soaring toward the hoop with a whoosh. This all transpired in an instant, and Qin had only taken 2 dribbles. Still 2 steps away from the half-court line. Such a distance would significantly diminish the probability of success. Nevertheless, Qin was unperturbed, for he possessed a 50% three-point shooting rate. Though the distance was considerable, his accuracy would not waver. Almost everyone in Appo's gaze was fixed on the ball, tracing its arc through the air. Nash and Appo's heart raced, teetering on the edge of his throat, while the Nets bench stood, fists clenched tightly. Durant, Harden, and Shamet all focused intently on the basketball. Only Qin, upon landing, sighed softly. It's still a bit too far, he murmured. Not only on the court, but simultaneously, everyone watching the live broadcast through the internet and television was fixated on that basketball. As it traced a beautiful arc in the air, the basketball finally began its gentle descent. Chapter 32 Qin, let us engage in a match. Countless eyes were fixed upon the ball. With a soft swish, the basketball glided effortlessly through the hoop, producing a crisp sound before plummeting to the ground. It was a score. Nash murmured softly, "It's in." In the next moment, Nash raised his arms in exultation, roaring with fervor. He was not alone. Every spectator in the Nets section had risen from their seats, rushing onto the court to cheer passionately. Even those who had not seen a minute of play all season were now animatedly dancing with joy. Returning home with 2 away victories, what did this signify? It meant they had a substantial chance of clinching the championship. Durant, Harden, Shamet, and others had long since placed their hopes on Qin. "Qin, you have performed a miracle. Brother, if I were a woman, I would surely fall in love with you." "Thank you, Qin." Not only on the court, but off it as well. The Nets fans erupted in cheers. "Qin, Qin, Qin, MVP, MVP, MVP." They recalled how, when faced with imminent elimination, it was Qin who bore the weight of the team forward. They remembered that during moments of despair, it was Qin who relentlessly drove the team onward. The title of MVP represented the highest honor an individual could achieve in this league. Qin was undoubtedly deserving. "Everyone, if you do not rise, I shall be crushed beneath you," Qin chuckled wryly. These rascals, was such exuberance necessary for merely winning the finals? There were still 2 games left to secure that coveted trophy. Were they celebrating too soon? However, no one paid Qin any heed. Rather, they were all swept up in their fervor. In the 10-cent live stream, Teacher Young was on the verge of tears. They've truly done it. They've secured the second game. Since the Nets acquired Beard, I have been concerned. Although their offense was formidable, could the synergy of 3 be as flawless as we imagined? They had stumbled along the way, nearly losing their opportunity to progress several times. Teacher Young was indeed a person of deep emotion. Yet now, all worries had dissipated, for they had Qin. Qin was like an adhesive, binding the entire team together. Teacher Sue wiped away a tear, equally moved. As for the beautiful host, Mina, she had long since vanished, lost in her own tears. At this moment, fans of the Nets worldwide clenched their fists, uttering a single name, Qin. The away journey had finally come to an end, and the team returned to Brooklyn. "Qin, rest well tonight. We shall meet tomorrow," Nash greeted Qin with a smile. With a player like Qin on board, Nash felt a sense of relief in his coaching duties. "Qin, come to my place tonight, your hand." After greeting others, Durant approached Qin, whispering in his ear. Qin nodded. The strain in his right wrist had resurfaced after the 2 away games, especially during the second match, where he had endured much more than he should have. Without timely treatment, the upcoming games could become troublesome. Upon arriving at Durant's luxurious residence, he was greeted once again by the same doctor. "Hello, Qin. Welcome back." Joseph exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face as he held a glass of red wine. Qin was taken aback by Joseph's warmth. It was a stark contrast to his previous visit, where the elder had been welcoming but not quite so exuberant. Joseph, you startled my friend, Durant chuckled. Qin, now Joseph is your ardent fan. Just the other day, he was telling me how he wished to dine with you, for it is you who has shown him the true power of basketball. As a renowned physician in America, Joseph had never been particularly fond of sports, especially not physically demanding ones like basketball. Yet, Qin and Appo's emergence had changed his perspective. Others achieved success through exceptional physical prowess and innate talent, while Qin had carved out his own niche through sheer determination and hard work. This seemingly ordinary Eastern lad had made a name for himself on the court through relentless effort. Understanding Durant and Appo's words, Qin smiled as he accepted the glass of wine. Next time I visit Huagua, I shall treat you to authentic erguo too. Joseph noted the severity of Qin's wrist issue. You must rest properly, he advised sternly. As my patient, I cannot allow you to jeopardize your health. Therefore, you must take a break for 2 to 4 weeks. Qin could only smile bitterly at the doctor and Appo's suggestion. 2 to 4 weeks? The finals would be over by then. He shook his head in resignation. Joseph, I appreciate your concern, but at this moment, I truly cannot afford to rest. I must stand alongside my teammates as we strive for the championship trophy. You know me, I never give up. He spoke slowly, yet his unwavering conviction was undeniable, leaving no room for doubt. Durant nodded gravely in agreement. Joseph, please ease up on Qin. The finals cannot proceed without him. Durant's words came from the heart, indirectly affirming Qin's invaluable role within the team. With his standing in the league and the team, Durant could easily disregard anyone. However, his yearning for the championship had given him clarity. Without Qin, the current Nets would be but a scattered bunch. It was Qin's presence that had unified them into a cohesive force. Joseph regarded Durant with astonishment. Kevin, is that really you? He struggled to believe the man before him. Nodding with a smile, Durant felt no discomfort. Because like Qin, I aspire to claim that trophy. That evening, Qin stayed at Durant's home, which was devoid of a spouse and contained numerous empty rooms. Following Joseph and Appo's treatment, his wrist felt considerably better. After undergoing liquid nitrogen therapy, Qin found it immensely beneficial. Qin, shall we engage in a game? After showering, Durant appeared at the door in casual attire, smiling brightly. Play a game? I just got out of the shower. Yet. Upon seeing the fervor in Durant and Appo's eyes, Qin smiled slightly. Why not? Dressed and ready, he followed Durant, who headed straight to the gaming room. Qin, why are you still standing there? Let Appo's play. Chapter 33. The Young Lady and Appo's invitation and Qin Chao and Appo's dilemma. Early the next morning, Qin Chao found himself unable to rise on time for the first time. The cause was none other than Durant, that madman, who had dragged him to the gaming room until the early hours of the morning. He had initially thought he could match Durant, but instead, he had suffered a humiliating defeat in the games. By the time Qin Chao awoke, it was already nearing noon. Hey, Qin, did you sleep well last night? Durant called out as Qin Chao descended the stairs, casually munching on some instant noodles. Qin Chao rolled his eyes. If this happens again, please don't involve me. While he could manage basketball, he certainly lacked any talent for gaming. Durant shrugged. Just now, the young lady called and said she wants to invite you to dinner tonight. I accepted on your behalf. What? Qin Chao rushed out of the bathroom, his face a picture of astonishment. Who did you say? Durant nearly dropped his bowl of noodles in surprise and chuckled. The young lady. Scarlett? Qin Chao frowned. He had already made his stance clear the last time. Why couldn't these two women leave him be? Durant, are you serious? After emerging from the bathroom again and seeing Durant blissfully enjoying his noodles, Qin Chao remarked. I've already told them to stop bothering me. Why did you agree for me? In truth, it was entirely Durant's fault. Scarlett had gone to great lengths to acquire Qin Chao's phone number, but when she called, it was switched off. Left with no choice, she had to seek Durant's help. Initially, Scarlett had considered visiting directly but later decided against it, opting instead for Durant to relay the dinner invitation. Look at you, frightened. She is a young lady, possessing both beauty and status. It's your fortune that she has taken an interest in you. In your own words, you should be secretly pleased, Durant teased. Having grown more familiar with Eastern culture through his interactions with Qin Chao, seeing Durant's mischievous grin, Qin Chao felt an urge to teach him a lesson, but alas, he was left with no strength to do so. Today there was no training. However, Qin Chao still spent some time practicing his shots at Durant's private basketball court. One should not become complacent after winning 2 away games. The pursuit of the championship still lay ahead with 2 more matches to play. By 5 in the afternoon, Durant reappeared, urging Qin Chao to hurry and change. Despite his reluctance, Durant had already made a commitment. Qin Chao couldn't let Durant break his word. So he resigned himself to freshening up and changing clothes. Here, take this. As he descended the stairs, Durant tossed a set of car keys his way. You can drive any car from the garage. Just don't embarrass us, brother. With a wide grin, Durant reminded him of the young lady's significant status in the league, which drew the attention of many. Yet, the young lady had consistently turned down advances from even the league's superstars. Thus, an unspoken rule had emerged. Anyone who could win her heart would be hailed as a hero in the league. Unfortunately, despite the passing years, no one had succeeded. Now that the young lady showed interest in Qin Chao, they were all eager to support him. With a resigned smile, Qin Chao headed to the garage. Durant indeed had an impressive collection of vehicles, all luxurious. Sometimes, Qin Chao wondered if they truly needed so many high-end cars. To him, a car was merely a means of transportation. There seemed no need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for ostentation. His gaze swept over the array of luxury vehicles before finally resting on a Dodge van. With a smile, he approached and opened the door. Seeing Qin Chao drive away in the modest Dodge, Durant nearly rushed out in outrage. What the hell? I prepared you so many luxurious cars. And you choose a Dodge worth only $30,000? Are you trying to embarrass us? But alas, Qin Chao had already left. The Dodge, despite its price, was quite stylish and comfortable. It belonged to Durant's housekeeper, which explained its presence in the garage. Otherwise, given his status, it was unlikely Durant would have a vehicle worth less than $200,000. As he leisurely made his way to the restaurant, Qin Chao was in no rush. It wasn't until 8 in the evening that he parked in front of one of the most luxurious restaurants in downtown Brooklyn. This establishment operated on a membership basis. It was merely a matter of being wealthy to gain entry. Sir, may I please see your membership card? The doorman inquired respectfully. Membership card? What is that? Qin Chao frowned. Miss Scarlett invited me. Upon hearing the name, the doorman paused before becoming even more courteous. Please follow me, sir. Clearly, word had gotten around that the young lady was hosting a dinner here. Following the doorman, he was led straight to the top floor and into a private dining room. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a $100 bill, contemplated for a moment, then opted for a $10 bill instead, handing it to the doorman. Thank you, sir. Despite the visible reluctance in his eyes, the doorman bowed respectfully in gratitude. It was that Qin Chao was stingy. It was just that this money was hard-earned. Hey, Qin, over here. Scarlett had dressed up for the occasion, looking far more alluring than during their last encounter. Her golden hair framed her fair skin, which was hard to resist looking at. A faint smile appeared on Qin Chao's face. To be invited by the young lady is an honor. Since he was already here, he decided to go with the flow. Though he was particularly interested in foreign women, he found himself somewhat drawn to Scarlett. Perhaps a reflection of the universal allure of beauty. It is indeed my privilege to be invited by you. Pouring red wine for him, she said. Congratulations on your 2 victories. Cheers. Her graceful movements and melodious voice resembled that of a lark, igniting a warmth within Qin Chao. They clinked glasses. And while Qin Chao downed his drink, Scarlett sipped delicately. Qin Chao had never cared for wine. It held no thrill for him. It paled in comparison to the rich flavor of white liquor that lingered pleasantly on the palate. Chapter 34. The system is a trap when it comes to dating. Qin Chao is not particularly skilled, and his straightforward demeanor renders the concept of a date utterly mundane. Originally, the young lady, Scarlett, had wished to accompany Qin Chao to a movie, but he declined her invitation. In this day and age, the effort of watching a film hardly compares to the ease of scrolling through short videos at home. Nevertheless, Scarlett did not seem upset. She appeared more than willing to heed Qin Chao's preferences. Upon returning to his residence, it was already well past midnight. Qin Chao let out a long sigh, realizing that this situation could not persist, as it was impacting his training. The following morning, he undoubtedly rose late. He hurried through his morning routine and breakfast. By the time he arrived at the training facility, it was already past 8 o'clock. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with the gaze of all his teammates and coaching staff, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. Apologies for being late, Qin Chao offered with an embarrassed smile. At his words, the entire Nets team erupted into raucous laughter, with Durant striding over to him. Bro, why did you even show up today? I already told Nash you were busy. Everyone knows you and Oppos, got a lot on your plate. Besides, with your skills, skipping a day of training wouldn't Oppos, tea matter. As Durant spoke, he winked at Qin Chao. Puzzled, Qin Chao wondered why he had taken a day off for something he hadn't and Oppos, tea even mentioned. What was with Durant today? Nash then approached, patting Qin Chao on the shoulder. Qin, while training is important, some matters take precedence. Don't let that girl down. With the sincerity of someone who has been through similar experiences, his tone conveyed genuine concern. At this point, even Qin Chao, despite his usual obliviousness, began to grasp the situation. He turned to glare fiercely at Durant. Durant, are you spreading rumors? Seeing Qin Chao and Oppos' fierce gaze, Durant quickly made himself scarce. After all, as the team and Oppos' leader, he couldn't and Oppos' afford to be bested by a younger teammate. Qin Chao rolled his eyes at him and turned back, irritated, saying, Nash, it's not as Durant described. Scarlett and I are merely friends. He desperately tried to clarify, yet his explanations sounded painfully inadequate. Nash nodded repeatedly, yet his expression suggested he harbored doubts. The others could barely contain their laughter. Qin, the young lady is the goddess in the hearts of players across the league. So many wish to pursue her, yet she remains indifferent. Who would have imagined you caught her attention? You've struck gold. The bearded player, a self-proclaimed expert on relationships, clapped Qin Chao on the shoulder, offering unsolicited advice. In that moment, Qin Chao felt a surge of frustration, almost on the brink of tears, yet devoid of any tears to shed. Since explanations were futile, he decided to forego them altogether. Changing into his training gear, Qin Chao commenced his workout. Beep. The system has issued a task. Task 1. Complete 1,000 shuttle runs. Stamina increased by 5. Time limit, 3 hours. Task 2. Run 30 laps around the training facility. Stamina increased by 5. Time limit, 3 hours. Upon seeing the 2 tasks assigned by the system, Qin Chao nearly swore aloud. Is this some sort of joke? They both involve stamina training, and the workload is nearly identical. No matter which I choose, it's all exhausting labor. When will these tasks ever end? Perhaps I should attempt to accept both tasks? As he contemplated this, the system and Oppos' icy voice echoed in his mind. The host has chosen to complete both tasks simultaneously. Time limit, 6 hours. Qin Chao was taken aback. System, have you lost your mind? When did I ever indicate that I wanted to take on both tasks? He fumed, furious that the system had taken his fleeting thought seriously. Yet, the system remained unyieldingly aloof, ignoring his outburst. Left with no choice, Qin Chao accepted this harsh reality and submitted a request to Nash for independent training. Without hesitation, Nash agreed, recalling how effective Qin Chao's self-directed training plans had been in the past. As long as they could secure victories, what else mattered? With everyone watching, Qin Chao began his shuttle runs, pushing himself to the limit. Exhausted, he took a moment to hydrate on the sidelines. After a brief respite, he resumed, resembling a tireless machine, drenched in sweat. Observing his relentless efforts, his teammates could only stare in disbelief. Was this guy perhaps inclined towards self-harm? Nash sighed, pondering that if every team member possessed such a work ethic, the Nets would undoubtedly reign supreme in the league. After completing his final shuttle run, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. Beep. Task completed. Total time, 5 hours, 34 minutes, 27 seconds. Due to the simultaneous completion of both tasks, the system has granted a special reward. Please check for details. A special reward? Qin Chao's eyes lit up, eager to discover what it entailed. Just then, he heard someone calling his name. Qin Chao. The voice was soft yet clear. He turned to see Scarlett approaching, carrying a food container. What was she doing here? Was she perhaps bringing him lunch? As she walked over, placing the container down, she smiled gently. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? I brought you something. Qin Chao, caught off guard, initially intended to decline, but the teasing sounds of his teammates behind him made refusal impossible. Reluctantly, he accepted the container. To his surprise, it contained Chinese cuisine rather than the anticipated Western fare, albeit not the most appetizing presentation. Chinese cooking emphasizes a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. Yet the dishes before him left much to be desired. Noticing Qin Chao's stunned expression, Scarlett leaned in and whispered, "What's wrong? Are you not hungry? I learned to cook these from videos. I thought I did pretty well." Clearing his throat, Qin Chao shook his head and began to eat slowly. He couldn't quite discern the flavors, but figured it was at least cooked. With his eyes closed, he swallowed the food hastily. Watching him devour the meal, Scarlett stifled a laugh, feeling a warmth in her heart. Though he lacked the polished manners of Western gentlemen, he had a way of touching her deeply without realizing it. "Thank you," Qin Chao said with a smile as he handed the empty container back to Scarlet. I'll bring you something tomorrow, all right? Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of ripe peaches. However, in the next moment, Qin Chao abruptly stood, his forehead lined with sweat. Tomorrow? Am I at odds with you? Yet, to Scarlet. His reaction was exhilarating and thrilling. Chapter 35. Nash's signature. Is this considered a legacy? In the third game of the finals, Qin Chao's performance was rather lackluster. The reason was simple. He had suffered from a night of stomach troubles, leaving him physically drained and his movements unsteady. The culprit behind his ailment was likely the dubious dark cuisine prepared by Scarlet. However, despite Qin Chao's mediocre display, the Nets players excelled, particularly Durant and Harden, who operated in perfect harmony, one orchestrating the play, the other finishing it. The rest of the team also put forth immense effort, culminating in a victory amidst the cheers of the crowd, thereby clinching the match point. This triumph was unexpected for everyone, especially the Suns. Monty was baffled. The Nets had indeed thrived with Qin Chao, who played as if in a daze, yet the team remained formidable. Paul, Booker, and Ayton hung their heads in frustration, powerless against the reality of being part of the league. They could only bow their heads in silent despair. Before the fourth game of the finals, Qin Chao sought Nash's assistance. He was fully focused on preparing for the championship, avoiding all distractions. The previous encounters with Scarlet had left him wary. If such incidents continued, he might risk his very life. Nash regarded him with deep sympathy in his azure eyes and sighed, lamenting the difficulties faced by men. The fourth finals match finally commenced. This was the Suns and Oppo's last opportunity, and simultaneously, the Nets and Oppo's final chance to seize the championship. Regardless of the outcome, the stakes were monumental. Barclays Center was packed to capacity, with over 60,000 seats filled, even the aisles brimming with spectators. Since joining the NBA, the Nets had never claimed a championship. But today could mark the dawn of a new era as they aspired to hoist the Larry O. and Oppo's Bryant Trophy for the very first time. Nash delivered a pre-game rallying speech. Gentlemen, do you see that illustrious Larry O'Brien trophy? Tonight, if we endure, that trophy shall be ours. This is a historic moment for the Nets, and each of you is a crucial part of this legacy. Hearing Nash's words, the players erupted in enthusiastic cheers, their eyes gleaming with fervor, akin to a pack of wolves ready to pounce on their prey. Ding! The host has been detected for the starting lineup, and the system rewards the Nash passing skill set. Upon hearing the system and Oppo's notification, Qin Chao hesitated, his left foot poised midair. Was the system jesting? Nash's passing skill set? Glancing over at Nash, who stood on the sidelines, he noticed Nash raise his right hand in a tight fist, offering encouragement. This scene nearly made Qin Chao burst into laughter. I've just acquired your passing skill set, and here you are fist-bumping me as if it means something. With a wry smile, he stepped onto the court, determined to utilize Nash's skill set effectively. It seemed the system appreciated emotional connections. Nash had played in the league for 18 years, earning accolades such as regular season MVP and making multiple All-NBA teams. He had claimed the assists title and was a member of the 180 Club. In essence, Nash had garnered every individual honor available, yet he had never won a championship. A significant regret for him. However, today, if Qin Chao could utilize Nash's skill set to secure the championship, it would serve to remedy that regret. As the referee and Oppo's whistle signaled the start of the game, both teams prepared for the tip-off. Contrary to expectations, Durant surprised everyone by employing a cunning tactic during the jump ball. He leapt slightly after Ayton, and as Ayton secured the ball, Durant snatched it away, sending it flying toward Qin Chao. Noticing the mischievous grin on Durant and Oppo's face, Qin Chao could only chuckle as he dribbled past half-court, facing Booker, who had assumed the role of his defender. Despite their similar builds, Qin Chao found himself at a disadvantage due to his lighter weight. Yet, he was undeterred. My mission today is to stifle you, even if it means forsaking my own offense, Booker declared vehemently. As long as I can contain Qin Chao, the Nets' offense will falter. Qin Chao merely smiled in response. He zigzagged left and right, but Booker matched him step for step. Is that all you've got? Booker scoffed. However, Qin Chao's gaze subtly shifted upward towards the hoop, a movement that caught Booker's attention, causing him to tense up. Recognizing that Qin Chao was preparing to shoot, Booker leaned forward, shifting his weight. At that moment, Qin Chao feigned a jump, accelerating past him with a powerful stride. When Booker attempted to grab Qin Chao, he missed. Ayton quickly stepped in front of Qin Chao to obstruct his path. Seeing this, Qin Chao smiled slyly, bending his knees in a feigned jump. Ayton, focused solely on Qin Chao, leapt to block the shot. Yet, Qin Chao deftly passed the ball beneath Aiton and Antetokounmpo's outstretched arms, where LaMarcus Aldridge lay in wait. In a flash, Aldridge sprang up, delivering a thunderous dunk that reverberated through the arena. This pass was nothing short of exquisite. Qin Chao MVP. The crowd roared, their enthusiasm palpable as they rallied behind their team. On the court, Durant, Harden, and others converged to celebrate with Qin Chao, while Aldridge embraced him tightly. Brother. That was an incredible play. Meanwhile, Nash stood off to the side, momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. The pass Qin Chao had just executed was eerily reminiscent of Nash's signature style, drawing defenders in, accelerating with a shoulder dip, and making a precise pass after cutting into the lane. Yet, Qin Chao's execution seemed even more fluid than his own. Unbeknownst to him, Nash's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Overwhelmed by the realization that Qin Chao had begun the game employing techniques he had mastered long ago, the Suns continued to apply pressure on Qin Chao. Yet their efforts bore little fruit. Today, Qin Chao and Apos' desire to score was remarkably low, almost non-existent. However, his passing displayed an artistry that captivated all. Time and again, he delivered stunning assists, allowing the Nets to swiftly extend their lead. By the end of the third quarter, the Nets had established a 13-point advantage. Breathing heavily, sweat soaking his shirt, Qin Chao was approached by Nash, who placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "How are you holding up?" Nash inquired, concern etched on his face. After gulping down some water, Qin Chao replied, "I'm all right. I can hold out for one more quarter." Internally, he felt grateful for having improved his stamina by 5% the previous day. Otherwise, he might have been utterly exhausted by now. Chapter 36. Let the ball soar in the air. Upon witnessing the unwavering gaze of Qin Chao, Nash finally nodded in agreement. He clapped his hands and continued. In the third quarter, everyone performed admirably. Whether in defense, counterattacks, screens, or finding open spaces, the execution of our tactics was exceptional. I hope that in this next quarter, we can maintain the stability we showcased in the third. In Nash's blue eyes, a flicker of hope ignited. "Gentlemen, do you see that trophy? If we persevere, in just a few minutes, that trophy will be ours." The players of the Nets erupted in cheers. The championship trophy, they had never imagined they were so close to it. With one quarter remaining, they held a 13-point lead. As long as they did not falter, the scales of victory were already tipping in their favor. After a brief respite, both teams returned to the court. Qin Chao remained standing, despite being on the brink of exhaustion and experiencing severe pain in his right wrist. Yet, his expression remained cold and indifferent. As long as he stood on this court, he was a warrior, willing to exhaust everything for victory. Influenced by Qin Chao's presence, his teammates released their formidable aura. It was as if the entire home court was saturated with their intimidating energy. However, basketball is an unpredictable sport. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Suns altered their strategy, breaking down their offensive plays with meticulous detail. They patiently moved the ball, refusing to shoot even as the shot clock wound down to 24 seconds without a suitable opportunity. This effectively thwarted the Nets' fast break attempts. With veteran Paul orchestrating the offense, the Suns were in capable hands. First, Booker hit 3 consecutive three-pointers. Then, Aiton received the ball under the basket for a thunderous dunk, followed by several mid-range jump shots. The once 13-point lead evaporated within mere minutes. Even with Nash calling multiple timeouts, the impact was negligible, because Qin Chao did not exert himself in these offensive plays. The Nets' scoring plummeted. Momentum is an elusive force, indiscernible and unseen, yet palpably real. At this moment, the once formidable aura emanating from the Nets had vanished without a trace. Durant wore a grim expression, sweat streaming down his forehead. Harden stood at the center of the court, his wide eyes fixed on the audience, lost in thought. Shamet and Griffin also wore somber faces, clearly taken aback by the Suns' ferocious offense. Halfway through the fourth quarter, the score had been leveled. "Qin, it's your turn to attack." Shamet approached Qin Chao, his gaze intense. In the previous 3 games, it was Qin Chao's relentless offense that secured victory. His performance in the first 3 quarters had been stellar. Yet, in this crucial fourth quarter, as a supporting player, he had not even committed a single foul. Was he not merely coasting? Breathing heavily, Qin Chao was not trying to coast, nor was he indifferent to his opponent's surge. The physical toll of the game weighed heavily on him. To achieve ultimate victory, he needed to learn to manage his stamina wisely. Finally, with just 5 minutes remaining in the game, Qin Chao suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with determination. Like a king returning to his throne, his gaze exuded an air of dominance. "Fight!" he roared. Qin Chao drove the ball forward at a breakneck pace. As he faced the defense, He pushed off with his right foot, launching into a powerful first step. But in the next moment, he found a Suns player firmly blocking his path. Qin Chao paused. Astonished, his explosive first step was his greatest weapon bestowed upon him by the system. Why was it failing him today? Retracting his right foot, Qin Chao and Appo's face darkened. He then maneuvered with his left hand while receiving the ball with his right, attempting to break through again. Yet the defender stood there like a statue, seemingly anticipating each of Qin Chao's moves. He could not afford to expend any more energy. The Suns were gaining momentum, and if he failed to score, their counterattack would be imminent. If that happened, stopping them would be nearly impossible. With this in mind, Qin Chao executed a sudden diagonal drive. The opposing defender yawned. Are you done? If you want to break through, hurry up, my time is precious. The defender, a bench player for the Suns, had no notable reputation but possessed a robust physique and formidable defense. Qin Chao, unfazed by the taunt, seized the moment of the defender and Appo's distraction, quickly faking left before cutting sharply to the right. The defender matched his speed, maintaining tight coverage and denying Qin Chao access to the paint. As time continued to dwindle, the shot clock neared 24 seconds. At that moment, Qin Chao glanced at the basket and winked at Durant. Instantly, Durant shed his defender and rushed toward the hoop. Ignoring Qin Chao, he leaped high into the air, unguarded. In that split second, the basketball arced gracefully toward the hoop. The crowd fell silent in disbelief. No one knew what had just transpired, except for Nash on the sidelines, whose blue eyes widened in astonishment, fists clenched tightly. As a former star of the game, he had executed similar passes countless times, allowing teammates to complete dunks with ease. This technique demanded a high level of synergy between passer and scorer. During Nash's prime, only Marion had been able to achieve such flawless coordination with him. Yet now, his signature move had re-emerged on the court. With a resounding thud, as Durant descended, the ball landed perfectly in his hands. He then unleashed a powerful slam dunk. The arena erupted. Qin Chao, Durant, Qin Chao, Durant. The fervent shouts of the Nets fans reverberated through the air, celebrating the dynamic duo. Chapter 37. The championship title is not so difficult after all. Durant, filled with excitement, raised his fist and shouted fervently. Qin Chao, however, merely smiled faintly. While the spectacle of the shot was undeniably captivating, he sensed a certain lack of technical finesse. Any interference could have easily thwarted that offensive play. Brother, you're a genius, Durant exclaimed, hastily approaching Qin Chao and giving him a hearty bump that nearly sent Qin Chao tumbling to the ground, pain radiating from his chest. This rascal, does he not realize his own physicality? Celebrating with such fervor, he must think I've got an eternity to live. Although it was Durant who executed the dunk. Anyone with a discerning eye would understand that without Qin Chao's exquisite guiding pass, Durant would never have completed such a powerful two-handed slam. Qin, after the game, I'll take you to the nightclub, spend as you wish. Even if it means bringing all the ladies back to the hotel, I'll take care of it. The bearded one chimed in, equally exhilarated. The connection between Qin Chao and Durant rejuvenated the spirits of the Nets, who were on the verge of collapse. In the ESPN and Tencent live broadcasts, fans across every streaming platform were fervently cheering for Qin Chao. Notably, Barkley was wildly slapping his bald head in excitement. Oh my God. Oh my God. Qin is absolutely divine. There is no other explanation for such extraordinary play. Barkley, known for his lofty standards, was rendered speechless. The synergy between Qin Chao and Durant transcended mere words. Shaquille O'Neal, too, watched Qin Chao with a smile. This young man consistently delivers unexpected surprises. The Nets had been stifled throughout the first half, yet it was Qin Chao's sudden offensive strike that broke the deadlock, not only leveling the score, but also propelling them ahead. His incisive attacks rivaled those of the league's premier point guards. As the Suns once again tied the game, it was Qin Chao who stepped up, executing a split-second pass that left the Suns utterly stymied. Gentlemen, time is of the essence. Let us push forward. Qin Chao clapped his hands, gesturing toward the clock on the big screen, eliciting vigorous nods from everyone around him as they collectively chanted, "Champions." Despite being momentarily subdued by the Nets, the Suns were a storied franchise, rich in tradition. Even a fleeting setback could not extinguish their relentless pursuit of victory. Paul initiated an offensive play, with Booker supporting him, leading to an exquisite collaboration that culminated in a smooth floater by Booker, once again leveling the score. Durant showcased his formidable individual prowess with a breakthrough and a swift jump shot, the ball effortlessly sinking through the net. Ayton positioned himself under the basket for a powerful dunk, while Harden executed an Eurostep into the paint, drawing a foul from Ayton and sinking both free throws. The score remained tightly contested, culminating in a 115-115 tie with just 10 seconds remaining. All players exerted every ounce of their strength, leaving nothing in reserve. Even the benchwarmers were desperately striving. In this do-or-die final, especially for the Suns, a loss would signify the end of their season. Sitting on the bench, Qin Chao felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. His legs were weak, threatening to give way at any moment. His right hand trembled violently, his fingers incapable of forming a fist. Sweat poured from his forehead, soaking the floor beneath him. Durant, Harden, Shamet, Griffin, and the others were similarly affected. Yet, not a single one complained, nor did anyone allow their spirits to wane. Even while seated on the bench, their nerves remained taut, sustained solely by the resilience within their hearts. Should they falter, that resilience would vanish, rendering them powerless. The final possession belonged to Qin Chao. With his cerulean eyes fixed intently on the basket, the wind child showed no hesitation. Typically, the last shot, often a matter of life and death, would be entrusted to the team as superstar. Yet this time, Nash showed no doubt. As if a voice within him declared that only Qin Chao could make the shot. Everyone paused, bewildered, glancing at Durant. In the past, such moments always fell to Durant. Yet Durant, far from expressing any dissatisfaction, merely spread his arms and smiled. "Why are you all looking at me? Qin is the key." His jest alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. Qin Chao nodded calmly. "I will not let your expectations down." Taking a deep breath, he readied himself, synchronizing his heartbeat. The referee's whistle pierced the air, urging both teams back onto the court. With the ball in the Nets' possession following a timeout, Shamet held the ball, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. The stakes were immense. How could he not feel exhilarated? Durant maneuvered to shake off his defender, seeking to receive the ball, but Booker and Paul effectively double-teamed him, denying him the opportunity. Harden, too, found himself closely guarded by Ayton. Yet they all shared a singular purpose: to stretch the defenders outward. 5 defenders against 4 players. They could not afford to lose their positions. A cold smirk crept across Qin Chao's lips as he swiftly returned to the basket. The Suns players, momentarily panicked, hurried to catch up. But Qin Chao's movement was too sudden, leaving them no time to react. In the blink of an eye, he was beneath the hoop. At that moment, Shamet hurled the ball toward him. With a chilling laugh, Qin Chao seized the ball. As the Suns' defenders leaped to block him, Qin Chao deftly dribbled behind his back, shifting the ball to his left hand and gently pushing it outward. Shamet arrived just in time to catch the ball with one hand, rising for a powerful dunk. Paul, Booker, and Ayton had already leaped forward. Time dwindled to a mere 2 seconds. Should this play fail, the game would inevitably extend into overtime. Yet, as they charged toward Shamet, believing he would dunk, he suddenly executed a bounce pass. The ball sailed beneath the feet of the 3 defenders, rebounding perfectly into Qin Chao's hands. With his knees bent, he channeled the last of his strength into his legs. In the next instant, he soared high into the air, executing a thunderous 2-handed slam. Boom. At that moment, it felt as though only this sound existed in the world. Chapter 38. The dust settles. No one anticipated the extraordinary synergy between Qin Chao and Nash. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and for a moment, it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill. The only sound was the rhythmic bounce of the basketball, which eventually yielded to silence. Qin Chao gasped for breath, his legs trembling uncontrollably. At last, when every last ounce of strength had been expended, he collapsed onto the court. "Did we win?" Nash murmured, standing on the sidelines. "We won," Musk roared, rising from the bench and enveloping Nash in a fervent embrace. In the next instant, all the players on the bench surged onto the court. "We are champions! Champions!" they screamed, celebrating the Nets' first ever championship title. Qin Chao, still panting, was soon surrounded by an overwhelming number of supporters who lifted him high into the air. A voice echoed, calling out, "Qin Chao." And soon the arena resonated with his name. Qin Chao. Qin Chao. Qin Chao. The chant cascaded through the crowd, reaching the stands where thousands of fans joined in unison, reverberating throughout the Barclays Center. In the ESPN studio, Barkley exclaimed, "Incredible." Qin and Apos' final shot was unexpected, absolutely stunning. Shaquille O and Apos, Neil added, "Congratulations to the Nets and to Qin for creating a miracle." In the Eastern Conference semifinals, he led the Nets to an impossible comeback. In the Eastern Conference Finals, they decisively defeated the Hawks. In the finals, time and again, Qin Chao turned the tide against adversity. He single-handedly saved the Nets from the brink of disaster. Qin Chao, a true hero. In the 10-cent studio, teachers Yang and Su trembled with excitement. Let us shout it together. Nets, champions. Qin Chao champion. For years, the people of Huahua had longed for a championship ring. Even if someone had previously claimed one, the significance of that championship ring was universally understood. But this time, Qin Chao was the greatest contributor to the Nets and Oppo's victory. How could they not be thrilled? They had often said that Huahua players could not establish themselves in the league. Yet, Qin Chao not only proved them wrong but also led his team to triumph over formidable opponents, ascending to the pinnacle of success. What a prideful moment for Huahua. The live chat was inundated with messages. Qin Chao, with his sheer determination, had forged a championship team. Qin Gu is formidable, truly the first among Huahua's NBA players. Finally, there is a successor to DL. How long have I waited? The FMP award undoubtedly belonged to Qin Chao. No one was surprised by this outcome. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver personally presented the trophy to Qin Chao. Qin, however, felt no fondness for Silver, offering only a symbolic handshake, his expression unchanging. This moment caused Silver to pause, pondering, does this kid have a problem with me? After all, I am also of Chinese descent. With Qin Chao's rise, a wave of popularity had begun to sweep through the league. His jersey sales skyrocketed, and with the Nets championship win and his FMP title, the sales of his merchandise would undoubtedly soar even higher. Ultimately, the NBA is a business league, and for players who can generate substantial profits, even the commissioner must bow in deference. Silver smiled ingratiatingly before slowly retreating from the stage, though internally he resolved to have a proper conversation with Qin Chao. If there were any misunderstandings, they must be resolved. This night belonged to the Nets, and the celebrations continued, yet Qin Chao retreated early to the locker room. The exertion of the game had taken its toll on him. He needed rest. Durant had already informed his agent to deliver a cryogenic chamber to Qin Chao. Half an hour later, emerging from the chamber, Qin Chao felt significantly revitalized. Qin, you truly astonish me, Musk remarked, rising with a smile. Qin Chao furrowed his brow, puzzled by Musk's presence. Shouldn't he be celebrating? You're curious why I'm here? Musk smirked, exuding an air of knowing. Qin Chao shrugged, harboring no fondness for Musk, who always put on a facade of superiority. I'm afraid my interests lie solely with women, he retorted, changing into his clothes and disregarding Musk. Musk, however, was unfazed. After all, Qin Chao's status had changed. Even if he faced mockery, he would have to endure it. Such is the plight of a manager. Chapter 39. Various parties compete for allegiance. National call for Qin. Originally, I had intended to seek you out in a few days, but my employer insisted I come sooner. Musk smiled faintly, maintaining a fadeaway of a gentleman, yet there was a glint of cunning lurking in the depths of his gaze. I wish to discuss the matter of contract renewal with you. Although a contract worth $5 million was ultimately signed with Qin, it was merely for the duration of the season. This implies that at the moment the Nets clinch the championship, Qin will become a free agent. Given Qin's performance in the finals, the Nets are undoubtedly eager to secure a renewal. However, Qin furrowed his brow, expressing, the season has just concluded. I merely wish to rest for a while. As for the renewal, is it not a matter that can wait? Qin had never contemplated coercing anyone, nor had he ever thought of departing from the Nets. As long as the Nets and Mr. Kai treated him justly, he would never leave. Nonetheless, the likes of Musk, with such influence, left Qin feeling quite displeased. Very well, we await your response at any time. Musk replied with a smile. Qin, I believe you understand that we approach this with utmost sincerity. This was indeed Musk's true intention for seeking out Qin. He wished to convey his genuine intent to entice Qin to remain. Qin nodded subtly before shouldering his bag and leaving the locker room. He chose not to partake in the evening's celebrations. Having already secured the championship, he yearned to share this joy with his family at the earliest opportunity. Since the commencement of the playoffs, Qin had kept his phone switched off, severing all contact with the outside world. Today, he finally reactivated it. No sooner had he powered it on than it began to ring. Noticing an unfamiliar number, Qin frowned. Qin, congratulations on winning the championship, and congratulations on becoming the FMVP. A melodious female voice came through the line, bringing Qin a sense of comfort. Thank you, Scarlett. Qin was taken aback that Scarlett was the first to reach out to him. In truth, upon learning of the Nets' victory and Qin's FMVP accolade, Scarlett had persistently attempted to contact him. Thus, she became the first to extend her congratulations. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to dinner, no refusals allowed, Scarlett declared with an air of authority. This momentarily caught Qin off guard, but he soon smiled and responded, Very well, I shall await your arrival. After a brief chat, Qin ended the call. Yet, before he could catch his breath, The phone rang again. Qin, congratulations. Quite an achievement. You managed to secure the FMVP, even surpassing KD. The voice on the line belonged to James, who had also been attempting to reach Qin, but his calls had been met with a busy signal until now. James laughed heartily. Thank you. Qin replied with a smile. LeBron, you didn't call just to congratulate me, did you? Surely, there is something more? Qin was already aware of James and Oppo's intentions. The former king was no longer at his peak, and as his career approached its twilight, he simply wished to collect a few more championship rings. This was paramount to his aspiration of becoming the greatest in NBA history. However, his fixation on Qin exceeded Qin's expectations. Though Qin's recent performance had indeed been stellar, it had only spanned a mere 9 games. Could it be that James had pinned all his hopes on Qin based solely on those 9 games? Laughter echoed from the other end. Qin, as I mentioned before, I hope you will consider joining the Lakers. You may set your own terms. Let us fight side by side and forge a dynasty together. What do you say? Given that James could casually suggest such terms, it was evident that Lakers owner Jeannie Buss had made promises to him. LeBron, the season has just concluded. I truly do not wish to ponder too much right now. May I take some time to rest before providing you with an answer? Qin's demeanor remained respectful towards James, for he was indeed his idol. Although the former king lacked the loyalty of Kobe Bryant, who could defend a city single-handedly, it did not diminish Qin's admiration for him. The physical prowess, the sheer force of his play, and the beauty of his aggression were captivating to Qin. Upon hearing Qin's words, James sighed. All right, Qin, if you make a decision, please inform me at the earliest opportunity. His desire for Qin was palpable. And after imparting his reminders, James finally ended the call. Sitting on his bed, Qin sighed in resignation. It appeared he would indeed need to find an agent. Otherwise, if he continued to handle everything himself, he would surely exhaust himself. After making a call to his family, Qin silenced his phone and sank into a deep slumber. With no impending games, he finally relaxed completely, indulging in a rare long sleep until he lazily awoke the following afternoon, with an evening engagement with Scarlett looming. Qin reluctantly rose to prepare himself. In the days that followed, he traversed between his residence and Durant's villa daily. Due to his wrist injury, he required Joseph's continuous treatment. In truth, Durant had suggested that Qin stay at his home, but Qin had declined. Now a free agent, he anticipated numerous inquiries. Yet there were matters he preferred to keep private. It was not until a week later that a phone call caused Qin to furrow his brow. A national team invitation. As the off-season coincided with the qualifiers for the Basketball World Cup, the sports department had not intended to invite Qin so soon, considering his exhaustion. However, the men's team's performance had been dismal, suffering defeats in the previous qualification window. Should the subsequent matches yield no victories, it would mean that the national team would miss out on this World Cup. The national call was one Qin could not refuse. Yet, the injury to his wrist left him in a state of turmoil. Joseph, is it possible for me to return to my country for treatment regarding my wrist? Please do not take offense. It is not that I doubt your medical skills, but the call of my country cannot be neglected, hence. Qin's face was a portrait of helplessness. Hearing Qin's words, Joseph furrowed his brow tightly. If Qin's wrist injury could not be managed conservatively, it might jeopardize his professional career. Here, he had access to the finest medical expertise, so Joseph could not fathom why Qin would prioritize the national team's matches over his career. Durant, too, wore a concerned expression. He understood just how fatigued Qin was. After finally reaching the off-season, when he could rest, why would he insist on returning home? Mr. Joseph, I implore you. Qin earnestly gazed at Joseph, speaking earnestly. As a citizen of Huagua, his values diverged from those of Durant and others. Loyalty and patriotism were etched into the hearts of every Huagua citizen. When the nation calls, one must answer, no matter the distance. Chapter 40. Uncle leads the team. This matter can succeed. Qin Chao's earnest expression elicited a resigned sigh from Joseph. Just wait here, he said with irritation, before rising and heading towards the medical room. Qin Chao stood up as well, casting a puzzled glance at Joseph. What did this old man mean? Durant, however, patted him on the shoulder. Old Joseph has agreed to your request, and will formulate a recovery plan for you. Qin Chao managed a wry smile. This old man could be quite terrifying when angered. You'll get used to old Joseph's temperament, Durant remarked, observing Qin Chao with a sigh. Do you really have to go back? He was not one to meddle. But he was reluctant to see Qin Chao's performance affected by this situation. There is no choice. I must return, Qin Chao replied with a determined smile. Durant nodded reluctantly. But it seemed he remembered something, pausing in thought without elaborating. Qin Chao looked at Durant in confusion, wondering what was on his mind. The plane gradually descended at Shaoshan Airport. Qin Chao personally pulled his suitcase, fatigue etched on his face. Although there had been no training or matches in recent days, the relentless social engagements had left him drained. Is this the mysterious Eastern nation? Scarlett exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. It was her first visit to China, and everything felt so novel to her. Initially, Qin Chao had not intended for Scarlett to accompany him. He was returning for a competition, and after reuniting with the team, he would be undergoing closed training. Moreover, he and Scarlett were merely ordinary friends, and returning home together felt somewhat awkward. Yet, Scarlett somehow managed to contact Joseph, insisting on supervising Qin Chao's recovery from his wrist injury. Furthermore, she had leveraged her connections to secure a reporting position, accompanying the national basketball team. Now, despite Qin Chao's reluctance, he found himself without recourse. I need to join the national team. You. Qin Chao hesitated to speak, feeling guilty that Scarlett had come for his sake. I've already arranged everything. I'll meet you tomorrow. Scarlett smiled, seemingly unconcerned. Her typical Western demeanor showed that she wooed and oppose, dwell on trivial matters. As long as she enjoyed herself, she wouldn't mind enduring some inconveniences. Qin Chao admired her spirit and nodded before hailing a taxi to the gym. This round of competition was held domestically, which spared him considerable hassle. Qin Chao, you finally made it. A voice filled with eagerness and warmth greeted him as he entered the gym. A middle-aged man approached briskly, his hair flecked with gray, yet brimming with vitality. It was none other than the newly appointed head coach of the national team, the championship mentor, Old Gua. Known colloquially as Uncle in the basketball community, Qin Chao had emerged from youth training under his guidance, making him a pivotal figure in Qin Chao's development. Seeing his long-lost mentor, with hair now touched by frost, stirred a mix of emotions within Qin Chao. Thank you for your hard work, Coach Gua. Due to the first round's disappointing performance, Old Du had been dismissed, leaving the team in Coach Gua's capable hands. It was impossible for him not to be fatigued. But as long as they could win, Old Uncle would endure any strain. Coach Gua chuckled heartily, patting Qin Chao on the shoulder. Go settle into your dormitory. I will inform the other team members. We need to get acquainted since we'll be fighting side by side from now on. True to his decisive nature, Qin Chao nodded and followed the staff to the dormitory. Meanwhile, the national basketball team members had been summoned to the gym, and a few could not help but grumble. Aren't we supposed to have no training today? What is the point of gathering? One player complained. Old Gua just doesn't like us, after all. We're all from Guangdong, another chimed in. I might as well pack my things and return to my original team. Who wants to suffer here? The Liaoning players arrived first, followed by others. Although they complained, they dared not act out. Coach Gua, are we doing extra training today? Lu Zheng asked with a sardonic smile. They were all promoted by Old Du, and while their talent was debatable, their troublesome habits were evident. Coach Gua shot him a cold glance. Did I ask for your opinion? In this space, he was the head coach, and his words were commands. Once assembled, everyone was expected to comply without question. Lu Zheng's expression darkened, but upon meeting Coach Gua's icy gaze, he swallowed his anger, muttering a curse under his breath. Ignoring him, Coach Gua clapped his hands. The reason for today's assembly is that the final member of our national team has returned. From now on, we will be fighting together. So let us take a moment to get to know one another. He gestured toward the player tunnel. Qin Chao, who had been waiting, smiled and jogged over. Qin Chao, this season-end Oppos, NBA Finals champion and FMVP. I need not elaborate further. You all know him well. In half an hour, we will have an internal scrimmage. Coach Gua said with a smile, allowing them to disperse and mingle. Since Qin Chao had emerged from Liaoning's youth training, he was quite familiar with many of the players. Qin Chao, you're finally back. We've all missed you. Han exclaimed, pulling Qin Chao into a tight embrace, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Fortunately, Alan and Jiwei quickly intervened, pulling Qin Chao free. Brother, we watched your championship game. Congratulations. Jiwei grinned, bumping fists with him. How does it feel to win FMVP? Bring that trophy back for me to play with. They joked, sharing laughter. At that moment, Lu Zheng and his group approached. Greeting Qin Chao. Qin Chao, tonight, we're treating you. Let us drink until dawn and not leave until we're all drunk. Initially, as a newcomer, Qin Chao would not have refused an invitation, but upon hearing their intent to drink excessively, he furrowed his brow. Given his wrist injury, he could not afford to indulge in alcohol. Moreover, Joseph had not only devised a treatment plan for him, but had also arranged for a nutritionist to oversee his diet and daily routine. Thus, with a bittersweet smile, Qin Chao addressed them. I apologize. but my meals are under specialized nutritional supervision, so I must decline your generous offer. His words gradually darkened Lu Zheng and the others' expressions. Although Qin Chao had proven himself on the grand stage of the NBA, earning the FMP title, he was still a Chinese national and a member of the men and Oppos basketball team. Chapter 41. If you dare, show your skills, ha? Brother Qin has finally established his footing in the NBA, even having a dedicated nutritionist for his diet. We truly envy him. Lu Zheng scoffed, his words dripping with disdain for Qin Chao. Upon hearing him, De Han, Ai Luan, Ji Wei, and other players from the Liaoning basketball team furrowed their brows. Their gazes directed at Lu Zheng filled with anger. Lu Zheng, is your sarcasm amusing? Ai Luan retorted fiercely. Qin Chao's presence in the NBA is a result of unimaginable effort. What is wrong with maintaining a balanced diet? Do you wish for him to indulge in your reckless feasting, ruin his health, and be eliminated from the NBA? Is that what would please you? Ai Luan and Oppos, as hot-headedness was evident as he glared at Lu Zheng. Yet, his words seemed to fall on deaf ears. I am conversing with Qin Chao. What concern is it of yours? Do you truly believe that being the nephew of Coach Guo grants you the authority to dictate terms here? My invitation to Qin Chao is a courtesy. Don't think that with him, the men's basketball team can secure a spot in the World Cup. Let me tell you, if we brothers do not cooperate, you are simply a bunch of useless players. The exchange became increasingly heated, and the group had divided into two factions. One side comprised players once favored by the veteran Coach Du, belonging to several southern teams. The other side was a mix from various teams. Yet they shared a common yearning for victory. Qin Chao's arrival undoubtedly infused the team with a greater sense of aggression, which they welcomed. In the distance, Coach Guo and Chief Jiang observed silently, neither uttering a word nor showing any intent to intervene. If Qin Chao aspired to lead this team, he needed to demonstrate sufficient prowess to win over everyone present. They were all eagerly anticipating how he would navigate the situation. In any team, the position of the leader is beyond question. The reason the men's basketball team has faltered is due to the lack of a core player capable of instilling fear in others. Qin Chao frowned slightly. He had no desire to engage in petty squabbles with Lu Zheng, nor did he ever intend to assume the role of the team leader. His return, driven by a profound love for his homeland and an unwavering passion for basketball, was his only motivation. Yet, it seemed that wherever there were people, disputes inevitably arose. Qin Chao could discern, to some extent, Coach Guo and Chief Jiang and Oppos as intentions. They hoped he could shoulder the future of men and Oppos basketball, but it was a daunting task ahead. His gaze drifted towards Yi Jianlian and Oppos' face. If anyone in the national team commanded universal respect, it was undoubtedly Yi Jianlian. Once a member of the golden generation of men's basketball, he was now 36 years old. If he chose to speak, perhaps the players would heed his words. However, Yi Jianlian's nature was far too reserved. His introverted disposition made it impossible for him to become a true leader of the team. At that moment, Yi Jianlian also looked at him, suddenly smiling and nodding in encouragement. This left Qin Chao momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Yi Jianlian would be supportive of him. A bittersweet smile crossed his lips. Yet, it seemed he had no retreat now. He slowly lifted his head, gazing at Lu Zheng's arrogant demeanor. With a sigh, Qin Chao thought, not convinced. No matter, as a man, if you have grievances, let your basketball do the talking. Are you brave enough to step onto the court? Lu Zheng clenched his teeth. I've been fed up with you for a long time. He picked up a ball from the ground and stood beyond the three-point line, shooting it effortlessly. Thud, the basketball swished through the net. A provocation, flaunting his three-point prowess. Qin Chao merely smirked. Though he rarely followed domestic matches, he was aware that Lu Zheng, as a key guard for the Shanghai team, possessed impressive shooting skills. Yet, was such brazen boasting not a bit over the top? After all, Qin Chao had risen to prominence through his three-point shooting, boasting a staggering 50% shooting rate, whether from beyond the arc or even logo range. He approached it with ease. Come, let me witness the skills of this primary guard of yours. Tossing the basketball to Lu Zheng, Qin Chao bent his knees, adopting a defensive stance. Lu Zheng, unyielding, gestured for others to step aside and began showcasing his dribbling skills, between the legs, lateral movements, behind the backspins. A series of flashy maneuvers dazzled the onlookers. Yet, Qin Chao sighed. Is this just showboating? This is a confrontation, not a skills competition. Coach Sheng once said, no matter how beautiful your tricks are, if you cannot get past your opponent, they are of no use. This saying has become a classic for me. To be truly skilled, one must be able to surpass their adversary. Hearing Qin Chao's words, Lu Zhang and Oppo's fury ignited as he made a sudden move to break through on the right. However, as he stepped forward, a hand swiftly swept in. Before he could even react, that large hand had snatched the basketball from his grip. While Lu Zhang and Oppo's fundamentals were commendable, they paled in comparison to the techniques of guards in the NBA. Even seasoned players like Paul had fallen victim to Qin Chao's steals. What chance did Lu Zhang have? Without even glancing at the hoop, Qin Chao turned his back to the basket and casually tossed the ball behind him. Thud, the basketball cleanly swished through the net. My goodness, that was incredible. The other players gasped in astonishment, exclaiming in various dialects, all expressing their shock. You can't even hold onto the ball. What gives you the right to be arrogant? Turning to Lu Zhang, Qin Chao coolly remarked, don't get too cocky. You were merely fortunate to steal the ball once. Now it's your turn to attack. Let us see how I shut you down. Lu Zhang was not just an offensive threat. He was also a formidable defender. Of course, while he often resorted to some unsavory tactics, it was undeniable that he had a tenacious spirit. Qin Chao, watch out for dirty tricks, AI Luan called out loudly. Qin Chao smiled and nodded. In the NBA, he had seen all sorts of dirty plays. If he could endure in that environment, what could Lu Zhang do? Receiving the ball, Qin Chao was in no rush. Instead, he focused intently on Lu Zhang, beckoning him closer with a finger. I advise you to stay tight on me. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. Lu Zhang, infuriated, retorted, I'll defend however I want. I don't need your permission. Before he could finish, Qin Chao leaped high into the air, his left wrist flicking as the basketball soared forth like a rushing river, streaming straight towards the hoop. Boom! It thunderously slammed into the net. Just 2 steps away from the three-point line. A shot from that distance was rare at any level of competition. Lu Zhang gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Good shot. AI Luan cheered excitedly, clapping his hands. Well done. Ji-Wei laughed heartily. This kid is no slouch. Dahan nodded heavily in agreement. Meanwhile, in the distance, Coach Guo and Chief Jiang exchanged satisfied smiles. Chapter 42, The Rise of Conflict. Are you coming back for more? Qin Chao inquired coldly as he held the ball in one hand, gazing at Lu Zhang. Breathing heavily, Lu Zhang's eyes were filled with reluctance. If you have the ability, then surpass me. At that moment, Coach Guo and Big Brother Jiang approached. Do not humiliate yourself, Coach Guo scoffed. Qin Chao's three-point shot was nothing short of extraordinary, with statistical data indicating a hitting rate of 50%. Moreover, he was not merely executing standard three-pointers, but also logo threes and even late-game threes. Can you compete with that? Guo's voice grew increasingly frigid as he looked at Lu Zhang. You still wish to compare your skills with him? It's utterly laughable. Qin Chao's rapid acceleration leaves even top defensive masters like Trae Young and Booker helpless. In comparison, what are you, Lu Zhang? How can you still stand here without feeling ashamed? By the end, Coach Guo was nearly furious. As an athlete, it is commendable to have a competitive spirit. However, if you fail to recognize your limitations and act foolishly, that is sheer stupidity. Lu Zhang maintained a stoic expression, fully aware that Coach Guo's words bore truth. Yet, he could not suppress his resentment. Why should Qin Chao receive special treatment? Why should his diligent efforts render him merely a supporting player to Qin Chao? He was indignant. Even more so now. Warm up. In half an hour, we will have an internal scrimmage. Form your own teams. The losing side will practice for an additional 2 hours. Coach Guo commanded sternly upon seeing Lu Zhang fall silent. Let us go. Warm up. Alan stepped forward, draping an arm around Qin Chao's shoulders, smiling as he spoke. Despite an injury on his wrist, Qin Chao paid no heed to the internal scrimmage, as its intensity would be somewhat diminished. Zhang, I suggest you refrain from clashing with Qin Chao. He has just received accolades and is undoubtedly the coach's favorite right now. If you provoke him too harshly, there may be dire consequences. Several teammates urged him repeatedly. Yet, Lu Zhang merely huffed in response. If necessary, I won't hesitate to take him out. No one would dare say anything. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. If it comes to ruining someone, he certainly holds his own in the league with his underhanded tactics and constant dirty plays. Upon hearing Lu Zhang's words, the others frowned. Zhang, this is not the time for reckless behavior. Remember, we represent our nation. Although they typically had good relations with Lu Zhang, the current situation was delicate. Should Qin Chao be truly harmed, the upcoming second window match would likely end in defeat. Since the golden generation of the national team faded into the background, the strength of the Chinese men and Oppo's basketball team has diminished significantly, with even their standing in Asia facing considerable challenges. At last, with Qin Chao's emergence, hope had returned to the team. If he were to be eliminated now, this flicker of hope would dissolve into nothingness. What's this? Now that Qin Chao has shown promise. Are you all considering switching sides? Lu Zhang turned to the others, his tone icy. The statement was clear. There would be no reconciliation between him and Qin Chao. The teammates shook their heads helplessly before heading off to warm up. Only Lu Zhang remained, his gaze fixed on Qin Chao, who was practicing shots across the court. His malicious intent evident. During the internal scrimmage, the coaching staff usually organized the teams, but this time, they allowed the players to self-select their squads, indicating a deliberate approach by the coaches. Naturally, the players from the Northeast rallied around Qin Chao, while Lu Zhang and his companions formed their own group representing the South. This arrangement bore the essence of an all-star game. On the Northern team, the starting lineup consisted of guards Allen, Jiwei, and Qin Chao, with Jinlin at the 4 and Zhou Qiqi, who had shown in the European League, at center, exemplifying a three-guard strategy, with each player possessing offensive prowess. The bench was equally impressive, featuring Xing Fanbua, who had participated in the NBA draft, and Zhu Shuhong, a sharpshooting big man, both of whom could easily be starters on the national team. On the southern side, the duo of Lin and Hu Jinxiu formed the Twin Towers, with Lu Zhang and Zhao Rui in the backcourt, and the forward line led by Yi Jianlian. The bench was equally luxurious, boasting veteran Zhou Ping and the promising newcomer Zhu Mingchen. What are your thoughts? Allen asked playfully, noticing Qin Chao seated on the bench, staring vacantly at the southern players. Qin Chao withdrew his gaze. No particular thoughts, it's merely an internal training match, a chance to familiarize ourselves. It was not that Qin Chao lacked opinions, rather, he was unfamiliar with many of these players. What could he possibly think? Jiwei approached slowly and whispered in Qin Chao's ear, "Be cautious of Lu Zhang. That guy plays dirty." As an outstanding domestic guard, Jiwei was all too familiar with Lu Zhang. In past matches, he had narrowly escaped being sidelined by him. Hence, he always kept a wary eye on this player. Qin Chao nodded. "Thank you, but I believe I can manage." To be frank, he did not regard Lu Zhang's petty maneuvers with much concern. In the NBA, many stars were accustomed to similar tactics, especially the seasoned veterans whose actions were discreet yet exceedingly irritating. Take Chris Paul, for instance. While he may appear affable, he is notorious for his sneaky tactics when matched against opponents. After the first round of the playoffs, Qin Chao discovered multiple bruises on his waist, all from being pinched. Seeing Qin Chao and Appo's confidence, Jiwei felt reassured. Half an hour later, the players took to the court. Coach Guo had intentionally recruited a professional referee, ensuring that all calls adhered to international competition standards. This internal scrimmage was essentially a rehearsal for the upcoming second window match. During the jump ball, Zhou Qiqi from the northern team effortlessly secured possession and passed it to Allen. Qin Chao did not rush for the ball, but instead sprinted down the court. Opportunities must be seized and open shots created through movement. After several sprints, Qin Chao found himself in the corner, 2 meters away from any defender. At that moment, Jiwei dribbled the ball and, noticing Qin Chao's open position, swiftly passed the ball. The basketball soared toward Qin Chao like a blazing comet. "Defend!" Lu Zhang yelled. But it was too late. Qin Chao caught the ball effortlessly, leapt, and flicked his wrist. The ball swished through the net with precision. The entire sequence was fluid, executed without hesitation. "Well done, Qin Chao," Allen exclaimed, playfully patting him on the back. Qin Chao chuckled, turning to Jiwei. "Great pass, very comfortable. Truly worthy of the title Lanshan's Paul, your passes are of exceptional quality." Chapter 43, Subtle Moves, Who Can't? With a smile, Jiwei shrugged his shoulders, saying, "Before you, the maestro of passing, I dare not show off my skills." During the finals, Qin Chao and Appo's illogical passes had left countless spectators in awe, and Jiwei was no exception. Flattered by Jiwei and Appo's praise, Qin Chao felt a blush creep to his cheeks as the trio shared laughter while retreating on defense. Watching them banter, Lu Zhang's teeth ground in frustration. "Give me the ball," he demanded, extending his hand with a menacing glare. Deep within, a devil seemed to stir, ready to awaken and unleash chaos. Unaware of Lu Zhang and Appo's complete transformation, Qin Chao maintained a gentle smile. As Lu Zhang approached with the ball, Jiwei swiftly intervened. "Get lost." To Jiwei's surprise, Lu Zhang hurled a curse at him without a hint of respect. Jiwei's expression darkened instantly. "Who the hell are you cursing? Have you lost your mind?" As the undisputed primary point guard of the national team, Jiwei held the role of a commander on the court, earning significant respect, especially since Coach Guo had resumed his position as head coach, elevating Jiwei and Appo's tactical status once more. Such humiliation from Lu Zhang was intolerable. Yet Lu Zhang merely scoffed and shoved Jiwei aside, charging forward. Jiwei had anticipated a way to entangle Lu Zhang, but this reckless move caught him off guard. Although Jiwei was knocked aside, it was a legitimate collision. Careful, Jiwei shouted to Qin Chao, but Lu Zhang had already barreled past, confronting Qin Chao directly. What's the matter? Are you afraid to guard me? Lu Zhang sneered, convinced that if Qin Chao truly possessed skill and courage, he would confront him one-on-one. Instead, Lu Chao perceived Qin Chao as a coward, merely a fadeaway of talent. In his mind, he fantasized about surpassing Qin Chao's achievements in the NBA, even contemplating participating in the next draft. Observing Lu Zhang and Antetokounmpo's reckless demeanor, Qin Chao sighed inwardly, shaking his head without uttering a word. To Lu Zhang, however, this silence felt like a provocation. I will make you pay, he vowed, suddenly attempting a breakthrough past Qin Chao. Yet, just as he dribbled, he realized he had lost possession. Where's the ball? Turning around, he saw Qin Chao calmly dribbling past half-court. Jinlin had already retreated to the basket the moment Qin Chao made his move. With a gentle push, Qin Chao halted his advance, allowing Jinlin to leap high, catching the ball for a thunderous dunk. A flawless alley-oop. Beautiful play. What a fantastic execution. On the sidelines, Coach Guo and big brother Zhang wore faint smiles. The quick release and precise timing indicated that Qin Chao had indeed honed his skills during his years in the NBA. Despite his graying hair, big brother Zhang and Appo's keen gaze remained undiminished. Coach Guo nodded in agreement, recognizing that Qin Chao's athletic prowess had reached impressive heights. Without sufficient explosiveness, the earlier steal would have been impossible. Both coaches had been closely observing Qin Chao throughout the game, considering it a test of his capabilities. Lu Zhang trembled with rage, his eyes bloodshot, fists clenched. Qin Chao, you're courting death. As possession shifted, Lu Zhang, having learned his lesson, passed the ball to Zhao Rui and made a swift descent. However, Qin Chao proactively approached, eager to quell Lu Zhang's arrogance. If not subdued, their team risked defeat. As Lu Zhang attempted to evade Qin Chao, the latter shadowed him closely. Although Qin Chao and Appo's movements seemed subtle, he effectively blocked Lu Zhang and Appo's passing lanes, a testament to his experience in reading the game. The whistle blew, signaling a 24-second violation against the northern team. Frustrated, Lu Zhang collided with Qin Chao, his action discreet enough to escape the referee's notice. This prompted a frown from Qin Chao. He hadn't anticipated such underhanded tactics from Lu Zhang. But did he think he was the only one capable of subtle moves? A cold smirk crept across Qin Chao's lips. In the next sequence, Qin Chao requested the ball, leaving Jiwei and Alan astonished, uncertain of his intent. Stay calm and don't escalate things, Alan cautioned, recalling his own past mistakes stemming from impulsiveness. Qin Chao nodded with a smile. Don't worry, it's merely to teach him a lesson. As Qin Chao demanded the ball, Lu Zhang's eyes lit up. He had been contemplating how to switch defenses against Qin Chao, and the opportunity had presented itself swiftly. He advanced confidently, positioning himself at the half-court line, glaring at Qin Chao with malicious intent. Today, I will dismantle you. Is that so? I await your challenge, Qin Chao replied, suddenly launching forward, swiftly bypassing Lu Zhang. Yet, he then leaned into Lu Zhang's side, driving his shoulder forcefully into Lu Zhang's chest. Taken by surprise, Lu Zhang felt an overwhelming force hit his chest, causing him to cry out in pain as he stumbled backward. Simultaneously, Qin Chao fell sideways. The proximity of their bodies made it appear as though Lu Zhang had initiated the collision. After all, Qin Chao had already passed half of Lu Zhang's frame, and his sudden fall could easily be misconstrued. The whistle sounded once more, and the referee signaled a technical foul against Lu Zhang for unsportsmanlike conduct. As Lu Zhang struggled to rise, his face was a mask of fury. Are you blind? He crashed into me, and you call that a foul on me? He raged, pointing angrily at the referee. Infuriated by the call, his anger flared as he was penalized for a foul he believed was unjust. Zhao Rui and Alien rushed to restrain him. This was not the time for outbursts. Chapter 44. The strategy that drives you to despair. The referee cast a fierce glare at Lu Zhang, and upon seeing that he had ceased his curses, turned his attention elsewhere. Alan and Jiwei hurriedly approached. Brother, how are you? They were well aware of Lu Zhang's tactics, and witnessing Qin Chao fall to the ground filled them with indignation. Should we go have a word with him? That bastard is utterly shameless. Jiwei and Appo's eyes were ablaze with anger, on the verge of eruption. Though he usually had a good temper, when angered, he could be quite ferocious. hearing their words. Qin Chao smiled faintly and shook his head. It's fine. I fell on purpose, he whispered in a tone only they could hear, simultaneously winking at Alan and Jiwei. The two were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You've learned to be cunning, they teased. Back when they played together, Qin Chao was quite straightforward. They never expected that after studying abroad, he would adopt such underhanded tactics. Rising from the ground and brushing himself off, Qin Chao remarked with a faint smile. Consider it a lesson for him, otherwise, he may never learn the meaning of restraint. His actions were entirely aimed at educating Lu Zhang. In truth, aside from his arrogance and brashness, Lu Zhang was a formidable player domestically, capable of competing with Alan, which was no small feat if he could be won over. He could become an asset to the national team. Alan and Jiwei exchanged knowing smiles. Having known Lu Zhang for many years, they understood his character well. Convincing him to change his ways would likely prove difficult. Qin Chao executed 2 free throws with precision, regaining possession of the ball. He continued to control the play, while Lu Zhang suppressed his fury, repeatedly using his body to jostle Qin Chao with petty maneuvers. Yet, Qin Chao remained unfazed. Seizing the opportunity when the referee was distracted, he retaliated discreetly against Lu Zhang. Finally, after being pinched again at the waist, Lu Zhang could no longer contain himself and pushed Qin Chao forcefully. Are you done yet? He shouted in anger, prompting players from both teams to converge. The referee intervened, separating the two. Coach Guo and Chief Jiang stood by the sidelines, arms crossed. Though they were coaches, some matters had to be resolved by the players themselves. What's the matter? Can't take it? Qin Chao coldly regarded Lu Zhang. Aren't you the arrogant one? Is this little provocation too much for you to endure? His frigid tone caused Lu Zhang to tremble, yet Qin Chao showed no sympathy. If you wish to stand on this court, learn to humble yourself. You may possess some skill, but your tricks are insignificant to others. Qin Chao's expression hardened, his words dripping with disdain. I know you harbor contempt for me, but on what grounds? I and Oppos, V fought in the NBA for 7 or 8 years. When I first entered, I could only secure short-term contracts. Do you have any idea what time I woke up to practice every day? Do you know that during my lowest moments, I had to sleep in public restrooms? He was reluctant to dwell on his past hardships, but Lu Zhang's provocations compelled him to speak out. Before I won the championship, I was only on a 10-day contract with the Nets. My achievements today are the result of relentless effort. What makes you think you have the right to look down on me? You believe your shooting ability is superior? You think your ball handling skills are sharp? You consider your scoring prowess impressive? To me, you are nothing but a waste, for your vision is limited to domestic play. You have never contemplated your true capabilities on a higher stage. Are you truly unaware of your level during the first round of the Asian qualifiers? You know very well you faltered against the high-intensity defenses of the Birds and the Koreans. If you were to face the robust players from Europe and America, would you simply surrender? His gaze bore into Lu Zhang as if it could consume him whole. Stop making excuses. If you're a man, elevate your skills and compete with the best. Being a coward in your own territory does not make you a man. With that, Qin Chao turned away and hurled the basketball forward with great force. The ball soared through the air and swished through the net, leaving the court in stunned silence. Only Lu Zhang trembled, his heart shattered by Qin Chao and Oppos' words. He realized his arrogance had blinded him. When he won, he claimed all the glory. When he lost, he shifted blame onto others. Thus, despite his impressive statistics over the years, he had never secured a league championship. He was never the one to lead a team to victory. Today, Qin Chao's words utterly dismantled his inflated ego. Before true masters, he was nothing. Lu Zhang, take half a day off to reflect on yourself in your dormitory. If you believe you can awaken and serve the country, we welcome you. If you remain obstinate, then this team, the one I coach, has no need for a disruptor. Coach Guo approached, delivering his cold statement. Lu Zhang abruptly lifted his head, meeting Coach Guo's icy gaze. He silently nodded, then turned and departed slowly. The game continues. You must familiarize yourselves with each other's strengths to achieve seamless cooperation. Coach Guo clapped his hands. As the match drew to a close, Qin Chao executed a long pass, leading to a thunderous dunk from Jinling. The game ended with a decisive victory for the northern team. It was not that the southern team performed poorly, rather, with Qin Chao's addition, the north had eliminated all weaknesses. He could orchestrate plays, penetrate defenses, score with ease, and showcased an exceptional shooting ability. Despite not giving his all in this scrimmage, he still managed an astonishing 70% shooting accuracy from three-point range. How's life on that side treating you? Jinlian asked with a smile after taking a shower. Approaching Qin Chao, He had also played there but never managed to integrate into the team due to his personality. With his talents, he could have at least become a reliable second-in-command. Qin Chao nodded with a smile. After years of wondering, I have seen too much and grown accustomed to the deceitful nature of that environment. Though smiling, the underlying bitterness of his experiences was known only to him. Chapter 45, Training. The beginning of happiness. How is your wrist injury? Will it? Alien glanced at Qin Chao's right wrist, his tone laced with concern. Although Alien possessed a rather introverted personality, he undoubtedly served as the older brother among these young players. This display of care warmed Qin Chao and Appo's heart. How did you know? Qin Chao asked, managing a wry smile as he regarded Alien. He believed he had concealed it well, yet it was discovered nonetheless. I recall you being a right-handed player. Yet I noticed that you took several shots with your left hand just now, and when you shot with your right, your wrist trembled slightly. This was Alien. As the elder brother of the team, he possessed a keen perception. No matter how subtle the signs, he could easily discern any discomfort in his brothers. I couldn't hide it from you after all, Qin Chao sighed. It's an old injury that should have been rested, but with the finals approaching, I couldn't afford to take a break. Once the finals concluded, I was preoccupied with returning home, and now I must wait until after the second window period to recuperate. Upon hearing Qin Chao's words, Alien frowned deeply. As someone who had once competed in the NBA, he understood all too well the implications of injuries for a player. In such a competitive environment, the physical demands were immense, and any injury could jeopardize a career. You shouldn't and amp, Appos, have come back, Alien said solemnly after a moment of silence. But Qin Chao merely smiled. Some things aren't and amp, Appos, about what one should or shouldn't and amp, Appos, do. Rather, there and amp, Appos, no choice in the matter. However, there and amp, Appos, no need to worry. I've already consulted a doctor to devise a treatment plan. I just need Laogua to help me find a physician later. Joseph, that old fellow, although he has a foul temper, is not ill-intentioned. The treatment plan he devised for me primarily focuses on physical therapy, which essentially means massage. Professionals will employ expert techniques under a specialized regimen, so even when I return home, as long as I find a suitable doctor, I can still receive treatment. I can help you with that. I know a rather skilled doctor, Alien offered with a smile. Thank you, elder brother. After a day of training, Qin Chao returned to his dormitory and collapsed onto his bed. Having spent an entire day traveling by plane and immediately engaging in relentless training upon landing, even his remarkable perseverance could not stave off exhaustion. Yet, the following morning, Qin Chao awoke promptly at 6. After washing up, he jogged around the dormitory to work up a sweat before heading to the gym for training. The vast gym was empty, save for him. The system had not issued any tasks. The interface merely displayed that it was upgrading. It seemed that after completing 2 tasks in a day, the system had begun its upgrade process. He could only wonder when it would be completed. Qin Chao pulled over the ball machine and commenced shooting practice. After about 10 minutes, the gym doors swung open once more. Qin Chao turned slightly, taken aback to see Lu Zheng arriving so early. Lu Zheng's eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating a sleepless night. What's up? Looking for a fight? Qin Chao asked nonchalantly as he continued his shooting motions, lifting his hand to flick his wrist. Swish. The three-pointer went in. Thanks, Lu Zheng replied, observing Qin Chao's confident demeanor, which left Qin Chao somewhat taken aback. This fellow actually just thanked him? However, it quickly dawned on him that Lu Zheng had indeed come to a realization. That was a positive development. You're welcome. Interested in a one-on-one? Qin Chao inquired, gripping the ball and smiling at him. Of course. The two figures engaged in a spirited exchange on the court, with shouts of frustration and uproarious laughter echoing throughout. An hour later, both lay breathlessly on the floor. Next year, I want to participate in the draft too, Lu Zheng murmured, gazing at the ceiling. That's excellent. But you still have room for improvement, especially in your shooting. The NBA is never short of guards. What it lacks are top-tier 3D players. Thus, shooting is of paramount importance. Even if your form is rough, possessing a reliable shot can secure your place in the NBA. I and Appos, LL focus on that in the coming year. Lu Zheng said with a smile. Though he had awakened to the truth, completely changing his mindset would not be an easy task, especially regarding his feelings towards Qin Chao. Qin Chao was aware of this, but in the grand scheme of things, who truly cared? At 9:00 and Appos clock, the other players staggered into the gym, yawning. Qin Chao frowned at their lackadaisical attitude. The state of basketball in China was already lagging behind that of Europe and America. If players continued to be so apathetic, the gap would never be bridged. Everyone, assemble outside for a 5-kilometer run. Coach Qin bellowed. All the players hurried outside to begin their run. Having already jogged 5 kilometers that morning, Qin Chao couldn't and oppose. T help but chuckle bitterly at the situation. Had he known, he would have simply focused on shooting practice. 2 hours later, after breakfast, everyone reconvened in the gym. Coach Quin's face was stern as his gaze swept over the group. The coldness in his eyes instilled a sense of dread among them. Starting tomorrow, everyone must gather here at 7 for warm-ups. If anyone is late, pack your bags and leave the national team. Coach Quin's voice, though not loud, carried an unyielding severity. A moment of silence ensued as the players exchanged bewildered glances. Unsure of what had provoked Coach Qin and Amp, Oppo's ire. Uncle Alan instinctively began to protest. Yet, the next moment, he was met with Coach Qin and Amp, Oppo's sic stare. Do you have a problem? The single question nearly caused Alan to collapse in fear. While other players might face reprimands for their misbehavior, if he dared to defy Coach Qin, he would surely suffer dire consequences. And no, I just think this rule is good, Alan stammered, retreating a couple of steps. Unable to meet Coach Qin and Amp, Oppo's piercing gaze. Begin training, Coach Qin commanded coldly, and the assistants hurried over to retrieve the balls. Finally, at 2:00 and Amp, Oppo's clock in the afternoon, the morning training session came to a close. Coach Qin approached once more to announce some news. Since this World Cup is being held in our country, various sports media outlets are interested in our national team and have dispatched reporters to follow our journey. Let us welcome them. As he spoke, Coach Qin shot a pointed glance at Qin Chao. Kid, you really have some nerve bringing a foreign girl back. Qin Chao lowered his head helplessly. He had known he couldn't and Amp, Oppo's hide this from Coach Qin. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, Scarlett, clad in a flowing dress, gracefully approached. Her alluring figure and striking features immediately captivated the attention of the group. All right, everyone, stop harboring any inappropriate thoughts. The young lady is already taken, Coach Qin remarked, casting one last sharp glance at Qin Chao before departing. Chapter 46. The opponent. The arrival of Scarlett was merely a delightful interlude. After 2 weeks of rigorous training, the second window of competition had finally arrived. In the opening match, they faced their long-standing rivals, the Korean team. During the past fortnight, the male basketball players had witnessed the formidable prowess of Qin Chao. His three-point shooting, dribbling, jump shots, rebounds, and even dunks had illuminated the gap between them. Consequently, they trained with fervor, eager to dedicate every waking hour to honing their skills. The results of their labor would be unveiled tonight, at 7 in the evening. Both teams entered the arena. As this was a domestic match, the majority of the audience comprised local fans. Qin Chao made a grand entrance. And the moment he stepped onto the court, an uproar of applause erupted. Qin Chao MVP. Qin Chao MVP. Qin Chao MVP. It seemed as though the audience's cheers could topple the very walls of the arena. Qin Chao smiled and waved, reveling in the adoration of the fans, a sensation he increasingly cherished. Qin Chao, your fame has soared. I just witnessed everyone rise to cheer for you, Alan remarked, his eyes filled with envy. Though he had once enjoyed the crowd's affection, those youthful days had long passed. On the court, he lacked the tenacity he once had. Although his efficiency had improved significantly from the previous season, the fighting spirit had waned considerably. This was not entirely his fault, as he matured and gained experience. He had to consider his physical well-being. Basketball was never a sport to be mastered overnight. Sustaining a career required prioritizing one's health. Ji-Wei also looked on with envy, pondering when he might experience such fervent cheers. The two lamented silently. Meanwhile, Qin Chao reassured them, both of you possess immense potential, perhaps even surpassing me. Yet you must push yourselves harder. He shook his head with a wry smile, fully aware of their capabilities. With Qin Chao's return, our strength has significantly increased. But do not let it cloud your judgment, Coach Qin stated, scanning each player's face. Qin Chao, you'll come off the bench. The others looked on, astonished. The team's strongest player was to be a substitute? Yet Qin Chao nodded with a smile. All right, no problem. He understood Coach Qin's intention, to catch the opponent off guard while simultaneously reminding his teammates of their primary roles and the necessity of diligence. Seeing Qin Chao acquiesce so readily, Coach Qin smiled with satisfaction, while the others regarded Qin Chao with puzzled expressions. Having such a revered player on the bench while they started could lead to severe scrutiny if they did not perform admirably. This match was broadcast live on Tencent. Upon seeing the starting lineup, the commentators furrowed their brows. Qin Chao isn't in the starting 5. Could it be that he's still adjusting to the time difference? Fans speculated. Coach Gua has always favored strategic deception, as the saying goes, and oppos, what is real is not real. And what is not real is real. This is likely a tactic to confuse the opponent, especially since the Korean team has made significant strides in recent years. As the golden generation of Chinese basketball began to retire, a gap in talent emerged. Seizing this opportunity, the Korean team had transformed from once being compliant to now daring to challenge their elder brother. As Deng Xiaoping once said, if children misbehave, they need a good spanking. This time, Coach Gua aimed to teach the Koreans a lesson, reminding them who the true leader was. The beautiful host, Xiao Qi, pouted. I'm not happy that Qin Chao isn't starting. The comments section echoed with discontent, many fans expressing their outrage that Qin Chao, the NBA Finals MVP, would not start. Surely there must be some trickery at play, one commenter mused. Qin Chao is nurtured by Coach Gua himself. How could there be any foul play? You think the current coach is still old due? Another countered, I trust Coach Gua has his reasons. Perhaps he aims for an unexpected twist. Qin Chao has already exerted himself in the finals. Allowing him some rest is reasonable, especially against the Koreans. The sentiment of the fans illustrated Qin Chao and Oppo's immense influence. Soon, both teams finished their warm-ups, and with tactical instructions conveyed, they stepped onto the court. For the national team, Allen and Lu Zheng formed the backcourt duo, while Wang Zhelin and Hu Jinxiu served as the twin towers in the paint, complemented by the elite forward, Zhenlin. This combination ensured both agility and aggression for the team. On the Korean side, the starting lineup consisted of guards Jiang Bingxian and Liang Dongjin, forward Wu Shijin, small forward Liang Shizhong, and center Jin Shoucheng. Qin Chao was surprised to see Jin Shoucheng starting instead of Yi Xingxin, whose reputation among Chinese fans vastly eclipsed that of Jin. He had been lauded by Korean fans as capable of overpowering Yao Ming in one-on-one situations, though this had since been proven to be a mere farce. While the Korean team lacked superstar talent, their cohesion was remarkable, having previously inflicted significant defeats upon their opponents. Noticing Qin Chao and Oppo's astonishment, Coach Gua whispered, basketball is a team sport. No matter how strong an individual may be, they cannot single-handedly carry an entire team. Qin Chao wholeheartedly agreed. One person alone could not shoulder the burden of a team, a lesson evidenced repeatedly in both the NBA and CBA. The once mighty Cavaliers led by LeBron James, the Timberwolves under Kevin Garnett, and the Magic with Dwight Howard all faced the limitations of solitary strength. It was only when LeBron began to collaborate with others that he achieved championship success. While their individual skills may seem inconsequential to you, I urge you to observe their synergy and devise strategies to counter them. Coach Gua's voice resonated again. Qin Chao nodded thoughtfully, finally grasping the deeper significance behind Coach Gua's decision to have him on the bench. As the game commenced, Wang Zhelin effortlessly tapped the ball to Allen, who smiled and passed it to Lu Zheng, sharing a knowing glance. This gesture was an act of goodwill. Allen, an aggressive point guard, would typically seize the first opportunity to score, yet he chose to facilitate Lu Zheng's play instead. Lu Zheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, advancing the ball. The Korean team had already fortified their defense. Though their approach seemed unstructured, they executed man-to-man coverage impeccably, leaving no player unguarded. After several attempts at penetration were thwarted, Lu Zheng made a behind-the-back pass to Zhenlin, positioned at a 45-degree angle beyond the arc. Zhenlin cursed under his breath, realizing his offensive capabilities were limited, serving merely as a transition player. At that moment, Allen had already evaded his defender, slipping to the baseline. Zhenlin chuckled and delivered a bounce pass. The ball sailed past Jin Zhou-cheng, and Allen received it, effortlessly banking in a two-pointer. This was a familiar play they often executed with the Liaoning team. Chapter 47. General Qin, your coordination is commendable, yet it lacks a touch of aggression, Qin remarked with a smile. If this were in the nets, those rascals would have dunked the ball with ease. The NBA possesses a degree of ferocity that the CBA lacks. Our players, in terms of physical prowess, still fall somewhat short compared to their Western counterparts. To conserve energy, scoring in the simplest manner is indeed the best strategy. Old Jiang, standing nearby, maintained an air of composure. As my esteemed coach, his discerning eye was sharp, and he possessed a deeper understanding of domestic basketball than most. Physical attributes cannot be transformed overnight. Hence, we must enhance our individual skills. Basketball is ultimately a game measured by points. And if every player on the court could achieve your three-point shooting percentage, we would stand a fighting chance even against the Americans. Upon uttering this, old Jiang cast a knowing smile at Qin, teasing him while simultaneously expressing a sentiment of reflection. However, Qin found merit in his words. Should the national team possess such shooting prowess, they would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge to any opponent. As they conversed, the South Korean team initiated an offensive maneuver. Liang Dongjin dribbled, weaving left and right to evade defenders. Once he drew Hujinka into a defensive position, he deftly passed the ball into the paint. Waiting beneath the basket, Jin Zhocheng leapt to effortlessly score. What a direct approach, Qin chuckled. There was no excessive ball movement. It was a simple breakthrough. Drawing the defense before assisting the center. De Wong is leaving his man open, Old Jiang frowned. The national team had intended to deploy a dual tower strategy. But with Hujinka stepping out for the defense, De Wong needed to confront the opposing center. Instead, he remained focused on his own assignment, perhaps distracted by nerves. Qin understood Coach Guo's tactics well enough to avoid such fundamental errors. Thus, the issue must lie with the players. Despite De Wong's impressive domestic league performance in recent years, his lack of major competition experience was evident. It was only natural for him to feel some anxiety. Old Jiang, however, remained visibly displeased with De Wong's defensive efforts. Turning back, the national team continued their offensive. With a powerhouse guard, their attacking style was multifaceted. Even against the South Korean team's stringent defense, they managed to carve out opportunities. Yet, the national team also struggled to contain the South Korean scoring. The score oscillated back and forth. And with 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, it stood at a tie of 23. Coach Guo turned to Qin. What are your thoughts? Having kept Qin on the bench for 8 minutes, it was to better acquaint him with the South Korean team's strategies. Understanding the opponent was key to dismantling their defense and curtailing their offensive capabilities. Qin smiled slightly. The synergy is commendable, yet there are still vulnerabilities. It must be noted that while the South Korean players may lack the raw physical ability of the national team, their teamwork surpassed that of their rivals. Seeing Qin's confidence, Coach Guo nodded. In that case, it's time for you to take the court. Although only 2 minutes remained in the first quarter, it was ample time for Qin. He replaced Lu Zhang, Allen, and the dual towers with himself, Jiwei, Yi Jianlian, and Zhou Qiqi. The lineup on the court now represented the national team's strongest configuration. Jiwei, known as the Antetokounmpo, possessed an elusive passing ability that had previously left American players in disarray. Yi Jianlian, though older, was once the national team star and now served as a stabilizing presence with his consistent mid-range shooting. Zhou Qiqi, a promising young talent, dominated the Asian interior game and was recognized as the strongest post player since Yao Ming. Zhenlin, a rising star in the national team and Oppo's forward line, boasted exceptional athleticism and grace in his dunks. Coupled with Qin, the newly crowned NBA Finals MVP, these five embodied the essence of the national team. As Qin and his teammates took the court, the audience erupted in fervent cheers. Go, Huaxia. The men's basketball team will triumph. The applause rolled in waves, each louder than the last. In such an electrifying atmosphere, even Qin, seasoned by grand stages, felt a surge of emotion. After all, this was family. Such heartfelt support moved him deeply. 2 minutes to turn the tide. Qin shouted exuberantly, his voice resonating clearly even to the front rows. What did Qin just say? 2 minutes to turn the tide? That sounds exhilarating. The live stream chat lit up with enthusiastic responses. The national team had not witnessed such a bold spirit in a long time. As Qin held the ball, the smile faded, replaced by a calm determination. Having proclaimed his intent to overturn the situation, he could not disappoint the fans. The South Korean team, aware of Qin's prowess, altered their strategy to double-team him. However, they fell back to the front court, attempting to apply tight pressure on him. Glancing at the empty space beyond the half-court line, a cold smile crossed Qin's face. It seemed the South Koreans were offering him an opportunity. Without hesitation, he stepped to the center circle and launched a three-point shot. Well, old Qin and Oppo's logo three-pointer is in play, exclaimed the DJ. Meanwhile, the Tencent live broadcast commentator erupted with excitement. Wow, Qin and Oppo's signature logo three-pointer. I can't believe he just stepped onto the court and is already delivering a spectacle. The basketball arced through the air with pinpoint precision, resembling a guided missile as it soared toward the hoop. Ultimately, as all momentum dissipated, it fell seamlessly through the net. Bang! 3 points. Qin raised his hand, signaling 3 fingers. Qin, Qin, Qin. The audience roared with fervor, their voices nearly breaking from the intensity of their cheers. The exhilaration within them erupted, a culmination of emotions that had long been suppressed. Since the retirement of the Golden Generation, the national team had not showcased such a spirited performance. Particularly after the previous World Championship defeat, the fans and Oppos' spirits had plummeted. Yet now, Qin and Oppos' rise offered them a glimmer of hope. Feeling the passionate cheers of the fans, tears welled up in the eyes of all the national team players, including Qin. When was the last time they experienced such heartfelt support? It felt like an eternity ago. Qin reminded old Jiang of a poignant verse. Old Jiang smiled broadly. Coach Guo, what verse is that? Who can wield the sword and stand tall for me, General Qin? Chapter 48. Halftime departure. Qin Chao ignited the arena with a logo three-pointer, electrifying the crowd, even leaving the opposing team momentarily stunned. This was an international competition. Was his audacity too brazen? Coach Su Zai of the opposing team stood on the sidelines, hands on hips, unleashing a torrent of curses. Damn it. Guard that bastard Qin Chao. Are you two dead? Charge up and stick to him. Deny him any chance to receive the ball. The players from Huagua did not comprehend the language of the opposing team, yet some fans understood and erupted in fury. Teach the opposing team a lesson. Send them packing. Go back home. Go back home. The boos cascaded down upon the players from the opposing nation, whose faces were met with scowls from the Huagua fans. Yet, Su Zai remained unfazed, continuing to bellow instructions at his players for aggressive defense. As the opposing team attempted to score, their shot under Qin Chao's relentless pressure missed the mark. Chi secured the rebound and passed it to Qin Chao. Immediately, two defenders surged toward him. One stationed slightly ahead, the other positioned behind. Unlike domestic double-teaming, their approach was more coordinated. Should Qin Chao evade the first defender, the second would quickly close in to thwart his advance. Qin Chao couldn't and Oppos' helped but smirk. He had and Oppos' expected that this diminutive nation would possess such cunning. However, such tricks might suffice against average guards, but was it too optimistic to think they could contain him? Suddenly, while dribbling, Qin Chao launched forward with his right foot, unleashing a surge of power. His first step was as swift as lightning, and before the defenders realized it, he had slipped past one. The second defender hastily shifted to block the gap, but Qin Chao flashed a grin, dribbling behind his back, feigning a move. The defender fell for the ruse, reaching out to snatch the ball. Unfortunately for him, in that fleeting moment of imbalance, Qin Chao pulled the ball back and strode confidently past him. Though his movements were intricate, they transpired in the blink of an eye, and he adeptly maneuvered around two players. His teammates erupted in cheers, while Zhenlin had already stealthily positioned himself beneath the basket. With a smirk gracing his lips, Qin Chao glanced toward the other end and executed a swift pass. The basketball landed squarely in Zhenlin's embrace. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhenlin leaped for a thunderous dunk. What a spectacular play! Coach Jiang, watching from the sidelines, stood up in applause, loudly expressing his approval. Even the usually stern Coach Guo couldn't suppress a satisfied smile. How had he overlooked such a promising talent? To neglect such potential was indeed a crime. Under Qin Chao and Oppos' leadership, the national team unleashed a 10-0 run in the final 10 minutes of the first quarter, swiftly widening the gap to 12 points. In just 2 minutes, Qin Chao and Oppos' plus-minus rating soared to 12. It was astonishing. During the brief intermission, Qin Chao took a slight breath. The intensity of the game had not drained him significantly. Beyond shaking off the double team, he felt little fatigue. Have you all witnessed Qin Chao's capability to lead? In merely 2 minutes, he stretched the lead to 12 points, Coach Guo remarked, his expression serious as he scanned the faces of his players. I understand some of you may still harbor doubts, but let me remind you, basketball is a game of skill. Only by performing well can one earn the support of teammates. After a thorough admonishment, Coach Guo retrieved the tactical notebook to devise new offensive and defensive strategies, with Qin Chao actively contributing constructive suggestions that were promptly adopted. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Zai was furiously slamming the tactical board. Do you think you can intercept him? Who the hell do you think you are to challenge him? For diligent defenders, coaches typically offer praise, but for this fool, Su Zai felt an urge to confront him directly. The disparity in skill was laughable. How could he even dream of intercepting the ball? The player lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. From now on, you are to guard Qin Chao closely. No reaching in, maintain tight coverage, and deny him any opportunities to receive or shoot the ball. The rest of you, run. If you lack the skill, at least show some effort. How do you expect to win? The tactical board echoed with the force of his strikes. In the live stream, viewers were already in stitches. Coach Su is losing it. Old Qin is driving him mad. Keep it up for national glory. Qin Chao, however, remained unfazed by the chaos, having stepped onto the court. His sole focus was the outcome of the game. As the second quarter commenced, he remained in play. Now fully aware of the opposing team and oppos, as tactics, Qin Chao thrived. Breakthroughs, three-pointers, and dunks flowed effortlessly. In a mere 5 minutes, the lead ballooned to over 20 points. By the end of the first half, the opposing team was thoroughly overwhelmed. Coach Guo took a seat, confident that with Qin Chao on the court, the opposing team posed no threat. Meanwhile, the domestic players were eager to step in and further dominate their opponents. Yet, Coach Guo chose not to substitute Qin Chao, allowing the players to capitalize on their momentum and extend the lead. As Jiwei connected with Qin Chao for a beautiful long pass, Qin Chao executed a reverse dunk, pushing the lead to 35 points as the first half concluded. During the halftime break, Coach Guo remained silent, quietly seated in the locker room, while the players engaged in laughter and conversation. Since joining the national team, they had never experienced such a commanding lead, 35 points ahead at halftime. Unless one were foolish, they could secure victory with minimal effort in the second half. Qin Chao, you are phenomenal, Allen said, draping an arm around Qin Chao and Oppo's shoulders. In just over a quarter of play, Qin Chao had amassed 23 points, 11 assists, 4 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, an impressive stat line indeed. If he played the full game, those numbers would surely multiply. Qin Chao merely smiled, predicting that Coach Guo would likely keep him on the bench in the second half. Brothers, it and Amp, Oppos, it's up to you now. If the lead can be narrowed, you all might as well go home and cuddle your kids. Rest assured, with the pressure lifted, everyone will only perform better, Allen replied with a smile. Indeed, once the weight of expectation was shed, they could face the game with clarity and focus, a boon for their performance. As anticipated, in the second half, Qin Chao remained on the bench while other players rotated in. Chapter 49. Laying down the burden. Embracing the joy with a liberated mindset, free from all worries, the players and Oppos' accuracy began to improve. The atmosphere became increasingly relaxed. With Jiwei and Allen, two of Asia's premier guards, directing the offense was a seamless task. Allen's powerful drives and layups relentlessly challenged the interior defense. Even when facing Xingchen, the formidable center who once dared to confront Yao Ming, Allen displayed no trepidation. In fact, he provocatively taunted Xingchen several times, challenging, "I hear you are the pride of Korea. Come on, defend me." Xingchen had long been endowed with immense expectations, especially after Yao Ming's retirement, positioning him as one of the foremost centers in Asia. He wielded his height advantage with disdain for his opponents. Naturally, provoked by Allen, he felt irked and stepped up aggressively. Yet, with deft ball handling, Allen maneuvered the ball past Xingchen and glided by him to deliver a thunderous dunk. Allen typically refrained from dunking to conserve energy, but this time he was fully immersed in the game. Haha, our national team is truly in high spirits now, Kafa exclaimed in a Tencent live broadcast. The immense pressure that had weighed heavily on them dissipated with Qin Chao's influence, allowing the players to finally express themselves. Teacher Yang provided a rational analysis, stating, "In truth, our national team and Oppos' players possess formidable strength and remarkable talent. Many could secure their place in the NBA. Yet they are constrained by oppressive regulations, hindering their full potential." As victory appeared inevitable, the two hosts engaged in light banter. "I concur with Teacher Yang. Our domestic system indeed imposes certain limitations on player development. This has fostered a mindset of caution and avoidance of risk, which is detrimental to their skills," Kafal lamented, his tone heavy with concern. "Look at foreign players. They exhibit no hesitation in critical moments, boldly attacking the basket regardless of the outcome. This fearless approach leads to unforgettable game-winning shots," he continued, contrasting it with the cautious demeanor prevalent among domestic players. Teacher Yang, understanding Kafa's fervor, smiled wryly. "What you say holds merit, but every country's sports administration has its own considerations. They will undoubtedly choose regulations that best serve their interests. While our basketball level still lags behind that of Europe and America, I believe in our DNA. As more players like Qin Chao emerge, our basketball will surely experience a qualitative leap." Teacher Yang emphasized the need for a more rational perspective, noting that some rules cannot be altered by a few individuals. Nearby, Shaoqi pouted, "As long as old Qin shines in the NBA, I believe many more will follow." His admiration for Qin Chao was palpable, eclipsing all others. Returning to the court, as the fourth quarter unfolded, the players took turns on the floor, each surpassing 10 minutes of play time, all contributing to the scoreboard. Their synergy became increasingly fluid, especially between Jiwei and Junlin, who executed a series of impressive connections, alley-oops, long passes, no-look passes, and aerial dunks. The match transformed into a dazzling dunk showcase for the Chinese national team. As the final whistle blew, the score settled at an astonishing 109-65, marking a resounding 44-point victory over Korea. This was the first time in over a decade that China had achieved such a substantial victory against this rival. Historically, even in wins, the margins had been perilously slim, often teetering on the brink of defeat. Such a decisive win ignited fervor among Chinese fans, who wooed and oppose, revel in witnessing their nation and oppose team rise. The key to this ascent was none other than Qin Chao. As the match concluded, all Chinese players rushed to the bench, hoisting Qin Chao into the air amidst exuberant celebrations. "Thank you, Qin Chao," they cheered. On the sidelines, Coach Guo crossed his arms, watching Qin Chao surrounded by his teammates with a smile. Next to him, Zhang Laoda shared in the joy. Perhaps the future of Chinese basketball was on the verge of transformation. As a seasoned coach who had led the national team multiple times, he possessed profound insights into Chinese basketball. The meteoric rise of Qin Chao made him realize that a significant change might be imminent for Chinese basketball. Once, Yao Ming entered the NBA as the first overall pick, heralding an era of overseas play for Chinese men's basketball. Regrettably, the few who managed to establish themselves in the NBA failed to fully realize their potential, plunging Chinese basketball into another low, particularly as the golden generation of players retired. Yet now, Qin Chao had emerged as a beacon of hope, poised to turn the tide. In the locker room, Qin Chao maintained an air of serenity. Even when celebrated on the court, his expression remained composed, marked only by a subtle smile. Even after winning an NBA championship and receiving the MVP award, his demeanor remained remarkably stable. To become a superstar, one must cultivate an unshakable mindset, a trait that would prove invaluable in critical moments. We have 3 days of rest ahead. Our next match will be against the Bird Nation team, Coach Guo remarked as he approached Qin Chao. Nodding, Qin Chao acknowledged that the upcoming match against the Bird Nation would truly test the mettle of the Chinese men's basketball team, as they were no longer the obscure underdogs of years past. Today, the Bird Nation team boasted 2 players in the NBA, Watanabe and Hakamura. Though they might not shine brightly in their respective teams, they represented formidable challenges for the Chinese national team. Therefore, this battle was crucial. China could not afford to falter against the Bird Nation. Tomorrow evening, I will organize a viewing of the game footage to analyze the capabilities of those 2 players, Coach Guo announced. Although such details might not have been necessary to share with Qin Chao, his impact on the team was so profound that Coach Guo often sought his insights. I'll reach out to see if we can obtain their NBA game footage. It may prove beneficial, Qin Chao suggested thoughtfully, raising his gaze to meet Coach Guo's. Chapter 50, The Provocation of the Qin Dynasty from the expression on Lao Guo's face. Qin Chao discerned the significance he placed on the forthcoming match. Thus, he resolved to exert every effort to propel the team forward. After returning to his dormitory, Qin Chao placed a call to Nash. "Hey, Qin, what prompted you to call me?" Nash's languid voice came through the line, accompanied by the faint sound of ocean waves. It was evident that this former child of the wind was enjoying a vacation. As a player, Nash was undoubtedly a superstar, lacking for nothing in financial resources. After a decade-long career in the NBA, signing several lucrative contracts, he had amassed at least over $100 million. Transitioning to coaching, his salary remained commendable within the NBA, amounting to several $1,000,000 annually. Particularly after securing the championship this year, Old Kai had bestowed upon him a substantial bonus. It was only natural for him to take his family on a trip during the off-season. "I sincerely apologize for interrupting your holiday." Qin Chao conveyed his apologies with utmost politeness. "I would like to request the game footage of Watanabe and Hakamura, and I seek your assistance." "I thought it was something serious," Nash replied lightly. "I'll have someone prepare it right away and send it to you shortly." After hanging up, a smile graced Qin Chao and Appo's lips. Although requesting such information was not a significant task for Nash, it was, after all, a resource of the team. As the head coach, sharing it with the Nets players would pose no issue. However, his intent was to assist Qin Chao and the Chinese national basketball team, which could raise suspicions of exploiting his position. Yet, Nash did not hesitate, driven by gratitude towards Qin Chao. During the final match of the finals, Qin Chao had executed his signature move to clinch victory, a tribute to Nash. In return, he would undoubtedly spare no effort for Qin Chao. Moreover, Qin Chao had yet to finalize a contract renewal with the Nets, which left Nash feeling somewhat unsettled. This season, the Nets' revival from the brink of elimination was entirely due to Qin Chao. Should Qin Chao depart next season, Nash's comfortable coaching tenure would likely come to an abrupt end. In the middle of the night, Nash sent the requested footage to Qin Chao. However, Qin Chao was already asleep, as the time difference was significant. It was daytime on Nash and Oppo's side while it was late at night for Qin Chao. The following morning, upon discovering dozens of videos in his inbox, Qin Chao nodded with a smile and sent a message of gratitude to Nash. At the Zhejiang University Sports Arena, in a video analysis room dedicated to studying game footage, Coach Guo first showed the players several videos of the Bird Nation team. He meticulously analyzed the technical characteristics of several players participating in the competition, including their methods of breaking through defenses and their defensive strategies. In response to these characteristics, Coach Guo formulated highly targeted strategies. However, most of these players were from the local league in the Bird Nation, and there was limited information regarding their two key players, Watanabe and Hakamura. Hence, when Qin Chao presented the collection of videos, excitement illuminated the faces of all present. These videos provided the most direct insight into Watanabe and Hakamura and Oppo's gameplay, inaccessible to outsiders. It wasn't until the afternoon that they finally exited the video room. In the coming days, we shall execute the strategies we just devised during practice, making adjustments as necessary, Coach Guo declared with determination. It was clear that he was resolute in his desire to secure victory against the Bird Nation. Everyone nodded in agreement, sensing Coach Guo's unwavering resolve. Concurrently, their own spirits brimmed with confidence, for the opponent was the Bird Nation. 3 days later, at 7 in the evening, the group stage match between the Chinese national basketball team and the Bird Nation commenced. The Bird Nation players entered first, with Watanabe and Hakamura making their appearance as the grand finale. Given that the game was held in China, the number of Bird Nation spectators was minimal. Consequently, the entrance of Hakamura and Watanabe did not create much of a stir. These foolish pigs, they Don and Oppo's, to even know to applaud for two NBA stars like us. How rude, Watanabe shouted in frustration. Hakamura beside him shared his displeasure. Basketball was not well developed in the Bird Nation, which led to Watanabe and Hakamura receiving immense adulation for establishing themselves in the NBA, causing them to feel somewhat inflated in their status, believing they had ascended to the ranks of superstars. In reality, they were still far from true superstars. Next, the Chinese national basketball team took the court. Familiar faces jogged onto the arena, greeted by waves of enthusiastic applause. For the fans, expressing their emotions was of utmost importance. Even if the Chinese national team's performance had been less than stellar, they were determined to unleash their heartfelt passion. The last to enter was Qin Chao, clad in his sports attire, raising his hand to wave at the audience. Qin Chao, Qin Chao, Qin Chao. The chants reverberated, making the entire arena feel as though it might lift off the ground. Such fervent fans moved the hearts of the Chinese players. Over the years, regardless of their performance, the fans had always supported them with unwavering enthusiasm. Thus, this match was not merely a battle for their own glory, but also for the fans who stood behind them. During the half-hour warm-up, Qin Chao remained in the resting area. While he needed to train, practicing shots at this point held little significance. He engaged in light exercises, timing it perfectly. The starting lineup for the Chinese national team included guards Allen and Jiwei, with Qin Chao as the shooting guard. In the center position was Zhou Qiqi. And naturally, the strongest forward on the team was Zhenlin. This player possessed explosive athleticism, executing dunks with ease, making him an obvious choice to partner with Qin Chao. As the players contested the ball, Zhou Qiqi, with his height advantage, easily tapped the basketball to Jiwei. The moment Zhou Qiqi successfully made a jump shot, Qin Chao surged forward like a tempest, racing towards the front court. Jiwei executed a perfect long pass, and as he approached the basket, the ball was already flying towards him. The Bird Nation team barely had time to react as Qin Chao grasped the ball with both hands and leaped high into the air. Boom! The rim reverberated as he forcefully slammed the ball through the hoop, the net rippling as evidence of the emphatic dunk. Good shot. Beautiful. Jiang Lauda exclaimed in excitement. Watanabe's expression darkened instantly. He had been tasked with guarding Qin Chao. Little did he expect to be so easily outmaneuvered, receiving a blatant slap to the face. Thus, this time, he resolved to stick closely to Qin Chao, determined to deny him any opportunity for a three-pointer. Chapter 51. Buddy. I and Oppo's. LLB waiting for you up there. Yamamura approached slowly, patting Watanabe on the shoulder. Watanabe, teach that young punk a lesson. In contrast to Watanabe, Yamamura was thriving in the NBA, having secured a position as a key rotation player for the Lakers. Consequently, he had access to more information. Qin Chao had ascended to prominence in the Nets match, not only aiding his team in clinching the championship but also earning the coveted FMVP title. Such honor could not be attained without considerable skill. Yet, as a fledgling player, how could he deserve such accolades? This thought festered in Watanabe's mind. Clenching his teeth, Watanabe scoffed. Baka, he will pay for this. Though he was an edge player on the team, his pride was formidable, having both previously outshone Qin Chao in the NBA. They had come to embody the representation of Asia in the league. However, the sudden emergence of Qin Chao, once a mere footnote who had journeyed through various teams, now crowned as FMP, ignited their ire even further. As the Japanese team launched their offense, Watanabe demanded the ball, his gaze fixed on Qin Chao. You foolish pig. You merely stumbled upon good fortune with that FMVP. Today, I will show you the chasm between us. Watanabe babbled incessantly in Japanese, but Qin Chao could not comprehend the words. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, merely responding with a cold smirk. To defeat you is as easy as besting my dog at home. Qin Chao spoke in English, which Watanabe surely understood. His face ignited with fury. Baka, Watanabe cursed, preparing to drive past Qin Chao. You son of a... Qin Chao retorted sharply, swiftly snatching the ball from Watanabe's grasp. His movements were fluid and decisive, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. Watanabe was caught off guard. By the time he turned, Qin Chao had already raced to the front court. Shit. Yamamura swore, hastily giving chase. Qin Chao, unperturbed, glanced over his shoulder to see Yamamura closing in, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Just as Yamamura reached his rear, Qin Chao seized the basketball and soared upward. A dunk? Allow me to serve you a rejection. Yamamura bellowed, leaping in tandem with Qin Chao, his mighty hand aimed to block. Yet, Qin Chao remained calm. As Yamamura extended his arm, he gently leaned against it, while simultaneously raising his right hand to hold the ball, executing an exquisite maneuver midair. The ball kissed the backboard before cascading through the hoop. Beep, the whistle sounded. Yamamura had committed a foul, resulting in a 2-1. Damn it, Yamamura spat, his face flushed with rage. He had anticipated delivering a resounding rejection to Qin Chao, only to find himself outwitted. Qin Chao had merely awaited his foul. Shrugging, Qin Chao remarked, Hey buddy, you should have jumped higher. I was right there waiting for you, gesturing towards the heavens. Although Qin Chao was not typically one to engage in trash talk, facing the Japanese national team stirred emotions he could not contain. Had he been up against any other opponent, he would have rushed the offense without hesitation. However, in that moment, he relished the thought of forcing Yamamura into a foul. Perhaps this was simply his innate competitive spirit. Yamamura clenched his fists in frustration. Standing at the free throw line, Qin Chao effortlessly sank the shot. Within a mere minute, he had amassed 5 points, including 2 thunderous dunks and a free throw. The crowd erupted with fervor, their excitement for the matchup against the Japanese team already palpable. Qin Chao and Appo's explosive style of play only heightened their enthusiasm. Coach Hovis of the Japanese team furrowed his brow, noticing his players and Appo's emotional turmoil. However, he refrained from calling a timeout. Variations in player emotions were inevitable when facing different opponents. They needed to learn to overcome such challenges. If they could not surmount these minor tests, their professional journeys would likely be fraught with difficulty. Focus on defense. Do not grant him any more open opportunities, he shouted from the sidelines. The Japanese team continued their offensive play, this time orchestrated by point guard Okada. Even in his simmering anger, Watanabe had to suppress his emotions, positioning himself properly. Yamamura and Appo's gaze was locked on Qin Chao, as if to consume him whole. Yet, Qin Chao remained unfazed, even winking at him playfully. In terms of experience, Qin Chao had far more years in the NBA than either of them. Despite past struggles, he had witnessed countless schemes and deceptions. His mindset now formidable, one not to be easily matched by the likes of Yamamura or Watanabe. As Okada crossed mid-court, Jiwei quickly advanced to apply pressure. Nicknamed Little Sticky, Jiwei's defense was tenacious, a source of annoyance for Okada. Attempts to penetrate were thwarted time and again, and frustration crept onto Okada's face. He signaled for center Yamada to set a screen, but before Yamada could respond, Jinlin had already formed a double team with Jiwei, tightly ensnaring Okada. Experience was key. Jinlin and Jiwei had honed their synergy through years of collaboration. Many of their crafty tactics were the result of joint strategizing. As Okada stumbled, he quickly raised his hand to pass the ball. His gaze fell upon Yamamura, and with no choice left, he hurled the ball in Yamamura's direction. The ball arced through the air, and Yamamura readied himself to catch it. However, at that moment, a figure sprang forth and snatched the ball away. "Nice job, Qin," Jinlin exclaimed excitedly, sprinting down the court. Realizing Qin Chao had intercepted the pass, Yamamura and Apos' heart sank, and he dashed after Jinlin. Yet, Jinlin and Apos' speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, he reached the basket. At that precise moment, Qin Chao released the ball, perfectly timed. Jinlin, his face alight with exhilaration, leaped high, catching the ball before unleashing a powerful slam dunk. As Jinlin soared, Yamamura hurriedly raised his hand to block, only to grasp Jinlin and Apos' shoulder instead. The height difference was insurmountable. Boom! Jinlin executed an alley-oop with authority. Beep! The whistle sounded once more. Yamamura had committed a foul. Damn it! Frustrated, Yamamura seethed at the repeated pattern of fouls. Jinlin landed gracefully, a smile on his face as he nodded at Qin Chao before turning to Yamamura. "Hey buddy, you can still jump higher. I was waiting for you up there." He raised his hand, pointing skyward. Chapter 52. Fame through battle. If Qin Chao had made such a remark earlier, it would have been understandable, as they were both part of the NBA, and Qin had just secured the FMP title, thereby earning the right to mock Hakamura. But what gave Jinlin the audacity to speak so? A mere nobody who couldn't and Apos, to even touch the fringes of the NBA, dared to belittle himself? Hakamura and Apos' rage ignited. His eyes burning crimson. He stepped forward, pressing against Jinlin's chest. "You think you're something? How dare you speak to me like that?" Jinlin, unfazed, retorted. "You're the one who's worthless." What of it? The tension between the two was palpable, ready to erupt into violence at any moment. Observing the escalating confrontation, Qin Chao rushed over and shoved Hakamura aside. "What is this? Looking to fight? We're always ready." Qin had never been one to instigate trouble. Yet that did not mean he feared it. Should Hakamura continue his bravado, old grievances would be settled today. The Chinese men and Apos' basketball team surged forward, encircling Hakamura, prepared to act should he dare to provoke further. Particularly, the elder statesman Jinlin clenched his fists, ever ready for action. Conversely, a few players from the Japanese team approached, attempting to pull Hakamura away from the looming confrontation. The referees intervened, separating the two sides, with the head referee reviewing the video replay. "Ignore him. He's just trash," Qin Chao coldly dismissed, casting a sidelong glance at the incessantly blabbering Hakamura. "While others may regard him with some esteem, to me, he is nothing more than refuse. This is our home court. He holds no significance. Let us take him down." I and Apos long found these little pests irksome. Decades ago, they bullied us, and today, we shall settle the score. Let us beat them to the ground. A wave of fervor surged through the crowd, including the fans in the stands, who were unable to restrain their excitement. This was the essence of the match between China and Japan. Each encounter ignited the Chinese players, who yearned to dominate their rivals. Victory is the only option today. Defeat is not an option, understood? Coach Guo commanded with a steely resolve. Typically, as a coach, he refrained from letting emotions dictate his instructions. However, this time, Guo was clearly inflamed with anger. All eyes turned to him, and they nodded vigorously in agreement. "No more routine shots. I want explosive dunks," Qin added coldly. "If the foolish Japanese wish to challenge fate, then let us oblige them today." Soon, the referees reached a decision. Hakamura's provocation earned him a technical foul, resulting in 2 free throws. Jinlin stood at the line, effortlessly sinking both attempts. Following that, during the inbound play, Qin Chao stepped forward to request the ball. As he took possession, Watanabe was the first to rush at him, arms outstretched, body slightly angled, adopting a defensive posture. Seeing this, Qin Chao was unimpressed. Opting not to waste words, with a sudden burst of explosive power, he propelled himself forward, swiftly maneuvering past Watanabe. The latter instinctively pivoted to pursue but found himself outpaced by Qin, who surged forward like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Upon witnessing this, Hakamura hurried to provide support. However, as Hakamura approached, Qin Chao's lips curled into a cold smile. Suddenly, he leaped, planting his feet on the free throw line, soaring into the air. What? Was he actually attempting to dunk on Hakamura? Oh my, has old Qin lost his mind? His audacity was remarkable. This was the essence of a true son of China. Dunk on him. Let him learn that a Chinese man cannot be humiliated. Qin Chao ascended, resembling a great bird taking flight, grasping the ball with one hand. He radiated an overwhelming force. Hakamura, feeling the pressure, leaped to block him. Alas, Qin soared too high. As Hakamura began his descent, Qin had only just reached his zenith. With a powerful swing of his right arm, he sent the ball crashing through the hoop. The sound reverberated like thunder, echoing across the arena. Qin's legs sailed over Hakamura's head as he hung from the rim. The sheer force of the impact left Hakamura unsteady, causing him to topple to the ground. It was only then that Qin Chao gently landed on the court. "You're quite short," he remarked with a smirk, surveying the fallen Hakamura. Having unleashed his pent-up frustration, Qin felt no need to hold back any longer. Tonight, he would let loose entirely. "Well done, Qin. That dunk will be the talk of the year," his teammates cheered. "Let us show those Japanese what it means to respect their ancestors." Qin's prowess had transformed him into an idol in their eyes. The atmosphere in the arena ignited with excitement following Qin and Oppo's dunk. The men and Oppo's basketball team defended fiercely, each player resembling a ravenous wolf, relentless in their pursuit and aggression, denying the Japanese team any opportunity to score. When it came time to attack, they unleashed a flurry of powerful dunks and three-pointers, creating chaos within the Japanese defense. The referees, realizing the escalating intensity, struggled to maintain control as the whistle blew repeatedly, but the fervor of the Chinese team remained unyielding. Throughout the second half, the Chinese team focused on attacking the paint, delivering dunk after dunk that left the Japanese team defenseless. As the final buzzer sounded, Wang Jia hung from the rim, completing a buzzer-beater dunk. The score settled at 110-90, with the Chinese men and Oppo's basketball team decisively defeating their Japanese counterparts. This match marked a pivotal moment for the Chinese team, catapulting them to fame. Numerous foreign media outlets began reporting on the game. Far away in the United States, Durant smiled upon hearing the news. "This kid is still as fierce as ever." Meanwhile, Harden mischievously messaged Qin, "Arin and Amp, Oppo's. You worried about stirring up tensions between the two countries?" Nash chimed in. "That and Amp, Oppo's. As how we roll. This is the spirit of our Nets players." This match undoubtedly introduced Qin Chao to a broader international audience. However, he did not attend the post-match press conference, feeling utterly exhausted from the relentless dunks. Without the luxury of a cryotherapy chamber, he relied solely on his body to recuperate. After a refreshing shower, Qin returned to his dormitory early to rest, while the exhilaration among his teammates lingered, with some even suggesting a night out for drinks. Chapter 53, a return to the journey, competition amongst all sides. However, when Coach Guo learned of the situation, he delivered a scathing reprimand to those players. "Going out for drinks? What face do you have to drink? Did you earn the right to celebrate through your performance? Are you not aware of your own capabilities? Must I spell it out for you? Look at Qin Chao. His abilities may not surpass yours, yet observe how diligently he trains and his attitude towards basketball. Now, reflect upon yourselves. Do you have any shame?" This chastisement from Coach Guo had never been so severe before, but this time, he was genuinely infuriated. Under his fierce rebuke, the players were left speechless, each retreating to their dormitories for introspection. At that moment, Qin Chao emerged from his dormitory. "Coach Guo, was it necessary to be so furious? They have been driven to madness and merely needed an outlet." Qin Chao understood Coach Guo well. He rarely unleashed such wrath unless he was truly upset. "A bunch of untalented scoundrels," Coach Guo muttered, his face twisted with anger. Qin Chao could only smile wryly, feeling a sense of helplessness. He knew Coach Guo and Oppo's thoughts. After a dismal performance in the first window period, he had been entrusted with the team's fate and could not afford to follow the same misguided path as Coach Du. In the subsequent matches, under Qin Chao's leadership, the men's basketball team forged ahead, achieving a perfect record. The group stage concluded with the team successfully advancing to the knockout rounds, securing second place in their group. The knockout stage would take place in 3 months, granting the team ample time for rest. Without lingering in the country, Qin Chao set off for the United States the very next day. Notably, Scarlett returned alongside him. Having thoroughly enjoyed her time in Huagua, exploring numerous historical sites, and becoming enamored with the enchanting Eastern culture. Along the way, Scarlett chattered incessantly, eager to share her experiences and observations with Qin Chao. Observing her animated gestures, Qin Chao maintained a serene smile, his thoughts elsewhere. At present, Qin Chao had begun to establish his value within the league. The question loomed, where would he play next? Previously, LeBron had reached out, expressing a desire to join forces in the upcoming season. However, Qin Chao remained uncertain about Coach Kai's stance. Once he returned, he anticipated that many teams would extend olive branches, likely leaving him overwhelmed with choices. It seemed an opportune moment to seek out an agent. Having one would relieve Qin Chao of the burdens associated with these decisions. In the league, numerous seasoned agents represented a plethora of stars, dedicated to serving the players' interests regarding salaries, endorsements, and various concerns. Yet, the commissions of these experienced agents were often steep. For instance, Rich Paul, LeBron's agent, reaped millions annually from LeBron and Antetokounmpo's contracts. While such sums were negligible compared to LeBron and Antetokounmpo's multi-million-dollar salary, they were burdensome for Qin Chao. Therefore, securing a more affordable agent would be ideal. As he contemplated, an idea struck Qin Chao, prompting him to call Durant directly. Upon landing in Brooklyn, Scarlett had a car waiting to take her home and initially intended to invite Qin Chao along. However, with other commitments, he politely declined. Scarlett bore no resentment. Having traveled to Huagua with Qin Chao filled her with joy, leaving little room for complaints. Furthermore, being an astute woman, she understood Qin Chao's reserved nature and recognized that she should not impose upon him. Qin Chao did not dwell on Scarlett and Antetokounmpo's demeanor. In truth, he had little time to consider such matters. Finalizing an agent was of utmost importance. Exiting the airport, he spotted a middle-aged woman holding a sign with his name. Qin Chao smiled and approached her briskly. "Qin Chao," the woman exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile. "Miss May, I've heard much about your illustrious name. It is an honor to finally meet you today." Their exchange was filled with pleasantries, albeit lacking in substance. "Though you are abroad, we are both from Huagua. So let us dispense with the formalities," she remarked, patting Qin Chao and Antetokounmpo's shoulder in a sisterly manner. They soon found a nearby Chinese restaurant. Despite having lived in the United States for many years, Qin Chao still held a fondness for Chinese cuisine, the taste of home, which he wished not to forget. "Qin Chao, I truly did not expect you to want to sign with me. May I ask why?" Miss May inquired softly. Aware that her status as a minor agent in the league did not afford her much prestige, she had struggled to keep her agency afloat, contemplating shutting it down and returning to her homeland. Yet, receiving Durant and Antetokounmpo's call today had filled her with uncontainable joy, especially realizing that the season and Antetokounmpo's champion and finals MVP. Her compatriot Qin Chao sought her as his agent. Noticing the serious expression on Miss May's face, Qin Chao chuckled and took a sip of his juice. "The reason for choosing you is quite simple. Your fees are quite reasonable." Miss May paused, momentarily taken aback. "Is that truly the only reason?" It seems rather dismissive. Seeing her disbelief, Qin Chao shrugged. "To be candid, if I wished to sign with other agents, I would have many eager suitors. However, I feel little affinity for them. Conversely, as we share the same heritage, I trust you more." This was Qin Chao's genuine sentiment, and he had no intention of concealing it. Miss May nodded, looking at him appreciatively. "Thank you, Qin Chao. You have given me a glimmer of hope during my darkest hours." Qin Chao smiled and shook his head. "The gratitude should be mine. I suspect you will soon have many responsibilities on your plate." Miss May nodded vigorously, her expression brightening. "Rest assured, I will handle everything." Though she was merely a small-time agent, her extensive experience in the industry would enable her to maximize Qin Chao's benefits. They raised their glasses for a toast to a fruitful collaboration. Upon returning to Brooklyn, Qin Chao resumed his rigorous training, while simultaneously, the Nets busied themselves with preparations, eager to secure a second championship title. Chapter 54. Harden and Antetokounmpo's departure. During the off-season, the Nets faced significant personnel changes. Firstly, Irving once again secured a championship ring, despite only participating in a few playoff games due to personal matters. Nevertheless, the ever-ambitious Irving sought a maximum contract extension with the Nets. Owner Tsai expressed his willingness to offer the maximum salary, albeit with stipulations. Irving must play a minimum of 70 regular season games and participate in the entire playoff series. Otherwise, his salary would be adjusted accordingly. This ultimatum infuriated Irving, who perceived it as a humiliation. Following several unfruitful negotiations, he ultimately requested a trade. Irving was eventually traded to the Mavericks in exchange for Spencer Dinwiddie, Dorian Finney-Smith, and several draft picks. For the Nets, this trade was not a substantial loss, as dealing with a frequently troublesome Irving was a relief. Initially, the team felt a sense of joy at ridding themselves of such a toxic presence. However, subsequent news shattered their optimism. Harden was also set to leave. After last season's experiences, the Nets players recognized a crucial truth. Qin had firmly established himself as the starting point guard. This left little opportunity for other guards, particularly for superstars like Irving and Harden, who could not easily accept a supporting role. Consequently, upon learning of Irving's departure, Harden promptly requested a trade. Having already secured his championship ring, their careers were already fulfilled, and now, financial gain took precedence. Tsai, with a grave expression, perused Harden and Antetokounmpo's trade request. He summoned Durant and Qin. After a lengthy pause, Tsai sighed and instructed Musk, the team manager, to leave the office. Musk understood the gravity of the situation and departed without further discussion. With Irving gone, should Harden also leave, Durant and Qin might be adversely affected. If they too departed, the Nets would face a complete rebuild. Tsai was resolute in his intention to retain both Durant and Qin, aiming to construct a team around them with elite role players to remain contenders in the league. Qin was training at the arena when he received the news, taken aback by Tsai's sudden interest. Historically, Tsai had seldom sought him out, particularly after Qin had indicated he was not in a rush to negotiate an extension. Today, however, Tsai had summoned him. What could it possibly entail? In the office, Durant lounged on the sofa, munching on snacks. He was aware of Harden's intentions to leave but recognized that some matters were beyond his control. He had developed a good rapport with Qin, and neither was vying for the position of team leader. Nevertheless, there was an unspoken understanding that Qin was emerging as a formidable presence. Durant respected Qin and Oppo's abilities. He sensed that Qin's current performance was merely a glimpse of his potential, with a lucrative contract and the prospect of additional championships. Durant felt a surge of excitement at the thought of surpassing LeBron and Oppo's legacy. A glance exchanged with Qin brought a smile and an acknowledgement. "Mr. Tsai, you wish to see me?" Qin inquired, as he had entrusted the matter of his contract renewal to May. Given her ongoing discussions with Tsai, it was perplexing that Tsai sought him out directly. "Please, Musk, pour me a cup of tea," Tsai requested. Both he and Qin, being from the same cultural background, preferred tea over coffee. Musk nodded and left the room. Once Musk departed, Tsai handed Qin the trade request form. "James Harden has requested a trade." "What?" Qin was momentarily stunned before swiftly advancing to seize the document. After a quick glance, his brow furrowed. Although Harden was not as close to him as Durant, they had maintained a decent relationship. He had anticipated fighting alongside Harden, yet now he faced the reality of his departure. Upon reflection, it became evident why Harden would choose to leave. Qin's contributions on both offense and defense surpassed Harden's, particularly his step-back three-pointer, which had become a lethal weapon in Qin's arsenal. In such circumstances, it was understandable that Harden would no longer wish to remain. With Irving gone, if James were to leave, the team's composition would undoubtedly suffer. Today, Tsai had summoned them to gather their insights regarding the impending rebuild or the possibility of acquiring star players. Durant continued to eat his snacks, while Qin furrowed his brow, recalling that he had foreseen Harden and Oppo's departure in a previous life. He had hoped that his arrival would alter the course of events, but ultimately felt powerless. He recalled Harden's trade to the 76ers, which sent Harden away in exchange for Simmons, Seth Curry, and Drummond. Simmons, too, posed a significant risk, not differing much from Irving. A player plagued by mental challenges, he struggled to perform. Qin raised his gaze at Tsai. "Which teams have made offers for James?" Tsai lit a cigar and sighed. "The 76ers have shown the most sincerity, willing to part with Simmons, Seth Curry, and Drummond." At the mention of Simmons, Tsai frowned, clearly aware of the player's situation. Qin shook his head. Though Simmons was a former #1 pick, his recent behavior has been erratic. Acquiring him would merely replace one headache with another. If this trade goes through, we might as well consider a buyout. Qin held no favorable impression of Simmons. Durant, surprised by Qin's candidness, recognized the risks associated with players voicing opinions on management matters. Tsai nodded slowly, regarding Qin with newfound respect. Chapter 55, The Rose of Wind City. Here for the championship buyout. Old Kai furrowed his brow. It was indeed a method, but the cost was rather steep. After all, Simmons and Oppo's salary exceeded $30 million annually. With 2 years left on his contract, it meant Old Kai would waste $70 million. Yet, if they did not acquire Simmons, the 76ers would likely not agree. Old Kai and Oppo's expression was clouded with frustration when Musk entered, placing 2 cups of tea on the coffee table. "Boss, I have an idea," Musk said, settling onto the opposite sofa. "Oh, what is your idea?" Old Kai inquired, his curiosity piqued. Musk was not known for his intelligence or significant contributions to the team in recent years. Even the trades for Durant, Irving, and Harden were primarily due to Old Kai's financial prowess. Presently, he was widely perceived within the league as a fool with deep pockets. However, the Nets' championship victory last season had silenced such mockery. As long as they could secure a championship, nothing else mattered. Furthermore, the high attendance last year had yielded substantial profits for Old Kai. With the new season underway, the Nets were also poised to profit. and another championship would double their market value. Yet, the priority remained retaining Durant and Qin Chao. Keeping them both would ensure the Nets remained strong contenders next season. Musk took a sip of coffee. This trait was typical of Westerners, often engaging in such hypocritical delays. Qin Chao shot him a glance, urging him to speak plainly. Old Ma, what exactly is your plan? No need for theatrics. Durant frowned, unable to tolerate Musk and Oppo's coy demeanor. With a wry smile, Musk set down his coffee. We could bring in another team for a three-way trade. Which team do you have in mind? Old Kai was not surprised by Musk's suggestion, as such tactics were commonplace in the NBA. However, teams willing to engage in a trade with significant players were scarce. New York, the Knicks. The Knicks? Both Durant and Old Kai were taken aback, exchanging puzzled looks with Musk. The Knicks did not seem to possess any players to match Harden's caliber. They played team basketball and lacked superstars like Harden or Simmons. Only Qin Chao smiled slightly. I suspect what manager Musk desires is Derrick Rose. Indeed. The former #1 pick and the youngest MVP in NBA history, Rose had once single-handedly dominated the league. Even against titans like Kobe and LeBron, he had not faltered. His ability to maneuver past defenders at high speed was legendary. Unfortunately, due to extensive physical tolls, injuries had plagued him, relegating him from the spotlight and nearly to obscurity. Had he not rediscovered his worth, he might have long been out of the league. Musk nodded with a grin. Precisely, I seek Derrick Rose, along with Seth Curry, Andre Drummond, and a protected first-round pick. While Musk could be demanding, this proposal was undeniably brilliant. If the Nets could retain Durant and Qin Chao, their offensive capabilities would be fully secured. With Aldridge and DeAndre Jordan aging, yet still capable of playing backup, they could start Drummond at center. Qin Chao would lead as point guard, while Rose would serve as an ideal backup. On the wings, Durant's jump shot was as reliable as ever, with Joe Harris and Seth Curry as sharpshooters. Coupled with young talents like Shamet, Jeff Green, and Kayatsa, the Nets would possess both experience and vitality to compete with any team in the league. Old Kai squinted, contemplating Musk's assessment. Although they would part with two superstars, they would free up substantial salary cap space. If this trade succeeded, the Nets would boast depth at every position, ensuring the team could function smoothly even with injuries to key players. He nodded slowly, then turned to Durant and Qin Chao. Durant pulled out another bag of snacks. This sounds plausible, but the actual effectiveness can only be gauged on the court. Moreover, trading Rose may prove challenging, given he is a favored pupil of Thibodeau, who is unlikely to part with him. Qin Chao chimed in with a smile. I believe this trade is entirely feasible. If we offer the Knicks sufficient incentives, they will likely let him go. Just one Simmons plus a first-round pick. There is no reason for the Knicks to refuse. To many, this trade would seem a loss for the Nets. However, Qin Chao, hailing from a parallel world, understood Simmons' true nature and deemed him unworthy. Very well. I entrust you with this matter. Do not let me down, Old Kai said earnestly. Rest assured, I will accomplish the task, Musk replied decisively. Boss, regarding Qin and Oppo's contract extension. Should we? Musk suddenly interjected. Having witnessed Qin Chao consistently align with him, Musk and Oppo's impression of him had notably improved. Deep down, Musk had harbored contempt for Easterners, believing they understood nothing of basketball outside of scheming. Yet, Qin Chao's performance had completely won him over. With Qin Chao as support, Musk had unconsciously begun to consider him an ally. Old Kai nodded with a smile, turning to Qin Chao. Previously, you were preoccupied, so I did not disturb you. Now that you are free, we need to discuss your future. As fellow countrymen, communication will be straightforward. Present your terms. As long as you remain with the Nets, I can accommodate any request. Leaning back in his chair, he lit another cigar. Durant, finishing his last bite of snacks, was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to chew. Is Boss Kai being overly generous to Qin Chao? Yes, allowing him to set his own terms? Even when I joined the Nets? I don't recall receiving such an offer. Turning slowly, he observed Qin Chao's confident smile. The young man clearly had prior knowledge of the situation, which contributed to his self-assured demeanor. Chapter 56. A complete system upgrade. However, one cannot entirely blame Old Kai. If we adhere to Musk's vision, the Nets have traded away Irving and Harden, thereby freeing up nearly $90 million in salary cap space. After deducting the salaries of Rose, Seth Curry, Andre Drummond, and others, there remains at least $60 million. To sign Qin Dynasty for $60 million a year would surely surpass any current offers in the league. This is precisely why Old Kai agreed to Musk and Oppo's proposal, and it serves as the foundation of his audacity. I am solely focused on playing and winning championships. As for other matters, it is best that Boss Kai discusses them with my agent. Qin Dynasty is no fool. At this juncture, should he demand an exorbitant salary? Even if old Kai remained silent, he would undoubtedly harbor some reservations. Yet, Qin Dynasty has made it abundantly clear through his performance that he deserves a maximum contract. Therefore, it is best for Mei Jie to handle this situation. Upon hearing Qin Dynasty's words, old Kai showed no surprise and instead retrieved a contract from his drawer. The signature line bore his name. This is the contract that Mei Jie and I have discussed. 3 years for 120 million, with the third year being a player option. If you have no objections, just sign here. This matter had been previously communicated to both Mei Jie and Qin Dynasty. Though he had only engaged in a brief exchange with Boss Kai, who had not expressed a definitive stance at the time. Nevertheless, Qin Dynasty was not anxious. To his astonishment, Boss Kai had everything prepared. No wonder he is successful. Such decisiveness is enough to make many envious. Given Boss Kai's generosity, Qin Dynasty felt no hesitation. After a cursory review of the contract and finding no issues, he affixed his signature. Upon witnessing Qin Dynasty's signature, old Kai extended his hand, signifying their partnership in pursuit of a championship. Qin Dynasty nodded emphatically, while Durant smiled beside them, acknowledging Qin Dynasty and Oppo's position as the leader of the Nets. However, should this newcomer earn a salary surpassing his own, Durant would undoubtedly feel a twinge of discontent. Despite their close relationship, the matter of finances can create discomfort. Qin Dynasty's renewal, amounting to roughly 40 million per year, is slightly less than Durant's prior contract of 4 years for 198 million, which coincidentally expires at the same time as Qin Dynasty and Oppo's. It appears that Boss Kai has his own intentions behind this arrangement. If the Nets manage to clinch a championship within these 3 years, both Durant and Qin Dynasty are likely to remain, facilitating future extensions. Conversely, should unforeseen circumstances arise, both may depart, leaving the Nets in a position to rebuild without being encumbered by unmanageable contracts. Qin Dynasty could not help but admire old Kai's acumen. Indeed, he is a shrewd businessman. With the contract finalized and the signing process complete, Qin Dynasty and Durant rose to leave. When do we celebrate this lucrative contract? Durant inquired, patting Qin Dynasty on the shoulder. It is customary for any player who signs a substantial contract to treat his teammates. Of course, but I am unfamiliar with this area. So I would appreciate it if you could assist me in selecting a venue, Qin Dynasty replied with a smile. The trade discussions among the Nets, 76ers, and Knicks were progressing smoothly. Just as Qin Dynasty had anticipated, the allure of significant profit had piqued the interest of the Knicks management. Despite Thibodeau's vehement opposition to trading Rose, he is merely a coach and holds limited influence. Ultimately, Rose transitioned to the Nets without issue. This three-way trade sent shockwaves throughout the league, prompting numerous prominent figures to criticize old Kai as a fool for orchestrating one of the most financially detrimental deals in league history. However, in response to the swirling rumors, old Kai opted to retreat on vacation to unwind. Meanwhile, Qin Dynasty continued his daily training. Through this period of rigorous practice, his overall prowess surged. His three-point shooting percentage rose to 55, while his two-point shooting achieved 80. His lateral movement, sprinting speed, and jumping ability all saw substantial improvement. Although he is yet to reach the caliber of elite superstars in foundational attributes, he has undoubtedly acquired essential tools for scoring. Last season, his primary scoring methods consisted of three-pointers and dunks. However, this season promises a complete transformation. The upgraded system now boasts more intricate features, including an attributes panel. Accessing his personalized attributes panel, Qin Dynasty could clearly assess his various capabilities. Name: Qin Dynasty contribution points: 10 height, 198 centimeters weight, 85 kilograms three-point shooting, 55 two-point shooting, 80 strength, 70 speed, 80 inside scoring, 60 post play, 60 dunking, 80 ball handling, 70 passing, 60 stealing, 60 blocking, 50 defense, 40 rebounding, 40 stability, 90. These attributes provide a clear snapshot of Qin Dynasty and Oppo's abilities. In terms of shooting, he has reached superstar standards. However, defense has always been his Achilles heel, indicating that he must prioritize defensive training moving forward. The previous system had allowed him to perform exceptionally due to the variety of skill packages it offered. The upgraded system will still provide skill packages, but these now require Qin Dynasty to earn contribution points through his own efforts to exchange for them. Looking at the enhanced system, Qin dynasty felt a mix of amusement and despair. It was akin to suddenly changing partners. Reflecting on the previous system and Oppo's generosity, which assured skill packages simply for participating in games, enough to dominate any defender, he now found himself in a predicament. One day, while training his strength, Qin dynasty received a call from Magia. As it was the off-season, his phone was finally back on. Magia, what is it? Qin dynasty panted. Could you step out for a moment? There are several endorsements that require your input. Magia responded succinctly. Since their first meeting, Qin dynasty had seen Magia only a handful of times since, primarily communicating via phone. He noted a distinct change in her demeanor. This woman now exuded professionalism, cutting straight to the chase without unnecessary words. Qin dynasty appreciated this direct communication style, especially given his limited time due to training. All right, let us meet at the CAF outside the training facility. After hanging up, Qin dynasty took a quick shower and departed for the CAF. Upon entering, he found Mei Jie already waiting in a corner. As he approached, she waved him over. What would you like to drink? Just water, please. Qin dynasty smiled. After a fortnight apart, Mei Jie appeared even more vibrant than before, radiating an invigorated spirit. When he had first seen her after returning from Huagua, she had looked rather fatigued. In the past week, I have received requests for endorsements from over a dozen products, including some from Huagua and other countries. After careful consideration, I have shortlisted 3 products for you to endorse. Mei Jie wasted no time and pulled out 3 sets of information from her bag. Chapter 57. Seeking my endorsement? Do you deserve it? These 3 documents consist of a beverage from Huagua called Sheeping Special Drink, a vitamin functional drink, and a newly emerging functional sports drink within the country. The second document pertains to a local sports brand, a modest entity eager to leverage the momentum of Qin Chao's rising fame to enhance its visibility. However, upon reviewing the third document, Qin Chao's expression darkened significantly. The third document featured a major brand from bird country, Panasonic Electronics. Ever since the Huagua Men and Oppo's basketball team triumphed over the bird country team in the Asian qualifiers, Qin Chao's name has surged like a tempest, creating a fervor within bird country. Essentially, anyone familiar with basketball knows of Qin Chao. Consequently, Panasonic and Oppo's executives convened an emergency meeting to discuss the possibility of recruiting Qin Chao as their spokesperson. Mei Jie, from now on, I will not endorse any products from bird country. With a frosty demeanor, Qin Chao discarded the third document into the wastebasket. Mei Jie was momentarily taken aback. Among the 3 endorsements, Panasonic and Oppo's offer was the most enticing. 3 years, 30 million. This is akin to celebrity pricing. Some stars in the league only receive endorsement fees ranging from 5 to 8 million annually. In contrast, Panasonic's proposal offered a staggering 10 million per year. Have you truly considered this? Their conditions are quite favorable. Before Mei Jie could finish, Qin Chao let out a cold snort. Mei Jie, although I am not wealthy, I understand what national humiliation means. His words instantly flushed Mei Jie's face with color. I apologize, Qin Chao. I failed to consider this aspect. It was my oversight. I will notify them immediately that we will not endorse their products. Qin Chao nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, Qin Chao and Oppo's decision would entail a considerable loss for Mei Jie. As an agent, she could only extract a 2% commission from the players and Oppo's salaries, whereas for commercial endorsements, she could secure a 20% commission. Thus, agreeing to endorse Panasonic would have netted her 6 million. Just because of Qin Chao and Oppo's stance. That 6 million slipped through Mei Jie's fingers. After discussing further, Qin Chao also declined the endorsement from the local sports brand for similar reasons. He believed that once the season ended, significant brands would seek him out for endorsements. He could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. As for the domestic sports drink, Qin Chao had no objections, but for precautionary measures, he instructed Mei Jie to conduct an investigation into the product's quality. He had his own principles. Regardless of what he endorsed, the quality of the product must be assured. He would never exploit his fame to deceive his fans. Mei Jie readily agreed, which was part of why he held her in high regard. Her meticulousness and integrity were commendable. In bird country, within the Panasonic Electronics conference room, the business department manager and Oppo's face was clouded with anger. Baka, that bastard Huagua pig actually refused to endorse us. I curse him to suffer. Beside him, a pale female assistant took a step back. Mr. Watanabe, should we consider increasing the offer? You know that Huagua people prioritize profit. If we offer enough money, they'll do anything. Watanabe Ichiro paused. Then a cold smile crept across his face. Kojima, your business acumen is sharpening. Come to my home tonight. I will mentor you personally. Immediately inform Ida Korea to meet with Qin Chao and offer him an additional 10 million. If we can secure him as our spokesperson, we will undoubtedly penetrate the Huagua market, and the entire electronics sector in Huagua will be ours. Watanabe Ichiro erupted into raucous laughter. Over the past few days, Meijia had thoroughly investigated which domestic sports drink had garnered a favorable reputation. The sports drink industry in Huagua was still in its infancy, necessitating high quality to win over consumers. Upon receiving this information, Qin Chao instructed Meijia to inform the counterpart to arrange a time for signing the contract and scheduling the advertisement shoot. With the new season approaching in a month, Qin Chao had numerous matters to attend to. That day, after finishing his training, Qin Chao noticed Musk approaching him. Qin, you are the most diligent player I have ever encountered. Your success is certainly not coincidental. Musk's eyes were filled with admiration, and even he was taken aback by Qin Chao's dedication. Could it be that all Huagua players are this industrious? If so, the future of basketball may very well belong to the Huagua people. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over Musk. Qin Chao smiled, bending his knees, leaping, and flicking his wrist. The basketball sailed through the air, swishing through the net. Huagua people do not allow themselves to fail. From 2 meters beyond the three-point line, he sank another shot effortlessly. Musk chuckled ruefully. It seemed the landscape of the league was destined to change. By the way, old Ma, did you come to see me for something? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Chao inquired. Someone wishes to meet you. Musk hesitated slightly, indicating there was more to the matter. Qin Chao frowned. If there is something to discuss, just say it. You know I dislike beating around the bush. Well, I can't help it. It's Boss Kai who sent me. He mentioned that someone wants to ask for your assistance. And I'm afraid even Boss Kai feels helpless. Although Musk did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear. The other party held considerable influence, warranting respect even from old Kai. This revelation left Qin Chao momentarily stunned. Who could possibly want to seek him out? After a refreshing shower, Qin Chao donned clean clothes and made his way to old Kai's office. Upon entering, he found old Kai engaged in conversation with a striking woman. This lady was tall, with fair skin and exquisite features, captivating anyone who laid eyes upon her. Qin Chao, allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Ida from Panasonic Group in Bird Country, who has come specifically to meet you. Old Kai glanced at Qin Chao, a wry smile on his face, conveying that he felt cornered. The strength of Panasonic Group made it unwise to offend them. Qin Chao furrowed his brow, surprised that Panasonic Group was still pursuing him. The audacity of these Bird Country individuals was truly infuriating. What does Miss Ida want with me? I have training to attend to. My time is limited. Qin Chao nonchalantly settled onto the sofa without even glancing at Ida, his tone indifferent. Mr. Qin, I have long heard of your esteemed name and have come today in hopes of your understanding. Ida spoke politely. Get to the point. I dislike unnecessary pleasantries. As I said, my time is very tight. Qin Chao coldly interrupted, his brusque demeanor eliciting a fleeting glimmer of chill in Ida's eyes. However, the moment passed swiftly, and she felt irritation bubbling within her. Had it not been for Mr. Watanabe's insistence on securing Qin Chao, she would have relished the opportunity to confront him directly. Chapter 58. The final preparations before the match. Ida Ria displayed a professional smile as she addressed Mr. Qin. I am a business development consultant from Panasonic. I have come to discuss the possibility of you endorsing our brand. She had lowered her posture significantly, even adopting a respectful tone. However, Qin Chao did not lift his eyelids, merely stifling a yawn. He remained silent, evidently waiting for Ida Ria to continue. Suppressing her rising anger, Ida Ria spoke again. Previously, our business department contacted you to propose a contract worth 30 million over 3 years. After discussions with Mr. Tian, we concluded that, given your stature, 30 million seemed somewhat inadequate. Therefore, I am here to inform you that if you agree to endorse us, finances are not an obstacle. We can offer you 40 million for 3 years. What do you think? Ida Ria was brimming with confidence, a hint of smugness gleaming in her eyes. She believed that as long as the monetary compensation was sufficient to satiate Qin Chao, he would have no reason to decline. Old Kai and Musk were taken aback. 40 million over 3 years was indeed a substantial endorsement fee. For perspective, even LeBron James, endorsing for Nike, earned merely 90 million over 7 years, a sum slightly less than what was offered to Qin Chao. Unexpectedly, Qin Chao slowly rose to his feet. Mr. Kai, unless there is anything else. I will head to training. The new season commences in just half a month, and I do not wish to be delayed by trivial matters. With that, he turned and left Old Kai's office without looking back, leaving the three behind in bewilderment. Old Kai and Musk were puzzled as to why Qin Chao would forego such a significant sum. It is well known that endorsements constitute a considerable portion of a star athlete and Oppo's income. Despite high salaries, the taxes are equally substantial, resulting in a diminished net income. Therefore, commercial activities and endorsements are vital sources of revenue for athletes. Ida was equally perplexed, having presented what she believed to be adequate sincerity. Why then did Qin Chao still refuse? Furrowing her brow, she felt the anger welling up within her. Miss Ida, I trust Qin Chao has his own considerations. Such matters cannot be forced, can they? Moreover, your company is quite capable and may seek other endorsers. Although Old Kai did not fully comprehend Qin Chao and Oppo's decision, he felt compelled to defend him. After all, he was his player, and as the owner, he would not allow Qin Chao to suffer. I understand Mr. Kai and Oppo's perspective. Perhaps it is simply a matter of fate. In that case, I shall take my leave. With that, Ida rose, exchanged pleasantries with Old Kai, and exited in a huff. Boss, why did Qin refuse? Musk inquired, puzzled once Ida had departed. He was a professional manager but not a businessman. While he might excel at securing players, he was utterly in the dark regarding commercial matters. Old Kai chuckled, lighting a cigar. Perhaps it has to do with the war from decades ago. Though he may have changed nationalities, my roots remain in Huagua. I am well aware of that painful history. In turn, he felt a deep respect for Qin Chao. Merchants prioritize profit, with everything hinging on financial gain. Yet, he was astonished to discover how deeply Qin Chao valued his national integrity. Such a person would never betray. Originally intent on diligently training, Qin Chao returned to his homeland due to the endorsement matter. After signing agreements and filming several advertisements, he returned to Brooklyn. At this point, only one day remained until the new season commenced. Qin Chao did not participate in the preseason matches, which primarily served to refine team dynamics. For someone like him, who could activate his strongest offensive mode at any moment, engaging in preseason games would merely be a waste of time. Hence, the Nets preseason was led by Rose, accompanied by a group of role players and newcomers. True to his former reputation as the Rose of Chicago, Rose's experience greatly benefited the team. His formidable organizational skills seamlessly connected the team, allowing the Nets' offense to flourish. The Nets achieved an impressive record of 5 wins and 1 loss over 6 preseason games, a commendable feat that pleased both the management and coaching staff. This was the 6th man they had envisioned. As Qin Chao and Oppo's backup, Rose could only play in that capacity. If all went well, he might even contend for the title of best 6th man this season, remarked assistant coach Adelman. Nash nodded in agreement. The following morning, the Nets gathered at the arena for their first collective meeting before the match. Everyone appeared in good spirits. After a 3-month break, they were eager to ignite their competitive spirits through the game. Tomorrow, we will host the Lakers for the season opener. I look forward to everyone's performance, Nash stated succinctly before allowing the players to train independently. With newcomers in the mix, it was inevitable that they would familiarize themselves with one another during practice. Qin Chao's position within the Nets was unassailable. Despite rampant speculation that Durant's status as team leader had been supplanted by Qin Chao, Durant remained unfazed. As long as they could secure a championship, he would be content, even if it meant serving as a water boy. After greeting Rose and the others, Qin Chao commenced his demonstration. To welcome the newcomers, he proposed one-on-one challenges with each of them. They had all witnessed his formidable prowess, and despite their reluctance, they felt compelled to accept. It must be said that a friendly competition is one of the best ways to forge bonds between men. After a series of matches, everyone once again marveled at Qin Chao's terrifying skills. Whether it was a three-pointer or a swift drive past a defender, he was truly a force to be reckoned with in the league. Notably, his ability to change direction without losing speed left Rose in awe. Qin, seeing you play is like watching myself from years ago, Rose remarked, his eyes glistening with emotion. The once great Rose of Chicago had ultimately succumbed to injuries, yet his indomitable spirit had never dimmed. Observing Rose, Qin Chao smiled gently. This season, let us claim the championship together. He extended his hand, locking eyes with Rose. After a moment's hesitation, Rose broke into a smile. Together, we will win the championship. Their hands clasped firmly, united in their shared goal. Rose, the youngest MVP, had already received his personal accolades and carved out his place in the league. It could be said that he lacked nothing. His continued pursuit of a championship ring was the sole motivation for his endeavors in the league. Chapter 59. The New Season, Battling the New-Look Lakers on October 16th. The 2022-2023 season finally commenced. Two highly anticipated matches were scheduled, one of which featured the Bulls facing off against the Lakers. This game was broadcasted nationwide and also covered by various sports platforms in China, including Tencent and Sina. The league invested considerable effort into promoting this season opener, ensuring extensive media coverage. Consequently, the event attracted over 100,000 fans, filling the Barclays Center to capacity. As Qin stepped onto the court, he felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. After more than 3 months of rest, the season had returned. It was here, in this very arena, that they had claimed the championship last season. This year, the legacy was set to continue. During the off-season, the Lakers made significant acquisitions, most notably trading for Russell Westbrook. Once heralded as one of the league's premier dunkers and an MVP, Westbrook now found himself overlooked by many teams. Despite his hefty contract, his performance seemed at odds with its value. The league had entered an era dominated by smaller lineups, and with age, Westbrook was no longer the explosive player he once was. During warm-ups, LeBron approached Qin and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Qin, your absence from the Lakers this season is truly a great loss. It seems my desire to fight alongside you will have to be postponed." Although they had not previously discussed this, LeBron and Appo's influence was undeniable. For any newcomer to the NBA, the presence of LeBron was inescapable. Qin smiled in response. "I too wish to battle alongside you, but alas, fate has its whims. If I recall correctly, your contract is set to expire at the end of this season, right? The Nets currently have ample salary cap space. Why not consider joining them?" While LeBron had passed his peak, his mere presence was a stabilizing force for the team. With LeBron, Durant, and Qin, along with Rose, the Nets would undoubtedly dominate all opponents. Observing Qin's earnest demeanor, LeBron chuckled softly, realizing that the young man's words nearly ensnared him in a web of possibilities. "I will seriously contemplate that suggestion," LeBron replied with a smile, returning to his half of the court to continue warming up. "LeBron, are you quite familiar with that young man?" Davis inquired, frowning as he watched LeBron approach. "He is a basketball prodigy from the same lineage as Yao, and his future accomplishments may surpass mine." Glancing at Qin, who was shooting hoops, LeBron spoke earnestly. This statement left Davis momentarily stunned. To assert that one could achieve greater success than LeBron, the reigning top player in the league, was audacious. "Don't believe it? Let us wait and see," LeBron added. In truth, Qin's earlier remarks had stirred something within him. Yet, what mattered most was observing Qin's performance this season. Should Qin lead the Nets to a championship, then next season? Within the Lakers, aside from LeBron, another player was keenly eyeing Qin, Hachimura, who had just been traded to the team. Hachimura glared at Qin with simmering anger. In the World Qualifiers, Qin had bested him, and the desire for revenge had been festering. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. How could he let it pass? "Hachimura, make sure to perform well," head coach Darwin Ham encouraged, patting Hachimura on the shoulder. Having received information about the World Qualifiers, especially after acquiring Hachimura, the coach had been particularly attentive to the rivalry between Hachimura and Qin. "Coach, let me guard Qin," Hachimura stated earnestly, lifting his gaze to Ham. Noting the fire in Hachimura's eyes, Ham nodded with a smile. "All right, Qin will be your responsibility. Don't let me down." Though newly traded, Ham was well aware of Hachimura and Appo's capabilities, which warranted his immediate elevation to the starting lineup. This would give the Lakers a significant height advantage. With LeBron, Davis, Hachimura, Russell, and Schroeder, they had a versatile lineup capable of both offense and defense, showcasing high transition efficiency. This arrangement had already garnered recognition during the preseason. Meanwhile, on the Nets and Appo's side, Nash still had an impressive hand to play. Durant at the 4, Qin at the 2, and Andre Drummond at the 5, complemented by Seth Curry and Joe Harris on the perimeter, created a formidable offensive threat. Defensively, aside from Harris, the rest were specialists. Even Qin, after a dedicated offseason of training, had significantly improved his defensive skills. Nash was thoroughly pleased with this lineup. As the referee's whistle blew, both teams prepared for the jump ball. Andre, despite his age, found himself at a disadvantage against Davis. The ball was tipped to LeBron, who, mindful of his age and past peak, opted to conserve energy by facilitating play rather than forcing offense in the first half. Seeing LeBron with the ball, Qin waved his hand and moved closer. LeBron had once been Qin and Appo's idol, an unparalleled athlete capable of breathtaking feats. Last season, Qin had not had the chance to match up against LeBron, but today was different. He would seize this opportunity. "Hey, brother, are you trying to make me look bad?" LeBron chuckled as Qin approached. "Not at all, just following Nash's game plan." Qin replied with a smile, his eyes fixed on the basketball. Arms spread wide to deny LeBron any opportunity for a drive. While Qin's defense might not yet be all-defensive team caliber, it had certainly improved, particularly after rigorous off-season training. His lateral quickness ranked among the league in Oppos, S elite, and his physical advantages allowed him to contend with most players. LeBron maneuvered, seeking an opening. But Qin's lateral movement was too swift, maintaining his balance. Frustrated, LeBron was left with no choice but to pass to the awaiting Davis. Qin remained unfazed, shadowing LeBron as Davis found himself guarded by Durant. In a half-court battle, the Nets held their ground firmly. Andre established his position in the paint, while Hachimura struggled in comparison. Davis backed down a few steps before pivoting for a jump shot. Although Durant leapt the contest, he was unable to block the shot as the ball sailed past his fingertips. Swish, through the net it went. Durant spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. He had defended well, yet Davis's touch was too precise, securing an effortless score. Chapter 60. The Qin Dynasty unleashes its potential. The Qin Dynasty chuckled bitterly, recognizing Anthony Davis, the 2012 first overall pick, whose prowess was beyond question. After a decade of navigating the league, he had amassed countless accolades, whether in isolation or collaboration. His strength was formidable. Thus, it was unsurprising that Durant could not contain him. It mattered little. As long as we ignited our offense, we would not fear a shootout. With a smile, Qin Dynasty received the ball and advanced. Hachimura quickly approached, glaring fiercely at Qin Dynasty. The grievances of that day would be settled now. Coldly regarding Qin Dynasty, Hachimura clenched his teeth, exuding a desire to consume him whole. In response to Hachimura's venomous words, Qin Dynasty merely scoffed. "You? Not worthy." With that, he surged forward. In an instant, his first step was lightning quick. Despite Hachimura's anticipation, Qin Dynasty managed to create half a step of separation. Infuriated, Hachimura seized Qin Dynasty's arm, yanking him back. Qin Dynasty frowned, but with one hand holding the ball beyond the three-point line, he flicked his wrist to shoot. Though his body was off balance, the ball was still launched. "Damn it!" Nash on the sidelines cursed vehemently. Did this rascal intend to ruin Qin Dynasty? Witnessing Qin Dynasty crash to the floor, Nash could not contain his exclamations. Just as Qin Dynasty had broken through, leading by half a step, Hachimura and Oppos' pull was clearly aimed at incapacitating him. The whistle blew, yet all eyes remained fixated on the basketball. Swish! The ball arced through the air, delicately sinking into the net. 3 points. The referee decisively called Hachimura for a technical foul, awarding 2 free throws in possession of the ball. Hachimura gritted his teeth. His fists clenched tightly. At that moment, he yearned to pin Qin Dynasty to the ground. With a cold chuckle, Qin Dynasty rose. "I already mentioned. You are not worthy of my attention." He strode to the free throw line, effortlessly sinking both shots before resuming play. Qin Dynasty continued to orchestrate the offense. Hachimura, his expression icy, stood before Qin Dynasty like a volcano ready to erupt. "Hey, darling, I'm about to attack," Qin Dynasty declared with a grin, then reinitiated his advance. Hachimura quickly retreated, firmly positioning himself to block Qin Dynasty. Yet, in a flash, Qin Dynasty pulled back, stepping away to the three-point line. With his center of gravity lost, Hachimura instinctively lunged to contest the shot, but his balance faltered, causing him to tumble to the ground. Meanwhile, Qin Dynasty stood beyond the arc, 3 meters from an unguarded basket. Bending his knees, he leaped, flicking his wrist. The basketball soared as if it possessed a mind of its own, heading straight for the hoop. Swish! Another perfect shot. The crowd erupted in euphoria. In merely 30 seconds, Qin Dynasty had single-handedly scored 8 points. All-star status and superstar accolades paled in comparison to the brilliance of Qin Dynasty at that moment. LeBron sighed in resignation, shaking his head. "This guy is simply a freak." Durant sprinted over, celebrating with a chest bump. "Brother, well done." On the sidelines, Nash applauded vigorously, growing increasingly in awe of Coach Kai, who had chosen to sign this anomaly at such a critical juncture for the team. Anyone who dared to claim Coach Kai lacked basketball knowledge would receive a swift reprimand. This was akin to striking gold. Meanwhile, on the sports channel, host Yu Jia and guest coach Zhang Healy applauded in unison. It has been a long time since we've witnessed such explosive performances from our players, Coach Zhang. Can you analyze whether Qin Dynasty's display is merely exceptional, or has he ascended to the ranks of NBA superstars? Coach Zhang calmly sipped his water. Over the years, Qin has traversed multiple teams in the NBA. Due to injuries, he has struggled to find his worth. Now, having stabilized with the Nets, he is poised for longevity, as success is often preceded by adversity. Moreover, his gameplay is always so rational, shooting when appropriate and passing when necessary. This is the essence of intelligent basketball. Coach Zhang offered unreserved praise for Qin Dynasty. Meanwhile, in the Tencent broadcast room, Coach Yang erupted in joyous laughter. Oh, Qin Dynasty has entered scoring mode. 8 points in 30 seconds. While it may not quite match the comeback against the Bucks last season, such a frenzied scoring display is something only Qin Dynasty could achieve in today's league. Yang animatedly gestured. Coach Malan nodded in agreement. You speak true, Teacher Yang. Little Seven leaped with delight. Old Qin is truly impressive, especially against Hakamura. Watching Old Qin dismantle him makes me want to cheer him on. Typically reserved, Little Seven transformed into a different person upon witnessing Qin Dynasty play. Darvingham furrowed his brow, decisively calling a timeout. To call a timeout merely 30 seconds into the game was unprecedented. Yet, Qin Dynasty was already gaining momentum. If he did not act quickly, the onslaught would be relentless. Hakamura, you're out. Mamba, you're in, Ham issued his command. Hakamura remained silent, head bowed. Clearly demoralized after being outplayed by Qin Dynasty twice. He had known Qin Dynasty was formidable during the World Qualifiers, but he never anticipated him to be this overwhelmingly powerful. It dawned on him that Qin Dynasty had not revealed his full potential during the qualifiers. Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers initiated their offense. LeBron guided the play. After 7 passes, Schroeder attempted a shot from the perimeter, but it clanged off the rim. Drummond secured the rebound and passed to Qin Dynasty, who continued the advance. This time, Schroeder took on the task of defending Qin Dynasty. He was of similar height, but evidently stronger than Qin Dynasty. Yet, Qin Dynasty felt no concern. Compared to Hakamura, Schroeder's defensive skills were lacking. As Qin Dynasty dribbled beyond the three-point line, he faced Schroeder and launched a shot. Ignoring the defense, he executed a clean pull-up. The shot bore a resemblance to T-Mac's style, yet Qin Dynasty's jump was even higher, and the arc of the ball was greater. Schroeder instinctively leaped to contest the shot, but alas, he didn't touch the ball. Bang! Off the backboard, it went in. 3! Exclaimed the arena DJ with fervor. With a banked three-pointer, Nash could only shake his head in a wry smile. This kid had no scoring method he couldn't team master. The score stood at 12-2. The Nets had already established a double-digit lead, and all 12 points were scored solely by Qin Dynasty. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. It seemed that Qin Dynasty was on the verge of an explosive performance. Chapter 61. Methods to restrict the Qin Dynasty. This was, after all, the first true regular match for the Qin Dynasty, and thus, their spirits were understandably high. Even if they were to go on a rampage, it was within the realm of reason. Ham was incessantly adjusting the tactical board. Double-team him. We must lock down the Qin Dynasty, denying him any opportunity to shoot. Ham's face was a mask of fury. Allowing Qin to score 12 consecutive points was a tremendous humiliation for the Lakers. LeBron and the others nodded in agreement. On Nash and Apos' side, the atmosphere was comparatively relaxed. Aside from Qin, the other players needed to initiate offensive plays to alleviate the scoring pressure on him. Basketball, after all, is not a solitary endeavor. No matter how formidable Qin may be, his stamina is inevitably finite. Once he is double-teamed and unable to take a shot, the Nets would find themselves in a scoring drought. Durant and the others nodded in understanding. During the opening moments, Qin had been primarily engaged in isolation plays and had not established a coordinated offensive strategy. Even if his teammates wished to assist him, they found themselves powerless. Following the timeout, the Lakers altered their defensive strategy. Whenever Qin possessed the ball, 2 defenders would inevitably converge upon him, especially LeBron, who took the lead. In their matchup, Qin was not at a disadvantage against LeBron, for the latter was no longer the omnipotent king he once was. Time, indeed, is a relentless adversary, and even LeBron could not escape its grasp. However, LeBron and Apos' imposing stature overshadowed Qin, blocking his view of the basket, thus impairing his shooting accuracy. After missing 2 consecutive shots, Qin wore a look of helplessness, while LeBron wore a smug smile. Qin, it seems you still have much to refine. Qin shot him a glance. When faced with a defensive beast like you, I dare say anyone would be at a loss. Huh. I call this aging like fine wine. Having participated in numerous tours of Huagua, LeBron had developed a profound appreciation for its culture, and Qin found himself thoroughly exasperated by LeBron's antics. Nevertheless, Qin adjusted his strategy. Since the Lakers were focusing their double team on him, it was certain that his teammates would find themselves open. Therefore, he decided to assist them instead. As Qin dribbled past half-court, LeBron immediately rushed forward. "Qin, you stand no chance against our double team." Yet, Qin merely smiled. As LeBron and Schroeder approached simultaneously, he swiftly gathered the ball and executed a behind-the-back pass to Joe Harris, who had slipped to the corner. Originally, Harris was LeBron and Appo's assignment, but in the effort to double-team Qin, he had been completely neglected. Though the pass was not perfectly timed, there was no defender within 3 feet of him. Harris made the necessary adjustment and took a jump shot. Russell rushed in to contest, but was a moment too late. Swish. The ball found its way through the net. 3. Harris raised his hand, extending 3 fingers, and approached Qin, exchanging a fervent high five. LeBron chuckled, surprised that Qin had chosen to pass. Previously, Qin only occasionally distributed the ball during games, often opting for individual scoring instead. Consequently, LeBron had inadvertently underestimated Qin's passing ability. Indeed, compared to his scoring, Qin's passing skills were noticeably inferior, at least not reaching the standards of an elite NBA point guard. Turning to the Lakers' offense, LeBron and Davis collaborated for a powerful dunk under the basket. The emphatic slam ignited the Barclays Center and Appo's crowd. LeBron and Appo's fans were prevalent across various cities. Despite this being their home team, their admiration for LeBron remained unwavering. "LeBron, it seems I need to tailor my defense specifically for you," Qin remarked with a smile. "Qin, I acknowledge your physical prowess, but stopping our offense will still prove to be a considerable challenge." This season, the Lakers were indeed contenders for the championship. Boasting the talents of LeBron, Davis, Russell, and a cadre of role players, their championship aspirations were well within reach, provided they remained injury-free. "I shall await the spectacle." Qin replied with a grin, then extended his hand for the ball. Once again, he pushed past half-court, provoking LeBron to initiate a double team. As he turned, Qin passed the ball once more, sending it swiftly to the corner where Joe Harris awaited. LeBron smirked knowingly. "Qin, you've fallen into my trap." Davis swiftly approached Harris, his long arms poised to intercept. Had Qin passed to Harris, it would have surely been a turnover. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated pass did not materialize. Instead, the ball spun in Qin's hands before he deftly flicked it to the inside for Drummond. Davis lunged to intercept, but it was in vain. Drummond, unguarded, caught the ball, lifted it, and executed a two-handed dunk. Regardless of whether it was comfortable or not, as long as he secured the catch, it was destined to find the basket. "LeBron, I was aware of your cunning plan all along." Qin smiled at LeBron. "You rascal, quite the sly one." LeBron shook his head in resigned amusement. As soon as Qin began to pass, he and Davis had devised a plan. Anticipating that Harris would be left open due to the double team on Qin, LeBron instructed Davis to keep an eye on Harris, knowing that if Qin passed, he could easily steal the ball. However, he never anticipated that Qin would feint, ultimately assisting Drummond and Appo's emphatic dunk. In that moment, LeBron looked at Qin, astonished. He had not expected such a robust passing ability from him. This play evoked memories of a former passing maestro, White Chocolate, Williams. Not only LeBron, but Nash on the sidelines was also momentarily taken aback. As a guard, White Chocolate had once become a legendary figure among them, showcasing the beauty of basketball through his exquisite passing. In the ESPN broadcast booth, Barkley had gone wild, repeatedly pounding on the table. "What a play! Truly remarkable. That pass reminded me of Williams. Only that rascal could deliver such an exquisite assist." Shaquille, sitting beside him, scoffed. He had never held guards in high regard. In his view, basketball should involve charging towards the hoop for a dunk. That was the essence of beauty. Yet the league had gradually transformed into an era of small ball. Players no longer prioritized physical confrontations, instead focusing on three-point shooting. "Shaquille, the league is no longer the one we once knew. An exceptionally skilled guard is of paramount importance," Barkley quipped, mocking the brute force approach of the Diesel. Playing requires intellect, though he too was a formidable presence. Chapter 62, If I Wish to Attack. "No one can defend against me in the sports channel," Yu-Jia continuously applauded and cheered. "Dear viewers, although we are merely halfway through the first quarter, Our player Qin Chao has been performing remarkably. Not only did he score 12 points at the outset, but he has also contributed 2 assists, making it undeniable that the net scoring in this segment is intricately linked to Qin Chao. The plays executed by Qin Chao were astoundingly rational. You wish to double-team me? Then I shall pass the ball. Yes, I shall play you at your own game, and look, it's a successful shot. Coach Zhang Heli was equally amused, clearly pleased with Qin Chao's performance. As the sole representative of Huawood in the NBA, Coach Zhang held high hopes for Qin Chao. Naturally, Qin Chao's prowess was enough to captivate all fans. Meanwhile, in the Tencent live broadcast, Teacher Yang's voice had grown somewhat hoarse. Qin Chao is nothing short of a divine presence. His offensive capabilities are formidable, and his passing is astonishingly sharp. It is simply baffling that such a player has been relegated to merely filling roles in the league until now. I am beginning to question whether the general managers of those teams are blind. Teacher Yang was utterly enchanted by Qin Chao. Were it not for Qin Chao's terrifying scoring ability, he might not have held him in such high regard, as there are indeed many players with significant offensive skills in the league. However, the additional elegance of his passing left Teacher Yang exhilarated. Despite witnessing the beauty of Qin Chao and Antetokounmpo's 2 assists, they remained oblivious to the fact that these passes merely skimmed the surface of his abilities, lacking true essence. Those 2 assists were simply executed from memory, with quality that did not meet the external perception, especially the pass to Joe Harris. Had it been Rose making the pass, Harris would hardly have needed to adjust before taking his shot. "Buddy, you are a genius," exclaimed Drummond, slapping Qin Chao on the shoulder. Qin Chao felt as though a bear had struck him, nearly toppling him to the ground. "Ender, did you consume spinach this morning? Such strength," Qin Chao retorted. A hint of annoyance in his tone. Ender burst into laughter. It was common for teammates to share light-hearted jests. In the ensuing offensive plays, the Lakers clearly struggled, missing several shots while the Nets continued to flow smoothly. Whenever the Lakers double-teamed Qin Chao, he promptly passed the ball. Durant and Antetokounmpo's mid-range jumper steadied the ship, while Joe Harris sank another three-pointer. Drummond executed 2 thunderous dunks, igniting the Barclays Center. With 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Nets led by 20 points. Nash substituted Qin Chao for Rose, marking Rose's debut with the Nets. As a seasoned veteran with years of experience in the league, Rose engaged in a fierce exchange with the Lakers starters. As the first quarter concluded, the lead had extended to 22 points. In the second quarter, Qin Chao remained on the bench. As long as the lead was maintained, there was no need for him to return to the court, ensuring he preserved his stamina. At halftime, the score stood at 78-64, with a 14-point lead. Sitting on the bench, Qin Chao even began to feel a touch of boredom. Yawning and growing drowsy, the cameras briefly focused on him. "I love this. In such a crucial game against the Lakers, old Qin is actually dozing off." It was amusing. If it were anyone else, they would likely be eager to jump back onto the court. Only old Qin could afford to snooze during such an important match. I wager old Qin must have had an unproductive night. Perhaps the habits of the bearded one have rubbed off on him. In the Nets and Oppo's locker room during halftime, the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. Although Qin Chao had played merely 8 minutes, he had amassed 22 points, 7 assists, 3 rebounds, and 1 steal, an impressively comprehensive stat line. Durant had contributed 13 points and 4 rebounds, while Joe Harris had 12 points, shooting a perfect 4 for 4 from beyond the arc. Drummond matched up evenly with Davis, scoring 7 points and grabbing 12 rebounds. As a veteran, Drummond's performance was nothing short of eye-opening. Meanwhile, Rose, in his debut, scored 8 points and provided 2 assists, with nearly every player on the roster contributing to the scoreboard. Nash was in high spirits. Despite the lead narrowing to 14 points, he had no cause for concern. As long as the Nets continued to give their all, securing the victory would not pose a challenge. The reason for their determination was undoubtedly Qin Chao, whose leadership inspired such stellar performances. "All right, everyone," Nash began with a smile. "Although we have gained the upper hand in the first half, we must not underestimate our opponents. We must be wary of the Lakers and Oppo's resurgence in the second half." Nash had studied the Lakers extensively. In the first half, James had only attempted 5 shots, displaying little offensive urgency. However, in the second half, the former king of the league would inevitably rise to the occasion. At that point, containing James would become the Nets' most pressing concern. As the second half commenced, James actively sought the ball. The Nets brought out their starting lineup, with Qin Chao matched up against James. Unlike the first half, James charged forward with the ball. Despite Qin Chao's exceptional physicality, he felt an overwhelming sense of being outpaced in that instant. Misjudging his positioning, Qin Chao quickly pivoted to restrict James, while Drummond advanced to provide help defense. However, James barreled through like a heavy tank, forcefully driving to the basket. The rim shook violently in response. This was James, though nearing 40, when he unleashed his power. No one could defend against him. Qin Chao furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated such explosive strength from the veteran. Were this 10 years ago, he would have accepted this style of play from James, as he had always been a physically dominant player. Once he gained momentum, he was uncontainable. Yet now, having long surpassed his prime, it was astonishing to witness such ferocity. Defend against the drive, not the shot, Nash shouted from the sidelines. Qin Chao and the others nodded in agreement. On the net side, Qin Chao held the ball and leaped from just a meter beyond the three-point line. Everyone was taken aback. The Nets could have set up a play, as Joe Harris was open in the corner. Yet, Qin Chao opted not to pass, instead choosing to attempt an exceedingly long three-pointer. The shot seemed illogical. Qin Chao should have passed the ball. Coach Zhang sighed. Indeed, Joe Harris was clearly. Before Yu Jia could finish, the basketball swished through the net. 3. The three-pointer was successful. It was a flawless shot. What a play. Although this shot may appear unreasonable, Qin Chao possesses the talent to make it work, proving that even the improbable can be achieved. Chapter 63, Dual Guards. Assisting the Rose to blossom in a departure from his usual demeanor, Coach Zhang began to lavish unrestrained praise upon Qin Chao. The barrage of comments echoed this sentiment, with countless messages extolling Qin Chao's virtues. At this moment, anyone daring to criticize Qin Chao would undoubtedly face the wrath of his fervent supporters. Within the Barclays Center, thousands of fans rose to their feet, chanting Qin Chao's name. Qin, Qin, Qin. Qin Chao waved to the crowd, reveling in the electric atmosphere. Surrounded by the adulation of the fans, seated on the bench, Rose watched this scene unfold, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Once the unequivocal core of the team, he had inspired countless cheers as the youngest MVP. Sadly, injuries had nearly derailed his illustrious career. As his gaze returned to Qin Chao, he couldn't and oppose TL but sigh in admiration. Youth truly is a treasure. The Lakers launched an offensive with James once again driving into the paint. This time, however, both Qin Chao and Durant closed in to double-team him. James, using his formidable physique, barreled toward the basket. But Qin Chao had already established his ground in the restricted area. As James charged in, Qin Chao firmly planted himself, hands drawn back. Oh no, James thought, quickly attempting to halt his momentum. Yet, the force of his advance was too great to contain. Boom. In an instant, Qin Chao was sent sprawling, crashing against the base of the hoop. Fortunately, the padding surrounding the base cushioned the impact. Otherwise, he would have sustained severe injuries. The referee and Oppo's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul. James hurriedly discarded the ball and approached Qin Chao, concern etched across his face. Qin, are you all right? He asked, guilt evident in his tone. Given his physical prowess, it was hardly a challenge for him to send Qin Chao flying. With a pained expression, Qin Chao replied, LeBron, with that physique of yours, why not pursue a career in WWE? Though there was an element of theatrics in his response, the collision had indeed left him feeling momentarily dazed. It was undeniable that this nearly 40-year-old titan was a formidable force. Durant and Joe Harris rushed over to assist Qin Chao. Qin, how are you feeling? Should we call the team doctor? Durant inquired, concern etched on his features. Having faced James before, he was all too familiar with the fearsome impact he could deliver, which had left him with lasting psychological scars. Since then, Durant had resolutely avoided defending against James. Coughing softly, Qin Chao shook his head. Thankfully, James had tempered his force somewhat. Otherwise, that collision could have cost him dearly. He lamented the necessity of exercising caution against someone as formidable as James. A miscalculation could easily lead to unintended injury. Seeing that Qin Chao appeared to be unscathed, his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Presently, Qin Chao was the undisputed linchpin of the Nets. Even Durant acknowledged this fact, recognizing that only Qin Chao could emerge as a beacon of hope during the team's struggles, guiding them toward victory. As the third quarter concluded, the lead had widened to 20 points. Seizing a moment during a stoppage, Nash decisively swapped Qin Chao for Rose. However, Qin Chao smiled and shook his head, indicating that Harris should be the one replaced. Nash, taken aback but acquiescent, complied. Thus, the Nets lineup featured Qin Chao, Rose, Seth Curry, Aldridge, and Durant. This ensemble promised a potent offensive threat. Rose, puzzled by Qin Chao's decision to take the court alongside him, wondered what his intentions were. Seth Curry initiated the play, delivering the ball directly to Qin Chao. In his eyes, as the genuine leader of the team, Qin Chao commanded absolute control. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Chao passed the ball back to Rose. "Derek, I want to see the rose bloom at Barclays Center. What do you think?" Qin Chao remarked with a smile. The prospect of the rose blossoming at Barclays Center momentarily stunned Rose, but soon, excitement illuminated his face. It dawned on him that Qin Chao had stayed on the court to assist him. Indeed, while Rose had once basked in glory, those days felt distant. Now, he was relegated to an $800,000 mid-level contract. The once mighty Windy City Rose had withered, transitioning from relying on sheer athleticism to honing his technical skills. Rose had undergone a significant transformation. He had never envisioned the possibility of his resurgence, yet Qin Chao's words ignited a flicker of hope within him. As Rose dribbled past half-court, Russell applied close defense. Though Rose had lost some of his former speed, his ability to maneuver was still formidable, compelling Russell to stick closely. In a flash, Rose passed the ball to Qin Chao before making a swift cut to the basket. This forced Russell to step forward to guard Qin Chao, aware of the latter's formidable three-point shooting. Yet, in an instant, the basketball spun in Qin Chao's hands before soaring toward the 45-degree angle, where Rose had already positioned himself. As the ball met Rose's hands, no adjustments were necessary. He released it immediately. Swish. The ball sailed through the net, a perfect three-pointer. "Thank you, Qin," Rose grinned. "Derek, by the end of this season, you'll be grateful for your decision to join the Nets," Qin Chao replied with a smile. With the score gap so vast, the game had lost its suspense. Nevertheless, out of respect, the Lakers kept their starting lineup intact. The Nets, however, found their rhythm. And the synergy between Qin Chao and Rose was nothing short of seamless, a masterful dance of offense and playmaking, with each capable of switching roles at any moment. As the lead swelled to 30 points, Qin Chao reluctantly departed the court, entrusting the remaining 5 minutes to Rose. He nodded to Rose as he exited to rest. With Qin Chao off the floor, the Lakers also withdrew their starters. Against the substitutes, Rose emerged as a transcendent force, unleashing three-pointers, dazzling dribble drives, mid-range shots, and thunderous dunks. He even executed a spectacular coast-to-coast steal and slam. Lost in the moment, Rose felt as if he had returned to his rookie season, embodying the unstoppable Derrick Rose. MVP, MVP, MVP. The crowd erupted, their cheers echoing through the Barclays Center. In that instant, Rose's heart melted. He could feel the warmth and enthusiasm of the fans, and with tears brimming in his eyes, he finally let them flow, overwhelmed by the moment at Barclays Center. Chapter 64. A New Journey. New Rivals. The season opener between the Nets and the Lakers concluded with a resounding victory for the Nets. The prowess displayed by Qin Chao was nothing short of astonishing. In a mere 24 minutes of play, he effortlessly amassed 32 points and 10 assists, achieving a double-double. His shooting was remarkably efficient, hitting 13 out of 18 attempts, including 7 out of 10 from beyond the arc. Yet, Qin Chao was not the focal point of this match. Rose shed tears at the Barclays Center, evoking a wave of nostalgia among the spectators. That evening, major media outlets reported on the event, and Rose's return quickly became the center of attention. Indeed, coming off the bench, he played for 20 minutes, scoring 22 points, providing 11 assists, securing 4 rebounds, and making 3 steals. Such a performance from Rose had not been witnessed in years. After the game, LeBron approached Qin Chao and embraced him. "You are indeed formidable, but in our next encounter, I shall defeat you," he declared, a faint smile adorning his face. His eyes brimming with competitive spirit. Though age may have tempered the king, his passion remained undiminished. Faced with a rival of Qin Chao's caliber, he was not one to relent easily. "I eagerly await our next battle," Qin Chao replied, feeling a deep admiration for LeBron, his longtime idol, and relishing the opportunity to compete alongside him. Subsequently, Davis, Russell, and others greeted Qin Chao before departing the court. Although they faced defeat, their respect for Qin Chao's capabilities was evident. After all, his offensive prowess and playmaking acumen earned their admiration. Qin Chao reciprocated their gestures with polite smiles. However, Hachimura left the court with a scowl, refusing to acknowledge any Nets players. Following a severe beating in the first quarter at the hands of Qin Chao, he performed dismally, scoring merely 4 points and grabbing 1 rebound. It was no wonder he returned to the locker room with a glum expression, feeling too embarrassed to face his opponents. At the post-game press conference, Coach Ham and LeBron were in attendance. Despite the Lakers' heavy defeat, the nature of competitive sports dictates that victories and losses coexist. A journalist inquired. LeBron, after such a significant loss to the Nets, do you have any message for the fans? Given LeBron and Oppo's elevated status, few dared to pose difficult questions, knowing that the repercussions could be dire for their careers should they provoke his fan base. LeBron smiled and responded, if Qin Chao were to join the Lakers, this season's championship would undoubtedly be ours. This revelation sparked immediate interest among the reporters, as LeBron's endorsement of Qin Chao was a significant statement. Such news would thrust Qin Chao into the limelight, especially considering LeBron's undisputed stature within the league. As the Lakers interview concluded, Nash led Qin Chao into the Nets press conference. Coach Nash, congratulations on the decisive victory. What are the Nets and Oppo's goals for this season? This question was almost trivial. Of course, our goal is the championship, Nash chuckled. The team's success is a testament to the hard work of every player, which brings me immense joy as a coach. Who doesn't aspire to win a championship? His response elicited laughter from the assembled journalists. A reporter turned to Qin Chao and asked, you played just over 20 minutes but maintained high efficiency. Can you share with the fans how you achieved this? Qin Chao smiled and replied, diligent training is the key. It was a rather obvious statement. Who doesn't know the importance of hard work? Another journalist posed, LeBron just mentioned that if you join the Lakers, they would surely win the championship. What are your thoughts? This was a potential landmine. Nash shot Qin Chao a concerned glance, aware that a misstep could lead to sensational headlines. Qin Chao raised his hands and remarked, fighting alongside LeBron, who wouldn't secure a championship. By redirecting the question back to LeBron, he deftly sidestepped the trap. Qin Chao's response was seamless, leaving reporters with little room to nitpick. We have another game tomorrow, so we shall conclude today and Oppo's interview here. Noticing the journalists had nothing further to add, Nash guided Qin Chao away swiftly. Phew. Thankfully your answers didn't and Oppo's provide any ammunition for them. Otherwise, they could have made a scandal out of it. Nash remarked with a wry smile. Having been a player himself, he understood the peril of the media well. Qin Chao, however, bore an indifferent expression. They merely seek sensational stories. That's their livelihood. Even I cannot impede that. Everyone has their means of making a living, and for these reporters, it involved digging for stories. Upon returning to his residence, Qin Chao fell into a deep slumber. With a back-to-back game looming, it was crucial to rest. In October, the Nets faced a grueling schedule. With 9 games crammed into a mere fortnight, essentially playing every other day, this demanded considerable physical and mental fortitude from the players. Yet, for Qin Chao, the intensity of the schedule only heightened his excitement. The following day, the team convened briefly for shooting practice before each member took time to rest in preparation for the evening's matchup against the Clippers. October's schedule featured 9 home games for the Nets, all against formidable opponents. November promised a more relaxed pace, albeit mostly on the road. This extreme schedule presented a significant challenge for the Nets players. Fortunately, their owner, Mr. Tsai, was generous, ensuring the players enjoyed a conducive environment for their games. He had even procured a Boeing 747 for the team, fully equipped with dining, entertainment, and fitness facilities. Having such a supportive owner was a blessing for the players. At 8:00 and Oppo's clock that night, Barclays Center was filled to capacity with over 20,000 spectators. The Nets and Oppo's triumphant victory over the Western powerhouse Lakers had brought much joy to the fans, especially with Qin Chao and Oppo's increasingly stable performance igniting hope for the team and Oppo's resurgence. Additionally, the growing unity within the team further strengthened their cohesion. Who wouldn't want to witness such a team in action? Qin, Scarlett has arrived, Jeff Green announced. Patting Qin Chao on the shoulder with a grin, Qin Chao turned in surprise, his heart racing as he spotted Scarlett in the front row. Her gaze fixed intently on him, igniting a fervent warmth within him. Chapter 65, the duel between the eldest brother and the second brother. Qin Chao was momentarily taken aback. He had not seen Scarlett for several days, and to his surprise, she had come to watch the game today. She greeted him with a smile and a nod, prompting Qin Chao to begin his warm-up routine. Scarlett is the object of affection for many prominent figures. Who would have thought she would personally show up to watch you? You, my friend, are truly fortunate in matters of love, Durant jested while draping his arm around Qin Chao's shoulders. Qin Chao could only shrug in resignation. Ever since Scarlett had accompanied him to Wagwa, he had understood her feelings. However, his focus remained steadfastly on basketball, and he wished to avoid distractions concerning romantic affairs. Yet, while he sought to maintain this focus, he could not prevent others from harboring feelings for him. He decided to let things unfold naturally. With a smile, Qin Chao launched a jump shot from beyond the arc, effortlessly sinking the basket. Hey, buddy, your shooting touch seems exceptional tonight. Seth Curry approached, grinning as he spoke to Qin Chao. Seth, your three-point shooting will be crucial tonight. I look forward to your performance. Qin Chao replied with a chuckle. Since the arrival of Leonard and George, the Clippers had instantly transformed into a formidable championship contender. Moreover, with Westbrook joining during the offseason, the chorus for the Clippers' championship aspirations grew even louder. Although Qin Chao did not fear the Clippers, he found Leonard's defensive prowess somewhat daunting. With his long arms, Leonard could effectively guard over 90% of players in the league. The term death grip was not merely a figure of speech. As the undeniable core of the Nets, Qin Chao anticipated that Leonard would be assigned to guard him. Even if Qin Chao felt unperturbed, it was prudent to prepare accordingly. Soon, the starting lineups were announced. For the Nets, Qin Chao, Durant, Joe Harris, Drummond, and Jeff Green. For the Clippers, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Westbrook, Powell, and Zubac. On paper, the teams appeared evenly matched, both favoring offense. However, the Clippers and Oppo's teamwork still left much to be desired, and despite boasting a trio of stars, numerous issues persisted. The Clippers had a solid roster this season, free from injuries, thus requiring utmost diligence in this game, Nash repeatedly urged. Even with star players like Qin Chao and Durant on his side, Nash understood that anything could happen in a basketball game, and he dared not underestimate the opposition. There's no doubt, we will secure victory in this match, Drummond declared. His fists clenched firmly. As a veteran, he understood the importance of maintaining the team's morale. The others nodded in agreement, turning their gazes toward Qin Chao, who merely shrugged. Do they truly deserve to be our opponents? Upon hearing Qin Chao's words, the others were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. All right, we must win this game. As the match commenced, Drummond, though not as tall as Zubac, leveraged his vast experience. He leaped and leaned into Zubac, tapping the ball gently to Qin Chao. With a smile, Qin Chao dribbled past half-court. As anticipated, Leonard swiftly approached, adopting a defensive stance. He deliberately maintained a half-step distance from Qin Chao, fully aware of his explosive drives and determined not to grant him any opportunity to penetrate. However, upon noticing Leonard and Oppo's slight retreat, Qin Chao and Oppo's face lit up with delight. He dribbled twice before gathering the ball. Leonard, taken aback, quickly advanced, his arm reaching high. He sensed that Qin Chao was about to shoot. In an instant, Qin Chao leaped high, his wrist flicking gracefully. The basketball sailed past Leonard's fingertips, swishing through the net with a perfect arc swish. Echoed the sound as the ball effortlessly found its home. Qin Chao raised 3 fingers in triumph. 3. The arena's DJ bellowed. A flawless three-pointer sent the Nets fans into a frenzy, celebrating the joy of witnessing their team live. Leonard furrowed his brow. While he was aware of Qin Chao's three-point shooting ability, he never expected such precision. Although he had given Qin Chao a half-step, his defense had been well executed. Had it been anyone else, that shot would surely have been blocked. Yet, Qin Chao made it look so effortless. Following his successful shot, Qin Chao swiftly retreated. The Clippers were quick to advance, with Westbrook pushing the pace. Durant was quick to step up. The clash between the eldest brother and the second brother was another highlight of this match. Once the Thunder and Oppo's trio, Durant now played for the Nets, Westbrook for the Clippers, and Harden had joined the 76ers. Once embroiled in deep-seated animosity, the relationship between Durant and Westbrook had evolved over time. In the NBA, eternal enmity was a rarity. Often, a simple smile could dissolve past grievances. KD, tonight, let us enjoy this game to the fullest, Westbrook remarked with a grin before launching into a drive. Acquainted with Westbrook's tendencies, Durant anticipated his move as he prepared to break through. Almost instantaneously, Durant's large hand blocked Westbrook's path. Reluctantly, Westbrook had to retreat, dribbling between his legs. Russ, you know me well. Breaking through against my defense is impossible, Durant chuckled. Westbrook grimaced, understanding that overcoming Durant and Oppo's tenacious defense was indeed a formidable challenge. However, Leonard had managed to shake off his defender. Seizing the moment, Westbrook grinned and passed the ball to Leonard. Receiving the pass comfortably, Leonard merely took 2 steps inward before executing a smooth fadeaway jumper. Swish. The ball went in. Qin Chao chuckled. Leonard and Oppo's evasion was remarkably decisive, leaving no room for hesitation. Despite his best efforts to catch up, he was still outmaneuvered. Nevertheless, this only fueled Qin Chao's competitive spirit further. Defense had never been Qin Chao's forte. He had yet to attain superstar status in that regard. However, relying on his robust physicality, he could still pose a significant threat to ball handlers on the defensive end. as Qin Chao held the ball and noticed Leonard approaching. He decisively passed it to Durant, who found himself matched up against Westbrook at a 45-degree angle. With a smirk, Durant began to pivot, testing Westbrook and Oppo's defense. Suddenly, Durant elevated for a jump shot, releasing the ball with a flick of his wrist. The basketball traced a perfect arc before striking the backboard. Underneath, Drummond and Zubac battled fiercely for position, vying for the rebound. The ball bounced on the rim several times before finally settling into the net. 3. Kevin the DJ elongated the announcement. It seemed that sharing the court with the second brother ignited Durant and Oppo's offensive zeal. Once rivals, they had reconciled. Yet the competitive spirit within them remained ever potent. In the first quarter, both teams exchanged leads, neither able to establish a significant advantage. Chapter 66. The bench still packs a punch in the final 5 seconds. Durant penetrated the paint, executing a smooth turnaround jumper. The ball kissed the backboard before gracefully sinking through the net. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the first quarter, with the Nets leading 36-32. A 4-point advantage. Qin Chao had only attempted 4 shots, successfully making 3, thus accumulating 8 points, alongside 4 assists and 1 steal. Durant displayed remarkable efficiency, hitting 7 of 10 attempts for a total of 19 points and collecting 4 rebounds. On the Clippers and Oppo's side, Leonard contributed 10 points, George 6, and Westbrook 12. Both teams exhibited commendable efficiency, showcasing their prowess on the court. The Clippers and Oppo's offense was intimidating, particularly when their trio was on the floor, making it imperative for the Nets to enhance their own scoring, especially from beyond the arc. With that, Nash turned his gaze towards Joe Harris and Seth Curry. These two players served as spot-up shooters for the team, complemented by Qin Chao and Oppo's three-point capabilities and Durant and Oppo's sharpshooting. If they could find their rhythm, even engaging in a shootout with the Clippers would tilt the advantage in favor of the Nets. The team nodded in agreement, their confidence buoyed by their initial victory. As the second quarter commenced, Qin Chao initiated the offensive surge, nailing a pull-up three-pointer while tightly guarded by Leonard. Durant matched his intensity, launching a fast break that culminated in a thunderous dunk. Both Joe Harris and Seth Curry found their shooting touch, each sinking 2 three-pointers. By halftime, the Nets had extended their lead to a staggering 15 points, 74-59. In the locker room, Qin Chao was panting heavily. Throughout the first half, he had been engaged in a relentless battle with Leonard, depleting his energy against such a formidable defender. Qin, let Eric take your place in the second half. You need to rest and prepare for the crucial fourth quarter, Nash advised. He recalled his own encounters with Leonard when he was still a rising star with the Spurs, not yet at his peak. Even then, the relentless defense had posed significant challenges. To this day, Nash struggled to devise effective countermeasures against Leonard's suffocating defense, a dilemma shared by many teams. Not even a player as formidable as LeBron James during his prime could escape Leonard's defensive grasp. Qin Chao nodded in understanding. His exertion in the first half had been excessive, and if he continued, he risked being overwhelmed in the final quarter. Thus, substituting in Rose was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Rose, too, nodded in agreement. Once a pivotal player, he had adapted to his current role as a bench player. Though he remained fiercely competitive, the Clippers possessed numerous offensive threats, rendering a double-team strategy ineffective. Thus, they would have to switch on defense, ensuring that each player diligently marked their assigned opponent, leaving no room for open shots, even if it meant contesting shots they knew would likely go in. Nash reiterated the importance of defense. While he favored a fast-paced offensive style, he understood that against the Clippers, defense was equally critical. An effective defensive foundation could facilitate counterattacks, presenting the best opportunity for success. The second half commenced with the Nets in possession of the ball. Qin Chao rested on the sidelines as Rose took to the court. Dribbling across half-court, Rose maintained a keen eye on the unfolding action, embodying the role of a maestro orchestrating his team. Westbrook stepped up to defend. Although their heights were comparable, Rose found himself at a disadvantage against Westbrook and Oppo's superior athleticism. As he weaved back and forth, Rose executed a series of deft moves. But Westbrook remained tenacious, refusing to lose his footing. Undeterred, Rose shifted right, then abruptly reversed direction, seizing the moment when Westbrook momentarily lost his positioning. Rose executed a behind-the-back pass that bounced perfectly into Durant and Oppo's hands at midcourt. Durant leaped effortlessly, converting the opportunity for 2 points. "Eric, you truly are impressive," Durant exclaimed as he and Rose celebrated with a high five. As an exceptional guard, Rose's passing skills ranked among the elite in the league. This transformation from a scoring guard to a superb playmaker was a testament to his growth. The lead widened to 17 points. The Clippers' offense struggled as Leonard faced tight defense, unable to find a shooting lane and ultimately passing to George. Positioned just inside the three-point line, George attempted a shot over Harris's defense but clanged off the rim, with Drummond securing his 10th rebound of the game. Despite his size disadvantage against Zubac, Drummond's wealth of experience allowed him to excel in the matchup. Rose continued to orchestrate the offense, still being shadowed by Westbrook. Drummond stepped out to set a screen for Rose, who deftly maneuvered past Westbrook, only to find Paul George ready to help defend. Rose remained calm, executing a subtle hesitation move before lofting a soft shot over the defense. The lead now stood at 19 points. After 2 consecutive baskets, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue wore a grim expression and promptly called a timeout. Defense. Help defense. What are you all doing? Are you just standing there watching? He bellowed, expressing his frustration with the players' lack of responsiveness. Ironically, those 2 baskets were not solely due to a defensive lapse. The necessary coverage was in place, but the Nets bench was simply too formidable. Even against the Clippers starters, they held their ground, particularly Rose, who had felt constrained with the Knicks, but found freedom to express his game with the Nets. Without strict guidelines, he played freely, unencumbered by the fear of mistakes, knowing that Qin Chao, the team and Oppo's ace, would be ready to step in for a counterattack should the situation demand it. It must be said, mindset plays a crucial role on the court. Playing with a relaxed attitude often leads to smoother execution. Following the timeout, the Clippers showed signs of life as their trio began to chip away at the deficit. With just 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in the third quarter, the gap had been narrowed to 10 points. Nash glanced at Qin Chao, who had rested for nearly half an hour, the sweat on his brow now dry. Qin, it and Oppo's your turn to return to the game, Nash called. Qin Chao nodded, and during the stoppage, Nash made the substitutions. Qin Chao replaced Rose, Griffin took over for Durant, and Aldridge came in for Drummond. With Joe Harris and Seth Curry remaining on the floor, the Nets and Oppo's outside shooting threat was poised to become even more formidable with Qin Chao and Oppo's return. Upon entering the game, Qin Chao took possession, crossing half-court. And with Westbrook just 2 steps away, he smirked before launching a shot. Oh my, that's not a wise decision. Qin could have settled for a more structured play, but this hasty shot might. Before Barkley could finish, the ball found its way into the net, a stunning long-range three-pointer from Qin. The crowd erupted as DJ announced the play, and the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. Chapter 67, November. The away journey begins. The Nets displayed an impeccable performance, with both starters and substitutes executing their roles flawlessly. Ultimately, as the referee signaled the end of the match, the Nets triumphed over the Clippers with a score of 121-109. Qin Chao once again delivered an extraordinary performance, playing for 30 minutes and accumulating 41 points, 7 assists and 12 rebounds, an impressive double-double. Besides Qin Chao, another standout was Rose, the youngest MVP in league history, who has rejuvenated his career. In 27 minutes, he scored 28 points, provided 13 assists, and made 4 steals, showcasing remarkably luxurious statistics that even eclipsed the formidable Durant. In the early stages of the new season, Durant found himself somewhat disheartened. Previously, he had been the offensive linchpin of the team. Even after Qin Chao and Oppo's arrival, he often led the charge. However, he now sensed a shift in his significance to the team. With Qin Chao's steady contributions as a starter and Rose's dynamic presence off the bench, Durant's impact felt diminished. Observing Durant's melancholic demeanor, Qin Chao approached him and offered a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Every talent has its purpose. If it weren't for your ability to restrain the Clippers' defense, neither I nor Eric would have found it easy to score. This sentiment was not merely a platitude but a reflection of the truth. Durant's mere presence on the court posed a substantial threat to any opponent. The Grim Reaper could, at any moment, wield his scythe and claim victory. Is that truly the case? Durant asked, his brows furrowing in skepticism as he gazed at Qin Chao. The latter nodded earnestly, wrapping an arm around Durant's shoulder. Brother, we are a cohesive unit, indispensable to one another. In these 2 games, your offensive attempts may have been minimal, but that was due to the opponent and Oppo's deliberate defense. Take this game, for instance. Westbrook was glued to you. If it were another team, if they had me marked, I might not perform as well as you did, Qin Chao remarked with a wry smile. In this match, although Durant had limited shot attempts, he still managed to score 21 points, dish out 8 assists, and grab 10 rebounds. Yet, Overshadowed by the brilliance of Qin Chao and Rose, his contributions appeared less radiant. Seeing Qin Chao's earnest expression, Durant smiled. "Brother, thank you." Qin Chao was increasingly embodying the essence of a leader, both on and off the court. During the game, he acted as the orchestrator, leading the team to victory with his incisive offense. Off the court, he mingled effortlessly with all the players, a quality befitting a true captain. Nash observed this scene from the sidelines, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief. Qin Chao was undeniably cultivating the demeanor of a team leader, which brought him great satisfaction. As the head coach, Nash had been under immense pressure, primarily due to his youth and the fact that he had played alongside many of these athletes. In such circumstances, commanding their unwavering respect was exceedingly challenging. However, Qin Chao's emergence had effectively bridged this gap. The strategies he devised were executed seamlessly through Qin Chao, leading to successful outcomes. It seemed time for a third discussion with Qin Chao. Perhaps, under their guidance, the Nets could forge a dynasty. A dynasty, of course, would require a trifecta of championships. Historically, only the Bulls during Jordan's era had accomplished such a feat, 2 three-peats. Nash did not dare to hope to reach the zenith of coaching prowess exemplified by Phil Jackson. But at the very least, he aspired to be recognized among the elite coaches. Since the Bulls achieved their 2 three-peats, no other team had matched this remarkable achievement. Perhaps, with Nash at the helm, this miracle could be sustained. Contemplating this, a subtle smile crept upon Nash's lips. Human nature is inherently greedy. This is not an ignoble trait, particularly when one possesses a player like Qin Chao, which only amplifies their ambitions. In October, the Nets primarily played at home, enjoying the advantages of their familiar surroundings, resulting in an impressive record of 8 wins out of 9 games, with only a single loss to the Houston Rockets. This loss was not due to the Nets' inferiority. Rather, it stemmed from a collective lack of offensive drive. The Rockets, having finished at the bottom of the league last season, had traded away all their stars and entered a full rebuild. Facing a youthful and vibrant team lacking experience, the Nets adopted a more compassionate approach. As October drew to a close, the Nets held a solid position at the top of the Eastern Conference with an 8-1 record. Meanwhile, the Nuggets excelled this season, particularly with Jokic, who single-handedly propelled the team forward. Out of 9 games, they secured 7 victories, with the 2 losses, including one against the Nets, stemming from a classic offensive showdown where Qin Chao handed Jokic his first defeat of the season. Perhaps shaken by this encounter, Jokic subsequently opted for rest, leading to another loss for the Nuggets. Consequently, a rumor began circulating within the league that any star player facing Qin Chao would suffer an injury, rendering them unable to compete in subsequent games. Under such circumstances, Qin Chao and Antetokounmpo's reputation within the league continued to soar, with even Commissioner Silver publicly referencing him, proclaiming that he would become the face of the league in the future. This unexpected elevation of Qin Chao's status left him both astonished and foreshadowed challenges ahead, as many would inevitably seek to surpass him. In November, the Nets embarked on an extensive away journey lasting over half a month. Their first destination was Salt Lake City to face the Jazz. The Jazz and Antetokounmpo's home arena, Energy Solutions Arena, is situated at an elevation of over 1,300 meters, where the perpetual snowfall results in frigid temperatures. The home team, accustomed to this environment, had an evident advantage. However, the visiting team had to contend not only with the cold, but also with the fatigue induced by the high altitude. Thus, Energy Solutions Arena earned its reputation as a formidable fortress within the league. On November 2nd, the Nets flew to Salt Lake City. Upon disembarking from the plane, Qin Chao could not suppress a shiver. This place is unbearably cold. The howling northern winds, mixed with snowflakes, stung his face, a sensation he had never experienced even while visiting northern regions of his parallel world. "I swear, this is the last away game I would have chosen to attend." Durant, with a sullen expression, looked even gloomier than usual. Rose shook his head in resignation, clearly discontented with the conditions. In stark contrast, Chiozza appeared unfazed, thriving in the icy atmosphere. Chapter 68. Chiozza's First Love. Chiozza, my lad, do you have a particular fondness for this city? Initially, the Nets considered cutting Chiozza from the roster this season. However, he possesses a remarkable talent for socializing and shares a close bond with Qin Chao. Old Kai is well aware of this. As the team leader, Qin naturally requires a devoted follower. Thus, Chiozza was signed on a minimum salary. For Old Kai, the sum of over $2 million is hardly significant. If it brings joy to Qin Chao, that amount is truly worth it. As Chiozza assisted Qin Chao with his luggage, he approached with a beaming smile. "Qin, you may not know this, but my ex-girlfriend is from Salt Lake City. My first love blossomed here. So I am quite thrilled to be in Salt Lake City. Qin shot him a disapproving glance. You rascal, what does your ex-girlfriend have to do with you now? Chiaza chuckled, looking around before leaning in to whisper in Qin's ear. I've asked her to meet me at the hotel tonight. Damn it. Despite Chiaza's quiet tone, Durant and the others caught wind of it and collectively raised their middle fingers at him. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of mirth, thanks to Chiaza's antics. Even Nash, upon hearing the news, couldn't help but laugh, giving Chiaza a friendly pat on the shoulder. Kid, have your fun, but don't get into trouble. After the game, go see the assistant coach and get a few safety kits. Nash's words widened Qin's eyes. Was this still the same refined, serious man he remembered, who exuded a Confucian demeanor? With Qin and Appo's arrival, the Nets underwent a profound transformation from top to bottom. Everyone seemed to interact more harmoniously. Even Nash, the gentleman, began to lighten up. Qin couldn't help but harbor a slight disdain for Nash as they arrived at the hotel. After a night's rest, they headed to the temporary arena the following morning. Salt Lake City may not be a major basketball market, yet it does not dampen the fervor of its fans. Particularly during the era of the Jazz's dynamic duo, a culture of resilience was established that this team continues to uphold. This ethos extends not just to the team, but to the fans as well. Therefore, securing a victory on their home court is no simple feat after 2 games. Qin Chao's contribution had reached 30 points. In the skill shop, 5 contribution points could be exchanged for a skill package. However, Qin had no intention of using it. At present, his authentic prowess was sufficient to rival that of top-tier superstars. Moreover, foregoing the skill package showed evident benefits to Qin Chao's performance, particularly in passing and defense, which were markedly enhanced, precisely what he desired. Following some adaptive shooting drills, the Nets returned to rest. By 8 in the evening, the match commenced. The Jazz and Appo's starting lineup featured Markkanen, Clarkson, Olenek, Tucker, and Kessler. Meanwhile, for the Nets, Qin Chao and Durant retained their starting positions, with Seth Curry replacing Joe Harris, DeAndre Jordan taking over for Drummond, and Dinwiddie returning to the starting lineup after his injury. At last, there was space on the court, allowing Qin Chao to fully embrace the shooting guard role. Previously, with Dinwiddie injured, Qin had to alternate between point guard and shooting guard, which severely taxed his stamina. Fortunately, the system he possessed greatly enhanced his endurance. Otherwise, he might not have been able to last the entire game. Dinwiddie, this is your first game back. Don't overexert yourself, all right? Nash gently advised, patting Dinwiddie on the shoulder. Dinwiddie nodded earnestly. Rest assured, as long as Qin is on the court, there won't be any issues. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the game. DeAndre Jordan, shorter than Kessler, struggled to secure possession. Tucker advanced the ball swiftly, embodying the energy of youth. Qin, watching the exuberant display, couldn't help but sigh. Ah, to be young is truly wonderful. Durant shot him a bemused look. You speak as if you're ancient. If I recall correctly, you're 2 years younger than Tucker. Qin laughed in response, turning to Durant. You've picked up some bad habits. Their playful banter elicited laughter from the other members of the Nets. The camaraderie of these 2 lively characters made the experience all the more enjoyable. The referee shot Qin a warning glance, prompting him to fall silent. As the opposing team initiated their offensive play, they needed to maintain composure to avoid technical fouls. The Jazz moved the ball with remarkable speed. Upon encountering defense, they quickly passed it out. After a series of swift passes, Markkanen finally found an opening and took a mid-range shot. 2-0. The crowd erupted into a fervent roar. The noise was deafening. Even though Qin was accustomed to the cheers of the audience, he felt a throbbing in his head. Frowning, he winced at the overwhelming cacophony. Were these fans insane? Did they have no sense of self-preservation? Observing Qin's pained expression, Durant chuckled softly. This is one of the reasons I dislike coming to Salt Lake City. The fans are too wild. I recall one instance when they surrounded the opposing team's bus, insisting on challenging the players. Absolute madness. Qin paused, then smiled slyly. Durant, do you know what a crowd silencer is? If they enjoy being rowdy, let us give them a reason to remain quiet. As fans, isn't it improper to not sit quietly and watch the game? With that, a mischievous grin spread across Qin's face. Seemingly understanding Qin's intent, Durant chuckled in agreement. All right, let us be the crowd silencers. They bumped shoulders in camaraderie. As the Nets commenced their offensive play, Dinwiddie held the ball. Qin and Durant positioned themselves at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. I've heard you're quite strong, but in Salt Lake City, you won't have your way. Tucker taunted, positioning himself in front of Qin. You're the 10th person to say that to me. Do you know what happened to the previous 9? Qin inquired with a grin. Tucker faltered, looking at Qin in confusion. They all regretted not defending me properly, Qin replied, smoothly maneuvering to receive the ball. Facing Tucker, he executed 2 quick changes of direction, creating an opportunity to break past him. Just a step forward would allow him to easily surpass Tucker, but Qin chose not to. Instead, he withdrew his foot, a gesture akin to mockery. Instantly, Tucker felt a profound humiliation. Though not a star, he still held his dignity. For Qin to pull back when he could have easily passed him was a blatant affront. In the next moment, Tucker lunged to intercept the ball. Yet, with a swift pullback, Qin evaded Tucker's reach effortlessly. Off balance, Tucker leaned forward, and seizing the moment, Qin released the ball. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish. The net barely rustled. The referee's whistle sounded as Tucker collided with Qin, a foul. The three-pointer counted, along with an additional free throw. Chapter 69. Section 1. The game takes a turn. Observing the somewhat flustered Tucker, Qin Chao shook his head in resignation. Still too young, unable to resist temptation. How could he possibly reach for that ball? Wasn't Oppos. He essentially handing me a free throw? Continuing to provoke Tucker with words, Tucker, wearing a serious expression, clenched his fists tightly. If they were on a street court, he would have likely confronted Qin Chao by now. The free throw was effortlessly converted. The net scored 4 points in a single possession, bringing the score to 2-4. Turning back, Tucker dribbled the ball, but Qin Chao easily intercepted it, passing directly to Durant, who was sprinting towards the front court. The connection between Qin and Durant was instantaneous. Durant caught the ball and soared, executing a powerful two-handed dunk. 2-6. Brother, you still need to work on your dribbling. You've met me, who isn't known for defense. If it were Leonard, you and Oppos, he probably struggle to even cross half court, Qin Chao remarked, clicking his tongue. Shut up, Tucker retorted angrily, then swiftly changed direction, breaking past Qin Chao on his left. It seemed Qin Chao had momentarily lost his balance. Tucker felt a surge of excitement. However, just as he passed Qin Chao's left side, a large hand reached out. With a swift motion, the basketball was gently deflected, landing perfectly in Qin Chao's hands. Here we go, buddy, Qin Chao said with a smile, then propelled the ball forward again. Dinwiddie had already dashed ahead. Upon seeing Qin Chao secure the ball, he positioned himself beyond the three-point line. In an instant, he was both there and the ball was in his hands. Dinwiddie, unguarded beyond the arc, leaped effortlessly. Swish, 3 points, perfectly executed. 2-9. Within a mere 3 minutes, the Nets had established a 7-point lead. Qin Chao shook his head in exasperation. Brother, I seriously suspect you're a mole for the other side. Tell me the truth. Have you been bought off by the old man? Facing Qin Chao's incessant banter, Tucker's body trembled slightly. Coach Will Hardy quickly called for a timeout. Initially thrilled to score on their first possession, he was now dismayed to see his team fall behind 9-0. Without a timeout, they might face a disastrous first quarter. Tucker, don't attempt to provoke Qin Chao. If he gets angry, it's not something we can withstand, Will scolded Tucker sternly. The early plays had all revolved around Qin Chao. If Tucker hadn't angered him, they would not be in such dire straits. With a stoic expression, Tucker's eyes were filled with a cold determination. He recognized Qin Chao's strength, but never anticipated it to be so formidable. They needed to double-team him, ensuring he could not receive the ball. However, would this strategy genuinely contain Qin Chao? After the timeout, Tucker remained on the court. This was a hallmark of Coach Will's approach. Even when players made mistakes, he preferred they stayed on the floor to rectify them. Substituting Tucker now would undoubtedly leave a profound psychological impact on him, something Coach Will wish to avoid. With a detached gaze, he coldly scrutinized Qin Chao. So, how do you plan to break through this time? Left or right? Qin Chao inquired with a smile. Without a word, Tucker quickly passed the ball. Qin Chao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. It appeared he was now afraid to attempt to break through. How disappointing. Anyone capable of standing in the NBA is no fool. They are tested both in skill and mentality. Otherwise, they wouldn't thrive in such a competitive environment. With a faint smirk, Qin Chao remained unperturbed. He hadn't intended to take shortcuts in this match. Given the current strength of the Nets, overcoming them was not an arduous task. As the ball found its way to Markkanen, Durant was already on him defensively. Even with Markkanen's decent physical attributes, he found no advantage against Durant. With the shot clock nearing 24 seconds, Markkanen had no choice but to attempt a fading jumper. The hurried release caused the ball to clang off the front of the rim and bounce out. Qin Chao had intended to transition back to initiate a fast break, but was surprised when the ball fortuitously bounced into his hands. Was this basketball unusually friendly today? Seizing the ball, Qin Chao swiftly launched a counterattack. Tucker had already retreated to defend. Watching Tucker establish his position, Qin Chao smiled slightly. With a swift change of direction, he easily maneuvered past Tucker. Facing an unguarded basket, he leaped from the free throw line, executing a one-handed dunk. The basketball thunderously smashed through the net. Qin Chao landed gracefully. Turning to face Tucker, "Buddy, your defense resembles a small boat upon the ocean, while to me, the basket is the vast sea." Engaging in trash talk, Qin Chao would only respond when provoked. Typically, he wouldn't instigate conflict. However, today Tucker had crossed the line, a clear case of self-inflicted consequences. Tucker clenched his fists, overwhelmed by an impulse to pummel Qin Chao. This scoundrel not only scored, but also flaunted it, showing utter disregard for Tucker. Indeed, Qin Chao had no regard for him. Following Qin Chao's emphatic slam dunk, the arena fell into a hushed silence. Jazz fans looked on in despair at their team. They were being utterly dominated. Three-pointers, dunks, everything one could imagine. Meanwhile, their own team had managed a paltry 2 points. The Nets were gaining momentum, finishing the first quarter with a commanding 20-point lead, 36-16. The Jazz managed only a few points from Markkanen, while the rest of the players remained scoreless. Coach Will despaired as he surveyed his team, all heads bowed. Although they were in a rebuilding phase, they had never been so thoroughly outmatched in the first quarter. "All right, team, let us summon our spirit. We are the Wolves, a pack that cannot be vanquished. No matter how strong the Nets are, this is our home court," Will declared passionately. "Let us not forget the tradition of the Jazz. Even in the final moments, we must never concede defeat, for conceding once means conceding for a lifetime. Do you wish to be cowards for eternity?" Will's words prompted the players to slowly lift their heads. Their bewildered expressions gradually transformed into cold determination. Soon, within that coldness, a flicker of fervor ignited. "Show them what we're capable of. Let them see that in our home, they must heed our command. Let us defend our court and send them back to Brooklyn." It must be said that Will was a uniquely charismatic coach. His rallying cry instantly revived the players' fighting spirit. "Fight!" A resounding battle cry echoed, momentarily stunning the Nets. "Wow, I thought they had lost their minds," Qin Chao remarked, patting his heart in mock fright, eliciting a wave of laughter from the crowd. Chapter 70. Markkanen's counterattack. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the second quarter commenced. Qin Chao continued to be a starter. Despite the widening point gap, it was imperative to maintain momentum and decisively defeat the Jazz. Otherwise, granting them an opportunity to counterattack, bolstered by their home advantage, would prove exceedingly challenging to contain. To ensure this, Nash promptly summoned Qin Chao onto the court. Wearing a faint smile, Qin Chao felt no displeasure at being called upon at this juncture. Rather, a gentle grin adorned his face. As the second quarter unfolded, the Jazz noticeably intensified their offensive efforts. Particularly, Markkanen showcased his prowess with several aggressive drives, proving difficult to contain even with Durant and Antetokounmpo's defense. Witnessing Markkanen and Antetokounmpo's relentless drives resulting in scores, Qin Chao sighed, feeling a sense of admiration for youth and vigor. Durant shot him a sidelong glance, seemingly questioning the age discrepancy between them. Indeed, at 22 years old, Qin Chao was but 2 years younger than Markkanen. "Is that so?" Qin Chao replied with a grin, spreading his hands wide. "But I have more experience on the court. After all, I am a senior." Faced with Qin Chao's audacity, Durant could only mutter a begrudging acknowledgement. Transitioning the play, Qin Chao raised his hand, signaling for the ball, eager to take the initiative. Since Markkanen intended to close the gap, Qin Chao was resolute in thwarting his efforts. Tucker approached with a serious demeanor, yet the earlier irritation had vanished without a trace. Observing this, Qin Chao was momentarily taken aback, acknowledging that Coach Will was indeed one of the league and Antetokounmpo's finest mentors, adept at guiding players. "Brother, the first quarter has already proven you cannot defend against me. Why does Coach Will insist on having you mark me? Is there some unresolved tension between you two? Does he wish to see you falter?" Qin Chao inquired playfully while dribbling the ball. However, this time, Tucker remained unfazed, fixated solely on the basketball. Dismissed. Qin Chao swiftly maneuvered past Tucker. In the face of his explosive speed, few players in the league could effectively defend against him. Clarkson rushed in to assist. But by then, Qin Chao had already positioned himself at the free throw line. As Clarkson approached, Qin Chao seized the ball with one hand and leaped into the air. "Oh my goodness, what is Qin about to do? Is he going to dunk over Clarkson?" Barkley exclaimed in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. Shaquille, covering his bald head with both hands, muttered, "That's brutal." The atmosphere fell silent in both the bench and the stands, all eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. Clarkson stood a full 10 inches taller than Qin Chao, making an attempted dunk over him a formidable feat. Even the robust Shaquille had never accomplished such a thing. Of course, the defenders in Qin Chao and Apos' path appeared woefully inadequate. In the annals of the league, only Duncan had ever been a match for Shaquille in the paint. Even Yao Ming fell slightly short. "Shaquille, how can you even call others brutal?" Barkley shot back. "Was your reign in the league far more ruthless than Qin's? From point guard to center, who has been dunked on by you?" Barkley's tone reflected his own grievances, having once been a victim of Shaquille's ferocity, an experience that haunted him long after retirement. Shaquille spread his hands. "I'm a center. Dunking on my opponents is expected. But Qin is a guard. And Clarkson has a distinct height advantage." Clearly, even Shaquille was taken aback by Qin Chao's audacity. His recognition underscored Qin Chao's rising stature within the league. In a Tencent live broadcast, Su, the commentator, widened his eyes. "If Qin makes this dunk, it will undoubtedly feature in Friday's top plays. Since Yao's retirement, we haven't witnessed such an explosive dunk from a Chinese player. Qin has shown us an athleticism that rivals the West." Words fell short in expressing Su's admiration for Qin Chao. At that moment, Xiao Qi was even more expressive, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Old Qin, please don't disappoint the fans." Nash stood on the sidelines, a wry smile on his face, wordlessly acknowledging that Qin Chao and Apos' explosive performance was anticipated. Particularly as Markkanen sought to narrow the score, the Nets desperately needed such a momentum-shifting play. Clearly, Qin Chao recognized this necessity and delivered a breathtaking dunk that left all present in awe. Clarkson, intending to assist defensively, was met with shock as Qin Chao soared into the air. In that moment, any attempt at interference was futile, lest he incur a foul. Resigned, Clarkson hunched down. Like an eagle, Qin Chao glided over Clarkson's head, his right hand raised high as he forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. The sound echoed like a cannon, the basketball smashing through the net. The crowd erupted into a chorus of cheers, chanting MVP, MVP, MVP. Even the visiting fans were swept up in the fervor, applauding Qin Chao's remarkable feat. Coach Will's expression darkened. As the Jazz's head coach, he had witnessed many teams display arrogance in this arena. Yet, even in defeat, Jazz fans had never shown such enthusiasm for an opposing player. What had transpired today to captivate them so? Both Will and the Jazz players stood in stunned silence, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Only Qin Chao wore a contented smile, slowly raising his hand to engage with the enthusiastic crowd. "Buddy, you are the first visiting player to win over the Jazz fans," Durant remarked, approaching Qin Chao with an embrace. Qin Chao shrugged. "Honestly, I think the Jazz fans are quite passionate. Perhaps your previous encounters with them were misguided." Observing Qin Chao's triumphant demeanor, Durant felt an overwhelming urge to put him in his place. This audacious rascal was shameless beyond measure. Previously, he believed that Kyoto had a thick skin, but compared to Qin Chao, Kyoto seemed almost innocent. "What's wrong? Did I say something amiss?" Qin Chao innocently asked, only to be met with Durant's derisive gaze. "Qin, how did I never notice how thick your skin truly is?" Chapter 71. This is not right. Durant spoke with a hint of irritation, yet Qin Chao erupted into laughter. "You have never truly understood me. As a good brother and teammate, how can you claim to know me when you have never genuinely sought to understand me? That is simply not right, my brother." Qin Chao chuckled. Durant, feeling a sense of foreboding, swiftly turned to the sidelines, fearing that continuing the conversation with Qin Chao would lead him into a trap. Meanwhile, players like Curry and Harris approached Qin Chao, exchanging high fives. This remarkable shot was bound to make the highlight reel. Coach Will decisively called for a timeout, recognizing that the momentum had shifted, and if the game continued, the Nets could become like ravenous wolves, something he desperately wished to avoid. A timeout was essential upon witnessing the opposing team and Apos' resurgence. This is the hallmark of a competent coach. Neither Nash nor the Nets players expressed any discontent, indicating that Will still did not fully grasp the nature of the Nets, nor did he comprehend Qin Chao, who was a potential powder keg ready to explode at any moment. The timeout held little significance for him. Nash, during this pause, did not devise any intricate strategy. He merely uttered one directive: give the ball to Qin Chao. This had become the Nets' customary approach. Once the ball was in Qin Chao's hands, everything would fall into place. Will, on the other hand, continued to shout emphatically, We must defend against Qin Chao. Our offense has ignited, and with Malin, we can hold our ground against the nets. Our sole focus must be on defending him. If we can contain Qin Chao, the rest will be manageable. His icy gaze swept across the faces of his players, instilling a sense of dread, causing the Jazz players to bow their heads in submission. Defend Qin Chao? What a joke. That guy is a lunatic. Even Leonard has no answers for him. Tucker slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Will. I still intend to defend him. His eyes burned with determination. From the outset, he had lost count of how many times Qin Chao had effortlessly bypassed him. Yet, his initial frustration had transformed into a fierce resolve. Tucker understood that only by facing such a formidable opponent could his defensive skills improve, even if it meant being outmaneuvered repeatedly by Qin Chao. Will furrowed his brow. Tucker, are you certain you wish to defend Qin? Your defense is utterly ineffective against him. Despite Tucker's persistence, Will remained stoic, delivering a blunt reminder. Yes, I know what I am saying. Very well, you shall continue to guard Qin Chao. The others must provide immediate assistance whenever he breaches our defenses. The Nets have two primary offensive threats, and since Durant is not in his best form, as long as we can contain Qin Chao, we will have effectively won half the battle. Understood? Understood, the players chorused in unison. With a whistle, the timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. Tucker resumed his defense against Qin Chao. Brother, it seems Coach Will has great faith in you, allowing you to guard me at this point. Qin Chao remarked with a smile. Since verbal taunts had proven ineffective, he opted for a more direct confrontation. Tucker and Oppo's defensive prowess posed no real threat to Qin Chao. Tucker remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly on Qin Chao, or rather, on the basketball in his hands. Qin Chao dribbled, executing two swift crossovers before pulling the ball behind his back. He easily slipped past Tucker. Had this been earlier in the game, once past Tucker, Qin Chao would have effortlessly left him behind. However, this time, Tucker reacted with astonishing speed. At the moment Qin Chao passed him, he spun around, extending a hand toward the ball. Even Qin Chao was momentarily taken aback by Tucker's quick reflexes. It was as if he had transformed from the previous encounters. Impressive. Your reaction time has indeed improved. Qin Chao chuckled, and just as Tucker's hand was about to make contact with the ball, he swiftly sidestepped and executed a jump shot. The basketball glided through the air with an elegant arc, ultimately finding its way into the net with a satisfying swish. Beautiful. The smoothness of the drive and the decisiveness of the jump shot. Qin Chao is destined to become one of the league and Oppo's greatest players, Nash applauded from the sidelines. His spirits lifted by the remarkable play. The score had now widened to over 20 points, and as long as Qin Chao remained on the court, there was potential for further increases. In the early minutes of the second quarter, Karl Malin managed to chip away at the deficit, but their energy was all but depleted. In the following possession, Clarkson finally secured a dunk beneath the basket. Upon landing, he clenched his fists and directed an angry shout toward Qin Chao. Having been stifled for over a quarter, he desperately needed an outlet for his pent-up frustration, especially after being humiliated by Qin Chao's dunk. If he could not release this anger, it would likely haunt him indefinitely. Seeing the fiery look in Clarkson and Oppo's eyes directed at him, Qin Chao could only shake his head in resignation. This kid is still so young. He celebrates a mere basket as if it were the end of the world. If he truly loses control, there may be no place for him to find peace. Isn't it just a dunk? What is there to boast about? Curry remarked, observing Qin Chao's disdainful expression. Brother Qin, you have utterly dominated the Jazz players in this game. Any small victory they achieve, they celebrate with abandon. Otherwise, being consistently suppressed is detrimental to both their morale and psyche, Curry explained. Upon hearing Curry and Oppo's words, Qin Chao nodded, albeit with a hint of understanding. It seemed he had never experienced such feelings himself. As the Nets transitioned to offense, Qin Chao continued to handle the ball. However, just past half court, Tucker and Malin converged to double-team him. Since one player could not contain Qin Chao, they resorted to two, with Clarkson lurking in the paint. Having just unleashed his fury, Clarkson was likely in a better mental state and would not be swayed by Qin Chao's dunk. Three defenders were determined not to allow Qin Chao to score. Observing the two players before him, Qin Chao couldn't help but chuckle at Will's elaborate strategy aimed solely at him. After several crossovers, he could not shake them off. He remained unperturbed, knowing he had not yet committed fully. With his explosive speed, he could easily leave both defenders in his wake. Spotting Durant in a favorable position, Qin Chao abruptly turned and delivered a pass behind his back. Durant caught it effortlessly and, without needing to adjust his stance, launched a three-point shot. Chapter 72. The beginning of a winning streak. With a swift swish, the basketball glided through the net. A smirk played at the corners of Qin Chao and Appo's mouth as he glanced at Will. Attempting to double-team him? No problem, but while they might contain him, they could hardly restrain Durant. They couldn't possibly double-team both, unless Will had lost his mind. This was the most effective way to dismantle a double-team. As long as a teammate could score, the double-team would collapse under its own weight. Will wore a grim expression. He had keenly observed the meaning behind Qin Chao's gaze. Initially, he thought Durant would struggle tonight, but to his surprise, after they began to double-team Qin Chao, Durant erupted into a scoring frenzy. Such is the nature of a superstar. He might be cold for the first 3 quarters, but when the moment arises, he will invariably find a way to put the ball through the hoop. At that moment, Karl Manning turned his gaze to Will, silently inquiring whether they should continue the double team on Qin Chao. Will nodded firmly. Even if Durant scored a 3-pointer, they could not afford to relax their grip on Qin Chao. Even if they were to be slaughtered by Durant, they must not grant Qin Chao any opportunity. Will was convinced that even if Durant regained his shooting touch, he could not be expected to make every shot. However, leaving Qin Chao open could very well seal their fate. As the game progressed, both teams exchanged blows. Despite Durant's scoring, the Jazz always managed to respond. The score kept rising, yet the gap remained around 20 points. Qin Chao had completely taken on the role of a point guard, with the margin unchanged. He relished the freedom. Though his own scoring had stagnated, his assist tally soared 3, 5, 7, 12 by the end of the 4th quarter. As Durant hit another jumper, the referee blew the final whistle. Qin Chao's assists had astonishingly reached 22. The Nets secured a decisive victory by 20 points. After the game, Durant approached Qin Chao and embraced him tightly. "Brother, you shouldn't be a shooting guard. You ought to be a point guard. If you direct the play seriously, I guarantee no point guard in the league can rival you." Qin Chao spread his hands. "Brother, I feel the same way." He had taken shamelessness to a new level. Durant shot him an exasperated look and quickly released him. "Brother, let us keep our distance from now on. I fear one day I might be dragged down by you." Is this truly what brotherhood entails? At the post-game press conference, Nash had intended to bring Qin Chao, but he showed little interest. Now firmly established in the league as the absolute core of the Nets, media exposure had lost its significance for him. Reluctantly, Durant had to attend. However, faced with the barrage of questions from reporters, Durant found himself at a loss. "Kevin, Qin Chao is now the leader of the Nets. Do you get along well? There are rumors of conflicts between you two. Is that true? Can you share how Qin Chao has taken your position as the team's leader? Was Qin Chao and Appo's lack of offensive desire in this game a result of your targeting him?" At that moment, Durant wanted nothing more than to shout, "Are you all out of your minds?" Seeing Durant's increasingly dark expression, Nash managed a wry smile and quickly intervened. "Folks, Kevin played exceptionally well in this game, and his synergy with Qin is evident. I believe you can all see that the atmosphere within the Nets is harmonious, and there is no truth to the rumors circulating outside." The post-game press conference left Nash and Durant drenched in sweat, feeling more exhausted than after a playoff game. Upon returning to the locker room, they found Qin Chao just finishing his shower. Seeing Durant's weary face, he burst into laughter. "Attending a post-game press conference seems like you were gearing up for a fight. Did those reporters give you a hard time?" "I swear, if there is another post-game press conference, I'm skipping it," Durant grumbled. "Those reporters aren't human, they're devils." Despite never having been defeated on the court, he found himself bested by the reporters, and he could hardly accept it. Qin Chao raised his hands. "Adu, I've noticed you're becoming increasingly shy." "Shy? What nonsense. He simply hasn't found the right teammates." The locker room erupted in laughter. Observing the players in high spirits, Nash couldn't help but smile. Since Qin Chao's arrival, the atmosphere within the Nets had grown increasingly harmonious. His words during the press conference were not mere platitudes, but the truth. A team thrives when its core players serve as the glue binding them together. In the upcoming game, the Nets were set to face the 76ers, marking the first direct confrontation since Harden and Appo's trade to Philadelphia. The hype surrounding this match was palpable, and the media extensively covered the anticipated clash. Even before the game commenced, it had already become a much-anticipated showdown in many fans and Appo's hearts. As they traveled to Philadelphia the following morning for the evening game, the Nets enjoyed a full day of rest. The 76ers were in formidable form, boasting a record of 17 wins and 3 losses, currently sitting second in the Eastern Conference, just 1 defeat more than the Nets. On the plane, Nash addressed the team in a hushed tone. Since James joined the 76ers, their offense has become more fluid. Now, with Embiid, Harden, and Maxey, they have become pivotal in determining the outcomes of games. Thus, we face considerable pressure in this match. In previous seasons, the 76ers struggled due to Simmons' absence, causing numerous issues and disappointing fans, especially last postseason when Simmons faltered in crucial moments. However, this season, with Harden and Antetokounmpo's arrival, the 76ers have rebounded dramatically, emerging as a strong team. What is there to fear? We have Durant and Qin. Regardless of the opponent and Antetokounmpo's strength, victory will be ours, Chao's proclaimed, brimming with confidence. Seth Curry beside him nodded in agreement. In terms of offense, both Durant and Qin were among the league and Antetokounmpo's elite, superior to the 76ers. Furthermore, with reliable shooters and the addition of Eric, the Rose of the Windy City, their roster depth surpassed that of any other team in the league. Thus, they were confident of securing a win in this match. Seeing the players in good spirits and brimming with confidence, Nash nodded in satisfaction. As the saying goes, in a battle, morale is paramount. If the morale falters before the battle even begins, victory becomes nearly impossible. Nash and Durant savored the delightful crunch of their snacks together. Chapter 73. Harden and Antetokounmpo's reflection. It appeared that the concerns Nash had were unheard by the two players. It was not a lack of respect for Nash, rather, at their level. The identity of the opponent became irrelevant. Whenever they desired to score, no defense could withstand them. Even in defeat, they bore no responsibility. Having done all that was required of them, the remainder was left to others. Nash's gaze swept across their faces, a broader smile gracing his lips. These two were never intimidated by tough battles. Indeed, the more challenging the fight, the stronger they became. Upon landing, the team proceeded directly to the hotel. As one aspiring to be the greatest championship coach in the league, Nash understood the importance of fostering relationships with his players. This brief day off was a testament to that understanding. With the team's commendable performance, ranking first in the West with only 2 losses, there was no need to impose excessive pressure on the players. Moreover, the away journey had just begun, and he wished to avoid exhausting them unnecessarily. Even a couple of losses did not concern Nash. Qin Chao was visiting Philadelphia for the first time, once a magnificent capital of this great nation. Philadelphia now stood as a bustling metropolis with a thriving economy. With nothing pressing to attend to, Qin Chao, along with Durant, Chaoda, and Seth Curry, took the opportunity to explore the city. However, they did not linger too late. As dusk approached, they returned to the hotel, mindful of the impending clash the following evening. Needing to conserve their energy, the next morning, the Nets arrived at the arena. After a brief training session, they returned to the hotel for rest, reconvening only in the evening. The Wells Fargo Center, home to the Philadelphia 76ers, could accommodate 22,000 spectators. By 7:30 in the evening, the arena was filled to capacity, with not only 76ers fans, but also a significant number of Nets supporters. Since the Nets and Antetokounmpo's championship triumph last season, the fan base had grown increasingly fervent, with many following the team on the road to offer their unwavering support. This devotion warmed the hearts of everyone from Coach Nash to each player. Their duty was to perform well in every game and honor the fans who stood by them. The visiting team entered the arena first, with Qin Chao making a grand entrance. Although it was not their home ground, he received a warm welcome upon stepping onto the court. Following him, the home team made their entrance, with the core of the 76ers, the formidable Joel Embiid, being the last to appear. Harden followed closely behind. Since joining the 76ers, Harden's performance had been inconsistent, primarily due to the team's reliance on Embiid. This adjustment, transitioning from a ball-dominant role to an off-ball one, proved challenging for a superstar accustomed to holding the ball. During the warm-up, Harden strolled over with a smile, greeting his former Nets teammates. Despite the distance in Philadelphia, his rapport with them remained strong, unlike Irving, who had fallen out with nearly everyone. "James, if you've had enough of the 76ers, you're always welcome back," Qin Chao said with a grin after exchanging a fist bump with Harden. He understood Harden's pride but admired his character. The bearded player never put on airs and was well-versed in the nightlife of every city. With Harden around, the players never had to worry about social outings. Seeing the sincerity in Qin Chao and Antetokounmpo's eyes, Harden nodded with a smile. "As long as the team still welcomes me, I and Antetokounmpo's LL certainly return." Looking into Qin Chao's dark eyes, he added earnestly, "To be honest, fighting alongside you has been the most comfortable experience of my career. Whenever I think of our battles together, I often wonder if leaving the Nets was a mistake. At this point, Harden let out a wry smile. Although the 76ers had enjoyed a commendable season thus far, he recognized the team's shortcomings. Despite being a superstar, Embiid appeared somewhat vulnerable against dominant centers like Jokic. Additionally, the 76ers lacked other offensive threats. If they faced a strong defensive team, defeat was all but certain. This predicament was not something that could be resolved quickly. In contrast, the Nets had lost 2 superstars this season, but had acquired numerous quality 3 and D players. Both Seth Curry and Rose had proven to be immediate assets capable of scoring in critical moments. On the offensive front, Qin Chao and Durant were unstoppable. And with the addition of these top-tier 3 and D players, the Nets boasted a terrifying offense, arguably stronger than any team in the league. Defensively, Qin Chao, Drummond, and Dinwiddie were formidable defenders. Currently, the Nets excelled on both ends of the court, poised to claim the championship this season, barring unforeseen circumstances. Noticing a hint of envy on Harden's face, Qin Chao smiled slightly. He could not say that Harden's choice was wrong. After all, for a player of Harden's caliber, being relegated to his sixth-man role was indeed a diminishment of his talent. However, leaving came with its own costs, an unavoidable reality that each player must confront themselves. After chatting for a while, Harden returned to his team to warm up. James wants to come back. Nash approached Qin Chao, speaking softly. Qin Chao shrugged. The Nets are currently championship favorites. Any player aspiring for a ring would likely wish to join us. If James feels regret, it's hardly surprising. Nash chuckled, acknowledging the truth in Qin Chao's words. Countless players in the league long to share in the glory of a championship ring. Should Harden genuinely wish to return, would old Nash accept him? Though Qin Chao spoke casually regarding this matter, he understood that, as just a player, he held no absolute authority. Nash smiled. The team has ample space, but I suspect the owner might have some reservations, considering James and Oppo's departure was a conscious choice. A bittersweet expression crossed Nash and Oppo's blue eyes. As a coach, who wouldn't he desire a wealth of star talent? With 5-star players in the starting lineup, a coach could simply sit back and relax on the bench. Chapter 74. Embiid faces a devastating blow. The Wells Fargo Center was ablaze with excitement, its fervor rivaling that of fans in Utah. With the Philadelphia 76ers enjoying a stellar season, the crowd's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch even before the game commenced, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off the arena. The 76ers fielded their strongest starting lineup: Maxey, Harden, Tobias Harris, PJ, Tucker, and Embiid. Each name announced by the DJ was met with roars of approval, while the mention of the Brooklyn Nets starters, Dinwiddie, Qin Chao, Joe Harris, Durant, and Drummond, elicited a chorus of boos. As the referee's whistle signaled the start of the match, the much-anticipated tip-off took place between the imposing Embiid and the formidable Drummond. With a powerful flick, Embiid directed the ball into Harden's hands, who initiated the 76ers' first offensive play. Prior to the game, Harden had convened a brief meeting with his teammates, emphasizing the significance of this contest, though his teammates were already keenly aware of its importance. Harden was determined to secure a victory. In the realm of the NBA, there exists an unwritten rule that players facing their former teams tend to exert extra effort. For a superstar like Harden, the desire to prove himself in such encounters is particularly strong. His rapport with teammates has always been commendable, and in Philadelphia, they were eager to support him. Embiid stepped forward to set a screen for Harden, who unleashed a signature three-pointer over Dinwiddie's defense. Swish! The opening shot rang true, sending the ball straight through the hoop. The 76ers fans responded with chants of MVP, followed by an enthusiastic rallying cry. James, you're the best. Hearing such chants, Qin Chao furrowed his brow, turning to Harden with a wry smile. Brother, what kind of taste do Philadelphia fans have? This chant feels like a throwback to my grandmother's youth. Harden could only chuckle, acknowledging the recent popularity of Slam Dunk had led fans to adopt such nostalgic fervor. Dinwiddie advanced the ball and passed it to Drummond in the post, aiming to wear down Embiid. Drummond, a traditional center in this era, charged towards the basket and, with his back to Embiid, exerted pressure. With a powerful shove, he created space and spun towards the rim. However, Embiid showcased his incredible athleticism once again, blocking Drummond and Oppo's attempt with ease. The ball found its way to Maxey, who sprinted down the court like a wild stallion. He soared towards the basket, preparing for an emphatic dunk. Yet, from behind, an opponent surged forward. Maxey was unable to evade the block, as a thunderous rejection came crashing down. Initially, he assumed it was Kevin Durant's long arms that had thwarted his attempt, but upon glancing back, he realized it was none other than the similarly sized Qin Chao. This revelation left Maxey astonished. Qin Chao and Oppo's expression remained calm. He felt justified in avenging his teammate Joel Embiid and Oppo's previous block. Maxey muttered, "Blocking me is nothing impressive. Why not try to block Embiid?" Qin Chao, sharp of ear, caught his complaint and retorted, "Who said I couldn't and Oppo's? Blocking you was merely an appetizer. Soon, I and Oppo's LL take on him." Embarking on this playful exchange, Embiid scoffed at Qin Chao and Oppo's words, incredulous that he believed he could block him. But before Embiid could dismiss the notion entirely, Harden interjected, "Joel, you cannot underestimate Qin Chao. He always backs up his words and might just surprise you." Despite Harden's caution, Embiid remained skeptical. The Nets and Oppo's offense was now orchestrated by Durant, who faced the seasoned Tucker. Durant attempted to shake off Tucker with a series of feints, yet Tucker, though shorter and less swift, was adept at using his strength to thwart Durant's movements. With no other option, Durant took a contested mid-range shot. But the ball ricocheted off the rim, only for Embiid to snatch the rebound. On the sidelines, Nash furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Whenever Durant faced Tucker, he seemed to be stifled. To secure victory, the Nets would have to rely on Qin Chao. However, Nash and Oppo's concerns soon eased, as he maintained faith in Qin Chao and Oppo's capabilities. Believing that with him on the court, victory was still within reach. With the rebound secured, Embiid surged forward, igniting the offense. The debate over who held the title of the league and Oppo's premier center was intensifying, with Jokic enjoying greater support. Embiid, feeling slighted, was determined to demonstrate that he could replicate Jokic's prowess. While Harden called for the ball, Embiid insisted on advancing it himself, leaving Harden bewildered by his teammates' intentions. As Embiid crossed midcourt, he felt a sudden jolt. The ball had been snatched away. Looking down, he saw Qin Chao had intercepted it. Embiid rushed back to defend against Qin Chao's fast break. The two players approached the basket, and Qin Chao leapt, arm raised for a thunderous dunk, while Embiid also leapt, aiming to deliver a fierce block. However, instead of deflecting the ball, he struck Qin Chao's hand. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul for Embiid and Oppo's hit on Qin Chao. The latter successfully converted the ensuing free throw, completing a 2-1 play. As Qin Chao descended from the rim, he shook his head at Embiid, declaring, "Joel, your dribbling and blocking skills pale in comparison to Nikola Jokic." This remark struck Embiid like a dagger to the heart, igniting his frustration. Overwhelmed by emotion, he inadvertently let out a fart, leaving everyone in stunned silence, holding their breath. The atmosphere in the Wells Fargo Center grew thick with tension. Chapter 75, The Best Guards Durant Has Partnered With. Qin Chao looked at James Harden with a sense of helplessness and asked, "Old buddy, how do you tolerate being with such a guy?" James Harden, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Joel isn't usually like this. He must be too tense." At that moment, Embiid's expression darkened considerably, to the point where Qin Chao could barely discern his face. Qin Chao mused that if a new adaptation of Young Bao Chi Tian were to be made, Embiid would undoubtedly fit the role in its literal sense. Embiid, now thoroughly provoked, stormed towards the front court and shouted at Maxey, who was handling the ball, "Give me the ball." Maxey, a spirited young player, was not one to back down easily. Despite his youth, he had previously engaged in heated exchanges with Harden during the game. Ignoring Embiid's demand, he utilized his speed to break through Dinwiddie's defense, accelerating towards the basket with unrelenting determination. Embiid huffed in frustration, "I'm right under the basket. What are you doing?" In the 10-cent live stream, the commentator, Yang E, shook his head in disbelief at the scene. Maxey should have passed the ball. At his height, he can hardly see anything down there. His expression was one of profound disappointment. The online audience, witnessing this moment, decided to unleash their wrath upon Yang E. "Yang E, how dare you slander our 76ers players? Prepare to face the consequences, Yang E." A torrent of derogatory comments flooded the screen, prompting the live director to rush over to Yang E and advise, "Teacher Yang, perhaps you should tone it down. There are quite a few 76ers fans here, and your words may lead to backlash." Yang E frowned, acknowledging the situation. He was known for his tendency to retreat when things went awry, so he quickly shifted his focus to the net shortcomings. Meanwhile, Maxey had reached the basket and was fouled by Drummond. He stepped up to the free throw line as Yang E remarked, "The Nets and Oppo's greatest weakness lies in their feeble interior defense. How can they possibly compete against the opposition?" This statement stirred a hornet and Oppo's nest. while his earlier critique of the 76ers had drawn only mild dissent. His comments about the Nets ignited a frenzy among fans, as the Nets' following in Huaxia far surpassed that of the 76ers. The barrage of insults aimed at Yang Yi grew even more intense. "Teacher Yang, you should take a look. The comments are all directed at you." Upon hearing this from the director, Yang Yi frowned again and turned to his partner, saying, "You should take the lead in commentary for this game. The fans are genuinely silencing me." The director, too, formed a conclusion. Perhaps Yang Yi should not be invited to commentate on future Nets games. On the court, the first quarter was drawing to a close. Qin Chao dribbled forward, glancing at the timer with 58 seconds remaining. With Harden substituted out, he faced defense from House, known as Park Chang-han. Qin Chao dribbled with flair, a smile gracing his face. Observing Qin Chao's grin, House couldn't help but inquire, "What is so funny? Do you think I can't guard you?" Qin Chao nodded and replied, "Not only do I think you can't guard me, but I'm also curious about how it feels to be a third overall pick." Upon hearing this, House felt momentarily disoriented. Without hesitation, Qin Chao executed a swift and pronounced change of direction, accelerating towards the basket. Seeing Qin Chao charge in, Embiid yelled to his teammates, "Get out of my way. Let me handle him." All other 76ers players cleared a path for Qin Chao to confront Embiid directly. Embiid leapt into the air, arms raised to block Qin Chao's dunk. Qin Chao, undeterred, aimed to challenge the heavens. With a thunderous slam, he delivered a spectacular dunk over the towering Embiid. The fans in the 76ers home arena erupted in a frenzied roar of approval. "MVP, MVP, MVP. Qin Chao, you are the best." Hearing the fervent chants, Qin Chao furrowed his brow and turned to Harden on the sidelines, saying, "Old buddy, please ask your fans to tone it down. It and Oppos. It's quite embarrassing." Harden shrugged. "Qin, there is nothing I can do. This is their admiration for you. You should embrace it." Qin Chao felt exasperated, replying, "Please thank them on my behalf. I truly do not enjoy this." With no time for further conversation, Qin Chao prepared to focus on defense. Maxey brought the ball up court, executing a pick and roll with Embiid. After the play, Maxey delivered a bounce pass to Embiid, who, positioned at the free throw line, launched a mid-range jumper. As the ball swished through the net, Embiid turned to Drummond and taunted, "What caliber of center do you think I am? You can't possibly contain me." Just as Drummond was about to respond, Qin Chao interjected, "Joel, are you feeling proud? It's just one score. You should act more mature." Embiid, infuriated by Qin Chao and Oppos' words, huffed in frustration. Qin Chao quickly sidestepped, genuinely concerned that Embiid might lose his temper again. Thankfully, Embiid managed to restrain himself. With 23 seconds left in the first quarter, Qin Chao began to control the tempo. He dribbled slowly at the top of the arc. Noticing this, PJ Tucker thought to double-team Qin Chao, recognizing his exceptional shooting touch. Underestimating Qin Chao's passing ability, Tucker approached him, joining House in the double-team. With a swift motion, Qin Chao executed a precise bounce pass to Kevin Durant in the corner. Durant's shooting prowess was undeniable. He and Qin Chao complemented each other perfectly. This was a last-second shot, and as the ball swished through the net, the buzzer sounded. The scoreboard momentarily read 36-29, with the Nets enjoying a 7-point lead. Durant approached Qin Chao, affectionately ruffling his hair and declaring, "You are the finest guard I have ever partnered with." Chapter 76, The NBA Floppers. Qin Chao understood that this was a high compliment, as Durant had partnered with numerous elite guards. Curry, Westbrook, Harden, Irving, and Paul had all collaborated with Durant. Yet, in Durant's eyes, Qin Chao stood out as the most exceptional among these guards. In terms of both scoring and passing abilities, he was unparalleled. Soon, the second quarter of the match commenced. Nash made personnel adjustments, substituting in the bench players to allow Durant and Qin Chao a moment of respite. Upon noticing the net substitutions, 76ers head coach Doc Rivers decided against deploying his own bench, realizing that doing so might jeopardize the game. Reluctantly, Rivers continued to field his starters. With his formidable quartet of Harden, Maxey, Tobias Harris, and Embiid all on the court, he shouted from the sidelines, urging his team to seize the opportunity to overtake the score while the opposing stars rested. Hearing Rivers' words, Embiid quipped, "Of course, even with their starters on the court, I can still win this game." Harden shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself that Joel Embiid was still too young, often underestimating the complexities of the game and exhibiting too much arrogance. The Nets launched an offensive, with Seth Curry bringing the ball up. Seth's most notable trait was his shooting accuracy, with some even claiming he surpassed his brother, Stephen, in that regard. However, Seth's ball handling skills still lagged behind his brothers. Under Maxey's intense pressure, Seth Curry faltered and lost possession. After stealing the ball, Maxey, like a racing car, sprinted down the court. Whoosh! He floored the accelerator, swiftly reaching the basket and scoring despite the defense of DeAndre Jordan. Following the basket, Embiid was even more exuberant than Maxey. He taunted Jordan, saying, "At your age, it's time to retire. Shouldn't you be home babysitting?" Jordan retorted, "Joel, don't mock those on their way down the mountain." Embiid burst into laughter at Jordan's remark. "If you were Michael Jordan, I might take it seriously, but you're DeAndre Jordan." Jordan quickly shot back, "Young man, save the trash talk, if you're truly skilled. Let us settle it on the court." As they spoke, Jordan charged ahead. This time, it was Dinwiddie bringing the ball up, a more reliable option. Jordan set a screen for him, with Embiid trailing closely. Catching sight of Embiid beside him, Jordan seized the moment to retaliate, preparing to deliver a sneaky elbow. Bam! His elbow collided squarely with Embiid's chest, forcing Embiid to stagger back, almost spitting blood on the court. The move was alarmingly discreet. Incensed, Embiid shouted at the referees, "Are you blind? He just assaulted me, and you didn't call a foul." Beep. The referees finally blew their whistles, but instead of calling a foul on Jordan, they issued a technical foul to Embiid. Still seething, Embiid was restrained by Harden, who cautioned, "Brother, don't engage him. The refs are already irate and might toss you out." PJ Tucker joined in, always the loyal guardian of Harden. He firmly held on to Embiid, saying, "If you want to win, you need to stay composed." Though Embiid was the nominal leader of the 76ers, he was wary of Tucker, who was not shy about being tough on his teammates. Finally, Embiid subdued his temper, realizing it was unwise to provoke a seasoned player like Jordan, who played with a cunning edge. With Durant and Qin Chao off the court, the 76ers managed to close the score gap. Nash promptly made substitutions, bringing both Durant and Qin Chao back onto the court. Durant affectionately ruffled Qin Chao's hair and declared, "Brother, it's time to wrap this game up." Qin Chao, bewildered, responded, "But it's only the second quarter. Are we really ending the game now?" Durant nodded with a smile. Indeed, facing a team like the 76ers poses little challenge. Qin Chao was taken aback by Durant's newfound bravado, as the Durant of old was known for being soft. It seemed that spending time with Qin Chao had indeed transformed Durant's demeanor. As the two stepped onto the court, Rivers grew anxious and immediately called a timeout. With the opposing stars entering the fray, he knew he needed to strategize. He addressed his players, while Embiid wore a disdainful expression, thinking, "What's the big deal? It's just Kevin Durant and Qin Chao. I can defeat them." Rivers furrowed his brows, feeling helpless against Embiid and Oppo's arrogance, a common plight for many coaches dealing with superstars. However, PJ Tucker spoke up, unafraid of Embiid and Oppo's attitude. "You need to focus and listen to the coach." Embiid had no choice but to lower his pride. Rivers continued to strategize, and after a thorough discussion, both teams returned to the court. The Philadelphia 76ers initiated their offense. James Harden brought the ball up and executed a pick and roll with Embiid. Harden unleashed his signature flopping move, drawing a foul from Dinwiddie. Dinwiddie, exasperated, protested, "I didn't foul. He ran into me." The referee shook his head, stating, "Harden's move is notorious. The league has instructed us to call fouls in these situations." Qin Chao approached Dinwiddie and reassured him, "Don't take it to heart. Their team is infamous for flopping. Harden just flopped, and soon enough, Embiid will do the same." Qin Chao is well aware of the team and Oppo's notorious style. Chapter 77, The Ankle Breaker. James Harden calmly sinks both free throws. They have taken the lead. The Nets initiate their offense. Qin Chao brings the ball up court to orchestrate the play. He signals Drummond to set a screen for him. Drummond promptly rushes over. For a player like Drummond, obedience is paramount. When Qin Chao speaks, Drummond will undoubtedly comply. Drummond positions himself beside Qin Chao, creating ample space for a drive. Maxey and Embiid abandon their defense on Drummond, double-teaming Qin Chao instead. Especially Embiid, who seems intent on blocking Qin Chao, as if they share a bitter rivalry. Observing his fervor, Qin Chao can't help but chuckle. "Brother, I haven't harmed your father or flirted with your wife. Is your intensity truly warranted?" Embiid, already irate, becomes even more incensed upon hearing Qin Chao and Oppo's jest, immediately intensifying his defense. Embiid and Oppo's focus is solely on Qin Chao, who begins to showcase his skills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His dribbling is as graceful as a butterfly flitting among flowers, leaving Embiid dazzled, yet he refuses to concede. Suddenly, Qin Chao executes a dramatic crossover. Whoosh. The move is so exquisite it leaves Embiid momentarily disoriented. Joel Embiid's legs entangle, and with a thud, he crashes to the floor. The 76ers players are left in stunned silence. This move is truly reminiscent of the fabled ankle breaker. On the sidelines, 76ers head coach Doc Rivers grows anxious, genuinely fearing that Qin Chao had just twisted Embiid's ankle. He quickly calls for the team physician. Meanwhile, Qin Chao effortlessly sinks the ball into the basket, earning another 2 points. A smile graces his face, and he seizes the moment to taunt the fallen Joel Embiid. Joel, I already advised you not to guard me. Yet you persist in disobedience. You really are something. Although Embiid has slightly twisted his ankle, he refuses to abandon the game. Under different circumstances, he might have taken a break. However, facing the Nets and fueled by Qin Chao's provocation, he is determined to remain on the court. Doc Rivers shouts from the sidelines, Joel, do you need to rest for a bit? Embiid shakes his head vigorously, insisting, I'm fine, not a thing wrong. I don't need a break. Rivers understands Embiid and Apos, as temperament well, further coaxing him now would likely provoke his ire. The 76ers launch their offense, and Embiid immediately calls for the ball at the top of the arc. Harden frowns, believing that Embiid and Apos' approach jeopardizes their offensive strategy. Yet, Harden, with his characteristic patience, passes the ball to Embiid. Upon receiving it, Embiid swiftly initiates his attack against Drummond once more. After a few fakes, he makes his move. Along the way, Embiid employs his signature maneuver, reminiscent of traditional martial arts, and falls to the ground. Beep. The referee immediately blows the whistle, sending Embiid to the free throw line. Drummond looks bewildered at the referee. How is this possible? I didn't even move. He collided with me. It should be his foul. The referee ignores Drummond and Apos' protests, upholding the initial call. Qin Chao comforts Drummond. It's all right. It's not your fault. They all play like this. Afterward, Qin Chao approaches Harden, saying, Brother. Since teaming up with Joel, he may not have learned much, but his foul drawing skills have certainly improved. Who among you is the true king of flopping? Harden pats his chest and laughs. This title undoubtedly belongs to me. Joel stands no chance in contention. Qin Chao nods in agreement. I concur. Not only can he not compete, there is no one in this world who understands flopping better than you. Embiid sinks both free throws, revealing a smug grin. Witnessing his expression, Qin Chao feels a surge of anger and resolves to teach Embiid another lesson. He collaborates with Drummond for another screen. Post-screen. Maxey and Embiid continue to double-team Qin Chao. Embiid shoves Maxey aside. You interfered with my defense. Stay away from me. Maxey stumbles back from Embiid and Apos, as forceful push. If it were anyone else, Maxey would have erupted with rage. However, Embiid's stature within the team commands respect, leaving Maxey no choice but to step aside. This time, Embiid manages to stay upright, yet he cannot contain Qin Chao. Qin Chao scores effortlessly over Embiid. Swish. Qin Chao, under Embiid's defense, nails a three-pointer. Shaking his head at Embiid, your defense is abysmal. Guarding me is tantamount to gifting me points. Embiid grits his teeth in frustration, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, he retorts, you can't stop me either. Qin Chao is determined to prove that he can indeed defend against Embiid. The two engage in a back-and-forth, transitioning to the Nets basket. Spotting Qin Chao, Embiid opts for a post-up move, believing it to be the most satisfying approach. He forcefully leans back, but Qin Chao deftly sidesteps. Embiid, overextending, loses his balance and crashes to the ground. Yang Yi, live-streaming the match, cannot suppress his laughter. Doc Rivers grows anxious once more, hastily summoning the team physician. Why must Embiid provoke Qin Chao of all people? A man of such intelligence will easily outmaneuver him. Rivers wears a frustrated expression. Embiid and Apos' posterior has suffered a severe impact, yet he stands up, grimacing through the pain. Qin Chao chuckles. Joel, perhaps you should take a break. It's evident your backside is in distress. Embiid, gritting his teeth, replies, not at all. I'm perfectly comfortable. Don't try those little tricks on me. I'm not afraid. Qin Chao maintains his amused demeanor. Very well, let us see who prevails. The game continues. Embiid grows increasingly frustrated, repeatedly missing his attempts, while the Nets, under Qin Chao's leadership, flourish, quickly extending their lead beyond 10 points. Chapter 78, The Master of Motivational Speech. As the first half of the game concluded, the players from both teams retreated to their respective locker rooms. Within the confines of the 76ers locker room, the motivational maestro, Doc Rivers, was once again in action. While Rivers and Apos Tactical acumen was undoubtedly among the weakest in the league. His prowess in delivering motivational speeches was unparalleled. He commenced by pouring the first bowl of encouragement into James Harden's ears. "James, in my eyes, you are the finest orchestrator in the world. And I have unwavering faith that you can elevate our team to unprecedented heights." Upon hearing Rivers' words, Harden frowned, fully aware that Rivers was merely feeding him empty platitudes. Having grown weary of such flattery, Harden chose to remain silent, his head bowed in contemplation. Not dissuaded by Harden's lack of response, Rivers proceeded to another player. Approaching Joel Embiid, he exclaimed, "Joel, you are undoubtedly the best center in the world." Initially grimacing in discomfort, Embiid and Oppo's face transformed into a radiant smile upon hearing Rivers and Oppo's declaration. "Really? Coach, do you genuinely believe that?" Rivers, sensing an opportunity, seized the moment. "Absolutely. I have always believed you surpass Nikola Jokic by leaps and bounds." Embiid, invigorated by Rivers and Oppo's words, leapt to his feet. "Indeed, Coach, I am far superior to Shaquille O'Neal, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Hakeem Olajuwon." Rivers was taken aback by Embiid's audacity. Yet he couldn't Oppo's help but acknowledge that it aligned perfectly with Embiid and Oppo's character. Inwardly, Rivers thought, as long as it keeps him happy. His primary goal was to keep Embiid in high spirits, ensuring a vigorous performance in the second half. "Joel, the second half is about to commence. Are you confident in leading us to victory as the league's premier big man?" Embiid's disdainful smile revealed his unwavering confidence. "Of course. You already declared me the best center in the world." Embiid entered a state of sheer arrogance, exuding an air of invincibility. Rivers, however, began to feel a twinge of concern. Meanwhile, Harden observed the scene with amusement. "Look at this. Isn't this the result of your motivational speeches?" In the opposing locker room of the Nets, camaraderie reigned supreme. Steve Nash, though often criticized for his tactical prowess, was held in high regard by his players. Laughter and banter filled the air as Spencer Dinwiddie jested to Qin Chao. "Did you catch that foul odor at the start of the game? I was nearly suffocated by it." Qin Chao chuckled in response. "Didn't you realize? That was a foul emanating from Joel Embiid." Dinwiddie and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? How could he produce such a stench? I'm beginning to question his humanity." Qin Chao laughed. "Perhaps he isn't human at all. He might just be a skunk spirit." The rest of the players erupted in laughter at Qin Chao's quip. Nash cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone as he addressed the team. "Gentlemen, our opponents possess considerable strength. We must not underestimate them. Rest assured, Coach, we will give it our all." Qin Chao's confidence eased Nash's concerns. With Qin Chao and Durant on the court, the Nets' defense appeared robust. Soon, the second half commenced, and the players took to the court, each team retaining their starting lineup. The Nets initiated their offensive strategy, with Qin Chao calling for a pick-and-roll with Andre Drummond. Drummond swiftly positioned himself beside Qin Chao, yet this time Embiid opted not to follow closely. Recognizing the risk of being outmaneuvered, he retreated to defend the paint. With the ball in hand, Qin Chao charged toward the basket. Embiid's heart raced with anticipation, believing this was the moment to showcase his prowess. Little did he know, he had celebrated too soon. Qin Chao soared into the air, executing a thunderous dunk over Embiid. The resounding impact of the dunk left Embiid feeling humiliated, as he struggled to regain his composure beneath Qin Chao's dominance. The referees, concerned about a potential altercation between the two players, swiftly intervened to separate them. Enough of the bickering. Embiid turned to the referees in disbelief. "Aron and Oppo's, you going to call a foul? He was literally on top of me." The referees shook their heads. "No foul, we saw everything clearly." Embiid shrugged in exasperation, his expression reflecting his frustration. Meanwhile, Rivers shouted from the sidelines, "Joel, don't forget, you are the best center in the world." With renewed determination, Embiid surged forward, eager to prove himself through offense. He positioned himself in the post, while Harden, opting for a more leisurely approach, passed the ball to Embiid. With his back to the basket, Embiid executed a beautiful turnaround fadeaway jump shot, a fluid motion that captivated onlookers. Yet, the commentator Young E expressed his discontent, stating, "While Embiid's shot was undeniably graceful, he is a sinner. Such finesse from a big man seems a tad soft." Viewers began to criticize Young E in the live chat, urging him to step up himself. The director of the Tencent live broadcast opted to refrain from further commentary, deeming Young E's presence detrimental to the broadcast. After scoring, Embiid reveled in his success, pounding his chest and roaring, "Did you see that? I am the best center in the world. Qin Chao approached him, exclaiming, "Brother, wake up. Stop feeding yourself these delusions." Harden, caught in an awkward moment, remained uncertain about how to counsel Embiid. Chapter 79. The 76ers in disarray. The Brooklyn Nets executed their offense with remarkable simplicity, owing to the formidable prowess of Qin Chao and Kevin Durant on the court. The duo engaged in a pick and roll that could only be described as unanswerable. Following the screen, Qin Chao delivered a no-look pass to Durant, who, upon receiving the ball, immediately launched a three-pointer. Swish. With a swift motion, the Grim Reaper once again wielded his scythe. Embiid began to chastise his teammates for their lackluster defense, vociferously demanding, "How are you defending? Why can't you contain those two?" The other 76ers felt utterly helpless. They wondered what kind of defense could possibly restrain Qin Chao and Durant. They perceived Embiid's outburst as unreasonable. However, most players on the team dared not provoke Embiid, as he was the leader and the tactical core of the squad. On the offensive end, Embiid was keen on monopolizing the ball. He fervently demanded position in the paint once more. Harden lobbed the ball to him, and after securing it, Embiid attempted his signature move. He thrust back powerfully and executed a turnaround jumper, but to his astonishment, although there was no one blocking him in front, Qin Chao had stealthily positioned himself behind him, delivering a thunderous block. Indeed, the one who thwarted him was Qin Chao. After Embiid received the ball, Qin Chao quickly ambushed him from behind, executing a clean block that left Embiid speechless. Following the rejection, Qin Chao swiftly dribbled down the court, leaving Embiid in his wake. Initially, Embiid attempted to pursue Qin Chao for a block, but after a couple of strides, he conceded defeat, realizing the vast disparity in their speeds. While Embiid was relatively fast for a big man, he paled in comparison to Qin Chao. Qin Chao raced to the basket and, gracefully leaping, performed a 540-degree spin before emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop. After completing the dunk, he mimicked a soaring gesture, leaving the 76ers fans in awe, who began chanting MVP. Qin Chao, ever the showman, energetically waved his arms, affirming the fan sentiments. Fuming, Embiid confronted the fans, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you talking about? The MVP on this court is none other than me, Joel Embiid." The fans, unyielding, shot back, "Joel, you and Oppos, read just mediocre. How can you compare to Qin Chao? Even his farts smell better." Upon hearing this, Embiid, though uncertain about many things, knew that the comment regarding the sin of farts might indeed hold some truth. His expression darkened, resembling a black hole. Qin Chao playfully patted Embiid's head, advising, "Brother, I suggest you refrain from engaging with me. You cannot win this battle." Embiid, further provoked by Qin Chao and Oppos' words and actions, retorted, "Don't touch my head. It makes you seem like my father." Qin Chao, taken aback, widened his eyes at Embiid, acknowledging, "That analogy is quite apt. However, I truly do not wish to be your father. I could never father a son as dark as you." Enraged, Embiid contemplated throwing a punch at Qin Chao. Fortunately, James Harden, remaining composed, intervened, embracing him from behind. "Brother, don't act rashly. If you throw a punch, not only will this game be lost, but you may also face suspension." Harden's counsel proved effective, and Embiid refrained from further conflict with Qin Chao. Yet, he remained fixated on proving himself. Racing to the front court, he immediately called for the ball. Harden furrowed his brow and replied, "Joel, we need to execute some plays. You can't just demand the ball without cooperating. Otherwise, our strategy will falter." Embiid shot back, "We don't need plays. We need to win. Just give me the ball, and we'll secure victory." Harden chose not to indulge Embiid this time, unwilling to coddle him, as his purpose in joining the 76ers was not merely to support Embiid, but to lead the team toward a championship. Harden unleashed his signature Eurostep, driving forcefully toward the basket. Just as he prepared to leap for a layup, Qin Chao positioned himself in front of him. Aware of Qin Chao and Oppos' exceptional shot-blocking ability, Harden opted for a pass instead, executing a behind-the-back pass that unfortunately struck Embiid squarely on the head as he attempted to secure the rebound. Embiid's luck had truly run out. He had been injured by an opponent and now struck by his own teammate. Rivers quickly called a timeout. Approaching Embiid, Harden chastised, "Joel, how could you run around so recklessly? You obstructed my passing lane." Embiid, no longer cradling his head, stood up and glared at Harden, retorting, "What are you talking about? Isn't it you who threw the ball at my head?" The two engaged in a heated argument. Rivers hurried over to mediate. "You two need to stop quarreling. One is the best perimeter player in the world, and the other the best interior player. What is there to argue about?" Embiid brushed Rivers' hand away, declaring, "Enough. You're just a motivational speaker and nothing more." This outburst shattered any semblance of unity, catching the players off guard. The 76ers general manager quickly escorted Embiid to the locker room, concerned about escalating tensions. After Embiid and Apos' departure, the 76ers and Apos' offense flowed more smoothly. Under Harden's leadership, Tucker sank 2 corner three-pointers in succession, while Tobias Harris thrived in the game. Maxey also stepped up, consistently penetrating the defense for successful drives. The general manager furrowed his brow, astonished. After the team's best player exited, their performance improved. What did this signify? It suggested that Embiid might not be suited for this roster. Should he trade Embiid or revamp the team around him? The general manager found himself deep in contemplation. And at that moment, he was none other than the well-known figure among Chinese basketball fans, Mo Go. Chapter 80. A comfortable victory over the 76ers. At the sideline, Nash called for a timeout, summoning the Nets players for a huddle. He declared, "Gentlemen, it's time to seal the game." Upon hearing this, Qin Chao responded with an affirmative gesture, instilling confidence in Nash. With Qin Chao and Apos' assurance, concluding the game was merely a matter of time. The match resumed, with Qin Chao advancing the ball to the front court, engaging in a pick and roll with Durant. After the screen, Qin Chao returned the ball to Durant, who ascended for a three-pointer. The 76ers defense was fixated on Durant, anticipating a decisive shot. However, to their surprise, Durant opted to pass. With a swift motion, he delivered a brilliant assist to Qin Chao, who was cutting toward the basket. Their synergy was nothing short of extraordinary, leaving commentator Charles Barkley astonished. He exclaimed, "This little collaboration is unparalleled, with KD and Qin Chao. The Nets are destined for the championship this season." Smith wished to silence Barkley, as declaring the season's conclusion only a month in was far too premature. Observing the impeccable chemistry between Qin Chao and Durant ignited a hint of jealousy within Harden. Once, he and Durant shared such an unspoken understanding. From their time with the Oklahoma City Thunder to the Brooklyn Nets, their connection had always flourished. Regrettably, the Nets had faced misfortune, prompting Harden and Apos' departure. Witnessing the current dynamic between Qin Chao and Durant left Harden with a pang of regret, as he yearned to reunite with them and form a formidable trio once more. He recognized that Qin Chao was far more dependable than Kyrie Irving. He believed that together, they could forge a dynasty. "James, do you regret leaving? Do you wish to return?" Qin Chao and Apos' inquiry startled Harden, who suddenly found Qin Chao and Apos' perceptiveness unervingly accurate. As Harden brought the ball up court, he passed to Tobias Harris, who initiated a one-on-one against Durant. Previously, Durant's defense had been lackluster, granting Harris an opportunity. However, this time, Durant was intent on concluding the game. Under his intense defense, Harris stumbled, the ball ricocheting off his foot and out of bounds. The Nets quickly inbound, with Qin Chao racing up the court. "Quickly double-team him," shouted the motivational coach, Doc Rivers. The 76ers complied, with Harden and Maxey converging on Qin Chao. Yet, they underestimated him. Qin Chao accelerated past their feeble defenses. The duo's defensive prowess paled in comparison to top-tier guards. Once Qin Chao penetrated the lane, he executed a smooth floater, successfully completing the play. Rivers, unable to bear it any longer, made a substitution, bringing in the defensively adept but offensively challenged Thibault in place of Maxey. Prior to his entrance, Rivers advised Thibault, "You know you're not playing much these days, but I want to give you this opportunity. You must contain Qin Chao. If you succeed, a lucrative contract awaits you." Inspired by Rivers and Apos' words, Thibault entered with fervor, challenging Qin Chao. Qin Chao, bewildered, wondered, "Brother, are you out of your mind?" "It and Apos, your team and Apos, turned to attack. Why are you defending me?" Thibault's declaration almost elicited a laugh from Qin Chao. "Honestly, I'm not much of an offensive player. My mission is to guard you. I want to be involved in the offense at all." With a resigned smile, Qin Chao replied, "Well, good luck with that." He then approached Harden, who was being guarded by Dinwiddie. Upon seeing Qin Chao, Dinwiddie felt more confident in his ability to contain Harden. "Are you joining me to guard him?" he asked. "Absolutely," Qin Chao affirmed. "We'll double-team him and shut him down." As Harden attempted to make a bounce pass to Thibault, the latter was unprepared to shoot. His focus solely on defending Harden, resulting in a turnover. Qin Chao then advised Harden, "James, I suggest you stop passing to him. His mind ISN and Apos, T on the offense." The Nets countered swiftly, with Dinwiddie leading the charge. He suddenly noticed a shadow darting beside him and executed a brilliant bounce pass to Drummond under the basket. With Embiid off the court, Drummond had emerged as the premier big man in the game. After receiving the ball, he elevated and scored effortlessly. Drummond, exhilarated, rushed over to Qin Chao, exclaiming, "Old Qin, your passing is superb. Our synergy feels like the iconic OK duo." Qin Chao chuckled. "You can liken me to Kobe. But why bring up Shaq? The only similarity you share with him is being a black center in America. However, without Embiid." Drummond's performance did indeed echo Shaq's dominance in the paint, showcasing his prowess. In this match, Drummond achieved a remarkable 2010 stat line, a notable accomplishment for him, radiating pride and satisfaction. As the final buzzer sounded, the Nets triumphed over the Philadelphia 76ers with a score of 128-108, extending their winning streak. Harden approached the Nets players, greeting them warmly. "Brothers, it's good to see you again." Qin Chao playfully ruffled Harden's hair, saying, "Old pal, this is your home court. Shouldn't you make some gestures after the game?" Laughing heartily, Harden replied, "No problem. Just tell me what you all want to eat." Joe Harris chimed in, "Eating isn't the issue. We just want to have fun. Ever since you left, we hardly hit the nightclubs anymore." Harden responded, "That's easily remedied. Let me tell you, Philadelphia's nightlife is just as vibrant as New York's. Tonight, I'm taking you all out for a good time." Chapter 81. Where there is Harden, there are nightclubs. Harden truly lives up to his word. Immediately following the conclusion of the game, he whisked his fellow Nets players to the largest nightclub in Philadelphia. Accompanying him were his two 76ers teammates, P.J. Tucker and P.J. Tucker. Positioned on either side of Harden, they resembled his loyal guardians. "Look at you, James. You always have such great brothers by your side," Qin Chao remarked with a chuckle. James Harden shrugged. "Of course. Just ask them how many Rolexes I've gifted them." Before Qin Chao could inquire further, Tucker interjected, "James has already given me 8. He then added, "But I still prefer sneakers. Maybe send me a few limited editions in the future." Harden rolled his eyes at Tucker. "No problem. You should have mentioned it earlier. Aren't Rolexes just as expensive as shoes?" Tucker shook his head vigorously, responding, "Not quite. Limited edition sneakers can be far more costly." Turning to Qin Chao, Tucker continued, "You should know, Qin, the people from Huaxia are quite fond of sneakers. Many in our sneaker community hail from there." Qin Chao nodded. "Indeed. The sneaker resellers from Huaxia are numerous, but I have little regard for them." Tucker looked at Qin Chao in surprise. "Why is that?" Qin Chao explained, "Because those shoes are initially not worth much, but once they get into their hands, they skyrocket in price." Tucker nodded in agreement. "I understand. They are quite adept at turning sneakers into a lucrative business." Harden waved his hand. "All right, enough about sneakers. Let us discuss something more enjoyable." Tucker glanced at Harden. "Isn't talking about sneakers the most enjoyable thing?" Qin Chao laughed. "For you, perhaps, but not for him. What truly brings him joy is beautiful women." Upon hearing this, Tucker slapped his thigh in realization. "You're right, Qin. I should have known. He certainly has a type, and his preferences are quite consistent." Qin Chao chuckled at Tucker's humor. It was no wonder he was adored by many fans. "Speaking of which, I must critique you. Why do you prefer sneakers over beautiful women?" Harden exclaimed, incredulous. Tucker replied, "I enjoy women too, but my taste differs from yours, and I'm not nearly as obsessed." Harden found himself at a loss for words. "All right. Let us stop discussing this and just drink." As they indulged in drinks and conversation, the atmosphere was filled with joy. However, as the night wore on, Harden began to feel a bit bored. Merely drinking lacked excitement. Suddenly, he retrieved a hefty stack of cash from his pocket and made his way to the center of the stage, declaring to the other players, "Brothers, let us have some fun." Dinwiddie looked at Qin Chao in astonishment. What is he planning to do? Qin Chao smiled. "Haven and Imp, Oppos. You heard of the legendary James Harden showering cash? It's his signature act wherever he goes." Dinwiddie finally understood. Having never been Harden and Imp, Oppos' teammate, he was unfamiliar with Harden and Oppos' antics, although he had certainly heard of them. In the center of the stage, Harden waved his arms at the crowd. "Everyone, let loose. This is my second hometown. Thank you for supporting our 76ers. With that, he tossed the cash into the air. The sight was nothing short of mesmerizing. As bills danced with the nightclub and Amp, Oppos' rhythm, fluttering down like confetti. One by one, people eagerly snatched the falling notes. Harden reveled in the adoration of the crowd, a blissful smile gracing his face. Qin Chao turned to Tucker. "PJ, look how much James is enjoying this." Tucker nodded enthusiastically, patting Qin Chao's shoulder. "Absolutely. His performance is truly awe-inspiring, almost divine." Qin Chao was taken aback. "PJ, no wonder James adores you. You certainly have a way with words." Tucker wore a slightly mischievous grin. However, upon glancing around, he suddenly frowned. My brother House has disappeared again. Qin Chao shrugged. Forget about him. That's his favorite pastime. House, known in the streets as Park Chung-han, perhaps loved women even more than Harden. While Harden was single and could reasonably date beautiful women, Park Chung-han was married with children yet still indulged in a life of excess. Qin Chao stopped PJ Tucker. Brother, let him be. This is his instinct, his greatest passion. There is no need to intervene. Tucker sighed. Back in our Rockets days, we had a genuine chance at the championship. But his antics in the bubble cost us that opportunity. Qin Chao chuckled. Even without his mischief, you wouldn't have won the title. Your Rockets lacked a center. How could you possibly contend? He recalled that Rockets team: Westbrook, Harden, Gordon, Tucker, and Covington. Their height was simply inadequate. In the NBA, there's a saying, he who controls the boards, controls the game. But that Rockets team had no interior players to secure rebounds. Tucker stared wide-eyed at Qin Chao. Qin, do you not believe in my abilities? I could play center effectively. Qin Chao smiled. You might manage for a short while, but could you sustain it? The physical toll would be immense. Tucker frowned, realizing the truth. For a player like him, battling in the paint was indeed exhausting. Moreover, Tucker was no longer young. He was a versatile role player but not the decisive factor on the court. Qin Chao ceased the conversation with Tucker, standing to join the crowd. Making his way to Harden's side. James, it appears you truly favor women of a certain physique. At that moment, Harden was surrounded by several women resembling the Kardashian figure. Chapter 82. The journey to Los Angeles begins. Following their match against the 76ers, the Nets embark on a journey to Los Angeles. Here, they will face off against the twin titans of the city, the Lakers and the Clippers. The Lakers have finally parted ways with the troublesome Westbrook, acquiring Russell, Vanderbilt, and Beasley in return. These three players have injected a commendable level of immediate impact into the team, allowing the Lakers to achieve notable success. Many fans believe this may represent LeBron and Antetokounmpo's final opportunity to claim another championship. As the reigning champions, the Knicks are regarded as a formidable challenge on the Lakers' path to glory. In the upcoming match, the Lakers' starting lineup consists of Russell, Beasley, James, Vanderbilt, and Anthony Davis. The Nets, on the other hand, field Seth Curry, Qin Chao, Durant, Joe Harris, and Drummond. The game is narrated by ESPN's Jeff Van Gundy and Mark Jackson, both of whom hail from coaching backgrounds and possess a penchant for tactical analysis. Before the game commences, the two engage in a discussion regarding the recent strategies of both teams. Van Gundy inquires of Jackson, Mark, what are your thoughts on the Lakers and Antetokounmpo's recent performance? Jackson quickly responds, I am thoroughly impressed by their current explosiveness and vigor. These young players are proving themselves, especially Vanderbilt, whose energy on both ends of the court is something the Lakers have sorely missed. Van Gundy nods in agreement. Indeed, great minds think alike. I share your sentiments. Their teamwork has markedly improved. Without a doubt, Russell's shooting is far superior to the previous Russell. As they converse, the referee blows the whistle to signal the commencement of the game. Drummond and Davis engage in the jump ball. There is no contest. Davis deftly taps the ball to a waiting LeBron. LeBron advances the ball into the front court, distributing it to Vanderbilt stationed at a 45-degree angle, who is matched up against Joe Harris. Believing Vanderbilt lacks shooting prowess, Harris intentionally gives him space. Observing the ample room, Vanderbilt decisively takes the shot and scores. Swish. Vanderbilt nets the Lakers' first basket of the game. Staples Center is never short of fans. Upon witnessing Vanderbilt's successful shot, the arena erupts in a deafening cheer. Seth Curry, pouting, turns to Qin Chao and remarks, Old Qin, do you think these fans have never seen a three-pointer before? Is it really necessary to be this excited over one shot? Qin Chao chuckles. You may not think much of a three-pointer, but when Vanderbilt makes one, it's a different story. The difficulty is akin to your brother Steven completing a dunk. Seth Curry, hearing this, retorts, you must not underestimate my brother. Let us not forget he is the Golden State's own star. Qin Chao, slightly exasperated, replies, you do realize your brother's nickname as the Antetokounmpo's Golden State Star Antetokounmpo's is more of a jest, right? Meanwhile, Durant has already maneuvered the ball to the front court. Upon encountering LeBron, Durant does not need any additional motivation. His focus is unwavering. He launches a long-range three-pointer, responding with a shot of his own. The Los Angeles crowd erupts into a chorus of boos. KD, you softy. You can only make inconsequential shots during the regular season, but when it counts, you choke. KD, you're trash. What else can you do besides team up? Get off the court. You don't deserve to play in this sacred Staples Center. Amid the cacophony of jeers, Durant hesitates. Observing this, Qin Chao rushes over to offer encouragement. KD, it's all right. In my eyes. You are an even greater player than LeBron James. You are the ultimate basketball assassin. Durant thrives on support, and Qin Chao's unwavering belief bolsters his confidence. At this moment, the Lakers' point guard Russell advances the ball, initiating an offensive play. Qin Chao matches up against him, applying staunch defense. Russell attempts a deceptive dribble to shake off Qin Chao, but unexpectedly, Qin Chao strikes, swatting the ball away and racing down the court to execute a soaring dunk. The fans' attitudes towards Qin Chao and Durant starkly contrast. Despite both being Nets players, Qin Chao enjoys considerable popularity in Los Angeles, largely due to the city's significant Chinese population, as the crowd chants MVP. In response to Qin Chao's spectacular dunk, the Lakers bench grows increasingly agitated. The fiery Schroeder stands up, challenging the fans. This is our home court. How can you support the opposing team's star? A Chinese fan retorts. Qin is one of our own. Of course, we support him. Schroeder realizes the futility of arguing with the Chinese fans and chooses to remain silent. The Lakers players recognize the formidable challenge they face. Despite being on their home court, the atmosphere feels akin to playing away. They regroup and initiate another offensive. Russell, still fixated on dribbling, draws the ire of Coach Ham, who shouts, "Get the ball to LeBron." Reluctantly, Russell passes the ball to LeBron, who prepares to attack from beyond the arc. Durant positions himself directly in front of LeBron, having specifically requested this matchup prior to the game. Durant's defensive prowess has often been underestimated. While he is celebrated for his offensive skills, his defensive contributions are frequently overlooked. In his tenure with the Warriors, Durant showcased his exceptional defensive capabilities, a trait that remains evident today. He applies relentless pressure on LeBron, denying him any space to maneuver. Left with no choice, LeBron passes the ball to Anthony Davis. Currently, the most intimidating player on the Lakers is not LeBron, but Davis. Faced with Drummond in the paint, Davis attacks the basket with decisive footwork, culminating in a powerful dunk that concludes the offensive sequence. Following the basket, Davis and LeBron exchange celebratory high fives as the crowd erupts in applause, sensing the Lakers' championship aspirations coming to fruition. However, just as the momentum builds, Qin Chao launches a fast break, swiftly dribbling down the court, with his fellow Nets teammates trailing closely behind. Chapter 83. The hardest to guard in the hands of Qin Chao, the basketball instilled a sense of confidence in the players of the Brooklyn Nets. He was capable of delivering exquisite passes to his teammates while also finishing the score himself. Conversely, the Los Angeles Lakers players were engulfed in uncertainty, unaware of how Qin Chao would conclude the offensive play. This time, Qin Chao opted for a direct assault on the basket. Faced with the rim protector Davis, Qin Chao boldly chose to clash head-on. Davis soared into the air, attempting to block Qin Chao and Oppo's path. However, Qin Chao aimed to defy the heavens. Leaping high into the sky, with a thunderous crash, he executed a powerful dunk over Davis. Taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, Davis felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Upon landing, he immediately exclaimed, "Qin, that was my mistake. If I had given my all, you wouldn't have been able to dunk over me like that." Qin Chao chuckled and nodded. "Anthony, you are absolutely right. If you had defended with full effort, my dunk would have been even more ferocious, and you would have faced a harsher consequence." Hearing this, Davis's expression darkened, leaving him at a loss for words. He appeared somewhat awkward. James, a keen observer of emotions and a quintessential team leader, noticed Davis's discontent. He quickly reassured him, "Brother, it's all right. That's Qin Chao. Being dunked on by him is quite normal. I and Oppos, LL pass you the ball shortly, and you can prove yourself on the offensive end." With that, James dribbled to the front court and signaled for Davis to set a pick. Davis swiftly positioned himself beside James. After the screen, Davis charged toward the basket with great speed. James, from the top of the arc, delivered the ball directly into the paint. Davis received the basketball and leaped, aiming to deliver a dunk over Drummond. Yet, behind him, Qin Chao had already ascended into the air, choosing to defend his teammate. Qin Chao executed an aerial interception on Davis. Thud. Davis landed heavily on the court. Witnessing this, Lakers head coach Ham leapt from his seat, nearly rushing onto the court, only to be restrained by an assistant coach. "Coach, you can and Oppos. Go on the court. You and Oppos, LL get a technical foul." Ham pushed the assistant coach aside and insisted, I genuinely fear for Anthony and Antetokounmpo's safety. Such a severe foul by Qin Chao should warrant an ejection. Yet, the referees merely issued Qin Chao a standard foul without expulsion. Fortunately, Davis was unharmed. Otherwise, Ham would have been furious. The match continued, and Davis approached the free throw line. Due to the intense impact from Qin Chao, he missed both of his attempts. Drummond secured the rebound and passed the ball to Qin Chao. Nash and Oppo's lineup was specifically tailored for Qin Chao, with Drummond setting screens while the other three players possessed exceptional passing abilities. This arrangement left James in awe. His ideal team would feature one star surrounded by four sharpshooters. If he were granted such a lineup, he would wake up smiling. Qin Chao and Drummond executed a pick-and-roll. After the screen, Russell and Davis positioned themselves in front of Qin Chao, abandoning their defense on Drummond. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Chao delivered a brilliant pass directly into Drummond's hands. Under the basket, Drummond rose with force, completing a thunderous dunk. After the dunk, he sprinted back to the defensive end, exchanging a high-five with Qin Chao. "Brother, well done," James loudly reminded his teammates. "Do not double-team Qin Chao. His passing ability is extraordinary, and he can elevate the performance of those around him." James deeply understood players like Qin Chao because he embodied that type of player. Such individuals thrive on being double-teamed, as it allows them to create magnificent assists and uplift their teammates. Once again, James orchestrated an offensive play. With a flick of his wrist, he delivered the ball accurately to Beasley in the corner. Beasley promptly sank a three-pointer. After scoring, he waved to an elegant lady on the sidelines. Qin Chao turned to see that it was none other than Pippen's ex-wife. Now, neither of them seemed to bear any grudges. Notably, sitting on the Lakers and Oppo's bench was little Pippen. It was unclear whether Pippen and Oppo's ex-wife was cheering for Beasley or little Pippen, leaving Qin Chao feeling somewhat awkward for the latter. He approached the Lakers bench and said to little Pippen, "Brother, that guy slept with your mother. Don't you want to curse him out?" Upon hearing this, little Pippen was at a loss for words. Black SC Charger immediately stood up, saying, "Qin, what nonsense are you spouting? You can't sow discord among our teammates." Qin Chao shook his head. "Black brother, you are mistaken. I haven't said anything wrong. I'm merely speaking the truth." While Qin Chao's words were indeed truthful, the truth often wounds the most. Little Pippen felt increasingly withdrawn. Qin Chao, seeking further amusement, turned his attention to Beasley. "Malik, your taste is quite peculiar. Despite your youth, your status is quite significant. How does little Pippen address you in the team? Is it big brother or uncle?" Upon hearing this, Beasley glared angrily and charged toward Qin Chao. "You better watch your mouth, kid. If you keep this up, I will challenge you to a one-on-one." Qin Chao smiled and nodded. "Not a problem. Whenever you wish to challenge me, just call me. Just ensure you're not afraid of being humiliated." James hurried over to intervene. "Brother, don't engage with him. You can't win this argument, remember?" He is from Huaxia, and their wit can be quite formidable. Beasley, well aware of Qin Chao's sharp tongue, had no choice but to swallow his pride. Curry approached Qin Chao and said, "Brother, you are truly impressive. I once thought your shooting was unguardable, the most potent weapon in your arsenal. But now I and Oppo's realized your tongue is the hardest to defend against." Qin Chao smiled slightly and replied, "Dealing with these guys always requires some special tactics. I find that continuously provoking them with words often leads to their unraveling." Curry gave Qin Chao a thumbs up. Indeed, Qin Chao's banter had disrupted the Lakers' rhythm. In the ensuing plays, they descended into chaos. Chapter 84, Nash is not an adept coach. As the first quarter came to a close, the Brooklyn Nets held a narrow lead over the Los Angeles Lakers, 31-28. On the sidelines, LeBron James reassured his teammates, "Brothers, do not let the taunts of Qin disturb your focus. He is merely trying to provoke us." Dennis SC Charger turned his attention to Malik Beasley, emphasizing, "It's primarily your emotional volatility that threw our tactics into disarray, allowing them to execute a fast break. Otherwise, we could have entered the second quarter with the lead." Beasley, incensed by SCA Charger's remarks, retorted, "What are you talking about? Are you unaware of why I'm upset? That person attacked me, and instead of supporting me, you criticize me." Feeling a sense of indignation as a veteran of the Lakers, SC Charger was taken aback by Beasley's audacity to question him and fired back, "Have you lost your mind? If you cared so much, you should refrain from engaging in such foolishness." Unable to contain his frustration, Beasley swung a punch at SC Charger, who was momentarily stunned. After regaining his composure, SC Charger readied himself to retaliate. As the two exchanged blows, their teammates quickly intervened. Anthony Davis stepped in, urging them to cease the conflict. declaring, "At this juncture, we must unite and face our opponents together." Beasley, genuinely irate, chose to leave the court. Hem shook his head in exasperation, commenting, "This child has quite the temper. I wonder whom he takes after." To which Charder quipped, "I know who. He resembles Scottie Pippen." This remark elicited a wave of awkwardness among those present, particularly for Scottie Pippen on the sidelines, who mused, "What have I done to deserve this? I've been diligently training. Albeit lacking the talent to play, yet I remain committed. Now, not only our opponents but even my teammates are targeting me. How can one endure this?" Unfortunately, such workplace bullying is not confined to a single team. It manifests in various professional settings. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Qin is truly formidable. He has become an expert in dismantling teams, as evidenced by the issues faced by the Philadelphia 76ers in the previous game and now the Lakers. It is undeniable that Qin's mastery of trash talk is as impressive as his basketball skills. In the second quarter, Ham substituted an Harden and Rui Hachimura, hoping their presence would inject vitality into the team. The Nets also made adjustments, benching Qin and allowing Durant to lead the team solo. Seizing the opportunity, Ham opted to keep Davis and James on the floor. Jeff Van Gundy remarked to Mark Jackson, "I find Ham's approach commendable. He is correct to keep his star players on the court." Jackson concurred, "Indeed, I would do the same. I fail to comprehend Nash's decision to bench Qin. He is young and should have ample stamina." As anticipated, with Qin sidelined, the Nets found themselves at a disadvantage. Durant, a prolific scorer, struggled to energize his teammates. In contrast, the Lakers thrived with James orchestrating plays, delivering exquisite passes to his teammates, who capitalized on scoring opportunities in the paint. This performance compelled Nash to reconsider. "Qin, have you rested enough? Can you return to the game now?" With a smile, Qin nodded, "Coach, I am far from fatigued." Upon entering the game, Nash promptly benched Durant. While Nash was undeniably a great player in his prime, his coaching still revealed significant shortcomings, particularly in player management and rotations. Echoing Van Gundy and Oppo's sentiments, Jackson questioned, why couldn't he allow both KD and Qin to remain on the court? However, Qin's performance swiftly altered their perspectives. He charged towards the basket, facing Charder, whose diminutive stature was no match for Qin's aggressive drive. With a resounding impact, Qin barreled through Charder, advancing towards the hoop. Hachimura stood as the next line of defense, but faced with Qin, he could expect no leniency. Qin bulldozed past Hachimura, soaring to slam the ball through the net. The Chinese fans in attendance erupted in exuberant cheers, their fervor ignited by witnessing Qin dominate Hachimura. The arena resonated with chants of MVP. LeBron James stood perplexed, questioning the frenzy of the fans. He turned to Hachimura, asking, "Brother, do you harbor some grudge against Qin? Why are the fans reacting this way?" Hachimura shook his head, opting not to respond as he sprinted to the front court. The Lakers initiated their offensive play, with Charder dribbling forward. Qin immediately closed in, applying pressure that left Charder gasping for breath. In haste, Charder passed the ball to James, who orchestrated the offense from the arc, signaling his teammates to move swiftly. The Lakers players, trained to execute such tactics, darted around the court. Suddenly, James spotted an opening and delivered a bounce pass to Vanderbilt, who was cutting towards the basket. Just as Vanderbilt was about to take the shot, Qin and Oppo's hand swooped in, knocking the ball away before launching a counterattack. As Qin advanced with the ball, his teammates eagerly followed, relishing the opportunity to play alongside him. With precision, Qin delivered a bounce pass to Joe Harris stationed in the corner. Chapter 85, Empowering Every Dream. Upon receiving the basketball, Joe Harris exhibited no hesitation. He was fully aware that any pass from Qin Chao represented a golden opportunity. Without delay, Joe Harris opted to take the shot. Swish. A three-pointer cleanly swooshed through the net. Following the successful basket, a smile illuminated Joe Harris's face as he sprinted to Qin Chao's side, exclaiming, "Old Qin. It and amp, Oppos, that's all thanks to you. Your pass was so perfectly executed that I simply couldn't and amp, Oppos, team miss." Qin Chao beamed in response, "That was your skill too. Not everyone can shoot threes with such precision. If I had passed to Shaquille, he wouldn't have made it either." The two shared a hearty laugh. On the sidelines, Hem jumped up and shouted, "Defense. You must strengthen your defense. Do not allow the opposition such easy scoring opportunities." The Lakers players felt the tension rise. Their offensive play revolved around a pick and roll involving LeBron James and Anthony Davis, the Lakers' most formidable tactic, akin to the Nets' dynamic duo of Qin Chao and Kevin Durant. Following the screen, James delivered the ball to Davis, who concluded the offensive play with a long-range shot. The Nets quickly executed an inbound pass, and once again, the ball found its way to Qin Chao. With remarkable agility, Qin Chao dribbled into the front court. At that moment, the Nets and Oppos center was DeAndre Jordan. Though DeAndre might seem clumsy with others, his synergy with Qin Chao was unparalleled. Qin Chao delivered a bounce pass directly to the cutting DeAndre, who soared to complete a thunderous dunk. After a lengthy hiatus from dunking, DeAndre finally reclaimed that exhilarating feeling, thanks to Qin Chao's assist. He rushed to Qin Chao and expressed, "Brother, I can end Oppos. Thank you enough. You and Oppos VE reignited my passion for dunking." Qin Chao smiled once more. "No worries, my friend. It and Amp, Oppos. It's my pleasure to help fulfill every dream." The atmosphere within the Nets and Amp, Oppos locker room was truly uplifting. Many seasoned players relished their time with the team, feeling that even without a salary, they would still choose to play. The presence of approachable stars like Qin Chao, coupled with the team and Amp, Oppos' strength, offered a promising chance to defend their title this season, allowing these veterans the opportunity to secure another championship. The game continued as the Nets substituted in Kevin Durant. Nash aimed to establish a lead as the first half drew to a close, urging the players, "Come on, brothers, prove yourselves on this court." Qin Chao smiled, assuring, "Don't worry, coach, we will accomplish our mission." He then initiated another offensive play, drawing defenders before passing the ball to Durant, who immediately took a shot. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Just as Davis prepared to secure the rebound, Qin Chao soared above him, snatching the ball and swiftly tossing it back to Durant. This time, Durant launched a three-pointer. Swish! This shot found its mark. Durant pointed at Qin Chao, thanking him. "Thanks, brother." In that moment, Durant felt transported back to the inception of his dreams, reminiscent of his time with the ever-passionate Russell Westbrook. Countless nights, when Durant and Amp, Oppos' shots fell short, Westbrook would be there to grab the rebound and pass it back. Yet, compared to Westbrook, Qin Chao's prowess was superior in every aspect. His shooting accuracy, his passing finesse, and even his athleticism eclipsed that of Westbrook. Durant considered himself exceedingly fortunate to have a teammate like Qin Chao, feeling utterly fulfilled. The Lakers launched a new offensive. This time, LeBron took the initiative, dribbling the ball into the frontcourt to orchestrate the play. Charger positioned himself in the corner, ready to shoot. LeBron flicked his arm, delivering the ball to Charger, who wasted no time in launching a three-pointer. Fully aware of the importance of taking the shot after receiving a pass from LeBron, Charger released the ball with force, but it soared over the basket and fell into DeAndre's hands. In that instant, Qin Chao dashed forward, and DeAndre instinctively knew what to do. He flung the basketball ahead, and Qin Chao, having sprinted to the front court, received the pass. With a powerful leap, he executed a soaring slam dunk. Boom! The arena erupted with excitement. After the basket, Qin Chao turned to the fans, saying, "Thank you, brothers. The louder you cheer, the happier I become." Upon hearing this, the crowd responded with even greater enthusiasm. "Qin Chao, we love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Qin Chao, we love you. I want to bear your children." Qin Chao furrowed his brow, murmuring, "What era is this? Why are they chanting such corny slogans? Are the youth really so enamored with retro trends?" The Lakers players grew increasingly anxious as they struggled to contain Qin Chao. Ham lamented the decision to trade away Beverly, believing that his presence might have quelled Qin Chao and Amp, Oppos' impact. Now, without Beverly, his team could only endure. He placed his hopes on Charger, urging him, "You must do your utmost to limit Qin Chao. Do not allow him to score so easily." Charger turned to Ham and gave an affirming okay gesture. However, Ham remained uneasy, pacing along the sidelines. After all, it was Ham's inaugural year as an NBA head coach, and leading a high-profile team like the Lakers was bound to induce stress. After pacing back and forth, one of the assistant coaches could no longer bear it. "Coach, perhaps you should sit down. Your constant movement will only disrupt the team and Amp, Oppos' morale." Ham sighed and took a seat. The Lakers initiated another offensive. LeBron passed the ball to Hachimura, hoping he would step up. Hachimura, with his back to the basket, executed a turnaround jump shot, but before he could release the ball, Qin Chao and Oppos' fierce foul intercepted him. No matter what, Qin Chao was determined not to allow Hachimura to score. Chapter 86. A dispute arises between the James and Qin duo. LeBron James approached Qin Chao with an intense demeanor. "Qin, what were you thinking? That move was excessively aggressive. It's an unacceptable foul." Qin Chao maintained a nonchalant expression, retorting, "Come on, brother, you've executed similar maneuvers before." The two engaged in a heated argument, prompting nearby players to swiftly intervene and separate them. The nets and oppos, bench players, witnessing Qin Chao's performance, showered him with praise, deeming his display remarkably impressive. Despite his youth, Qin Chao exhibited the audacity to stand firm against James. Durant, on the other hand, found himself unable to match James's intensity as his presence paled in comparison. Yet, Qin Chao dared to confront James, exuding an indomitable spirit. James felt a sense of offense, yet lacked a formidable enforcer like Beverly by his side, realizing how much he needed such a player. Following the conclusion of the game, he reached out to his close friend Tristan Thompson, extending an invitation to join the team as his enforcer. Thompson, fully aware of his role, readily accepted James's request. In the Lakers and Oppos, management swiftly agreed, recognizing the privileges afforded to a player of James and Oppos' caliber. As the game continued, James leaned in closer to Davis, whispering, "Anthony, we must enhance our synergy. Our collaboration should be seamless." Anthony Davis responded with a hint of exasperation, "LeBron, you need to pass to me more often. As an interior player, I require support from the perimeter." James, somewhat resigned, replied, "Rest assured, I will deliver exquisite passes your way." True to his word, James executed a screen and roll, facilitating a pass to Davis, who attempted a shot from beyond the arc. Alas, the basketball ricocheted off the rim, inciting James's displeasure. "Anthony, when I pass to you, it's not to squander opportunities. You've claimed to be an interior player. Why not play inside?" Davis retorted, "I had a better chance from the perimeter just now. Why should I venture inside?" Noticing the escalating dispute, Coach Ham felt compelled to intervene. He understood that for the team to secure victory, James and Davis needed to harmonize. He quickly called a timeout, gathering the players on the sidelines. "LeBron, Anthony, you two are the leaders of this team. You must guide your teammates to victory without squabbling." James waved his hand, assuring the coach, "I comprehend what needs to be done." Ham recognized that although he held the title of head coach, James was the true leader of the team. Overemphasizing his role would be futile. Players were more inclined to heed James's counsel. As the match resumed, James indeed altered his approach, becoming more assertive. He penetrated towards the basket, passing the ball to Hakamura beyond the three-point line. Hakamura hesitated, searching for Qin Chao's presence. If Qin were near, he would never dare to shoot. Hakamura, haunted by the shadow of Qin's defense, trembled at the mere sight of him. Although Qin was not beside Hakamura, he shouted, "Little Day, don't shoot. If you dare, I shall block you." Such intimidation might not affect other players, but it certainly had an impact on Hakamura. Upon hearing Qin's taunt, Hakamura felt his legs weaken, resulting in a clumsy air ball. Fortunately, Davis secured the rebound, effortlessly putting the ball into the basket. Following the score, Davis let out a fierce roar, gazing toward the sidelines at Qin, declaring, "We will not back down. Victory is destined to be ours." In response, a smile crept across Qin Chao and Oppos' face. "Anthony, stop deluding yourself. What do you have to secure the win?" As he spoke, Qin initiated an offensive advance. This time, he executed a pick and roll with Durant. After the screen, Qin launched a shot from beyond the arc, catching the Lakers off guard. Russell, tasked with defending against Qin, was not known for his defensive prowess and found himself utterly helpless against Qin's swift shooting. He could merely watch as Qin's three-pointer found its mark. Following the successful shot, Qin mockingly shook his head at Russell, saying, "Brother, just give up on defending me. You can't stop me, and it would be embarrassing to try." As Russell contemplated a rebuttal, James interjected, "Focus your energy on the game. Do not engage with him." Russell felt dismissed by James, recalling his harmonious relationships with teammates during his time with the Timberwolves, particularly with Towns and Wiggins. However, now in the Lakers, James reigned supreme, and every decision was dictated by him. Russell sensed his standing within the team diminishing and began contemplating a departure, gloomily dribbling the ball forward. Russell's discontent did not go unnoticed by Qin Chao. Recognizing Russell and Oppos' distracted state, Qin seized the moment, swiftly stealing the ball from his grasp and racing towards the front court to execute a thunderous slam dunk. Ham, unable to remain passive, substituted in Lonnie Walker, hoping his exceptional athleticism could contain Qin Chao. Prior to Walker's entrance, Ham advised, "No matter what, you must restrict Qin Chao. This is vital for our victory." Walker nodded vigorously, assuring, "Don't worry, coach. I will seize this opportunity." With that, Walker dashed onto the court, positioning himself beside Qin Chao. Qin, wearing a grin, remarked, "Your coach sent you to guard me, didn't he?" Walker, taken aback by Qin's insight, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, my task is to contain you with my relentless defense." Qin Chao smiled slightly. "Do you truly possess that capability?" Chapter 87. Standing up for teammates, confronting James. Upon hearing Qin Chao's words, Lonnie Walker hesitated. Although Walker possessed remarkable physical attributes, Qin Chao is undeniably the premier scorer in this realm. Faced with such a player, Walker felt uncertain. Noticing his indecision, a smile crept across Qin Chao's face. "If I were you, I would promptly run to the coach and apologize, informing him that you cannot contain me." Walker, however, dismissed Qin Chao's advice, asserting, "I will restrict you." He gritted his teeth as he spoke. Qin Chao maintained his disdainful smile, determined to defeat Lonnie Walker through action. The Lakers' offense once again revolved around the pick-and-roll between James and Davis. As soon as Qin Chao witnessed their maneuver, he couldn't help but scoff. "Can you not employ any other tactics? Relying solely on this pick-and-roll must be tedious." James retorted, "Not at all. Our synergy is unparalleled." Qin Chao ignored James, thinking anyone can boast. After the pick-and-roll, James did not linger outside. He chose to drive directly to the basket. Simultaneously, Davis followed closely behind. Recognizing their intent, Qin Chao shouted to his teammates, "Watch the paint. Be cautious of their impending attack." Upon hearing the command, Jordan immediately positioned himself under the basket, ready to contest James' shot. James delivered a lob pass, confident in Davis' leaping ability. He knew that Davis' vertical leap was unmatched in this arena, embodying the perfect center of the small ball era. Yet, he overlooked the presence of another player named Qin Chao. As anticipated, Qin Chao's timing was impeccable. He leapt into the air, executing a spectacular interception, snatching the basketball mid-flight. "Quickly fall back," Hem exclaimed from the sidelines, his urgency causing his voice to crack. A few star-studded fans nearby couldn't stifle their laughter at Ham's outburst. Ham was genuinely anxious. He understood Qin Chao's prowess and believed he would undoubtedly conclude this offensive play with an impressive score. His instincts proved correct as Qin seized control of the ball, soaring into the paint to execute a magnificent dunk from the free throw line. James could only shake his head in resignation. He felt that in his younger days, he could have contested that shot. However, the current James lacked the physical capabilities of his prime. He could only watch as Qin completed the dunk, shaking his head in disbelief. Durant excitedly rushed to Qin's side, enveloping him in an embrace. "Brother, your dunk was incredible. If you're not participating in this year's All-Star Dunk Contest, I won't watch it." Qin chuckled, replying, "Just for that remark, I shall definitely join the dunk contest." On the sidelines, Nash beamed at the sight of Qin and Durant sharing a heartfelt moment. He believed their partnership was truly formidable. He felt immense gratitude towards Qin, for without him, Nash may have faced the end of his coaching career after last season's defeat to the Bucks. Fortuitously, Qin not only rescued the Nets but also revitalized Nash's coaching journey. He resolved to treat Qin to a sumptuous meal after the game, expressing his heartfelt appreciation. Meanwhile, the game was far from over. The Lakers were unwilling to concede defeat on their home turf, especially their leader, LeBron James. James was acutely aware of the current narrative. Previously, he had been able to shift all blame onto Westbrook. However, with Westbrook's departure from the Lakers, the burden of blame now rested solely on James' shoulders. He understood that the front office had done all it could, acquiring the players he needed. If they still fell short against the Nets, the fault would lie solely with him. With these thoughts in mind, James turned to his teammates, declaring, "Brothers, we must win this game at all costs. Let us give it our all." With that, he charged toward the basket, reminiscent of his younger days. The crowd recalled the LeBron of the Cavaliers, sporting the iconic number 23 jersey. As he barreled toward the hoop, Jordan quickly switched to defend him, raising his arms in an attempt to block the shot. However, James, the King, still possessed superior athleticism. With a sudden burst of strength, he pushed through Jordan, forcefully slamming the ball into the basket. Bang! Jordan stumbled and fell to the ground. James stood triumphantly over him, glaring fiercely as he proclaimed, "I will not let you win." Before he could finish, he was unexpectedly shoved aside. Turning around, he found it was Qin Chao who had pushed him. James was taken aback. He had not anticipated Qin's strength. Given James's eyes, it was no small feat to move him, yet Qin had accomplished it effortlessly. Qin shook his head at James, stating, "Do not treat my teammate that way, or I shall not hold back." James was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Jordan, lying on the ground, felt a surge of warmth. Though an all-star caliber player, he was now in the twilight of his career, often feeling expendable on any team. Seeing his leader, Qin, stand up for him instilled a fierce loyalty in Jordan. He resolved to give his all for the Nets, even if it meant sacrificing himself on the court. With this determination, Jordan rose and pushed James aside, exclaiming, "LeBron, you will never defeat us." What troubled James most was that when Jordan shoved him, no one else stepped forward to support him. The Lakers' strategy may have been cohesive, but it fostered a sense of disunity. James sensed a lack of enforcers around him. If Tristan Thompson were present, he would undoubtedly have confronted Jordan head-on. Chapter 88. The Lakers in despair, witnessing youngly as the game reached its final moments. Only 5:58 remained on the clock, despite Paul being absent from the court. The sight of the number 58 evoked a sense of nostalgia in Qin Chao. The Nets were leading the Lakers 121-108. The Lakers initiated their offense, with the ball still firmly in the hands of LeBron James. James dribbled at the top of the arc with his left hand, gesturing vigorously with his right, urging his teammates to move and allowing him to fully utilize his playmaking prowess. James was regarded as the finest facilitator in the league, a title he held unchallenged until Qin Chao's emergence. On this occasion, James opted to pass the ball to Hachimura, positioned at a 45-degree angle, hoping to see him shine. Hachimura had previously demonstrated commendable three-point shooting skills, yet against the Nets, he had faltered, unable to showcase his offensive repertoire, having been effectively neutralized by Qin Chao. This was not the outcome James desired. He wished for Hachimura to step up and display his capabilities. However, Hachimura was evidently apprehensive of Qin Chao. Standing beyond the arc with the ball clutched in both hands, he found himself 2 steps away from Qin Chao. Even though Qin Chao did not advance towards him, Hachimura remained reluctant to take the shot. Frustrated, James shouted, "Shoot. What are you hesitating for?" Under the pressure of James and Oppo's command, Hachimura felt compelled to shoot. He hurriedly released the ball, but at the moment of his shot, Qin Chao swiftly closed in. Despite Hachimura's attempts to quicken his release, Qin Chao's speed proved too formidable. His shot missed, and the rebound was secured by Drummond. Drummond immediately hurled the ball forward, knowing that Qin Chao's pace surpassed that of anyone else. If he struck the backboard, it would surely be Qin Chao who would retrieve it. True to form, Qin Chao raced down the court like lightning, more akin to the Flash than the character from Zootopia. With a swift motion, Qin Chao claimed the rebound, leaped into the air, and executed a magnificent windmill dunk, sending the ball crashing through the hoop. The crowd erupted in jubilant roars, chanting, "Qin Chao, you are the strongest. Qin Chao, you are the best." However, the overwhelming cheers left Qin Chao feeling slightly bemused. He quipped, "Have you all been watching Slam Dunk? These chants are quite amusing." The Nets players were elated. Dinwiddie approached Qin Chao, exclaiming, "Brother, your physique is incredible. If I had your body, I would do nothing but dunk every day." Qin Chao replied, "I think you might not need to. You could just play Bitcoin instead." Dinwiddie shook his head in resignation. "You don't understand. The Bitcoin market is in a downturn. My investments have plummeted." Qin Chao chuckled, "I see why you're putting in so much effort on the court. It's all because of Bitcoin's decline." Dinwiddie sighed, reflecting on the fickle nature of fortune. At Bitcoin's peak, I was the richest in the NBA, surpassing even some small franchise owners. Now, I can only be considered middle class. While they conversed, the Lakers launched another offensive. Coach Ham recognized that Hachimura was no longer essential on the court and substituted him with the defensively adept Vanderbilt. He instructed Vanderbilt, "Lock down Qin Chao." Vanderbilt confidently responded, "Trust me, Coach, I will contain him." Alongside Vanderbilt was Rivers. The Lakers had a saying, "In prosperity, we rely on Davis. In adversity, we turn to James. And in desperation, we look to Little Lee," referring to Rivers. Indeed, once Rivers entered the game, he made an immediate impact. With a series of fakes, he drew a foul from Dinwiddie. Rivers stepped to the free throw line and confidently sank both shots. The Nets retaliated, with Dinwiddie dribbling forward, eager to prove himself, especially given the current Bitcoin market. Fueled by determination, he charged towards the basket, surprising even his own teammates with his aggressive play, a stark contrast to his usual style of playmaking, particularly after his injury. As Dinwiddie accelerated toward the rim, he attempted a high-arching floater over the towering Davis, but the ball circled the rim before rolling off. Davis secured the rebound and promptly passed it to Rivers, who initiated a fast break. Rivers, maintaining his rapid pace, reached the front court and delivered the ball to Davis beneath the basket. This was Rivers' hallmark. He excelled not only in scoring but also in facilitating plays. Many fans regarded him as the Lakers and Oppo's second-best passer after James. Upon receiving the ball, Davis rose and emphatically slammed it through the hoop, narrowing the deficit to within 10 points. However, Nash remained unperturbed, knowing that with Qin Chao and Durant on the court, he had a solid foundation to rely on. True to Nash and Oppo's faith, the next defensive play resulted in a score for the Nets. A seamless connection between Qin Chao and Durant unfolded. After a screen, Qin Chao attracted a double team beyond the arc, allowing Durant to slip to the basket. Qin Chao delivered the ball to Durant, who soared and executed a spectacular dunk. This pivotal moment sealed the game, extinguishing any remaining hope the Lakers had of victory. As the final buzzer sounded, the Nets triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 138-126, claiming their first victory in Los Angeles. The following day, they were set to face the Clippers on the same court. After the match, the players began to celebrate their victory, dancing and cheering with unbridled joy. Chapter 89. The aloof Durant had no time to revel in victory alongside his teammates. His focus was diverted to the sidelines, where he spotted a woman he had long admired. Indeed, it was Scarlett Johansson. Although Scarlett was no longer in her youth, now in her 30s, she remained the goddess of Durant and Oppo's dreams. Scarlett, what brings you here? Are you here to watch me play? Durant asked her gently. Scarlett shook her head, providing her answer. Not quite. I'm here to see Qin Chao. Upon hearing this, Durant felt a chill envelop his heart. He turned to Qin and said, Could you please ask Scarlett if I might take a picture with her? Qin Chao chuckled. KD, you and Oppo's, re no longer a kid. Why haven't you changed at all? Do you still wish to drink Scarlett's bathwater? Durant nodded earnestly. Indeed, I still dream of that. It has been my lifelong aspiration. Qin Chao replied, KD. It's one thing to share this with me, but never mention it to Scarlett. She would surely think you were completely deranged. Durant looked at Qin with a hint of helplessness. What can I do? I genuinely adore her. Qin shook his head. Brother, that's not love. It's pure obsession. Durant felt resigned, having heard this sentiment from many before. Back when he was on the same team as James Harden, Harden had voiced similar observations more than once. Though reluctant to admit it, the frequency of these comments compelled Durant to acknowledge the truth. At that moment, Scarlett approached Qin Chao and asked, Qin, I really like you. Do you have a girlfriend? Qin appeared somewhat flustered, unsure how to respond. Even if he were single, dating Scarlett would be inappropriate. Given their age difference, she was over a decade older. With a smile, Qin replied, I have a girlfriend, and not just one. Scarlett initially frowned but quickly smiled again. That's fine. A person like you is bound to have many admirers. Even if you have one, I like you. Surely, you wouldn't mind adding another? Hearing this, both Qin and Durant felt exasperated. Durant, unable to hold back, exclaimed to Scarlett, Scarlett, I'm single. I could date you. I've liked you since childhood. Scarlett retorted. Fine, then you can leave. Durant pondered, both Qin and I are players, top-tier stars. Yet why is there such a disparity? Qin is a heartthrob, while I am merely a nobody. Despite Durant's earnest confession, Scarlett remained indifferent, even displaying a sense of aversion. All right, KD, let us hurry back to the locker room. Qin urged. Scarlett quickly interjected. After your game, are you free? Let us go out together. Before Qin could respond, Durant eagerly chimed in. Sure, can I join? Scarlett confirmed. Of course, but you must bring Qin along. Durant sighed and replied, no problem. Upon hearing this, Qin realized he couldn't decline. He had to make an appearance at the gathering. Back in the locker room, Qin and Durant hurried to freshen up. Durant was growing increasingly impatient, urging Qin, hurry up. We still have a party to attend. Qin, looking at Durant with a hint of resignation, asked, KD, do you know why Scarlett doesn't tea you? Durant, bewildered, asked, why is that? Qin explained, no celebrity enjoys the company of a sycophant like you. Durant sighed, what can I do? If I don't act this way, she completely ignores me. Qin, exasperated, retorted, but if you keep behaving like this, will she ever like you? Durant found himself at a loss for words, as Scarlett had indeed shown no affection and seemed rather annoyed by him. Desperate, Durant looked at Qin. Do you have any good advice on how to resolve this dilemma? Qin shared his perspective. A star like Scarlett has too many admirers. You need to stand out. Be more aloof. Durant nodded fervently. I didn't realize you were a relationship guru. Qin waved his hand dismissively. I'm no guru. I just happen to know a bit more than you. Durant mused that it wasn't Oppo's difficult to know more than him. Nearly everyone did. His first love had been taken by a vagabond, leaving him with emotional scars. Yet, even as he transformed into a devoted admirer, true love remained elusive, which deeply troubled Durant. Following Qin's advice, Durant decided to make a change. Upon exiting the locker room, he donned a trench coat and suit. Qin was taken aback. KD, what are you doing? The weather in Los Angeles is nearly 30 degrees. Aren't you hot and all that? Durant shook his head. Qin, didn't you say I should appear more aloof? Don't I look quite cool in this? Qin, shaking his head in disbelief, replied, Brother, you look anything but aloof. You look positively overheated. I bet Scarlett will burst into laughter when she sees you. Durant looked at Qin, puzzled. Really? I find that hard to believe. Durant thought he looked rather dashing, hoping to catch Scarlett's attention. However, moments later, when he encountered her, he felt the sting of her disdainful gaze. Did you just return from the Arctic? Why are you dressed like that? Scarlett questioned. Her expression one of disgust. With a sigh, Durant said, I thought you would appreciate my attire. Scarlett shot back. No sane person would like that. Everyone will find you laughable, a complete joke. Despair washed over Durant as he absorbed her words. Chapter 90. An unconventional gathering. Durant and Qin Chao attended a gathering organized by Scarlett. This soiree was not merely a showcase for Scarlett. It was a veritable constellation of stars. As Qin Chao surveyed the scene, he marveled at the plethora of Hollywood actresses present, rendering even Scarlett somewhat unremarkable in comparison. Yet Durant was utterly transfixed, his gaze fixated solely on Scarlett, neglecting all others. Qin Chao could not help but advise Durant, KD, you might want to ease up. You can end Oppos. T just stare at her like that. At this rate, you risk coming off as a total loser. Durant looked at Qin Chao in astonishment. Is it really that obvious? Qin Chao nodded affirmatively, quite so. At that moment, Durant epitomized the quintessential down-and-out type of guy. And it was becoming increasingly difficult for Qin Chao to pull him back from the brink. Resigned, he decided to let nature take its course. Durant inched closer to Scarlett. But each time he approached, she would recoil in distaste, prompting a tug-of-war between the two. While Qin Chao sipped his drink and observed their antics, someone unexpectedly approached him. Turning to his side, he was delighted to find Kendall Jenner, the youngest of the famed Kardashian clan, standing beside him. Qin, I'm so thrilled to see you. Kendall exclaimed with palpable excitement. Qin Chao waved dismissively. What is there to be excited about? I and Oppos, am hardly a celebrity. Kendall laughed heartily. Oh, Qin, you're joking, right? You're one of the most significant figures in the world. Surprised, Qin Chao asked, how do you know I'm significant? Kendall initially misunderstood his tone. But once she grasped it, her cheeks flushed crimson. You're such a tease. If Durant had uttered the same words, they would have been classic down-and-out remarks, potentially leading to accusations of harassment. Yet, when spoken by Qin Chao, they radiated pure humor, highlighting the distinction between them. Qin, do you have a girlfriend? Kendall inquired directly, undeterred by social niceties. She had a natural affinity for NBA stars. Qin Chao smiled and shook his head. Not at the moment. A joyful smile spread across Kendall and Oppos' face. Then would you consider me? I don't have a boyfriend either. Qin Chao was taken aback. Really? I heard you've been linked to numerous NBA players. Some say your exes could form an entire starting lineup. Upon hearing this, Kendall wore an expression of mock despair. Those are mere rumors, just frivolous gossip. A true star has rumors surrounding them. Observing Kendall and Oppos' figure and beauty, Qin Chao instantly understood why so many athletes were drawn to her. With such allure, who could resist? Sounds good, but we should start with getting to know each other first. Kendall replied with a playful smile. Of course. Would you like to begin by understanding my physique or my personality? Qin Chao replied candidly. For us basketball players, physicality is crucial. Only with a strong body can we dominate on the court. Kendall immediately understood his intention. No problem. After the gathering, we can get to know each other better. My physical endurance is impressive. Don and Oppos, forget who my father is. Qin Chao was well aware that the Kardashian daughters were renowned for their physical attributes. Compared to her more ostentatious sisters, Kendall was more universally appealing, striking a perfect balance that catered to both Western tastes and Eastern aesthetics. A rare find indeed. As they engaged in light-hearted banter, Scarlett Johansson could no longer contain her jealousy. A wave of possessiveness washed over her, propelling her to approach Qin Chao and Kendall. What are you two chatting about? Include me in the conversation, she interjected, leaning in closer. Kendall, unfazed, replied, Sister, after this gathering, Qin and I are heading to my place for a delightful date. Scarlett seethed internally but maintained her composure in front of Qin Chao, forcing a smile. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Might I join? I have plenty of experience in this area. You two are quite young and could use some guidance. Durant, having perked up, leaned in eagerly. How could such a gathering be complete without me? Count me in. Scarlett and Kendall simultaneously retorted, "Not a chance." Qin Chao waved Durant off. "Buddy, you might want to head back to the hotel. This gathering isn't quite suited for you." Reluctantly, Durant exited the scene, leaving Qin Chao, Scarlett, and Kendall to enjoy the next gathering, which consisted solely of the three of them. In this intimate setting, a hint of awkwardness lingered. To alleviate the tension, Scarlett proposed a role-play scenario. She would assume the persona of the famed Black Widow, while she assigned Qin Chao the role of Captain America. Kendall, unable to contain herself, chimed in, "You both have roles. You must give me one too. I grew up watching superhero films." After a moment's thought, Scarlett designated Kendall as Catwoman. This allowed the trio to engage in playful, improvised antics. They laughed and reveled in each other and Appo's as company until dawn. With a note of concern, Scarlett said, "Oh dear, Qin. I've kept you from resting. Do you have a game today?" Qin Chao waved her off, not to worry. This gathering was far more enjoyable than any match could be. The two girls exchanged knowing smiles, and Kendall quipped, "Then let us continue tonight." Chapter 91. Westbrook bullying Durant. Qin Chao found himself in the Nets and Appo's training facility, where he noticed Durant sulking and ignoring him. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qin approached Durant and inquired, "KD, what troubles you? Who has offended you?" With gritted teeth, Durant replied, "Who else could it be? It's you. If it weren't for you, Scarlett and I would have surely gone on a date last night." Qin thought to himself, "You are truly mistaken. Even if every man in this world perished, Scarlett would never choose to date you." However, being a considerate teammate, Qin was reluctant to hurt Durant and Appo's feelings. He quickly smiled and said, "KD, I spoke to Scarlett last night and asked her what kind of boy she likes. She mentioned she likes those who excel at basketball. If you perform exceptionally tonight, perhaps she may take an interest in you." Upon hearing this, Durant's spirits lifted. Did Scarlett really say that? With her words, "I shall give my all on the court." With that, Durant began to practice diligently. Seeing Durant and Appo's fervor, Qin felt a surge of joy. His plan was indeed fruitful, as Durant and Appo's enthusiasm was rekindled by such encouragement. Once again, Durant transformed into the basketball enthusiast he once was, his focus solely on the game. After a rigorous training session, Durant found his rhythm. The Nets prepared for their second matchup at the Staples Center against the Clippers. The starting lineup for the Clippers included Russell Westbrook, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, Marcus Morris, and Zubac, while the Nets lineup featured Dinwiddie, Qin Chao, Joe Harris, Durant, and Drummond. ESPN broadcasted the game live, with Jeff Van Gundy and Mark Jackson serving as commentators. The match commenced with Drummond and Zubac in a jump ball. The formidable Drummond gained the upper hand, directing the ball to Dinwiddie, who swiftly advanced it to the frontcourt and initiated an offensive play. Westbrook, defending against Dinwiddie, employed physical tactics, relentlessly pressuring him. This behavior incensed Durant, who exclaimed, "Russ, that's a foul. After all these years, how have you not improved? You're still reckless." Westbrook, infuriated by Durant's words, shot back, "KD, who are you to criticize me? Are you not aware of your own worth? You're nothing but a washed-up player." The two began to argue heatedly on the court, prompting teammates to intervene. "All right, KD." Don and Appo's stooped to his level. Upon hearing Qin and Appo's words, Durant sighed. Westbrook, still fuming, challenged, "If you and Appo's truly that skilled, lead your team to victory against us. Otherwise, stop boasting." Paul George attempted to mediate, saying, "Come on, brother, what's the point? You and KD used to be teammates and shared a good relationship." Westbrook, dismissing George, retorted, "Don and Appo's mentioned that. It's the greatest humiliation of my life. My biggest regret is being friends with him." Durant, undeterred, responded, "Russ, since leaving you, I have won 3 championships, while you haven't even touched the conference finals again. Is there really any debate over who is superior?" This remark deeply provoked Westbrook. "Enough of your useless chatter. Are you brave enough to face me in a one-on-one?" Durant extended his hand for the ball, which Dinwiddie promptly passed to him. With the ball in hand, Durant decided to challenge Westbrook directly. Qin felt anxious, knowing that in previous encounters, Durant had often been blocked by Westbrook. Though he wished to intervene, Durant's resolve was unwavering. As Durant prepared for his signature mid-range shot, Westbrook yelled, "I knew it. You coward. You will choose a jumper instead of driving against me." Stung by Westbrook's taunt, Durant's shooting accuracy faltered, and his shot clanged off the rim. Typically, such a shot would be a certainty for Durant, yet he missed. Zubac seized the rebound, and the Clippers launched a counterattack. Historically, the Clippers had been a slow-paced team, preferring to wear down their opponents methodically. However, with Westbrook aboard, they now favored fast breaks, with Westbrook and Oppos as elite speed. It was nearly impossible for them not to push the tempo. Westbrook stormed down the court, and Durant sprinted back to defend, having just been outmaneuvered by Westbrook. Durant was determined to return the favor with tenacious defense. Yet, Westbrook disregarded Durant entirely, growing more resolute as he faced the challenge. In a powerful drive, Westbrook soared to the basket, finishing over Durant's defense while drawing a foul. He let out a triumphant roar, and the Staples Center erupted in chants of MVP. Clearly, Westbrook still commanded significant fanfare in this arena, a stark contrast to the boos he received during his time with the Lakers, with the crowd's fervor echoing around him. Westbrook approached the free throw line, continuing to hurl insults at Durant. KD, you're trash. Your performance on both ends of the court is pathetic. You truly are a soft player in the annals of history. Durant felt the sting of Westbrook and Oppos' words, yet he found himself powerless against him. Now, he realized he couldn't match Westbrook's trash talk, nor could he withstand his dominance on the court. Westbrook's bullying left Durant feeling utterly defeated, as if he were on the verge of tears. Chapter 92. The off-season champion team. At this juncture, Qin Chao approached Durant. While he was not entirely pleased with Durant's actions in certain matters, it was essential to recognize their current status as teammates. Qin Chao felt compelled to offer Durant additional support. Thus, he addressed him with enthusiasm. KD, do not forget that Scarlett is watching this game. She will be cheering for you from the sidelines, so you must perform exceptionally. Upon hearing this, Durant immediately perked up. Indeed, Scarlett was present, but her gaze was not directed at Durant. Her cheers were reserved for Qin Chao, as she fervently shouted, Qin Chao, go! Qin Chao, you must win this game. Determined to validate his prowess, Durant attempted another mid-range shot. When focused, it was exceedingly challenging for anyone in the league to contain him. The opponents could merely watch as he effortlessly sank the basketball, followed by the jubilant cheers of the Nets bench. A faint smile crept onto Durant's face as he turned to glance at Scarlett. Before she could speak, Westbrook interjected, KD, you loser. You'll never get a taste of Scarlett and Oppos' bathwater. This remark ignited more ire in Durant than any criticism of his basketball skills. He was immediately incensed, retorting, Russ, stop talking nonsense and shut that foul mouth of yours. As longtime teammates and rivals, Westbrook was well aware of what provoked Durant the most. He knew such taunts would infuriate him, and thus he persisted, dismantling Durant and Oppos' confidence further. Not only will you never partake in her bathwater, you'll never even touch her foot bath. It's a lifelong impossibility. At last, Durant could bear it no longer and erupted with fury. He stepped forward and forcefully shoved Westbrook, nearly toppling him. Marcus Morris, who played the enforcer role on the team, was not pleased. Witnessing one of his teammates being bullied, he promptly stepped in to confront Durant. Qin Chao hastily intervened, urging, KD, do not retaliate. This is clearly a ploy from the opposing team. You must stay on the court. If you leave, Scarlett won't see your performance. Mentioning Scarlett struck a chord with Durant, prompting him to realize his misstep. He began to regain his composure, redirecting his focus to the game. The verbal sparring subsided, giving way to a renewed concentration on the court. The Clippers initiated their offensive play, with the basketball in the hands of Kawhi Leonard, while Qin Chao defended against him. Leonard employed a post-up strategy, repeatedly backing into Qin Chao. However, he was unprepared for Qin Chao's swift defensive maneuver. In a flash, Qin Chao executed a rapid steal, snatching the ball from Leonard's grasp. Following the steal, he surged forward, dazzling the crowd with a spectacular soaring dunk. After scoring, Qin Chao beamed, relishing the thunderous MVP chants erupting from the audience. The fans in Los Angeles were notably more exuberant than those elsewhere. They showed no restraint in their applause for a remarkable performance. The cheer resonated with Qin Chao, and as he turned to the sidelines, he noticed Scarlett was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, on the verge of fainting. Kendall Jenner shared a similar expression. Both women truly enamored with Qin Chao. Their affections had deepened significantly after their interaction the previous night. As Qin Chao retreated to the backcourt, he waved at them, only to unexpectedly collide with Marcus Morris. It was evident that Morris had intended this collision, attempting to injure Qin Chao through such a careless bump. This tactic mirrored that of his brother, Markieff Morris, who had similarly provoked Jokic in the past, leading to a heated exchange between them and their respective entourages. Morris's actions were reminiscent of his twin, yet Qin Chao remained unscathed. Drummond intervened, positioning himself before Qin Chao, addressing Morris. What are you doing, kid? Don't think your trickery will succeed. We see through your intentions. Morris shrugged nonchalantly, feigning ignorance. What are you talking about? I was just running normally. Qin Chao pushed past Drummond, realizing it was futile to reason with someone so shameless. Drummond nodded, affirming, "You're right, Qin, with someone like him. Words are useless. He deserves a good beating." In the midst of their conversation, the Clippers launched a new offensive, now with Paul George in possession of the ball. The team and Oppo's strategy was straightforward. Before Westbrook and Oppo's arrival, the Clippers primarily relied on their two forwards, Kawhi and Paul, taking turns to execute isolation plays. They were perhaps the most isolation-dependent team in the league. George, with the ball firmly in his grasp, executed a smooth pull-up jumper. Swish. His mid-range shot found its mark, adding 2 points to the scoreboard, and a grin spread across George's face. However, Jeff Van Gundy shook his head, expressing skepticism. "I find it difficult to believe this Clippers team will make any significant progress this season. Their strategy is far too simplistic." His commentary partner, Mark Jackson, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Jeff, they lack any substantial tactics. It's all isolation, and with such a style, how can they expect to advance?" Both men had served as NBA head coaches, and their perspective on a team's future hinged not merely on the presence of star players, but also on their tactical approach. Currently, this Clippers team was devoid of any noteworthy strategy. Their assertions were not without merit. Each offseason, the Clippers garnered high expectations from fans, renowned as the offseason champions. Yet when the time came for genuine competition, they frequently struggled to achieve breakthroughs. Chapter 93, Ballmer wants to build a stadium. As the first quarter concluded, the Brooklyn Nets held a narrow lead over the Los Angeles Clippers, with a score of 35-30. Observing the score disparity, Tyronn Lue expressed his dissatisfaction. "Gentlemen, you are privileged to have the finest owner. Do not forget the generosity he has bestowed upon you. You must honor his faith in you." Lue's fervent words were a heartfelt appeal, as he directly invoked the name of the team's owner, Steve Ballmer. Ballmer, a co-founder of Microsoft, now donned the mantle of head coach for the Clippers, wielding unchallenged authority within the organization. Unlike his days at Microsoft where he answered to Bill Gates, in the realm of the Clippers, he was the sole decision-maker, with no one daring to oppose him. His wealth, as the richest owner in the NBA, allowed him to be exceedingly generous, granting players substantial salaries along with exceptional benefits, particularly to the team stars, Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. When Leonard was contemplating his departure from the Raptors, many anticipated he would join the Lakers, yet he unexpectedly chose the Clippers. This decision was heavily influenced by Ballmer, who not only provided him with a competitive salary but also promised support in various business ventures, a considerable incentive for Leonard. Lue's impassioned speech indeed reinvigorated the Clippers players. Upon re-entering the court, they displayed an entirely transformed spirit. The Clippers launched an offensive, with Leonard passing the ball to Powell, affectionately dubbed Bokobi. As Powell received the ball, Seth Curry surged forward. Curry had often been criticized for his defensive capabilities, with many believing he was even less adept than his brother, Stephen. However, Powell and Oppo's prowess as a prolific scorer shone through as he deftly maneuvered past Curry with a series of feints, ultimately driving to the basket. With a resounding clash of bodies, Curry was forcefully knocked aside as Powell made his way to the hoop. Confronted by DeAndre Jordan's defensive presence, Powell executed a graceful layup, securing 2 points. Behind the basketball hoop sat their owner, Ballmer, who, witnessing Powell's remarkable shot, leapt to his feet, exuberantly waving his arms and proclaiming, "Fantastic. I shall reward you with a bonus after the game." The excitement in Powell's eyes was palpable. For a role player like him, such acknowledgement was a rare treasure. Not only did Powell excel on the offensive end, but he also intensified his defensive efforts. He faced off against Qin Chao, who dribbled forward, prompting Powell to leap into action, his arms reaching for a steal. Yet, Qin Chao and Oppo's ball handling was impeccable as he surged down the court, orchestrating play from the perimeter. At that moment, Durant approached Qin Chao, extending his hand and saying, "Brother, pass me the ball. Scarlett is watching from the sidelines, and I must make an impression." Upon hearing this, Qin Chao promptly delivered the ball to Durant. However, Scarlett and Oppo's attention waned as she saw Qin Chao pass, showing little interest in Durant and Oppo's performance. Opposing Durant was Paul George. Faced with George and Oppo's defense, Durant executed a dramatic crossover, accelerating towards the basket. Mark Jackson, commentating from the sidelines, gasped at the sight, marveling at Durant and Oppo's incredible speed, which seemed unfathomable for a player of his height. Jeff Van Gundy chimed in, reminding viewers that a Sports Illustrated test once revealed Durant's speed matched that of Allen Iverson. Despite Durant's extraordinary speed, he had seldom showcased it since joining the Nets, particularly after suffering an Achilles injury. However, the presence of Scarlett Johansson at the sidelines motivated him to treat this game as crucial. As he reached the basket, he delivered a clean and emphatic dunk. After the play, Durant glanced toward the sidelines, hoping for a response from Scarlett, but she remained indifferent. Her interest solely focused on Qin Chao. Realizing that Scarlett had missed his spectacular dunk left Durant feeling disheartened. He muttered to himself, honestly, how can she not appreciate such an incredible play? Qin Chao suppressed the urge to respond, understanding that women often attend games for reasons beyond mere gameplay. The Clippers initiated another round of offense, this time placing the ball in Leonard's hands. Leonard opted for a back-to-the-basket play, a maneuver often employed by seasoned perimeter players. After receiving the ball, Leonard backed down against Qin Chao. After a couple of strong pushes, Leonard was taken aback by Qin Chao and Oppo's formidable resistance. He had not anticipated such strength from him. Historically, Leonard had utilized this tactic against elite defenders with ease, but now he felt unprecedented pressure against Qin Chao. Ultimately, he resorted to a fading jump shot. To his surprise, Qin Chao swatted Leonard's shot with authority, leaving Leonard bewildered. It appeared as though Qin Chao had some sort of unfair advantage on the court. Such a remarkable block from a player of Qin Chao's stature was nothing short of astonishing, inciting chants of MVP from the crowd. Witnessing this scene, Ballmer's frustration boiled over, prompting him to call his assistant with urgency. We must construct our own arena. No longer will we play at Staples Center. Taken aback, the assistant stammered, but sir, building a stadium requires a substantial investment. Ballmer resolutely replied, I am aware, but that is inconsequential. Execute my vision. We must erect a venue more magnificent than Staples. With no other option, the assistant acquiesced to Ballmer's demands. Chapter 94. The contemporary Jordan. As the first half of the game concluded, both teams' players retreated to their respective locker rooms. Among the returning players was the Clippers owner, Ballmer, who appeared visibly displeased with the team's performance. He did not hesitate to express his dissatisfaction, declaring, your performance in the first half was utterly abysmal. There was no sign of teamwork whatsoever. Following this, he turned his gaze towards the head coach, Tyronn Lue. The coach felt a hint of trepidation, sensing that Ballmer was poised to unleash his criticism upon him. Indeed, Ballmer's expression was stern as he continued, as the head coach, shouldn't you possess some tactical acumen? Throughout the entire first half, all I witnessed were individual plays. You were thoroughly outmaneuvered by the opposing coach. Lue, upon hearing such remarks, felt a pang of indignation, deeming them unjust. After all, the opposing coach, Steve Nash, did not seem to be notably superior. The opposing team excelled largely due to the performance of a player named Qin Chao, who dominated the court and overshadowed his teammates. However, Lue found himself unable to voice this perspective to Ballmer, who was clearly in a foul mood and unlikely to listen. Thus, he could only nod in silence, enduring the rebuke. Next, Ballmer approached the newly acquired player, Russell Westbrook. Russ, I expect you to invigorate the team. There has been no discernible improvement since last season, and I hold you accountable for that. Upon hearing this, Westbrook felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. What have I earned since joining the Clippers? You have two players making over $40 million, yet you choose to criticize me, a player earning $780,000. Where's the fairness in that? He simmered with indignation, prompting his close friend Paul George to intervene. Boss, I believe it and Oppo's. It's unfair to place all the blame on Russ. We all share responsibility. Ballmer immediately retorted, sit down. Do you think you can escape my scrutiny? Next, I will address both you and Kawhi. Kawhi, upon hearing this, felt unfairly targeted, as if he were an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. With no recourse, both players listened intently to Ballmer's critique. You two have performed dismally. Your scoring efficiency has been alarmingly low. The two players lowered their heads in silence. Ballmer continued, I expect you to emulate the stellar performances of the opposing superstars, Qin Chao and KD, and lead our team to victory. After a thorough reprimand, Ballmer shook his head, stating, I won't say much more. It's time to let your performance speak for itself. Tyronn Lue felt helpless, thinking to himself that despite Ballmer's insistence on brevity, he had monopolized the halftime discussion, leaving little time for strategic planning. Soon, the second half commenced, with both teams maintaining their starting lineups. The Clippers initiated the offense, and Westbrook, fueled by anger from Ballmer's tirade, charged towards the basket recklessly. However, he collided directly with Drummond. The referee's whistle blew, and Westbrook was called for an offensive foul. On the sidelines, Ballmer, a bald figure, waved his fists in frustration, contemplating whether to unleash his ire upon Westbrook for his dismal performance. He promptly approached Liu, demanding, "Substitute him immediately." Liu, feeling cornered, replied, "Who should I replace him with? He's our best point guard." Ballmer shouted back, "I don't care. Anyone will do. I refuse to watch him on the court any longer." With no other option, Liu replaced Westbrook with Eric Gordon, a player the Clippers had long coveted. However, Liu soon discovered that Gordon was not as effective as anticipated, as age had dulled his once sharp skills. The game continued, with the Nets launching an attack. Qin Chao executed a pick-and-roll with Drummond, who effectively blocked Gordon's defense. Zubac hesitated, uncertain whether to challenge. In that fleeting moment, Qin Chao launched a three-pointer, which swished through the net. After scoring, Qin Chao mockingly gestured to Gordon, suggesting it was time for him to retire due to his sluggishness. Gordon hung his head in defeat. Unlike Westbrook, who would have confronted Qin Chao head-on, Gordon lacked such confrontational spirit, choosing instead to retreat. At that moment, the Clippers' most tenacious player, Marcus Morris, approached Qin Chao, ready to defend his teammates' honor. However, Drummond intervened, pushing Morris away. "What do you think you're doing?" Morris found himself at a loss. On the sidelines, Liu shouted, "Focus on our offense. Don and Appos, T get distracted." Reluctantly, Morris sprinted to the front court. Meanwhile, Leonard held the ball at the top of the arc, facing off against Kevin Durant. Known for his defensive shortcomings, Durant aimed to prove he could contain Leonard. The two engaged in a physical battle, with Durant standing his ground against Leonard's drive. Forced to resort to a challenging fadeaway shot, Michael Jordan's signature move, Leonard, often dubbed the modern-day Jordan, failed to convert, missing the basket. The ball ricocheted off the rim and into Drummond and Appos' grasp. Aware that Qin Chao was poised to showcase his talents, Drummond swiftly launched the ball forward. Chapter 95, Little Curry and Amp, Appos' showdown with the ex-boyfriend at this moment. Qin Chao surged forward like a bullet propelled from a gun. He received a pass from Drummond and leapt with grace, slamming the ball into the hoop with tremendous force. The crowd erupted with a resounding cheer as yet another spectacular dunk unfolded. After scoring, Qin Chao pounded his chest with fervor, igniting a flurry of excitement among the numerous female fans present. They found his image to be the epitome of their ideal man, handsomer than any youthful heartthrob. He was, without a doubt, the most handsome man in the world. "Qin Chao, I want to marry you." "Qin Chao, here's my number. Remember to call me after the game." "Qin Chao, I can hardly wait to have your children." The female fans were absolutely ecstatic. As Qin Chao retreated, he playfully remarked to Seth Curry, "Seth, are the female fans from your beautiful country always this enthusiastic and forward?" Seth Curry shook his head, replying, "Only for you, my friend. I wish I could experience such treatment." Observing Seth's regretful expression, Qin Chao playfully delivered a light kick to him and said through clenched teeth, "Seth, that kick was from your wife." Seth pouted, "What was that for?" "I merely spoke the truth." Qin Chao raised his hand, warning, "If you dare to speak nonsense again, I will inform your wife." Seth quickly shook his head, "Please don't tell her. If you do, I want to be able to get out of bed tomorrow." Seth and Appos' wife was none other than the daughter of Doc Rivers, the head coach of the 76ers. Despite Rivers and Appos' less than stellar appearance, his daughter possessed considerable beauty. Not only did she have a boyfriend like Seth Curry, but her ex was the renowned Paul George. This connection motivated Seth to exert extra effort when facing the Clippers. The Clippers launched a new offensive. Dribbling forward was Eric Gordon, who was more of a shooting guard than a point guard. However, the Clippers had no choice but to assign him to the point position. Once he reached the front court, his task became straightforward: deliver the ball to Paul George. As soon as George received the pass, Seth Curry rushed at him. Initially, George was puzzled by Seth and Appos' hostility and proceeded with the offensive strategy. Yet, as Seth's defensive approach intensified, George realized something was amiss. He quickly signaled his teammates to move. At that moment, Qin Chao joined in, and together they executed a fierce double team on Paul George. George thought to himself, "Who did I offend? Why is everyone suddenly targeting me?" He found himself unable to evade their defense, and Qin Chao deftly swiped the ball from his hands. After securing the steal, Qin Chao raced down the court, with George in hot pursuit, unaware of Seth trailing behind him. Upon reaching the basket, Qin Chao executed a no-look pass to Seth, who promptly launched a three-pointer, eliminating his rival. After sinking the three, Seth exuberantly leaped into Qin Chao's embrace to celebrate. "Brother, I can't thank you enough. Playing alongside you is a dream." A smile graced Qin Chao's face as he affectionately ruffled Seth's hair, saying, Your brother says the same. The Clippers initiated another offensive. This time, Eric Gordon hesitated to pass to Paul George, opting instead for Leonard. The other players spread out, allowing Kawhi to go one-on-one against Durant. This time, Kawhi chose not to back down, realizing that Durant's height would allow him to contest a post move. Instead, he opted for a straightforward drive, skillfully maneuvering past defenders. As he approached the basket, he encountered Drummond and Oppo's formidable block. Nevertheless, Kawhi and Oppo's strength prevailed as he powered through Drummond to score. Durant approached Qin Chao with a hint of jealousy, saying, "Qin, why did you help Seth on defense and not me? If you had joined me to double-team Kawhi, we could have stopped him." Qin Chao began to understand why so many girls were not fond of Durant. Who would be attracted to a man who harbored jealousy? "I trusted your abilities." "You're far more skilled than Seth," Qin Chao replied. Hearing this, Durant conceded that there was some truth to it and ceased his complaints. However, he still sought to tease Qin Chao, stating, as punishment, "You owe me an assist this time." Qin Chao chuckled, "That's a simple task. Our pick and roll will resolve everything." After that, they executed a flawless pick and roll. Qin Chao attracted heavy defensive attention from the opposing nets, leaving Durant with ample space. Once again, Qin Chao delivered a no-look pass to Durant, who effortlessly pulled up for a three-pointer. As the point differential remained stubbornly unchanged, Tyronn Lue could no longer sit idle. He understood all too well that team owner Steve Ballmer was eager for a victory. Losing this game at home would not sit well with him. Lue realized it was time to take a gamble. He addressed his players, "Gentlemen, we will now implement a small ball lineup. I hope each of you can fully engage and elevate your performance." With that, Lue altered the lineup to feature Man, Leonard, Paul George, Batum, and Covington, a pure wing lineup that other teams envied for its potential to achieve remarkable results. However, they were up against the formidable Nets. The team fortified by Qin Chao and Durant. On the sidelines, Jeff Van Gundy asked Mark Jackson, "Mark, do you think the Clippers and Oppo's small lineup can gain an advantage?" Mark Jackson shook his head. "I find it difficult, as the Nets will not grant them any opportunities." Chapter 96. Sinking the fast ship. The match between the two teams continued. Man initiated the offense while handling the ball. He dribbled into the front court, passed the ball to Kawhi, and then swiftly made his way to the corner. Kawhi Leonard, now at the top of the arc, faced off against Qin Chao. Upon realizing that Qin Chao was defending him, Kawhi felt a twinge of anxiety. He was acutely aware of Qin Chao's formidable defensive prowess and feared that Qin Chao could effectively neutralize him. Consequently, he contemplated passing the ball. At that moment, Ballmer shouted from the sidelines, "Don't be afraid, take him on." This rallying cry left Kawhi with no choice but to go for a strong play. Stealing himself, he executed a deceptive move and attempted to drive towards the basket. However, Qin Chao was not one to concede easily. Suddenly, he struck. A sharp clap echoed as he swatted the basketball away. Following the steal, Qin Chao surged towards the front court with remarkable speed. Kawhi Leonard, not known for his quickness, found it impossible to keep pace with Qin Chao. He could only watch helplessly as Qin Chao approached the basket. Ballmer, once again, bellowed, "Keep him from scoring. Don't let him through." With no other option, Kawhi launched himself to contest the shot. Both players soared into the air, engaging in a fierce physical confrontation. Despite Kawhi's valiant defense, Qin Chao managed to score, placing the ball deftly through the hoop. After the basket, Qin Chao disdainfully shook his head at Kawhi, saying, "Kawhi, your defense is lacking." Kawhi Leonard thought to himself, "What are you talking about? My defense is among the best in the world. It can only be said that your offensive skills are too superior." The game continued, but Ballmer had already exited the arena, unable to bear the sight any longer. He recognized that his team had little hope of victory with Qin Chao on the court. Rather than seething in frustration, he preferred to enjoy a drink at a bar. Both teams continued to clash fiercely. Tyronn Lue, in a desperate situation, pinned all his hopes on a small ball lineup. However, this five-small arrangement did not perform as he had envisioned, primarily due to the presence of Qin Chao on the court. Qin Chao and Oppo's ability to dismantle defenses was astonishing. His passes cut through the defense with precision, leaving the Clippers' defense riddled with vulnerabilities. Although their small ball lineup could switch rapidly, they could not match the Nets' offensive tempo. Ultimately, the Nets triumphed over the Clippers with a score of 128-115, extending their winning streak in the regular season. After the game concluded, Qin Chao approached Kawhi Leonard, stating, "Kawhi, I must say, your defensive abilities are indeed impressive, but it and Oppo's. It's unfortunate you encountered me. It leaves you at a loss." Kawhi remained expressionless. Qin Chao, Unable to contain himself, retorted, Kawhi, there's one more thing I must advise you on, your poker face. It really needs some work. Finally, Kawhi Leonard spoke up. I'm not sick. Qin Chao chuckled. As long as you and Oppos, nod. I was merely concerned for you. Kawhi and Oppos' expression darkened. Qin Chao then moved to Russell Westbrook and Oppos' side, saying, Russ, if you wish to win a championship, you ought to consider leaving Los Angeles. With the current configuration of the Clippers, winning a title seems unlikely. If I were in your shoes, I would have departed this chaotic place long ago. Observing Westbrook and Oppos' lack of response, Qin Chao continued, For now. Your key players are yet to face injuries, but I suspect it won't be long before your duo of wings encounters health issues. Westbrook remained silent. Yet he found merit in Qin Chao and Oppos' words. Since joining the Clippers, he had played a dual role, addressing every issue that arose. Moreover, he was dissatisfied with the constant injuries of Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. Westbrook could not fathom why these two young players were so prone to injuries. While he had become the most reliable player on the team, without replying, he lowered his head and exited the arena. Meanwhile, Qin Chao celebrated the victory with his teammates. Playing alongside you is a delightful experience. I've discovered a sense of effortless victory, Qin Chao remarked. Upon hearing Durant and Oppos' comment, Qin Chao smiled knowingly. Isn't it far more enjoyable than partnering with Russell Westbrook? Durant scoffed. It's much better than playing with him. Please spare me the mention of his name. If it weren't an Oppos' for him, I wouldn't Oppos' have accumulated so much criticism. Even now, Durant believed that much of his negative attention stemmed from his association with Westbrook. Qin Chao, reveling in the banter, inquired, What about other guards you've partnered with? Are James Harden, Stephen Curry, and Kyrie Irving inferior to me? Durant promptly replied, Of course. None of them compare to you. Stephen can only shoot, and his accuracy pales in comparison. Seth Curry, overhearing this, interjected, KD, I hold great respect for you. But you shouldn't disparage my brother. Durant retorted, I'm not disparaging your brother. I'm merely stating the truth. Is it shameful to say your brother is not as good as Qin Chao? I am also not as good as Qin Chao. Upon realizing that Durant had a point, Seth could not muster any anger. If Durant claimed his brother was inferior to Westbrook or Irving, he might have been upset. But when it came to Qin Chao, he found no grounds for indignation. With that thought, Seth displayed a bashful smile, reminiscent of his brother Stephen. Qin Chao grinned. All right, let us cease this trivial debate. Discussions about who is superior among players should be left to the fans. What is there for us to discuss? The other players agreed with Qin Chao and Oppos' sentiment and refrained from further debate. Just as Qin Chao was about to speak, Scarlett Johansson approached him, saying, Qin, I cannot accompany you tonight. I have a gathering to attend. Before Qin Chao could respond, Kendall Jenner chimed in, I'm sorry, Qin, but I also want to have time to be with you tonight. Qin Chao sighed inwardly, feeling the stark contrast. Just last night, they had both clamored for his attention. And now they were both leaving. However, he did not attempt to retain them. He simply waved goodbye, saying, Take care, until we meet again. Meanwhile, Kevin Durant gazed longingly at Scarlett Johansson as she departed. Seth Curry could not help but tease, KD, you shouldn't act like this. It makes you seem rather desperate. This elicited a round of laughter from everyone present. Chapter 97, Declining Ballmer and Oppos' invitation as Qin Chao returned to his hotel. A series of vigorous knocks echoed through the corridor. Startled, he thought to himself, did Scarlett and Kendall Jenner change their minds and decide to surprise me? Yet, the intensity of the knocking seemed far too forceful to be from those two. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant noise stirred his annoyance, prompting him to exclaim, Who is it? Do you have no manners? Has your mother not taught you to knock politely? Before he could finish, a middle-aged man in Oppos' voice called from the other side, Open the door. I am Stephen Ballmer. Realizing it was the owner of the Clippers, Qin Chao quickly responded, What brings you to my door at this hour? Are you seeking revenge? You must know that if you truly did something like that, the league would impose severe penalties, possibly forcing you to sell the team. Ballmer, hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness. He replied earnestly, Qin, you misunderstand me. That is not my intention at all. However, I do have something important to discuss with you. Detecting the urgency in Ballmer's tone, Qin Chao reluctantly opened the door. What is it? What do you want to talk about? Upon hearing this, Ballmer promptly replied, Let's drink and chat. Qin Chao noticed that Ballmer was holding 2 bottles of liquor, not red wine, but limited edition Mount High. I can't believe you enjoy this as well. Qin Chao expressed his surprise. Ballmer chuckled. ISN and amp, oppos, tea it far superior to whiskey and vodka? Only your Chinese liquor truly embodies the essence of alcohol. Qin Chao gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging, you were absolutely right. It seems you truly understand liquor. In addition to the alcohol, Ballmer had brought a variety of Chinese snacks. Observing the dishes, Qin Chao realized that Ballmer had indeed researched Chinese cuisine well. These are top-tier Chinese delicacies. They look delectable. Stephen, perhaps you should clarify why you've brought me such fine food and drink. Otherwise, I hesitate to indulge. Ballmer laughed heartily. Qin, do not be so tense. This is not a banquet of betrayal. Qin Chao was taken aback, realizing that among all the players in the NBA, he was likely the only one familiar with the term banquet of betrayal, indicating Ballmer and oppos' substantial knowledge of Chinese culture. Before they began their meal, both men took a small shot of Mount High. After sipping, Qin Chao frowned slightly, while Ballmer's face turned crimson. Qin, are all Chinese people natural-born drinkers? With a furrowed brow, Qin Chao retorted, what are you talking about? We are not alcoholics. We Chinese are kind-hearted people who merely drink occasionally. Ballmer shook his head. Still flushed. I cannot believe it. My drinking capacity is considerable in America, yet it pales in comparison to yours. Qin Chao waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this trivial banter. Please tell me why you wish to drink with me. It cannot be just for the sake of drinking. By now, Ballmer was somewhat intoxicated. Swaying slightly as he declared, Qin, I want to partner with you. Qin Chao and oppos' brow furrowed again. What? Partner with me? What could we possibly collaborate on? I am no businessman. Ballmer laughed. Of course, not in business, but in basketball. Well, to be more precise, I hope to persuade you to join the Clippers. Finally comprehending Ballmer and oppos' late-night visit, Qin Chao realized that he was being courted to join the Clippers. Ballmer, having purchased an NBA team, had a singular ambition to lead them to victory. However, he had gradually come to realize that the Clippers were drifting further from that goal. The team was built around the star duo of Leonard and Paul George, yet Ballmer found them lacking the prowess he had anticipated. He had once believed that their combination would form an unstoppable force, but with Qin Chao's emergence and the fragility of their star players, the path to the championship seemed increasingly distant. Each offseason, numerous basketball analysts touted the Clippers as contenders, only for their shortcomings to become evident as the season progressed. By the time the playoffs arrived, injuries would often sideline their star players. Ballmer had grown weary of waiting year after year without tangible success. He feared that if he did not secure a championship soon, he would lose his passion for being an NBA team owner. This was why he sought out Qin Chao. He believed Qin Chao could save his team and lead the Clippers to the NBA championship. As Ballmer shared his aspirations, Qin Chao remained silent for a long moment. Unable to contain his impatience, Ballmer spoke up. Qin, you probably know that I am the wealthiest owner in the NBA. Even your team and oppos' owner, Mr. Tsai, does not possess my wealth? Qin Chao nodded, acknowledging this fact. Ballmer continued, if you choose to join the Clippers, I will provide you with substantial support in business investments, allowing you to earn considerable additional income. Qin Chao understood that joining the Clippers would not significantly increase his earnings compared to remaining with the Nets. Regardless of where he played, top players like him typically received maximum contracts. However, the allure of Ballmer and oppos' potential business investment assistance was undeniable. These elite business moguls were adept investors, and should Qin Chao align himself with a successful venture, the financial rewards could be astronomical. Yet, Qin Chao still did not acquiesce. Stephen, I appreciate your high regard for me and that you personally came to persuade me to join your team, but I currently have no intention of leaving the Nets. Throughout his life, Ballmer had not faced many rejections. Each refusal left a lasting impression. His eyes began to well up. Recalling the last person who had rejected him was also of Asian descent, though she was merely a girl. This memory transported him back to his college days when he had fallen for a Chinese girl. After his confession was met with rejection, he embarked on an unwavering path of entrepreneurship, ultimately leading to the creation of the Microsoft empire. Chapter 98, A Night of Busyness. Upon hearing Qin and oppos' words, Ballmer felt a profound sense of despondency. He believed that his basketball career was nearing its end and contemplated investing in a football or baseball team instead. Nevertheless, Qin possessed remarkable oratory skills and personal charisma. He began to console Ballmer, and after a heartfelt discourse, Ballmer finally ceased his tears. Qin, you are right. I must find the strength to rise again. Will we have opportunities to collaborate in the future? Qin nodded. Stephen, you are absolutely correct. There will be many chances for us to work together again. Qin and Ampos' words instilled in Ballmer a renewed sense of courage. As he left Qin and Ampos' room, dawn had already broken. Just as Qin was about to rest, there came a vigorous knocking at his door. Reluctantly, he opened it to find his teammate, Kevin Durant, standing there. KD, are you awake, or have you not slept at all? Durant exclaimed with excitement. Qin, I'm ready to practice. I came to invite you to train with me. As teammates, I can't progress alone without you. With a weary expression, Qin replied, KD, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but you need and Ampos to worry about me. Focus on your own practice. I simply wish to get some rest. Durant shook his head resolutely. That is not an option. We must train hard together. Qin was taken aback by Durant's sudden fervor for training. Noticing Qin and Ampos' lack of strong resistance, Durant continued, Qin, don't forget where we are. Qin looked at Durant in confusion. What do you mean? Isn't this a hotel? Durant shook his head. You've misunderstood my point. This is Los Angeles, the birthplace of Kobe and Apo's legacy. Have you forgotten the legend of Kobe and Apo's early morning training? Understanding Durant and Apo's intent, Qin realized that Durant wanted to witness the city at dawn, just as Kobe had. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Qin asked, KD, how old are you this year? Durant calculated for a moment and responded, I'm 34 this year. Qin nodded. Indeed, you've reached a mature age. Why do you still act so immature? Kobe's story is merely a sales pitch for success. Do you really believe he trained at that hour every day? Hearing Qin and Apo's words, Durant fell silent, hesitating before admitting. I do find it quite challenging to maintain such a routine every day. Qin sighed. Yes, you recognize the difficulty. As players, our priority is to rest well. Without proper rest, how can we perform in games? I suggest you get some sleep. We have a match tomorrow. Durant frowned. Right. It's precisely because we have a game against the Warriors tomorrow that I'm so excited. Qin placed a reassuring hand on Durant and Apo's shoulder. KD, you're not a child anymore. You must learn to mature. Regardless of the opponent, maintain a calm demeanor. Qin's words resonated with Durant, who felt a sense of growth from the conversation. He nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Qin. Your advice has been immensely helpful. After expressing his gratitude, Durant departed from Qin and Apo's room. No sooner had he left than another knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, Qin found his teammate, the investment enthusiast Dinwiddie, standing there. Irritated and fatigued, Qin exclaimed. What do you want this early in the morning? Dinwiddie, brimming with excitement, replied, Qin, there's a rare opportunity. Buffett is running outside the Chase Center. Let us go and catch him. Qin looked at Dinwiddie as if he were insane. Brother, are you out of your mind? Shouldn't we be sleeping at this hour? What do you intend to do, Rob Buffett? I know your Bitcoin investments have soured. Dinwiddie shook his head vigorously. Of course not. You underestimate me. I'm not that trivial. I merely wish to share my investment insights with him. With a sigh, Qin responded, Then you go ahead. I have no interest in that. He promptly pushed Dinwiddie out and hung a do not disturb sign on his door. Once back inside, Qin collapsed onto his bed, dismissing all interruptions with his noise-canceling earplugs. The rest of the Nets team dared not disturb him, not even the general manager, out of respect for Qin's peaceful slumber. As a result, when Qin finally awoke, it was already evening. He quickly dialed Coach Nash. Steve, I'm feeling a bit unwell and didn't attend practice today. Nash, fully aware of Qin and Apo's value as the team and Apo's only untouchable asset, did not dare reprimand him. If he were to offend Qin, it would surely be Nash who would be in jeopardy. The only course of action for Nash was to appease Qin, ensuring his comfort to secure his own position. Is there anything I should prepare for the game against the Warriors tomorrow? Qin inquired. Nash responded without hesitation. Qin, your performance has been exceptional. There is no need for you to prepare. Just play joyfully however you feel best. Qin felt as though he were not part of an NBA team, but rather a children's basketball training camp, given the coach and Apo's paternal approach. He saw no point in further discussion, since the coach had said to play freely. There was nothing more to address. Moreover, with Qin's current skill level, playing freely was indeed sufficient, although Nash had said nothing more. Durant still visited Qin and Apo's room before the game. Qin, do you realize what the Warriors represent for me? I aspire to perform exceptionally in our match against them. Upon hearing Durant and Oppos' words, Qin smiled and nodded. He understood Durant and Oppos' desire to prove himself. Recalling how Durant had once eagerly joined the Warriors only to face disdain from their players and fans later, Durant yearned to demonstrate that he, Kevin Durant, was the league and Oppos' most formidable weapon, and to affirm that he had been the finest player on that championship-winning Warriors team. Chapter 99, A Clash with Draymond Green. The match between the Brooklyn Nets and the Golden State Warriors commenced at the Chase Center. The starting lineup for the Nets included Spencer Dinwiddie, Qin Chao, Kevin Durant, Joe Harris, and Andre Drummond. The Warriors fielded Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, and Kevin Looney. Before the game even began, Draymond Green approached Durant, proclaiming, "KD, you cannot defeat us. This season and Oppos' championship is undoubtedly ours." Durant, upon hearing this, muttered for a considerable time without articulating a substantial response. At that moment, Qin Chao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Durant, stating, "KD, do not engage with this mad dog. He is merely the refuse of the basketball court, and entirely non-recyclable." Draymond Green was taken aback by the potency of Qin Chao's trash talk, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, the referees intervened, separating the players of both teams onto opposite sides of the court. The officials conducted the jump ball at center court, marking the official beginning of the contest. Drummond and Looney faced off in the jump. Utilizing his height advantage, Drummond secured possession, tapping the ball back to Durant. Durant swiftly passed it to Qin Chao, who advanced the ball to the front court, matched up against Klay Thompson. Thompson relentlessly pressured Qin Chao, who dribbled with one hand while directing the movement of his teammates with the other. At this juncture, Durant positioned himself beneath the basket. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Chao sent the ball to Durant, who effortlessly rose for a high shot, securing 2 points. Following the basket, Durant let out a roar directed at the defender, Draymond Green, exclaiming, "Your defense is pathetic. You cannot contain me." Green, with an air of disdain, retorted, "KD, have you not yet recognized reality? You are not a top-tier superstar in this league. When you were with the Warriors, you were our fourth option. Now with the Nets, you are merely the second." After delivering his remark, Green initiated the offense from the backcourt, passing to Stephen Curry. Curry advanced the ball, facing Dinwiddie, who defended him by using his height to overshadow Curry, akin to Thompson's defense on Qin Chao. Curry, undeterred, executed a series of dribble moves before stepping back for a three-pointer. Swish. The ball cleanly swished through the net. Following his shot, Curry shook his head at Durant, saying, "KD, you cannot make shots like mine." Upon hearing this, Durant immediately raised his hand for the ball, and without hesitation, Qin Chao delivered it to him. After bringing the ball to the front court, Durant launched an exceptionally long three-pointer. However, it must be noted that Durant and Oppos' range does not quite match Curry and Oppos'. In fact, few players in the league can rival Curry and Oppos' long-range proficiency. Perhaps only Qin Chao possesses a similar capability. Frustrated by his missed shot, Durant was consoled by Qin Chao, who said, "Brother, do not fret. It is still early in the game. Your hands are just a bit cold. Keep shooting, and you will warm up." Qin Chao and Oppos' encouragement significantly lifted Durant and Oppos' spirits. The Warriors initiated their offense. Curry passed the ball to Draymond Green at the top of the arc. Green orchestrated the play as other Warriors players moved continuously. Curry and Thompson occupied opposite corners. After a moment of hesitation, Green opted not to pass, instead taking a three-point shot himself. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, landing in Drummond and Oppos' hands. On the sidelines, commentator Charles Barkley shook his head repeatedly, criticizing Green and Oppos' poor shot selection. If that ball had been in the hands of Stephen Curry or Klay Thompson, it would have certainly gone in, yet he chose to shoot. His colleague, Kenny Smith, concurred, stating, "Charles, you are absolutely correct. It is indeed the case." Durant also felt compelled to respond, telling Green, "Your shot selection is abysmal. Your shooting touch is dreadful." Green immediately countered, "That is far superior to yours. Have you forgotten? When I was on this team, I was one of the 3 stars, while you were merely the 4th. Once again, Durant felt provoked. He reached for the ball, eager to launch an attack. However, Qin Chao denied his request, asserting, "KD, do not attack blindly. Let us execute a play together." Durant nodded in agreement with Qin Chao and Oppos' suggestion. Subsequently, they executed a pick and roll. After the screen, Qin Chao drove toward the basket, attracting the Warriors and Oppo's defenders. His passing ability was equally impressive as he drew the double team. He passed the ball to Durant beyond the three-point line. Kevin Durant launched a three-pointer. Swish. The ball found its mark. Following the basket, Durant pounded his chest and roared, "Did you see that? I can make three-pointers." At that moment, Draymond Green approached Durant once more, stating, "That was not your skill. It was Qin Chao and Oppo's great pass. You should thank him." Before Durant could respond, Qin Chao interjected, positioning himself in front of Durant, declaring, "You should refrain from such nonsense. Your words only reveal your misunderstanding of the game. Do not forget that basketball is a team sport, not an individual endeavor. Our teamwork is exceptional, demonstrating our team and Oppo's strength." Green attempted to continue, but Stephen Curry intervened, stepping in front of Green, saying, "Dre, stop engaging in verbal battles. Focus your energy on the game." Despite his tough exterior, Draymond Green respected Curry and Oppo's words. He understood that regardless of the changes within the Warriors, the true leader remained Stephen Curry. As long as he aligned himself with Curry, his position within the team would remain secure. Listening to Curry, Green advanced to the front court, receiving a pass from Curry and continuing to orchestrate the offense from the top of the arc. This time, however, he refrained from blindly shooting a three-pointer and instead passed the ball to Stephen Curry, who attempted a highly challenging step-back three-pointer.